He was like, his voice was like a super light, like baby voice. And then this guy called Smack Donald. And we went to Dream.
Smack Donald?
Smack Donald.
That's a great name. You should have taken that name. That's a much better name than Insania.
Yeah, probably. There are a lot of better names than Insania, let me tell you that. But we went to, we played for like a year, and then we went to DreamHack, which felt like, TI at the time. And we managed to get third, God knows how. Les QQ at the time was like our star player. He was like really, really good. And I kind of consider that like first team, first tournament, we played some online small stuff where like mouse pads and I don't know if you remember, there was something called UNGL.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, first real team, I guess.
All right.
We're called Blackfade.
I had my original team, and we were trying to qualify for big tournaments in Moscow. We were playing versus Virtus.pro. It was Vigos. Do you remember Vigos?
Yes.
NS, Arsart, Smile. So Light of Heaven, very big players, very strong players. And we were even winning sometimes. We won one map versus them for EWC qualifiers. So my first team was my regional team.
Pretty sick.
I think I'm not going to go over my Trash Han days, because those teams are like...
What?
I don't even remember. Like
Toronto shout out?
I don't even remember those teams. Like, it was like Toronto, Swindle Melons,
I remember these teams.
Like Tralfamador. I don't remember who else was even on my team. It's like so long ago. So like the first most memorable team, I think it started after TI1. It was with Tides of Time, AUI 2000, Way Too Sexy, me, and Fogged. That was like the original pot and bottom. And then that's like the first memorable team we started. I think we first started playing in Sunday evening series cups, like on the NA Dota. It was like $100 prize pool for a Sunday cup. We just started playing those, and then I think that's how we first got started.
So people don't remember, but there was a little bit of controversy back then that you guys didn't get invited to TI, right?
Yeah, because TI2 was all invitational based. There was no qualifiers back then, and I think our team kind of peaked around the TI2 era. We didn't end up getting to TI, but then we scrimmed all the teams going to TI.
And I heard that you guys actually were beating a lot of the teams. And if I remember right, you guys were actually like regularly scrimming with IG?
Yeah, we were regularly scrimming with IG and Navi, which were the two best teams during that time period. And then I still remember when the first time we beat Navi, obviously I think they were on ping. It was some online tournament, but it was like a monumental achievement at that time, because like Navi was known as like the best Western team that there was at the time.
So during the scrims for TI2, what was your success rate?
I mean, I don't really remember, but I think we have really good track record. We thought like if we were invited to TI2 at that time, we would probably be the best team, but everyone says that.
Sure.
But we truly felt it. So at that time, and then TI3 came around, we came in with a similar roster, but we was past that prime. We only got top 8. We're trash.
Do you feel like you guys were ahead of the meta in TI2 era, and then by TI3 you were kind of behind the meta?
I mean, I remember the most memorable thing about during that time is like we were playing like these Rin Ranger, Earthshaker, all-flame duels, and like we're just like have these 2,000 range skill shots, and we just like combo them, and like no one else was playing at the time. And like we had Ancient Apparition as well, so like we're just slamming these skill shots at the enemy. They don't even know what's happening. They just die from fog,
So all three of you guys have had very successful careers, and all three of you guys have had a period where you were on a team that was like on top. What is that experience like compared to just your day-to-day? So what I've heard from some players is that they're like, it sucks. Like, I'm losing all the time. I'm just like, it hits my ego. I feel bad all the time. I feel stressed. But then you get to that peak, and it's amazing. What was Virtus Pro like at that point where you guys were just dominating every tournament?
That was hard time. We were bootcamping a lot. We could stay on bootcamp for 3 or 4 months in a row, and we didn't go home. So that was tough, and that was really hard. But I have so many good memories about that team. It was worth it.
Did you win? You won one of the MVPs for one of those ESL
First
ones,
one,
right?
It was ESL Hamburg 2017.
Yeah. Did you take the car?
Yes,
Yeah.
I bought GLC Coupe.
Okay,
Nice. Same question
Yeah, same question.
about the car. I also want one. I also got one, but he has a nicer model. I have I guess, yeah, we're not Honda sponsored anymore, so I can talk about it. Yeah, I got a E-Class coupe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was more asking about what's it like,
Yeah,
being on top.
Mercedes E-Class Coupe.
Yeah, but you gotta finish the meme.
I don't remember the rest of
The
it.
copy pasta?
Yeah, that one is so long.
Yeah,
The new
list
E-Class
the whole
hybrid.
full paragraph.
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I don't remember. That was a good. That was really good times. Mercedes, if you guys want to get back into Dota, please, we would love to have you guys. Being on top and then not being on top.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like, at least for me, at this point, I don't remember because in Holland we had like a period where we were really good, and then
Yeah,
I was
you guys were very
truly in the dumpster. Like
Yeah.
bottom of the barrel, and then you have to claw your way back up. And I remember those times it was tough, but I feel like nowadays it's like expected Team Liquid like cycle. We're like, I know we're gonna be really ass at some point, and then we're gonna be good again. So I don't really like. I think when we're bad, I'm not too stressed about it anymore,
Okay.
as I was maybe before. I think maybe that comes with age. You just know that it's kind of like gonna come around. Keep working hard, do the right things. You kind of learn the methods to get good, and you know how to do it and how to get there. So then you're less stressed about like how to get back again.
Nay, I mean, you've been in the competitive scene for so long, and you had that period where you felt you were really good in 2012, and then you had some periods where you were playing on a lot of NA teams, not seeing so much success. But then you got to experience like the Falcons. You guys just dominated for that period of time. What's that like? The juxtaposition. What's the difference between like the highs and the lows when it comes to competing like that?
I mean, I think like what makes the high so worthwhile is because you experience all the lows and all the hardships leading to that point. I think it's like during all this time period where I was just sucking ass in NA, no one knew who I was, and you just kind of keep your head down, you keep working hard, and then you just need to keep thinking about how to improve. And then when you finally endure all those lows and you finally achieve the peak of winning a tournament, I think the biggest one for me was like obviously winning TI. And I think like once you achieve that, you look back and you're like, wow, these like 15 years that I've finally grinded to this point, it was all for this moment. And it's like a very emotional thing that that shows out all the hard work that you put in. It was not all for naught. There was something at the end for you, and it just justified all those years of hard work for me.
So because you put in that time, does that mean that you're going to stay competing for a long time? Because it took you so long to get to that high point, you want to be able to be there for as long as possible?
Yeah, I think especially a lot of teams and people, they achieve success and then they are like, oh, I've made it. I don't need to keep working hard. I don't need to keep at it anymore. I can just chill. And like, I think for me, it's like, oh, I understood how hard it was to get into that high position, and I want to stay there. So I just pretend that nothing's really happened, and I just try to keep my head down and still work it the same as I was before I won. And I think that's what really it takes for you to stay on top, because everyone else is gunning for you, and you just have to keep working hard.
So I think that's an interesting topic in general, motivation on like, you guys have been playing for so long. How do you keep that motivation? It sounds like for Snake King, it's like experiencing like the lows for so long. The highs are just, he wants to keep that. Solo, what's your motivation for keep playing for this so long?
I didn't win TI yet.
Yeah.
So this is my motivation, TI and probably Riyadh Masters also. It's almost the same type of tournaments. Mm-hmm. And I really wish to win one of them or two of them one day. So I'll try one more time.
Do you think that means that if you achieve that goal, if you were to win TI or EWC, do you think you would retire after that? Yeah, instantly? You'd just be like, I did it, done.
Yeah, come on, man. It's almost 20 years already of Dota.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Aiden?
On motivation?
Yeah. I mean, because you got your TI win.
Yeah.
Why didn't you quit yet?
To be honest, I think like I just have a really good group of guys. And I think if I didn't enjoy spending time with them as much as I do, I don't think I would enjoy Dota as much as I do. And I think like that really was like the major reason why I wanted to keep playing, outside of like the obvious answer that I think is the same for everyone, where it's like it's a lot of money and you're not going to make that kind of money doing anything else. But yeah, I don't know, good group of guys. There's William that we could get rid of. Would be
Yeah, you have to put up with
that
him.
would make life better, but you got to take the The good with the bad.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have some lows in order to appreciate the highs.
Precisely.
So,
Yeah.
Snaking, anything else you want to add to that?
I mean, for me, I think I think a little differently. For me, I think it's like Dota has always been like a moving goalpost. You achieve one thing, and then like I'm moving on to the next one. I win this one TI, but I want the next one. I want to like have the most number of TI wins in history or something, or like I haven't won a Riyadh Master, so it's like there's just always something you can accomplish. And for me, it's like I'm just keep chasing this ghost that I probably won't be able to achieve it, but I aspire to do it. And for me, I just feel like it would be so boring because I've played this game for so long, and I don't know what else I would do with my time. What else are you gonna do? So might as well just keep playing.
I mean, I guess on that thing, I agree with like the goalposts. I think mine is just like moving away from Dota. Like the goalposts are moving in other directions and other things I want to accomplish in life too.
Like what?
I don't know, starting a family and stuff like that.
Yeah. What kind of goals do you guys have solo? Do you have goals outside of Dota? Like once you get that TI, what are you gonna do with the rest of your life?
I'll have a big farm, very big rancho.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely rancho.
Because you like animals, or
Yeah, I love animals.
yeah,
Really.
That's why you play Dota.
a lot of animals in these pubs. That's for sure. Snaking. What about you?
What I would do outside of Dota?
Yeah, I mean, like, what are your motivation? What's your goals outside of Dota?
I mean, to be honest, I think it's like definitely family oriented. I think I spend a lot of time traveling, spending time away from the family. I think if I were to stop playing Dota, I would definitely focus on like spending more time with my family, because I think I haven't done the duty I was supposed to do all these years. I've kind of just neglected them and just focused all my time on Dota. So I want to spend more time with friends and family, and maybe definitely look to maybe start a family of my own, because I just turned 30, and the clock is definitely ticking for all of us. At some point, you do have to think about when you want to start that process.
All right, fantastic. Well, I think that's a good note to end on. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys for the next one.
I'm not gonna ask who's better at Dota because I don't want to create problems.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Alright, hello everyone, this is Seb. I'm here with two legends, Yatora and Collapse. For now we're gonna play mini-games, the mini-game World Cup, as we call it here. So guys, we're gonna play up to 5 games. It's the best of 5 between you guys. What matters is the score, okay, in each of the games. Have you played these games a little bit before? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, so we are experts. Let's see. So we're gonna start with Bat Racer.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. Okay, pressure is on. Okay, 5.3 on my left. No pressure.
No pressure.
5.3, no pressure.
Okay, I'm on.
Oh, you didn't want to continue?
No,
You
no,
just wanted, you're just here for the win.
Yes.
Okay, so 1-0. 1-0 on my right, Yatora 1, Collapse 0. Second one we're gonna go for is Zog's Lair.
Oh no.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more technical, I guess. And I think to maximize the score, you need to collect some of the stuff, no? Or
Yeah.
there's something like that. So who's better at games in general between you two, you think?
I think Magomed.
You better?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask who's better at Dota, because I don't want to create problems.
Nice.
He's the last one.
Мага,
But
сколько у
he's-
тебя?
Somehow he has much more score than you.
Сколько? Okay, I'm dead.
You're actually speedrunning this. We did this with other players, like this is the fastest it's won. Wait, that's it? Or you give up?
Yeah, I don't. He's killing me.
Okay, anyway, it's a clear win. So what we're sitting at 1-1. Now we're gonna do something a little bit more tactical. It's called Spoon Man. We have 2 different styles. Vitoro is dropping bombs everywhere. and Collapse, you're like being more chill with it, you know? Which one of you can multitask? Can you do like 2 things at the same time?
I try hard.
If you try hard.
Okay, what? Aha. Okay, now I know.
Okay, just
The more.
you were sitting at 1,780. What killed you in this one? The flying thing? Oh, your own mind.
My voice. Вместе с ним умирай.
Anyways, 2 for Collapse, 1 for Yotoro. Now we're gonna go for the 4th one, which is a Spleen Sweeper.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Okay, both of you are calling GG at the beginning.
I already lost.
You already lost?
Man, I won. Nice. Toto.
That was not impressive from both sides, but it's okay. We're just playing for the win. So the last one we're gonna do is sand fishing. There you go.
Golden. Nice.
Table.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Actually, not bad this one. Easier or harder than last inning in Dota? Okay.
Something.
How much you get for this? Okay, you're ahead now. It depends what like whatever you're gonna catch last is gonna define who wins for each. That's a pretty good one, I think.
Yeah. Oh no.
2.3. You need to get more than 2K for this one. You got.
Yeah.
Great games, guys. I'm very impressed, very inspired. Thanks for being with us today, and thank you for watching. Bye bye.
Welcome to day 1. Right before our stream starts, I am Aspirations here for Dota 2, and we have 2 of the biggest Dota 2 names here. Which one of you is the most famous one?
Kazoo.
No. He's the most famous one. He's a shoutcaster.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do the least amount of work. He's really good at his job.
I would say you both hardly do anything, actually. What teams are you excited to play here today? We're past the group stage. All of the lesser teams have been eliminated. Who do you think is going to do well here?
Well, today I have to go with Team Spirit. They're one of my favorite teams. We didn't get to cast them yet, but they're very good, and I'm expecting better games because the group stage wasn't the best.
Okay, that's unfortunate, Flame, for all of those people that work so hard. Sunsfan?
I really like B-Blop Squad. They're going to really come through this time and get first place.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that attempted joke. You almost got it right there. Hey, look, guys, it's the Crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, the Crusher, where we're going to be crushing all of the keys. Gentlemen, what have you ever seen crushed in your experience in life?
Let's see. An experience of a good friend.
Jesus, great.
The hopes and dreams of a YouTube artist.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. What a exciting day it's going to be. Everyone's in such a hype mood now, and we hope that we didn't crush your spirits as we head into day 1. Hey everybody, we are here before the stream starts here at EWC, getting ready for some Dota 2 action. Thought I'd give you a little tour of the stage here. Everybody's getting ready, we're getting these PCs tested out, and in fact, we got our good friend, the big boy shove over camera. I look at those gyros, it's making sure that there's no wiggling at all. We got some good stuff here. This is one of the best stages I've personally been on. Lots of lights separating both sides. We've got spider cams, we got steady cams, we got this cam, we got me sometimes on here reducing the quality of the program, but what can you do? It is one heck of a show. We've got everything coming out. Gentlemen, can we please get a woo, please? Look at that. Even the guys testing the PCs are hype, and I hope you're hyped too for today.
A very good morning and welcome to the final phase of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We've got the best 8 teams in the world ready to play and fight for that final trophy. A chance to grab that championship on Saturday. And a couple of exciting series to go through before we get to that stage. And to talk all about that, all about what has happened and what will happen, I'm joined by Effie Purge and a special guest this morning. Good morning, Cavs. How are you doing?
Happy to be here. First panel ever in English. Hello, guys.
Welcome.
Welcome. I mean, you've been a coach for Heroic for a year and a half, basically, and obviously before you were coaching already a lot of the players. How have you experienced this tournament for Heroic? I know it's not the result you wanted.
I felt like if you look at the group stage itself, I think we were the team that had the higher chance of bringing upsets. Unfortunately, in the end, we ended up losing, and that's sad, but I think we're playing well. I think next tournaments are going to be great for us.
Okay, glad to hear it. How are you doing this morning, Purge?
Doing great. Excited for the Dota. It's been a really good tournament so far, but these are the spiciest stages where you have the best 8 teams in the world, and it's single elimination, so every series is a huge deal.
Yeah, I think also, I mean, the chance, I mean, Kavs mentioned potentially upsets were there for Heroic, but I feel like at this stage, we don't know. Anything can happen, especially with single elimination.
For sure, and if you look at the year, it's been probably the most competitive year we've had in Dota ever, with a different team taking a Tier 1 tournament into bombing out of the next, into another team winning. So the competition is as high as it's ever been, and in that sense, you don't really know how to place teams above the other, or who's got the advantage. It really could be anyone's game.
It could be anyone's game. Now, we say that, and unfortunately, not everybody is left in the competition. Let's take a look at how we got to 8, because we started off with 16 teams. 4 of those 16 in the group stages were already directly seeded into this playoff bracket, into phase 3. The other 12 we had fight off in a knockout bracket where only 4 teams were left alive at the end of it. And of course, all 16 teams, they do grab a portion of our $3 million prize pool, Purge.
It's a lot of money. First place gets 1 million of that 3 million, but we are currently at top 8, so all of the remaining teams have $125,000 in prize pool so far. So the next win that they get, $75K each. So it's a big deal.
It's very generous distribution as well. Like, it's not as top heavy as other tournaments we've had, which I think is overall fairer to a lot of the teams.
And even us were happy with what we got with last place. So yeah, it's a good prize pool.
Yeah, that's great.
I can imagine. Does it ever Do you have that in your mind when you're playing? I would imagine not. You can put that aside before a match because, of course, you played in a knockout bracket and you know that there is, I believe there was an extra 25k on the line for the first series you played there.
Not really. Like, I usually look at that when tournament's over. It's like, oh, let's see how much I got in this tournament, you know. Yeah, it was fun in the tournament that we won last year, but basically we just think about it in the end.
I'm glad to hear that you can push that aside and just focus on the Dota. And we have had a lot of Dota played, and I do want to talk a little bit about the style of Dota before we see some of the plays. I want to talk about what style of Dota we've been watching because Cavs, you come in in the tournament with an expectation of how you're going to play, how other people are going to play. Was that kind of similar from what ended up happening?
Actually, I think there's a lot of things that are going out of the comfort zone, and for me that's awesome because I think fortune always favors the bold, and I like the thing that comes with the new ideas. I think we tried to do that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but like we lost to Talon, right? They were a team that were relying a lot of comfort, right? They were just playing their heroes, doing their thing, and I think it's clear that there's things relying on comfort and things coming up with new ideas right now. So I think it's going to be very interesting. It's like the meta is not set at all. I think people will still, even the things that are in the tournament, they have no idea what the fuck is going to happen, you know? Like you said, we can't favor teams. If it was like a few months ago, I would tell you this team is going to win, that team is going to win, but right now, no idea. Right? Today, they're pretty much 50-50, maybe one team is slightly favored. I think that's very fun.
I fully agree, and we've had some really interesting picks, as Caps mentioned. Like, we've had some last pick carry hoodwinks, some last pick meepos, and the fact that the meta is not quite set yet, and we're at the playoffs in eliminations, we're going to see some crazy things today. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and we've had some crazy things happen already. If we can take a look at our Kadia top plays, I believe even the first one does feature Heroic as they were playing up against Team Liquid. We saw some great team fights there as well, Purge.
We did, yeah. This is a really good game for them to cast their spells together, coordinated. Just a huge mix of amazing plays so far. A lot of big AoEs hitting lots of heroes, excellent teamfight execution, and other things.
I've seen one axe too many in these replays already. I'm going to just put it out there.
You don't like the axe?
I don't, but there's the carry hoodwink. That was
That's
cool.
true. That was hype.
Did you manage to catch that one, Caps?
Yeah, like, I love Pure. I think his ideas are so nice. He always sets the meta, right? And that's what I was talking about. Like, I favor Backbone any time of the week over teams that are just playing the heroes, you know? Because I think this guy is gonna show us something different in the playoffs. And like, even Spirit themselves, that they usually rely on comfort, they are bringing new things here. They're playing different heroes. They are going out of the comfort zone. I think that's awesome.
Is there any hero in particular that you feel is overrated at this point? That we see a lot, but you're like, not that great.
Maybe the axe that Effie was talking about, because I don't know, in qualifiers it was just at least some regions just took over, and we were playing the hero a lot, first phasing it a lot. We played against a lot of things that were prioritizing it a lot, but in the end I kinda started finding the right answers for the hero. But let's see, I think it's still a very good hero, but maybe it should be picked a bit later.
Fair enough. We'll see if we can get some axe on the board. There were a lot of axes in the group stages already, so we could take a look at how the group stages played out. The Dota itself has changed quite a bit since then, but just to go over everything, I want to make sure people know the top one in the group that you see. All right, those are teams, Purge, we haven't seen play since the group stage.
Yeah, and I think it's actually the most interesting thing about Team Spirit so far is that all the teams they've played against so far this tournament are all eliminated. They actually haven't played against a top 8 team yet in this series, or in this tournament, whereas a lot of these other teams like Team Falcons, they had to fight for their life to get to the top 8. Gaming Gladiators had to play some good teams. Aurora had to play against Tundra, for example. So almost every other team in the group has had a slightly more difficult road, but still a very hard tournament. Team Liquid had to play in the same group as P-Vision. Heroic went 3-3 against those two excellent teams. So it's been a tough tournament so far.
Yeah, and the real story of Group D was that we've discovered that P-Vision have a mental block against Liquid. And Not to be biased, I would love to see that story arc continue.
We'll see if they can get there. Of course, we had the last chance bracket already play itself out. We had the 12 teams rather, that came from the group stages that did not come top. We put them in a single elimination last chance bracket. And they were all 2-0s. Cavs, explain to me, why were they all 2-0s? Shine some light.
I'm trying to understand it as well. You know, at least that heroic game over there, I should have at least a 1 there.
Yeah.
No, but I think at least for the other series, I think the better team that we expected to win won, you know. And it's funny because I saw a tweet by Knoxville saying the seeds are exactly perfect the way that they were supposed to be. Like the one plays the 8th and so forth. And I think that's like crazy, you know? It's like everything is as expected until now. But from now on, I think things are gonna go crazy.
I fully agree. But how much do you think nerves came into play? Because it did feel like the more experienced teams are able to kind of control their feelings of anxiety and let that experience speak for themselves. Whereas with Heroic, for example, you guys were owning, but that day, it looked like you were nervous.
Yeah, what I got to learn on these last few years as a coaching is that mental is everything. Like your emotions, it can just, like, it doesn't matter how much you know about the game and how well you play. If you get there on the big day and you're not feeling well, you're not gonna perform, you know, and it's just like it is. That's how it is.
Yeah, and sometimes we can see those emotions on the players' faces. We can take a look at our Crunchyroll player reactions. The top reactions from a lot of the players. Obviously, we are going to see some pretty animated faces. I feel like Pure is always in these clips. He is very animated.
Yeah, well, I don't speak Russian, but every time I see him talking like that, I feel like he's talking shit. It just seems very clear on his face.
And I love how they're just boxy. Fully straight face, got his shades on, you're farming aura there.
It's a new update for him, actually, because last year at EWC I interviewed him, and that was pre-sunglasses, pre-hoodie. He complained a little bit because he wanted to like wear sunglasses on the panel, like block the stage lights from his eyes, and now that's his standard meta. He's truly evolved here.
He's got just his vibe, you know. That's just Steve Jobs always wore a turtleneck. You know, if you see a person wearing the exact outfit, you always think that he's cosplaying Steve Jobs. He just owned it. Boxy can own this.
Steve Jobs, his neck wasn't cold. He did that for fashion. And,
yeah, exactly.
But Boxy's function.
That was a Carl Sagan thing, and then Steve Jobs tried to be Carl Sagan.
Okay.
We'll put it out there. There's
well,
one
he did a good job
king.
at owning it in this case. I mean, he's got his uniform basically, and there's also 8 teams that will still be wearing their uniform on stage here. Our final 8 teams, our top 8 in random order, mind you. For now, we have our top 8s right here. Do we have? Cavs, you keep saying there's, you know, anybody can take anything. Do you have like a secret favorite team going into today or going into this playoffs?
I mean, I think the team that has showed better games right now is Liquid, you know. I think they're slightly favorite, but I honestly think like there is at least 3 other teams that can take it, like anytime.
Which 3?
I like Pvision, I like Batbone, and Tundra, I would say.
Okay.
What about Liquid? You just said Liquid was slightly above.
No, it's Liquid and then the 3.
Okay, gotcha.
How about you, Effie?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, we all have our own personal biases, but Team Spirit, they always pull the most ridiculous comebacks. They always have these like really long games filled with action-packed moments and emotional moments, and they did it at an EWC a couple of years ago, so I'd love to see that repeated.
Well, we're going to see the start of the road today as we do have the playoff brackets ready. We've got those 8 teams seeded all in, so we know our opening matches. Purge, out of all 4 of these series, and I know not all 4 of these series are going to happen today, but out of all these 4 series, which one is like, if you're going to only watch one, you only have time to watch one, which are you choosing?
They're all so good, Cheever.
I know, that's why it's so difficult to choose.
I think some of them are maybe a little bit closer than others, but I'm really excited about the upcoming series for sure.
Oh, you're actually going to go straight up with the first one.
I think for me, BB Team versus Tundra stands out because I think that's a series that's most likely to have out-of-pocket picks and heroes that we don't really see that often.
How about you, Kaz?
I want to see Aurora against Pvision because in the past I think it would be one-sided, but this time I don't think so. I think it's gonna be hype.
Do you think that's the case because Aurora leveled up, or is P-Vision performing a little bit under expectation?
I think they quite didn't show their game yet. I think that's the main reason, but of course Aurora level up. It's like they played many tournaments, they've been grinding a lot, you know, they really want this. I can see it. And we played them a lot in the past, you know, this past few tournaments. And I feel like they got here in a good shape.
Okay, with that being said, we are gonna have to say goodbye to you soon, Cav. So I would like to know, like, if there's anything you want people to know going forward with these 4 days of Dota we have, or potentially even going forward rooting for Heroic. What do you want to say? The floor is yours.
I think I don't have much to say, but I can say that what we showed here isn't truly us. So don't lose faith. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're going to check in with another member of our broadcast. Let's see what Slacks is up to.
Hey everybody, yes, we are here at the Boulevard. You know, Dota 2 is not the only thing happening here at EWC. There are lots of things to do. In fact, we found ourselves this puppy. All right, this is made from actual race car parts and other things. I mean, the guy told us that this thing is actually used by people to do race simulations, made by jet engines or something. It's intense, let me tell you. Look at that seat. Anyway, we came here to see if there's more to life than just playing Dota. I'm sure many of you have no idea how to drive, so perhaps I can teach you. We've loaded up in the simulator what they call Courier Simulator 2025, where we will be getting into the driving seat of a Dota 2 courier quickly on its way with a Divine Rapier to a very, very bad Phantom Assassin. Let's jump in. So they have put me in their fastest car here to simulate a courier delivering a Divine Rapier. We are not in Marcy territory, but we are pretty close. I can only use one hand because I have to hold the microphone. So we're going to do what we can. We're going to simulate a hasted courier headed to you with the Divine. Let's go ahead and put it in and see how it goes here. All right, that is unbelievably fast. Okay, wow, that has a lot of kick. All right, this is a very, very, oh my God. Dude, actually ain't no way I can do this with one hand. Very good handling from our player here. Oh, I think I see a straightaway. All right, we're opening 6th gear. 6th gear is as high as it goes. I think I have to put it, oh, Jesus. All right, this is not a straightaway. This is not a straightaway. No problem. Easy peasy. And we're back in the fountain. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what it's like to be a courier. Thank you so much for watching. Don't try this at home. Leave it to the professionals. Back to you. That was fun.
Unleashed Monaco. That's pretty nice.
Just casually 2-shot Shin Q. Nightfall strong enough to take down everybody else. Oh, but Chrysalis, he's not going to be able to do enough with this balance strike. Not if he gets all the lights of Aurora. They've got too many heroes. They brought every single hero. The throne is exposed. Chrysalis hunted down. A balance strike away. Denied.
Look at Ultra Kill now. It's a rampage for Watson.
We got 8 teams still left in the competition, 8 clubs still fighting for a championship. That's right, we're going to check in with the club championship, see how the teams are doing. We finished a couple more finals since we last checked in, and that means we've got a new ranking. Now, it's important to note that Genji Esports actually did not win a finals. They got 1,000 points just by placing high in multiple other games. But over the weekend, we finished Valorant. There was a first time ever reverse sweep where Heretics won and Fnatic ended up second. We had Apex Legends finish up with VK Gaming taking first place and ROC Esports getting second. And you want to just, I know you want to, Jenkins. Who's in 4th place right now?
Shaver, that is BMWM Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing, but I have a very important note also, by the way. Thank you for welcoming me to the show. Team Heretics, I want to point out that they were the screamers. They were the loud ones. And clearly it works. Clearly hyping yourself up is going to give you those club championship award points. So maybe Dota players should take a little bit of notes from them.
That's what Cap said too.
I mean, so far P-Vision has been, well, the Astini from P-Vision has been doing some screaming at the end of the draft, so maybe that will push them through for this first round. We can take a look at the schedule here. As you can see, 4 other games are finishing this weekend, including Dota 2. League of Legends also starts today. They'll have their finals on Sunday. Same thing for Free Fire. Mobile Legends Bang Bang actually started yesterday. They'll have their finals on Saturday. And the one that's not mentioned here is Honor of Kings. They did also start yesterday, but they won't have their finals until the weekend after that. So they get 2 weeks total for their competition, but a lot more points to be earned for the club championship. As I do think a lot of the Dota teams are doing pretty well. I mean, I know for the first series we have Gaimin, and I think they came top 8 last year as well, Purge. So they have a lot of horses in the race, as you say.
Yeah, they do. But there's a couple organizations that usually have a lot of games. Some Team Falcons usually places really well, but it is important that you have to win, I think, at least one game to be eligible for the big prize pool. So
that is correct. And I believe you need to be also getting top 8 to be allowed in the top 8 even when speaking of that. But this game Gladiators, so we think, they have a good shot of doing things. But let's look at the Aramco power rankings to see how we tiered them. Okay, I need to say here, guys, we tiered the 8 best teams in the world. And as we already talked about, it's very difficult ranking teams that we think can take games off of everyone. So please, pinch of salt here.
I can summarize our logic.
Summarize the logic, please.
The logic was we were trying to rank teams based off of not only their current skill level, their current strength, but also the whole year, because this is, of course, the Esports World Cup. So it's the pinnacle of everything. So, this is why Gaimin, despite looking really strong, we put them in B tier, because depending on the tournament, they've looked not good. But then recently, they look really good. So put both of those things together, they end up on B tier, because those are good teams on the B tier.
Those are great teams.
Like all of these teams could win the whole thing, I think.
And when we started this, we actually put like 5 teams in S tier, and we're like, well, this is going to look stupid if every team is in S tier. We gotta slightly separate them. They're all super close.
Yeah, and it should be noted that of those teams, Thunder did actually have the best year with the most Tier 1 tournament wins. But we were just looking at it also with recency bias, how they did in the last tournament and how they looked going into this one.
Yeah, and they're one of the teams that did not top their group. So, and they didn't play in the most recent LAN tournament either. So, or rather, they didn't do too well. I think they still came top 8, but like not too great. So we put them at A tier, but that's still really good, guys. The top 8 here is really good. But we're only going to see 4 teams today. We're going to do 2 series a day from here on out, and guess what? Single elimination all the way through. We are gonna end the day with Aurora Gaming taking on P-Vision. I mean, I'm gonna just, it's gonna be blockbusters all the way, guys. I can just say, oh, what an absolute block. It's every series. Every series is gonna be great. And we're starting the day with our SNB match of the day. We have chosen Purge Spirit versus Gaimin.
I'm really excited for this series just because both teams are fantastic, and we are expecting Gladiators to do well. I'm going to again mention that Team Spirit, the only teams they played against so far this tournament are eliminated teams. So there is a possibility that their strength so far this tournament is because they're playing weaker teams, but they're also the same Team Spirit that's been winning tournaments consistently. They hit their power spikes at the biggest tournaments of the year typically. Like, we don't know what's going to happen here, but it could go either way.
Yeah, let's focus our attention indeed on the first series of the day. And let's talk more about Team Spirit. They are not your defending champions, but they did win a championship 2 years ago. Actually, they won 2 that year because they also won TI. And they have already won EWC before. When we say we haven't seen them too much, I think, Effie, it's so hard to judge them right now. Because what would you like to add to what Purge already mentioned about them not playing any of the teams that are still left in the competition in their group itself?
Yeah, that's true that they didn't necessarily have the strongest group, but I think when you look at a team with overall experience, especially in situations like this, elimination brackets, having to come back against teams that people expected to outpace them, they've been here before. Like, this is no stranger to them, and I expect them to do as well as they have looked during the group stage.
Yeah, as we here have our Jamil's Motorsports player arrivals.
Wow,
look like cool guys.
Cool.
Yeah, with his sunglasses.
I just want to point out that it doesn't look like it's that hot, but it's really hot.
It's so hot, guys. It's like 42 degrees today. So the heat definitely also adds to the vibe here as these players. I mean, they've been on this stage. They've been on the biggest of stages. I think if any team is not going to be phased, it's going to be Team Spirit. They, of course, will also pick up their key.
That's a heavy key.
It is. Yeah. Actual gold.
Solid gold.
You guys know gold is like 40% more expensive than it was last year?
40?
It's a great investment.
Really?
Yeah, it's been good.
Why is that?
Inflation, people want to hedge their bets. They want to kind of save their money. But with that being said, I also want to note that Team Spirit are kind of the boogeyman for Gaming Gladiators because the TI that they did win, that was against, not the first one, of course, they won multiple.
Yeah.
But the last TI that they won was against Gaming Gladiators in a grand finals where they 3-0'd them. And there might be a little bit of a mental block there because, again, Dota is a psychological game. We heard that from Coach Caps.
Yep.
And I think things like that should be factored into matchups.
For sure. Also, if we think about the record of the teams this year, 2025, Team Spirit won 4 out of 5 series. So I know that Gaimin didn't have the greatest start to the year. So maybe also there we can take a little bit of, give a little bit of leeway there to Gaimin because they definitely look a lot better now. But still, a mental block might just still be there, Purge.
I think there's also roster instability. They've roster swapped 2 separate times this year. First, they swapped out their carry, and they had Watson playing, and then later they swapped Celery from active to inactive, and they grabbed Malady. So if you look at the games they've played now, they've actually played a lot of matches together as a squad through all the tournaments that they played, and I think it just took them time to finally solidify their playstyle, and I think they're hitting their streak at a good time, because at least then their best heroes aren't getting nerfed by patches, something that's been happening to P-Vision and other teams.
Yeah, that might definitely be a little bit of an up for Gaming Gladiators, but don't take our word for it. Let's hear how Gaimin is stepping into this playoff phase for EWC.
How do I feel about my team's performance this event so far? I think it's been pretty good. It's not perfect and there's always things to improve on, but I think, been headed in the right direction. After the horrendous online tournament we had or whatever, you sort of have to just keep the faith and assume that there's a fluke, some stupid circumstances surrounding it, and just like, we'll play better next time and cope it up a little bit. I think we coped it up, and that is good enough for now, and we'll just try to keep that up and try to improve where we can.
Putting damage onto the Medusa, already half HP with the Pog silenced up. Does manage to get away. The Roar's going to be used on the Templar Assassin. BKB allows him to just keep going after Skeeter, and Skeeter's still going to fall. Watson, he just brute forces it.
We've improved quite a decent amount of that over the past months.
They see him. They should know he's there. Topi going to pop the Firefly, drop the Slippery. They're going to find him. Lewis is gone. Watson, he'll get roared up. Rebound in. They're going to try and blow Watson up, but Watson, he should have the help from the Dazzle. But no, the Shallow Grave was already committed, but Watson is just man-fighting everyone. Triple kill for Watson. Meanwhile, Palos, he finally deals with Malady, but he forgot about the carry. Palos will get ultra killed. Now Dino, it's a rampage for Watson.
We all feel pretty good. Like, I think we can win the tournament. Will we? I don't know. I think there's a lot of teams who could win this tournament. It's a pretty competitive top 8. We'll just go and we'll try to play and we'll see what happens. But I think we're capable of winning.
Once again, had as much fun. Quinn in some trouble, but he's got Essence Ring, he's got Solar. Oh, the Wrath of Nature, it's not quite enough to finish him off, but now Pure can't really go anywhere here. He needs help, but Save to the rescue. Jumps in, Terrorize though, hits onto Bolt of Marcy, and the Pure Nature's Prophet is almost dead. Watson will be able to finish him off. No, turns his attention to Save, gets that kill.
Yeah, we saw Gaming Gladiators last when they 2-0'd their previous opponent in Yandex, and of course in the group they did get seeded into the second phase of their group, which was very nice for them. We expect big things from Gaming Gladiators, but it still feels like we still haven't seen the best of them, and it can be said the same for Team Spirit. I think it's pretty crazy that for our first series, Jenkins, we have the defending champions and the previous champions and the rematch of the TI-12 Grand Finals as well.
Honestly, looking at the bracket, I was just thinking, like, it's crazy that right now we are going to eliminate one of these 2 teams. Like, that's insane. I do think that it's going to come down to a clash of styles, because I feel like all the teams that are left in the top 8 are playing at their peak form. And so, for me, Team Spirit is the best comeback team that has ever existed in Dota history. But Gaimin is one of the fastest paced teams that has ever existed in Dota history, and they are currently playing incredibly fast. Some of the most dominant games that we've seen all tournament, and recently are from Gaiman, and other teams are on the receiving end of this. So I just wonder, is like the Aura's 5-man run-at-you strategy something that can end the game so early that Spirit will never have a chance to have a comeback?
So I was curious about that because that's typically the narrative when it comes to these two teams, right? So I checked Gaiman Gladiators' average match win duration. So on average, they will win matches in 33.5 minutes. And I wanted to look at Spirits because we've always talked about them as a later game team. Their average match win duration is also 33 minutes, whereas Gaiman play an average duration overall of 33 minutes, even in the games they lose, and Spirit have played 35 in the games that they've lost. But actually, Spirit has not been playing slow at all, and I don't really think we're going to see a clash of styles in the sense that it'll be one-sided.
Okay, I also looked at the same stat, and what I deduced from it, and this is my take, is that when I am thinking that a team is playing fast, it's not necessarily that they end the game fast, because you can play a game fast, go Aura's 5-man, and choke out the map. It's still hard to go high ground, right? It's like the speed at which they will 5-man, the speed at which they will run all of their heroes at a tower. And I feel like with Spirit, they're more like Yatoro will farm and he'll connect later on. So maybe the average game time is the same between them. But I do think that one very important thing we have to mention here, Shiver, is there's an important person watching in chat. That is going to be Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. And we actually got to get some people typing in chat. Press 1 if you think that my take on I think Gaiman Gladiators is going to smash Team Spirit right now. Press 1 in chat if you think that that's true, and Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib is watching, or press 2 if you agree with Effie, and can we get a camera pan over to Effie, and you think that actually Spirit is going to smash Gaiman Gladiators. 1 for Jenkins, 2 for Effie, Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
I've never said anything like that,
You
Jenkins.
definitely just said that.
That is not what I just said.
You're the mediator here.
Well, we have to see what Twitch chat reads or types
what?
out. That's really
What are we on, a
important.
5-minute delay?
Yeah.
Okay, can we
Twitch
just
chat, you
silently wait
decide.
for 5 minutes?
I doubt it. You want to give that a try now?
Gather the data.
Just meditate.
We'll edit it in post.
Okay.
How about that? Do we actually have favorites? Do you actually favorite Gaiman Gladiators in
I
this
do
series?
actually favorite
Yeah?
Gaiman Gladiators. Yeah, I think Spirit is an incredible team. They always have potential to win the entire thing, but I just trust the matches that I've seen from Gaiman in the last 2 months. Like, they're cooking. Like, this looks to me like peak Gaiman form, and I feel like do I think they're going to win the entire tournament? No, I think probably at some point they'll run into a style which is just better than theirs, or a team that is just like on a higher caliber, but I think they'll make it really far. Spirit would be more likely for me to clutch like the grand finals, for example.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think this is one of those situations where you have a matchup that's just unfortunate for Spirit, and Gaiman is they're gonna smash them.
What's your read, Purge?
I think it all comes down to the draft, frankly. Like, if Gaming gets to play the heroes that they want to, for example, the last 3 games they played, they had Underlord, every single one. They won all 3 games. If they get their specialty hero that fits the circumstance and allows them to play the style that they excel in, that gives them a much higher chance of taking out a really good team like Spirit. Eventually, that's going to get broken somewhere along the line, so I do agree that I don't necessarily see them winning the tournament, but I could see them getting, top 2 for sure.
And I think they're evenly matched. Like, this one, to me, also will come down to... I think it will come down to draft, but also how they play around the mid lane. Because I think if Spirit are equipped to deal with Gaiman's mid lane aggression of bringing 2 supports mid, playing around Quinn, if they can give Laurel the backup that he needs, then I think in terms of tempo, these teams are actually not far off. Spirit have been playing fast this tournament.
And for one player to look out for all the people tuning in, which one player is gonna deliver? Who's been the MVP for the 2 teams?
I have my choice.
Okay, go for it.
I gotta say, for Gaiman, it's Quinn. I agree with Mira that there's a lot of focus on the mid lane. And when he can have a good game, which he often will because he understands matchups better than a lot of mid laners, he's very meticulous about knowing the matchups, he will oppress the map like none other. And I think this stems from playing in NA Dota for so long, is that this is how you had to play in order to survive in that region, and he's managed to bring it to a much stronger region and then refine it so that it actually works against top teams.
I think for Team Spirit, I would say the player to watch is actually their 5 in Miposhka. They've had some really interesting picks, like a last pick Winter Wyvern that entirely clutched the draft.
That was so good.
So you have to be open to thinking about if the 5 is going to bust out something weird.
Okay, we're gonna see if those two players and if these two teams can deliver. It will, of course, be fantastic to watch the game, but before we do that, we, of course, have to get the players on stage. And before that, we are gonna start the first series here in absolute style.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champion selects 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Amazon Esports Arena as we begin the playoffs for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. We started this tournament off with 16 teams, and now we're down to just 8. I'm your host, Tsunami, and as always, I am joined by... Ah! Who the heck are you? Where's Fancy?
Oh, yeah, Fancy's not around. He's kind of busy. So, hi, I'm Milosh. I'll be co-hosting with Tsunami over this next week in Dota 2 if he chooses to accept me.
Yeah, there's a bit of an initiation period. What do you even know about Dota?
What? Hazing period. Go for it. I'm ready. What do you got?
Any question?
Go for it.
Who's your favorite pro player?
I'm Lebanese, so GH. Easy.
Okay, that was a freebie. Who's your least favorite hero?
It's a lot to think about. Tinker?
All right, you and I are going to get along just fine. Thank you very much, Milosh. It's a pleasure to have you, but give me an introduction. What are we doing here in this venue right now?
Well, we're going to have a lot of fun going through 4 days of Dota 2. Of course, as everybody watched last week, 16 teams came in. We're down to the 8 that are competing here in playoffs. It is a single elimination bracket. You slip in a best of 3, you do not make it deeper into EWC 25, of course, up until we hit our grand final on Saturday night. There's a lot on the line. $3 million, over 3,500 club points for teams that are competing in different games here at the Esports World Cup. There's a lot on the line, a lot of pressure on our players.
But for here, we're focused on the Dota 2 for right now, and now we're focused on bringing out all these teams that managed to make it to the playoffs. It's been a long journey to get to this point. They've had to rigor through the group stage and the elimination bracket, but they've survived and they've managed to make it to this point. Now they have to go into this single elimination bracket and survive to become a champion in the end. So So without further ado, let's start bringing out these players and these teams, starting off with Aurora Gaming. We've got Nightfall, Kiyotaka, Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, and Panto.
Now, the club itself is a familiar name to EWC 24's Riyadh Masters viewers. The squad, however, is completely different than what you saw last year. This will be the biggest test for this relatively fresh roster that's joining us here at EWC 25. So, next up on our stage, joining us, it is P-Vision. Satanic, No One, DM, 9 Class, and Ducalis. It's P-Vision.
This team has conquered Bangkok and they conquered Raleigh. They have been dominating the entirety of the EPT thus far. Why should we doubt that they wouldn't be able to continue that magic and that trend here in Riyadh, their debut performance as a club here right now? Dota 2 has been a strong suit for them, but let's see if they'll be able to keep that magic going. Next up, please welcome BB Team! We've got Pure, GPK, Miero, Save, and Kataomi.
And in the past, it seemed like a glass ceiling held them back from lifting gold on stage. But last month, they conquered their demons and they shattered that glass ceiling to bits. Now they stand at EWC on our main stage at the Amazon Arena, looking like potential victors and ones to take it all. Maybe. Always the question marks. Next up, though, on stage, we're joined by Tundra. Now with Tundra Esports, it's Crystallis, BZM, 33, Saxa, and Whitemon.
You've seen this name for years in Dota, but the players have cycled out quite regularly. One thing has remained consistent, though, Tundra always is a championship caliber team, and this roster is no exception. Last year set the bar high for what this squad would be capable of. Let's see if these 5 players will be able to continue the magic. Next up, we've got Team Liquid! Mickey, Nisha, Saberlight, Boxy, and Insania.
And this club will end its second at Riyadh Masters 2023 and at EWC 2024. This is the big question. If not now, then when? Will they do it? Is the third time really the charm for Team Liquid here competing at EWC 25? Only a singular player was swapped, and that was Saberlight. Off of last year's performance, can they make it even deeper and maybe lift gold? That's Team Liquid, though. Our final one of the 6 here. It's the hometown heroes. It's Team Falcons! The Skitter, Maureen, ATF, Crit, and Snakey.
That's right, you are staring at the current club champions of the Esports World Cup as Falcons dominated all of the games that they competed in last year. Let's see if they can manage to lift that trophy in Dota this time, or if it'll continue to elude them. But expectations are high for this entire team. These are just 6 of the teams that are joining us here, but they're not playing just now. We've got 2 more teams joining us to take these seats behind us and start playing some Dota.
Yeah, you need 2 teams to make it happen. So how about we start off with our first one? It's Team Spirit! They're our first up on the stage to compete, champions of Riyadh Masters 2023. They still achieved top 8 last year at EWC 24. If anything, they're known for ramping up the deeper they get into the competitive season. With the way that they topped Group A, dropping only a singular map, it seems like their path so far is quite set.
But these guys were champions 2 years ago. I want to see the champions that are reigning right now. Please welcome Gaiman Gladiators! Watson, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Mallory are taking the stage right now and looking for an opportunity. It's already been inscribed on the totem of champions for 3 of these players, but 2 of them are looking for an opportunity to make it their first time. Will they continue their reign of dominance and be back-to-back or will they succumb to this single elimination format? One of these two teams is going to be eliminated by the end of this series. So, gentlemen, please take your spots and place your keys, captains. And then we'll let the Dota do the talking. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Milosh, as we are ready soon to get this first map of this best of 3 started. Now, we already mentioned the MVPs for both teams, or the expected MVPs in Quinn and Miposhka, but there is a lot more depth to the success of these two teams, which begins with the draft in a second, as we already mentioned. Very important for these two teams. So I would like to have a little bit of a couple of highlights of what to expect in terms of the heroes we're going to see. For people that haven't watched the first 2 phases, what is going to be highly contested?
I think the highest picked heroes are with good win rates. I believe are TA, Nature's Prophet. Those heroes are still good despite getting nerfs in the most recent patch. They just give you the most flexibility, the highest hard carry potential from a range position, which is the more common carry style. Shadow Fiends are popular right now. The supports are kind of all over the place as well. So there's just a lot of good things to look for.
I got one standout hero for this series in particular. I would say Dark Willow should be on the menu because Rue has been one of the best Dark Willows we've seen this year since he started playing for Spirit. And Tofu, we saw incredible performances from him on Dark Willow as well recently. And I feel like this is kind of the position 4 right now if you're talking ranged heroes. So I could see that being pretty highly valued in the series.
I think that's the one that makes it through the most. So it's the one we will most likely see the most. But when it comes to Rue and Tofu, I'd also talk about the Batrider. But that hero is usually consistently banned. But if it's let through, both of them have had really strong performances on Batrider. And I think especially if you look at Team Spirit, who have such a strong 1v5 type carry player, any kind of BKB piercing disable is anti-carry. You know, things like Lasso, things like Pulverize. We've seen Primal Beast on the rise a little bit. And anything that can counter BKB is going to be very important in the series.
It's a good point about the bat. I think it's been picked 10 games this tournament. It's won 9 out of 10. The win rate's crazy.
The one that it lost was P-Vision drafted 2 saves against it. They had
Oracle, maybe?
It was like Oracle.
I think it was Ringmaster Dazzle or Ringmaster Oracle.
I think it was Ringmaster Oracle, and it was really interesting. So that they had 3 heroes that were all really good at like going in, and they basically made up for the fact that they had 2 squishy backline supports, and that seems like the only answer to it. Is like it's so good you need double saves, and then also Oracle can purge the napalm in the laning phase, so it's like answers both. So I do agree with Mira that like if it gets through, there's the team that can pick it is going to pick it, and then the other team that let it through is going to have some sort of like big answer for it because it looks really imbalanced.
With the fact that it's single elimination, but it is still best of 3. Do we think that in the game 1, because sometimes we have teams, you know, we'll let it through one game to see if we have a plan to counter it. Do you think that is going to be less now that it is single elim? Because no second chance.
I mean, it's still a BO3. If you have a really good idea against it, like there's a lot of like bait drafts that you'll do. You say, okay, we're going to let the Batrider through, but we know that we're going to respond, not with the Oracle right away, but it's going to come in the second phase or something like that, because we're going to pick a hero that seems like that we're not going to pick it. You know, they could do some like little flex thing like that where you get the true counter. But I don't necessarily think that they're going to be messing around at all. Like they're coming in planned. They're playing 1 BO3 a day. Like they've been prepping this draft for days.
I'm going to be honest. Like I feel like if you're a Dota team and you're going to a tournament, any tournament, you're not thinking at all about the format. You're not thinking at all about the prize pool.
Every series,
like
matters.
You are thinking about every game and every series, and probably the prep will be like pretty much the same. So if a team was likely to let things through before, maybe this idea works outside of group stage, because I do think group stage is different when you know that you have that buffer. But I feel like when the playoffs hit, if they were going to let Batrider through like with a lower bracket, they're going to do it as if there is a lower bracket, especially with these teams. Like they are no like they've been in grand finals before, you know, so is pressure really a thing for them?
It also should be noted that in these long tournaments, the meta kind of changes day by day. And when it comes to Team Spirit, they haven't played in quite a few days because they topped the group, making it so they don't have to play Phase 2. Then there were a couple of days off in between. So that natural meta development of finding counters to heroes, that would have occurred during scrims. And the question is, how far can you take scrim data into an elimination bracket? Because oftentimes teams aren't playing their best in scrims, and they don't want to reveal their hand in scrims, especially this close to playoffs.
Do you think, because I think that is a benefit for some teams, but also a detriment for other teams. Some teams need to play consistently and go far. If we think back to, the international that had the last chance qualifier. Team Spirit and Team Liquid that won the last chance qualifier came second and third. Secret and Liquid came second and third at that particular TI, and a lot of credit for them went to the fact that they did have to play every single series that you could possibly think of. But that's, I feel, very specific for which teams benefits that. Is Team Spirit a type of team that will be fine?
I think so. I think they are one of the more consistent teams. They've had some occasional mediocre performances, but I think in the case of Team Liquid, whose effort is a little bit up and down depending on what tournament of the year it is and when they're really focused on boot camps, it matters more for teams like that. I think Gaming Gladiators is a little bit momentum based right now as well, because we've been seeing up and down results. So them having more matches going into the series is definitely going to help them.
I think Spirit are quite momentum-based as a team. They always have been. While they have had consistent results this year, it does feel like they play their best when they drop some games and they get owned and they have to play throughout the entire tournament, because they're an honest team. It's not like they're going to bust out some, last pick Broodmothers or last pick Meepos. That's not really something in their arsenal. So not playing for the duration of the days doesn't really benefit them draft-wise.
You want to hear a fun fact?
I would love to hear a fun fact.
Oh, wow. Great.
Okay.
Of course, both of these two teams are champions of EWC 2023 and 2024. Both of the teams have faced in both of those EWCs, but only in the groups, and they only ever tied. Neither one of these teams has ever won from one another, regardless if they were the champion that EWC, from each other.
Until today.
And now we're going to see one team knock the other out. That's
Of course, the first one, I do mean for Team Spirit, they were the champions of Riyadh Masters. And then, of course, for Gaming, they were the champions of Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But both of those tournaments, neither of the teams has won from one another, and it will change. We're going to find out how, though, because it has begun. The draft is on your screen. We're going to have Team Spirit on the Radiant side, Gaming on the Dire, and we have got first pick for Gaming.
It's so funny. You're playing against Collapse in a $3 million tournament. You ban Magnus.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to make it easier for them to pick those like turret type carry heroes, whether it's a Lina or a Shadow Fiend or a Nature's Prophet. Like if that's the obvious response. If you pick one of those early on, you don't want to get repositioned.
I'm actually looking at their drafts right now, and the only team that let Magnus through versus them and didn't ban it was Na'Vi, and they did pick it against Na'Vi. So I just think it's funny, like Jenkins said, this is a hero that even if a lot of teams aren't looking at it that much, you have to always have in the back of your head.
I think Magnus currently is like good tier. It's not Imba, it's not bad by any means. It's good in certain situations, like Purge was mentioning, like against ranged carries. It's very strong. So I can understand why Gaming would want to ban it in general, but then you're playing against a guy that, won a TI in the most flashy way possible using Magnus, and that has also picked it tournament after tournament after tournament since then.
Regardless of patch.
It's like, don't be stupid, Don't be stupid, ban it.
Sorry, it wasn't Na'Vi that let it through. It was Talon that let it through.
Okay.
And they first picked Lina, and guess what? Magnus right after.
They're just asking for it. No team's going to make that mistake again against them. Got a last ban here coming.
Yeah, we have the Bat Rider that you guys talked about still in the pool, so that is something that Team Spirit is giving away, potentially.
There's also a Queen of Pain that I think should be highly contested in this series, because not only is it a strong flex... Okay, as I say, it's not just a strong flex hero, but it's something that people dominate mid with. And I think for the series in particular, you have to look at the Quinn versus Laurel matchup.
especially when you're going to get the Batrider, because you don't have as much pressure against the hero. She can blink away typically. So seems like a pretty decent start here for Gladiators draft.
So my question here is that I don't see Spirit leaving Batrider in and just saying like, oh yeah, we can play against it. They're a smart enough team to draft something that is countering it. I also wonder, given that we saw P-Vision counter it with Oracle, like, is this something you consider second phase banning if you're gaming, or do you just allow it through because you believe Oracle's not that strong of a hero?
It'd be dangerous, I feel like, to pick it so early, because then this leaves you to be able to exploit the safe lane, potentially.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. I think the current style of Ember is quite decent against Batrider. The Blade Mail, Sanj and Kaya, like running in there, you return the magical damage, but you have a magic barrier yourself. The Chains combo also is quite devastating for Bat. It's a very hard hero to lasso.
True, but Team Spirit's also the only hero that has played Ember as a position 4 on Rue. So they have this as a flex pick. They didn't do it during this EWC, but they did it in the most recent Wallachia.
Yeah, it's definitely good. I think there's a lot of 4 flexes that are actually decent, for sure.
They did this at Blast as well. When they could pick it on 9, they just did. And they secured it with something like a Huskar ban. But I do wonder if it's that valuable compared to things that are left in the pool. For example, Doom. That's a hero that everyone snags up. Because if you want to talk about potential Batrider counters, something that's more meta than Oracle right now is Abaddon. And that hero just gets countered by Doom.
That's a good point. And Doom's win rate, 15 picks, 53%, so still very reasonable considering his popularity. Surprisingly, Gaming haven't banned the Oracle yet. They banned the Bane first. Decent lane winner against the Bat because you can fight him to the death. You can also potentially Nightmare save. Grip against cores is really powerful too, so maybe trying to protect their BKB carries later on in the game.
I think that's the big thing for me, like why Bane feels strong. Like number one, people have gotten a lot better at using the Sleepwalker facet to do like really cool things. We're seeing people like intentionally cliff themselves so they can avoid ganks, like pull people into towers. But really, it's that a lot of the really strong mid laners right now, like the Puck, Storm, Embers of the world, all do not like playing into Bane. And then also, we're talking about Poshka Bane here. This isn't some normal Bane. Like, this dude will whip it out on any patch.
For me, it just feels like Bane does too much too. Like throughout group stage, he looked like the strongest 5 by far. He would win lane, he would roam, he would set up for kills on side lanes. And of course, that BKB piercing disable is always going to be an invaluable tool. Also, you set up for a lot of things, like the coolest Bane combos. Like we've seen some dual roam Bane Mirana, we've seen some dual roam Bane Leshrac. Just anything that can take advantage of the Nightmare setup early game will give you a really big edge, especially at the rune battles, the power runes, because the skirmishes are always going to be there.
And he's so good at staying alive a long time compared to other supports. If you run in there with like a CM to fight to the death on a Wisdom Shrine, like you're going to explode. But Bane can buy himself a good 5+ seconds in a lot of circumstances.
I mean, you want to talk about heroes that can buy themselves some time that was still available. It's Shadow Shaman is another that we've seen picked a lot in the tournament. I feel like it's a really solid pick when you don't want to reveal anything about your draft, but you just want like a good, solid support. Willow also kind of exists in that category. Obviously, Willow, it's much more like telegraphed what you're going to do on the hero. But there's like a lot of really solid early phase supports in Dota right now, it feels like.
Yeah, just to give you guys a heads up, we also, of course, noticed that the draft has disappeared from you guys' screen. We'll try to get that back up as soon as possible. The teams are continuing drafting. It's just a slight API issue.
It's a little surprise for us.
Yeah.
What could they...
There it is. All right, we got ourselves an Axe and a Marcy coming from Gaimin after they banned out the Willow and the Bane. And then the Huskar ban, as Effie predicted, still came out. It was the Silencer that came out for Spirit.
Oh yeah.
And then the Axe Marcy, and then now the CK.
This is a sick draft. These are both very new meta drafts, I would say. Like Axe Marcy, Liquid showed this at Wallachia, how strong the combo is. Like, giving Axe a way to initiate without Blink, and then even like following up after you get the Blink Dagger, and chasing people through 4-staffs and things like that. This is one of the strongest lanes that there is if they do want to run it with like Axe Marcy. But even in the game, like if it's a portal rotation, Marcy can do a lot with Axe. And then CK on the flip side, I feel like it was BB team that really brought this hero into the meta originally, saying like, yeah, we think that the two facets are good. You can either use the break facet against heroes like Bristleback, maybe against Axe. And then there's the double stun facet. You can play it also as a support, and it's really strong.
But it was Team Spirit that ran CK as carry at this tournament, and in that same day we saw 2 carry CKs. It looked really cool, and of course the flex is still open for the 4 CK, but I would love to see it pulled out. The question that I have right now is, could there potentially be the Batrider mid? Because you see the Ember, you see a potential carry CK. Core Batrider will do much more versus a Chaos Knight than a support would, because support Batrider plays on Lasso, wants to find the main one. That might not be easy, whereas core Batrider will have the BKB, will have the items, will get in the middle of the fight and make it so that CK struggles versus the AoE damage.
That's a good point. One thing about the last year we haven't talked on was the silencer. They didn't end up going for an Oracle. They're going to try to cover the lasso with a global silence instead. That hopefully there won't be a follow-up after the first lasso, or maybe the Marcy and the Axe are going to zip in and you can global afterwards. That's potential, but in lane, I think Silencer is going to have a bad time against those 2 heroes.
I mean, there's an idea with Silencer versus Batrider also that you can't really sticky napalm spam because you're getting cursed, right? It's a bit like Bristleback in that sense. But again, this problem is solved if you do run this Batrider core.
Wow, this is an interesting pick. Okay, so I see what they're doing here. It's a hero to answer Ember mid. However, I will say, if you want to talk historically about some of the worst matchups for Death Prophet, it is all heroes that can burst her.
Like CK.
Like CK. Like CK Death Prophet can be so devastating for the Death Prophet. He can just insta-burst her. Even if she has popped ult in a single stun, you can kill her. It does go the other way, where if you can somehow save Death Prophet, she can siphon all the illusions and then just insta-heal to full HP and be unkillable. But often in that stun, it's enough to kill her.
I wonder if this might be one of the rare circumstances where it's worth to get the morning facet, the one that delays the damage you take. Because I play Death Prophet a lot, and occasionally there is a game like this where their burst is so high that it's worth it to sacrifice your spirit damage and the Ags build just to survive the burst, because it swings a couple fights.
That's a good point. I could see that, because really we talk about it, but it is only CK that's Death Prophet's concern right now. Ember, Silencer, Shaman, they're not going to burst her. Shaman will lock her down, but she's going to have a team behind her. It's really just surviving that CK onslaught that she needs to think about.
How do CK Silencer lane against the Marcy Axe? I feel like Marcy Axe wins almost any lane.
That's
played well.
Pretty volatile, I would say. I mean, any CK lane is going to naturally be volatile because he has some absolutely incredible level 2 timing, but Silencer out of position. I mean, you tell me as a pause 5 player, you're playing against Marcy Axe. How many times are you going down? All right, you want to get out. But it's one of those situations where, like, Mapochka is of course going to be playing behind Yatoro on CK. Like, his positioning is going to matter a lot, and if they can get a little bit of an advantage, this can definitely go either way. Super volatile.
I love the Terrorblade ban here against Gaming Gladiators. The hero's only played 8 times this tournament. It's lost 7 of the 8. The 1 win was on Gladiators. So despite it being a bad hero on paper, they're still spooked about Watson playing it. It is good against illusion heroes, though.
They also just don't really have heroes versus Terrorblade, so it's really good to get that out of the way. But also, just on what Jenkins was saying, I think if Silencer does die one time and they start pushing into CK's tower, that's going to be a problem. So what Spirit can do is they can pick someone self-sustaining on the offlane and just kind of commit the idea that Rue will be half playing on that lane. Like, if they get double waved or it starts to push into tower, you have to be able to leave Collapse's hero alone and bring 2 supports to that safe lane.
I mean, self-sustaining against the gaming heroes for Collapse. I mean, Underlord is always a solid self-sustaining hero, but it's just not good against, like, Death Prophet, Bat. And there's a lot of good offlaners you can leave. Also, Tide is not so good against Death Prophet. You can't dispel the Siphon. See, what has Collapse been up to? Centaur can cut waves. That's always an option. You can also pick Darkseer and, like, go jungle.
Well, so they have overall last pick, right? So they can...
Yeah.
Oh, Centaur's ban. Okay.
It will be the Centaur ban, and we will find out what Watson... No, Watson will be playing the Axe?
So it is it's mid Batrider,
Marcy.
Right? Or Marcy.
Or it could be Marcy.
It could be Marcy, that's true.
Or Death Prophet.
But in that case, if you're throwing Batrider versus the Silencer, that's a stronger lane for CK and Silencer.
Yeah,
because Silencer plays
definitely.
very well into Batrider. I mean, he can get killed by Batrider, but he trades well, and the Curse of the Silent will stop the napalms.
They're going to be able to kill the CK illusions really easy now, though. If Warlock's waiting to counter-initiate, Golem plus Fatal Bonds, they're gone.
I
And
know,
their
it's,
damage is
I
gonna
know
lie.
it's Watson, so he'll probably be Marcy, but I do want to say on the record that I actually think Carry Axe would be quite good here against CK illusions. I feel like Marcy versus CK, if CK can get any sort of advantage, what is she going to Battle Fury down the illusions? Like, you just really don't have an illusion answer. I would love to see a Carry Axe. That'd be so cool.
Well, let's see if you're going to get it. You are not going to get it. It will indeed be Watson on Marcy. And it will just be the Ace Axe.
I'm surprised.
And for that reason, I think Spirit had the read, so they went for Slardar, something that trades well versus Marcy on lane.
Yeah.
But they also just double down on the burst. Like, whoever gets amp damaged by Slardar will get killed by CK. The issue that they have with the Slardar pick, though, is they don't have a pipe buyer for the Fatal Bonds, nor do they really have a Crimson Guard buyer for the Death Prophet ulti.
That's a good point.
This is no auras versus the team that is obsessed with buying auras. That is very interesting. But I agree, like, Spirit has very strong lanes and a very strong combo as well. Like, Death Prophet's issue against CK is literally amplified by Slardar, and that hope of not getting bursted is just vaporized.
They need armor items so bad on Gladiators. When you're against Slardar plus another minus armor source, like the CK, they need, like, bucklers maybe. They need plate mails. They need armor items. They need Ashivas.
Lotus.
Big time.
Lotus is a big one too.
Yep.
Against Shaman,
Do we have
Silencer.
a favorite coming out of this draft?
I think Spirit's draft just looks way more conventional and safe. I'm a little bit worried about the carry Marcy for the reasons you mentioned. They paired Marcy with Warlock, which isn't really an ideal lane either. It's not like you're going to be bringing Warlock into the jump necessarily. So they definitely have something in mind, but I don't like it as much.
I don't think it's that conventional of a draft. I mean, they don't have aura buyers. Their 5-man is kind of iffy. They do have really good pickoff potential. They have strong laning potential. They can take early Roshan. But if Gladiators are in a position to 5-man, their 5-man is much simpler than Spirit's 5-man. Like, they have more teamfight ultis. They have more potential aura buyers in the Axe. And there is the question of, will they manage to successfully burst Death Prophet? Because if they don't, she will do a lot of damage in these fights.
I would say it's conventional in the sense of overall Dota, but maybe not on this patch. Like, on this patch, it's all about buying the auras, and Spirit doesn't have that right now.
Okay, we're going to find out. It's game 1 of this elimination, best of 3. Before we see the game, though, we are going to hear some words from Coach Silent, who is with Nomad.
Hello, Mr. Silent. So, a little bit of an interesting draft coming out here from Game in Gladiators, especially like the Death Prophet. We haven't really seen so much of this hero recently. What are your thoughts on it?
We actually was thinking we could pick it against Ember because a lot of heroes was banned, so it wasn't like we didn't expect that.
Okay, interesting. And what does the Slardar do for your draft then? Because this is a 1-0 hero at the moment.
Just feeling like it's good against Death Prophet, Marcy, just good against their heroes.
All right, give me a 1 to 10. How confident are you in this draft for game number 1?
0.
0.
10 or 10, not sure.
Not sure. Okay, all right, Silent. Loving the confidence. Thank you very much. Good luck in this game as we jump into game number 1 of Game in Gladiators versus Team Spirit with Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you, Nomad. Welcome, everybody. Game 1 of this best of 3 single elimination playoffs here at EWC. Sunspan here with Kezu. Game in Gladiators versus Spirit.
Yep.
Don't worry, guys. You're not missing anything. There's a pause because 33, he walked into the studio and saw that the lights were bright. Thus, the pause ensues, Kezu.
I mean, he must have talked with Melody because he was actually pointing at the lights.
Yep.
Also, I like that Silent. He's like, apparently he doesn't care. You know, this draft is either a 0 or a 10.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Either you win or you lose. So.
We'll figure it out during the game, but I will say there's a lot of... there's a lot to the 2 drafts. There's a lot of things I like. There's a few things I'm not so sure about. I will say that this 24-pick Slardar is very strong. I think it's quite nasty, especially against Marcy. Like, you want some BKB disable. You can also man up against her during the BKB. So, you know, I kind of like what Spirit have going for themselves, but Gaiman, as always, they've got the tempo, Shannon.
Yes, they do. For Gaiman, you talked about Marcy.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on one word.
I just want to reiterate something that I've said many a time in the past.
that
when this
Marcy
hero
loses.
is played as carry, I don't think I've seen, or I haven't cast a single game that it's worked. So I'm just not a believer. Tell me how this can be enabled this game.
I mean, basically, Marcy, and I even think that a lot of Gaiman's draft in general, they rely on being able to like move forward in the fight. Like you start the fight, you run in, you pop your unleash, you have your DP run in, you lasso someone back, you have a golem dropping. So Marcy carry is a lot about a strong laning phase, which the hero has. He's paired up with Warlock, which is good. So for them, I think they just wanted any kind of tempo carry that can play aggressive throughout the game. And I think that's kind of it. I will say that I'm not the biggest fan of it. I like it a lot when it's played with Io.
I mean, when they picked Marcy, I'm like, oh man, they got the rebound with Axe early on. You don't need to get a blink super fast. But you're not going to be in the same lane. It's a carry Marcy, so you're not really going to see that too much.
Yeah, they did decide to swap that around, but let's see. We might have a rune fight because Spirit, they've got a lot of brothers in this neighborhood.
Oh, yes, they do. Collapse, going to get the crush onto 2. Laurel shows up as well. A big arcane curse on the several heroes with the searing chains as well. No one will die. Nice hype up Kezu.
Yeah,
but a lot of damage done.
They did go on different heroes, but either way, you know, everyone got their wards out. I think we had a 2-for-2 bounty split. Everyone's very happy. And a different hero we don't see too often. It's a good old Death Prophet. It's a traditional counter when it comes to the Ember Spirit, and I do think it fits overall with how Gaiman like to play. He wants to win his lane, which he will against the Ember, absolutely. And it's just a hero that allows you to speed up the game and play, you know, forward in the draft, have your supports come to you, and you should be A-okay.
So how would they match up late game versus the Spirit side? Because I like I said, in terms of the Marcy carry games, they lose in 30 minutes, so can that hero scale really well into the late?
So what I see is that Gaiman should have like better early game, like slightly better lanes plus early game, but the mid game is gonna be tough. I think the moment they get Lotuses against like way later, against the Global, against the Corrosive phase, against the Chains, they're strong again. And then ultra late, I would say they're weaker again. Like the CK Slardar combo backed up by a Global Silence, I think the Spirit are pretty happy if they're gonna get out of the lanes and the early game in an even state.
Okay. So early on here, we can see Watson, as we've talked about ad nauseum, on the
Marcy.
You want to talk about Marcy a little bit more, by all means.
There's one thing about the hero that I actually like, which I don't see abused all that often, is the special delivery, where you do the little wee, you know, you whistle your little courier.
It's a cool innate.
It is cool. So I want to see it more. You know, you get some Orb of Frost, you get your boots, a Fairy Fire, you do some nice stuff. But yeah, top lane, I think both sides should be pretty happy. Of course, you have Marcy paired up with Warlock, which is a very good lane, so you'll just be super happy. Whereas Spirit, I think they want just a couple of levels.
Yeah, playing as a melee hero against Warlock, got to be extremely annoying. I was surprised that the Shadow Shaman got picked super late. This has felt like the support of the last 6 months in a lot of ways.
It did make it to the 16-17, which isn't super usual, but it's all started with first pick Bad Rider, which I'm not sure how Gaming got their hands on that one. The hero's like 9-1. And then, of course, Spirit decided to kind of back it up with a Silencer to make it harder. So,
well, in terms of the Bat Rider, what position do you prefer seeing it generally?
I think Post 4 is the hero's best role. It can be played mid, it can be played carry. I mean, we've seen it played offlane as well by Mr. Whisper, but I think Post 4 Bad is just so strong. You can roam, you lane well, you have good itemization. Like, you just need a blink. Anything else is luxury and helps you so much.
Well, Yatoro playing the Horseman, Chaos Knight, which we were excited about what facet he was going to take. He did take this same one last time, the Irrationality, so the Reality Rift basically breaking, disarming, or silencing. I was really wanting to see the neutral item one because I feel like that one could have some huge power spikes, but especially when you're going against a lineup that wants to play really fast, really early, as we're going to see some plays on the Lotus pool at the moment, but Ace will force everybody out with the Battle Hunger, so Tofu gets the good old Lotus as top lane Collapse being forced out, and Rue will cancel out any further aggression from the game inside.
Yeah, we'll say when it comes to the laning stage game, I'm not surprised, but their lanes are winning, as they should be. Especially this mid lane, you have Quinn 21-5 to the 12-1 on the Ember. You're going to have the Warlock Marcy lane also continuously playing ahead, so we'll have to see. Like, if Tofu is freed up as Collapse rebounds.
Yep, he looks to be dead. First blood for Malady, and Watson will be maybe slightly annoyed by that, but happy nonetheless. And we'll see how many creeps he actually misses thanks to this tower. Aggroing all the creeps now.
I mean, it is kind of a nice combo. Like, when you look at the laning stage together, Warlock loves helping carries out that want to have a good laning stage. Marcy does have that. Also, Marcy wants to go for kills. which means that Malady already has a second book on the Black Grimoire, which means later, more XP for him. Maybe an earlier golem you can throw in their face.
Have you ever seen that held on for like a longer period of time?
No,
It's just
no.
literally just to
I
get
think this is
level
that's
6.
some Herald stuff.
Yeah.
Because you can just get it. And another thing that we cannot underestimate, any kill that happens early on, the Spirit Collector facet on DP is so strong. Like just making your first exo that much better, especially in a matchup that you're already winning. So we'll have to see Gaiman. I wouldn't be surprised if we have Tofu move over mid by the time Quinn hits 6 and for the active rune. It is the Gaiman special. Bring your entire family into the mid lane.
Yeah. It's a buffet a lot of the time.
This hard camp being open, Spirit need to start doing more about this. I guess it's just Tofu maybe outplaying them, being able to continuously D-ward and spawn it up. Because Silencer, if you're out of position against Axe Batrider, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, already a 2K lead for game, and this is just a very early laning stage.
Yeah, you're just a hater. Carry Marcy, not looking too bad for now.
Well, it's been, let's see, 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you told, when it came out, you already said this game's over.
That was a private conversation.
Well, not anymore.
I am a Marcy carry hater. I won't
Really?
hide behind any.
Yeah. You haven't said
loud and
that yet.
proud right here.
Okay, let's see. But
We'll
yeah,
see.
I will say next couple of, because especially when you lose your lanes this hard, it's important that you need to like stem the bleeding. You can't let it start too hard. Because Gaiman, you're up 2k gold. You're gonna bring people to Quinn. He's getting his level 6. You have one charge on his facet, and something else. We have a Helm of Dominator queued up on Watson. This is some new technology, at least from what I understand. That is kind of cool. First of all, it gives you armor in the early game, which is cool. But
Gives you
then
a rebound target, I guess.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, that very interesting.
I haven't seen it, so this is cool. I'm excited to see this one.
Yep, Quinn, level 6, like you said, wants to pop this Exo, probably with this Siege Wave. Will do so, as Laurel can't do too much. Tofu shows up from the other side to apply some pressure. Maposhka gets off the flame break, but you can see the Searing Chains holding Quinn in place, so have to be happy with the tower instead of a kill. They will certainly do a lot of damage, if not just outright kill this.
They'll fully take it.
Theirs. Quinn getting relatively low here.
He's gonna get popped another heal soon, most likely by Mr. Maladish. He does have the 6.
Another Arcane Curse, yeah. We'll get healed up a bit, see if the deny will come out.
That's a big deal.
So Laurel with the deny.
So both teams making the correct play, but what I like to see from Spirit is if you commit to anything, your heroes will die. So you pull the wave, you spam them from long range, you make Quinn get low, and at least it does give you the tower deny, so you get some gold injected to yourself. Let's see, 7-minute Wisdom Shrine is always a big one.
Yeah, based on the position, it looks like it'll just be a trade.
It does look like it.
As Quinn wants to get rid of these creeps.
I did read a stat, by the way. The team that gets the double Wisdom Shrine has like a 65% chance of winning the game. That's their win rate.
I thought it would be higher, honestly.
I mean, 65 is pretty high.
That is high.
I guess maybe you would expect it to be like 70. But yeah,
I was
65
expecting
is
at least
quite
70,
large.
yeah, but that's an interesting stat. Is Root will be able to grab the Shrine. Level 4 now.
Quiet early game for now, but we see as Gaiman, they still have the Siege Creep available.
Rebound onto Collapse. Watson already pops the ult. And Collapse going to get to the north, getting a bash up. The Shackle from the south is going to hold Watson in place. Malady's going to be the first to fall in this engagement as the TP comes out from Yatoro. Early rotation from the CK as Watson goes to the other side, completely left alone. Do they have a cancellation? Absolutely. Double kill for Yatoro.
Uh-oh.
And that is 2 dead for Gaiman.
Well, I guess good space for Ace on bottom, but that's an absolutely big deal. As we always touch on when you see Gaiman play, they rely on a good early game. They rely on the lead. They've already expanded a lot of that. So losing 2 heroes doing this and losing Watson after popping ult and his TP is huge on a snowballing carry like Marcy, which you hate.
You're seeing why right now. Shackle onto the DP. Maposhka is going to couple up with the support. Attempted TP. Looks like it'll be successful for Root.
Yeah, he'll be fine as Quinn picks up the brawny underwear. So gonna give him some evasion later.
Oro spotted here under the tower. Berserker's call from Ace. Haven't really talked about the axe as of yet. Gets off the CK bolt. Still farming under the tower. Doesn't really look to be in too much trouble. And now I say that Tofu shows up, so now he is. 1 versus 3 for Yatoro.
With any help coming in, because he has no TP.
It looks like that is not the case.
Nope.
So resigned to his own death, just trying to make it as long of a process as possible as the first dunk of the game from Ace comes through.
Good macro moves by Gaiman on the map, which is sometimes you can't always look at how does the play end out in the middle of it all because of the top dive, all their TPs are on cooldown, now you can make the bottom dive. So nicely done by them, which I believe did give Mr. Maladic another little book page that he can read. So whenever he wants to decide, can pop it to get the golem. And yeah, this Ace is having a really good time. He's top net worth. The bottom tier 1 is dead. And if you look at Spirit's draft, they don't really have like the best heroes at killing a Vanguard Axe this early on. You have a shutdown Ember, you have a Slardar who doesn't really want to move.
So yeah, Slardar does feel like it's a hero that just needs a couple items before he can really start fighting as an offlaner.
He does want some time. So yeah, for Spirit, when you do lose the early game, it's important you get your support levels online. And I mean, they have really strong spells, so they are currently giving Miposhka the mid lane to get his level 6 and Rue the safe lane for him to squeeze in his ultimate.
Yeah, 3-man setup there in the top lane from Gaming Gladiators. See if they can get... No, looks like Collapse will find the distance needed. So on the other side, Phantasm, or Reality Rift rather, from Yatoro. See if they can kill this Axe. You talked about them having trouble. Well, when they have a 3-on-1 and soon to be 4-on-1, then I mean, it's still a struggle city to do so.
Good chains.
Chains holds them in place, so eventually Ace will fall and it'll go to Laurel. It's like, I made my way over here, I deserve this kill.
It is a big death to give away, which basically is off of the back of a good ward that Spirit did place in their own jungle. But in the meantime, Gavin will use this space to invade the enemy triangle.
Getting rid of a couple stacks, and not anything major, as Collapse will have to be a bit careful. He's going to get collapsed on from the south as Quinn attempted TP. Looks like he's fine.
That's a good spot.
Another tower going down in favor of Game, and you can see the Troll Summoner with all the rallied skeletons for Watson. Oh, just
this is actually
adding insult to injury for the push.
This is really cool. This is like some old age thing that we used to, like Spectres at some point bought this item because you can't farm. This is a tier 2 push at minute 10:50.
Yeah, this is super fast.
So
Fortification pops, so the siege will die, along with most of the skeletons here.
Well, I guess at least with the Exo, you should farm the double stack Ancients. Maybe Quinn wants someone to stick around to do so, because basically you traded your Exo for a tier 2 glyph. If at least means that, you know, with your next Exo, you can look for a tier 2 push if you want to.
And Miposhka will be leeching a bit of the XP as a rebound does connect onto Collapse, but no further action as the Corrosive Haze will force Watson back and just trying to take down this Troll Summoner.
I mean, Spirit are smoking over. They do have Global, so this is something Gaiman do have to respect here.
Yeah, Malady, he gets Searing Chains, going to use the first Golem of the game. He's going to evaporate shortly after thanks to the Shackle and the right clicks from Laurel as a rebound to the north, trying to get away from the Slardar as Laurel and company going to stay in that area. Watson pops the ult. He's just getting kited right now by Collapse. Another bash comes through, but now Collapse is going to get lassoed back into the fray. But Yatoro deletes Quinn off the face of the map. And that's the first Phantasm of the game. They're going to find the support in Tofu in all likelihood. Indeed, Miposhka gets him with the curse. So 3 dead for Gaiman. Marcy did survive, but Spirit are going to be extremely happy with this exchange. I mean, they're down 3k, but obviously a lot of that comes down to the towers. Collapse sticking around a little too long. So the rebound does connect.
A nice little snipe by Mr. Watson, but still a big punchback from Spirit. They did this without even casting the Global. I think maybe Gaben underestimating a little bit the double minus armor coming through from the Haze and the Reality Rift, because Quinn, he basically died instantly upon getting like pulled in with the minus armor.
Yeah. And what are your thoughts on Quinn going first item Ags? I was sure that this was a Yule's game. Against Searing Chains, against Global Silence.
Yeah, so the thing is, if you go Axe, I mean, it's still usually good survivability. It gives you the best scaling, because it allows you to farm more, of course, because, you know, you're going to pop the ghosts on everyone, you get more damage, you farm faster. So he's trading a little bit of this to have less defensiveness. We'll honestly have to see if it kind of comes back to bite him, because, yeah, they will need armor items or dispel items, whatever you have. Solar Crest, Lotus Orbs are going to be very important, especially in the mid-game.
There's the blink now for Collapse. Question is, does that align with anything else on the Spirit side? I mean, obviously they could just force a gank here.
I mean, the good thing for them is they have very good spells to use together. Like, if they start with a blink stun and you pop the Global and like you do some other stuff, of course you can go on people, but Ace this time around will not overplay his hand.
Yeah, now they're going to smoke. So the blink already revealed, I believe, there, as the Corrosive Haze was used. Malady going to tank the gank in all likelihood. Indeed, that is the case.
Yeah, if that's all you lose, you don't really care. Sure, -1 int, but There's no like Wisdom rune invasion. It will give the next active rune to Mr. Laurel, who's currently holding a shield rune. Let's see if Spirit can convert it into like a tier 1 tower damage. Could even consider dropping the wards if Mr. Ru wants to walk it over.
Yep, Snake's put down, so this will be a tier 1 for Spirit. Doesn't look like any defense will be mounted as well. As I say that, though, yeah, Golem is available, so Malady looking to potentially set something up. Looks like he's thinking better of it, faking out the Golem instead. So tower successfully taken.
Spirit are getting to hold. Of course, they are down 4k gold, which means that Gaiman are very happy with what's going on. And we haven't talked too much about Mr. Ace, but he's basically online now. He got to go Vanguard, Blade Mail, and now has a Blink Dagger on top. So we can start seeing them potentially gear up for some moves. They just need to make sure that they don't get super owned by this Global Silence. Because when you go in with this Axe Call, you will have the Global like come out pretty much straight on top. There's a smoke, 2-man for now.
That's really farm though. At 15 minutes, have all 3
Yeah,
items.
this is crazy.
Insane. Top net worth in the game. Just behind him is the carry for Spirit Toro. Has the armlet Yasha at the moment. There's Gaiman. They smoke looking towards the north, but Collapse will go through the gate, so avoiding them altogether.
This game, they're looking for Yatoro, and they have him on a good ward. Like, they know that he's around here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this will be interesting. Yeah, they actually scan out Yatoro.
Yeah, this guy is good.
He might be considered the best carry in the world for a reason. So a little time wasted from Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, I guess what did he see? I guess he only saw Quinn on the map, but still, that read is really strong. Like, leaving the last Mud Golem on that spot is like super high discipline.
Laurel, he's going to get rebounded. Golem to follow with the silence. More than enough damage for Gaming Gladiators. They lose Tofu in the back line to Yatoro, but they'll take that trade every day of the week. A full shackle onto Ace, but Ru is likely to get chopped down. Collapse, though, with the crush to slow down Ace. And the rebound not going to hit this time for Watson.
Not a call.
Oh, a little missed call. Phantasm's out for Yatoro. As now the Exo pop by Quinn.
Is that
early
it? Do they want to go
there.
to Roche? Nope, just a fallback.
Okay.
Okay. Also, Spirit get to hold for another Exo, which, I mean, I will say Gaiman are still pretty happy with what's going on. They're up 4k gold. You have everything you want. You have Tofu who's working on his Blink Dagger. Will take a while. The next Exo, I think, even if it gets misclicked, it will give you Roche. So that's also good news for the Gaming Gladiator side.
Yep, there's the rebound right on top of Maposhka.
That's a good old free kill.
Now they know there is a ward in the vicinity. Ags officially picked up now by Quinn.
It's kind of interesting because if you meet Marcy in the jungle alone, usually this hero can't kill you because who's he gonna rebound off? But because he has his Dominator and his little bird, he can actually just solo kill you.
Yeah, pretty cool. Oh, now a blink comes online for Tofu, so even more initiation possibilities for...
And this is honest, this is very important for them. When you play against Silencer, you cannot just rely on one guy going in, because, you know, Axe Call, Global, your follow-up is gone. But now one of them can, like, kind of wait and go after the Global is over and still keep the fight going. Because this net worth lead is still absolutely crazy. 7 minutes at 18.
Is insane. And Laurel and company will be able to get another tower at the very least for Spirit, but at a severe deficit. Now, my question is, do you think that the players know that the deficit is this large?
Gaiman know that they're up, but I feel like with what's going on and what we see on the map, I would assume that both teams feel more like that it's a 4k lead for Gaiman. Because it also goes to show you how good Spirit play and how well they move their heroes. Because from watching, I mean, obviously you understand Gaiman are ahead, but I feel like it doesn't feel like a 6 to 7k lead. Because they're still doing their own stuff, they're taking towers, they're defending, they're holding on. See, they're setting up on Laurel, which is not a very easy kill. Kind of need to lasso him or get him blink called. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see Gaiman force a Roche onto Spirit. Good little D-ward by Maposhka. Because when you're ahead, you want to force Roche, because either A, you get it for free, or B, when they come to contest you, you actually force them to fight you, which you want. At least when you're ahead most of the time, that's what you want. As Quinn will queue up the Shiva's Guard. Very good item for this game.
Tofu looking for the opening. Smoke on the side of Spirit, though. Tofu gonna leave a trail of fire. As, yep, just as you said, into the pit, Gaiman goes.
They did scan out Spirit, so they know that they're around in this area.
Yeah, Laurel, sleight of fist, revealing a bit there. Roche is already at half HP. Tofu gonna take the crush. As Malady just set up on the other side of the pit to get the chaotic offering off anytime he wants.
This is very big for Spirit. Like, they're currently playing the timer here. Let's see.
Rush again, rebound right on top, Collapse. There's the global silence. Gonna give it a little bit of space for Collapse to get away. Roche is gonna live for the time being. Phantasm on the other side with the Chaos Ball to follow. Looks like Tofu's about to fall, but the chaotic offering used just to save him. As a shackle inside the Serpent Wards. As Game and Gladiators are kind of a precarious spot here. Yatoro's going ham, finally gonna get crushed. Stunned up for the time being is Collapse. Not able to find the target he was going on. As Quinn kind of isolated at the moment. Very haphazard fight from both sides as the Exo is now down. Collapse, though, gets one more crush for the road. Ace is not going to pursue any further. Meanwhile, Watson deletes Root. Now he's stuck in a 1 versus 3 situation. Marcy dead, 1 for 1 in this little mini exchange. But of course, 2 more supports died on the back line for Gaiman during that extremely long fight. It was like 3 different fights happening simultaneously.
This is not really what Gaiman want. I mean, I don't want to sound like that I'm down talking them because they're still up in the game, but I will say this is very, very high skill stuff. Like, Dota is all about, you know, trading and giving stuff up, but Spirit, they use a lot of heroes. They delay the initial Roche fight. Yatoro gets to run over, circle around, they kill Tofu. There's like a lot of back and forth happening. Like, even like just what we see here, like a golem being forced on the 2 supports. I'm a bit surprised Quinn got to live here, but I guess he has the placement now himself as well to like stay alive. Because these scattered fights, they're honestly not that great for Gaiman. But this just goes to show like how good these 2 teams are. That was a good pre-hex by Mr. Rue. Because yeah, this is, I would say, this is a second big death for Watson in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's 3rd net worth on his team right now. They are all relatively close, though, to each other. Is Yatoro? Another smoke from Spear. They want to continue to be aggressive here. Remember, Roche was like on 30% HP, but looks like Gaiman will eventually take it.
So they will
this will be a trade for the Tormentor.
Yeah, this time around they don't want to really contest it. Maybe you don't have global, they don't quite want to go there. So they'll just take the Torm instead, which means that Gaiman get themselves the hand on the Aegis, which they'll be quite happy with. Careful, Mr. Rue.
And Maposhka. I mean, they would have probably rather had that on the roster, I would assume.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better. You get some more in-steal, which, sure, it's nice. But yeah, little cluster clock upgrade would be very beautiful to have. As Gaiman, they should look to keep up the same pace, right? You have, I mean, Watson is pretty okay with what's going on. Manta will be nice for him to take off the chains, take off the corrosive haze, because at least for now, like, Lar on this Ember is incredibly annoying. He just pops in the Remnant, he pops some little chains, he delays like the follow-up fight coming through from Gaiman.
Yeah, I mean, both Laurel and Collapse, though, in terms of net worth, definitely a little bit behind where they'd like to be at the moment.
They are struggling. In this position of the game, they rely more on like getting a 2nd round of spells or like a 3rd round of spells, like 2 crushes, 2 slight chains. Whereas Gaiman, like, they want to go in and just like run you over, and they're getting a lot of big items. You have a Shivas that's soon to be completed on Quinn, which will make him incredibly tanky, and you've got a Blink Force also on Tofu, so definitely need to put some eyes on him. Maybe he can start the fight nicely for Gaiman.
I mean, wouldn't you say this is one of the issues with off-lane Slardar? His farm is just not good. Like, how do you farm with this hero?
He has downtime. I mean, maybe the most awkward thing about him is that he has downtime. Like now with this Blink, until you get your BKB, it's a bit weird to farm. I will say nowadays with the Shard, you can like kind of one-shot waves pretty easily like this. So you have some farming capability. But yeah, of course the hero needs to have some drawbacks. As, let's see, they might find Quinn here. He is around the area. They don't fully know this yet, but he's straight up walking into them.
Gonna be spotted. Corrosive Haze on top. Laurel in the area as well. They get the Hex. TP from Ace. There's a global silence. So do they have enough damage to burst through him before it runs out? It's gonna be close. They do get him in the end. Watson, though, with the ult inside of the Serpent Wards, and the Chaotic Offering used on top. Collapse, and Laurel will melt as a result. 3 dead for Spirit at the cost of the mid laner for Gaiman.
Can he walk it off?
Yatoro with his horse being outrun by a human. Chaos Bolt will connect, but Ace going to slow him down with Battle Hunger. Phantasm used. It's a lot of damage, but feels like it's just inevitable that Yatoro will fall. Rebound hits, 4 dead for Spirit. A great rotation and response from the game inside.
Hey, Quinn is so tanky. That was even like with a global being used towards the very end. Just a Shiva, he's got the Veil, he's level 16. That's a 2500 HP death profit. Sure, you kill him, but you absolutely pay the price. You lose 3 cores and you use global.
Huge. Laurel really in love with somebody.
Yeah.
Spamming that hard.
He loves the hard pings.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Wants to be a bit annoying here to Mr. Tofu. Cancel his Blink Dagger with the Blade Mail. Crimson Guard on Ace. I mean, it is a very incredible Crimson Guard game, I'm not gonna lie. It's against Ember, Slardar, and Chaos Knight.
Yeah, true.
Leposhka, hello, and maybe goodbye? Yeah, goodbye.
Skeleton spot him. That's the end. Call into Chop for Ace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now the focus onto the tier 2 bot.
Well, this is how Gaming Gladiators win their games, and this is how they play the best. They have a fast draft. Even with, 1 or 2 small mistakes, it doesn't really matter. They're up double digit at 25 minutes. They're going to take a tier 2, which means map control. And good old he has a Crimson guy. I cannot stress enough how good this item is in this game. Like this next round of items with the Crimson and maybe 1 or 2 Lotuses that they get on their team against the Haze and the Global. I think Spirit, they're in deep trouble.
Yep, the panel was talking about the fact that Gaimin need to get armor items. Well, they have them in spades now, and the question is, what can Spirit do about it? It is all in on basically just physical damage for the most part, as there's the lasso on top of Laurel, but the instant Hex from Rue, but the counter initiation comes out from Ace, ends up netting them an easy kill. Collapse jumps in, surprisingly. We'll save Rue.
Should be okay, dodging the Battle Hunger nicely, but yeah, I mean, good play from Gaimin. They show mid with like 2 or 3 heroes, so you don't really expect them to kind of punish you top, but they're there. Tofu starts it, Ace TP's in, easy kill for them, into a 12k lead. So Gaimin definitely making it look very easy. Nice ward by Malady. Leave one behind. Let's see if Mapochka, well, he might just die.
He has died.
Hello and bye again.
He has died. Dispose into basically the rest of game inside as the age is about to expire, which means it's time to go high ground.
I mean,
they have the numbers.
They don't have Exo, but you have Aghanim Scepter. You have like a little Dom creep that is saving you as well. So that's already half HP on the tier 3.
And this is the Ogre creep now, so some ice armor to work with.
Which is also incredible against the triple physical core.
Very true.
If you want to take fights as Spirit, you either need to find Gaimin when they're scattered, or you need like a scrappy fight. Like you go in, you bait the Crimson, or like you burst a guy before the Crimson comes out. If it comes out too early, you need to kite back and then go again. So it's a lot harder for them to execute these fights, whereas for Gaimin, it's kind of straightforward.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Collapse is still working on the BKB, by the way. It's just such a long time coming. Laurel
break here, find Tofu.
Spot 1. Tofu going to take the brunt of the damage. Malady, though, gets off the Chaotic Offering. Tofu dies first, though, and yeah, that is a bigger kill for the game inside. Laurel insta-give essentially. Yatoro gets disposed. The Global Silence to give him a little bit of space. Collapse not really doing too much damage here. Shackle right on top of Marcy as well, as Yatoro trying to fight his way through it. He will get Watson in the end with the illusions, but he dies as well. So 2 for 2, but in favor of Gaimin. They have 2 core kills.
Oh, Collapse will die also.
Onto the high ground. Won't be chopped, but Quinn secures the kill. That balloons to a 14k lead for Gaimin now.
Did have to use Exo, which at least is some of the good news for Spirit, as they get to hold on a little longer when it comes to potentially their base. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of Spirit's expertise also. Like, they're the best team when it comes to coming back and knowing what to do, how to like stabilize the game and give yourself some time in a game. So we see a Haste Rune, which will get bottled up by Quinn.
They're also really good against Mega Creeps, so that's when they power up. You just let them get Mega Creeps, then you start.
Yeah, I will say they have a atrocious lineup at dealing with Mega Creeps.
That's not great.
We'll buy some Battle Furies.
Get some Maelstroms,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Collapse, he needs this BKB. And even then, I mean, net worth obviously creates a lot of problems, but you combine net worth with perfect itemization from Gaimin, which is currently happening. And I'm really having a hard time seeing how Spirit are going to power through this type of timing.
Yeah, they had trouble killing Watson in that earlier fight. He did die, but it took them so long, and now he has a BKB, so just going to be that much more difficult as Reality Rift's owned by the Fog.
So you have the BKB that's coming up soon on Quinn. He also has the Haste Room bottle up and a Gale Guard, so more tankiness for at least 2 of the cores for Gaming Gladiators. So I wouldn't be surprised to like see them wait for the BKB on Quinn. Maybe even his 20 talent. It's a 400 health talent, which is of course pretty nice.
And there it is. BKB 30 minutes for Collapse. Just a rough game for him.
Oh, they'll find Mr. Maladin for free.
Yeah, pops the Ghost Scepter, but it's inevitable. Laurel picks him off. And I was gonna ask you this, and I think I've answered it myself because I just happened to click on Collapse, but it was, Nullifier has to happen, right?
Yeah, you need to cover through these as Baposhka said again.
Yes, he is. Do they still want to fight? Doubtful. I mean, he does have buyback global, so...
Yeah, they'll definitely chill, because the only time Spirit should look to fight now is they need to think about defending their base and second Roach. So for both of these things, they have a little bit of time left. Ace slightly off the mark with the call. You are not touching this Axe, my brothers. You gotta better get out of here.
Jules? Do they have the connection here? They do. The lasso. Down goes Laurel again. Chopped into oblivion by Ace. Man, oh man.
Oh, they got a TP too.
Anything. Cancel the TP. Ace is just all over the place.
It's gonna be a free chop.
Indeed. Boom. Double kill for Ace. Feeling like the Ace of old that just takes over the game. Meanwhile, Yatoro trying to solo Quinn, but
not quite.
Pops the BKB and the Shivas will survive. Good attempt, but just a little bit too far behind right now. Discrepancy in farm overall just starting to add up.
Let's see. Like Spirit, they have to.
He almost has an AC. Who was that?
Who was that?
Who was that?
That was Ace.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he is. I mean, this guy is so happy in this game. He has 19 stacks also, so like a bonus plate now, just from all the chops and kills he's gotten. Which is going to be the second Roche. Spirit, they cannot hold on to this. I mean, if you're a Spirit fan, you need to see them hold a couple of the next pushes until they get to Nullifier Bloodthorn combo on their Slardar CK, which is not unimaginable, and they find Collapse again.
Oh, they're going to find a core kill and Roche at the same time. Gaiman just on another level in this game number 1. Remember, the important thing about this tournament playoff stage, this is single elimination best of 3s, which I can't remember the last time I've seen that. And that makes this, I mean, Spirit are notorious for going to the lower bracket and then winning
they don't have that.
They don't have this.
No, you better, like, if you lose this game, you need to understand what you need to change for game 2. Because, yeah, if you're losing that one, you're just straight up out. Whereas obviously, Gaiman, they're playing with a lot of freedom in this game. Whenever they're going for a move somewhere, they're already looking on the other side of the map. They did have a good ward in their own jungle. Of course, they did spot Collapse as Watson gets himself a little shield rune. So that's a 4,500 HP Marcy.
Yep, not bad.
Pretty nice. But yeah, when you struggle to kill enemy heroes because of damage or items, you usually need Nullifier or Bloodthorn. They are working on both. They will have the Bloodthorn shortly somewhat on Yatoro. He only needs 15 gold for the Hyperstone, but they have so many problems.
All right, it's the world against Ace, and Ace will prevail.
Yeah, he has 60 armor
in his inventory now as a mass exodus from Spirit, but the call will cancel the TP of Yatoro. He's going to pop his Manta and die shortly after. Slow to a call. One more chop for the road for Ace. 60 seconds of no CK.
They're not gonna deal. They're not gonna deal with this Axe.
Yeah, Quinn is like, he can 1v4. Like, I don't think they can kill him.
Hey, Quinn can go AFK right now. I think Ace will take the ranks on his own. This guy, he has 61 default armor right now, doing nothing.
Insane.
He has a Gale Guard to pop as well, a Crimson, a Lotus. He can also use his call for bonus armor. And you're all physical damage.
Yeah. All right, well, this is a set of racks at the very least for Gaiman. The Exo popped here. 30 seconds for Yatoro, so all Spirit can do is wait and perhaps try and delay.
Yeah, they can't.
I mean, even if they try to delay, they have so many ways to jump with Tofu, rebound with Ace. As Ace, speaking up, gets the Berserker's call.
Gets tickled.
Lasso, though, onto the Silencer. They don't want the Global Silence to work with. So down goes Maposhka, has the buyback Global if they want to use it. Steering chains onto 2 for Laurel. Slow to a crawl though. Flame break into Ace's call on top with the silence to follow.
Godlike.
And a chop for the road as finally the CK comes up. The rest of his team are going to die. Double kill for Aces. There's the buybacks come out. There's the global silence finally.
They take no
Not used to
damage.
much effect at all though. There is another buyback for Collapse, but you're down close to 30k at this stage. My oh my.
This is starting to be a rough one. Gaimin are so damn strong on like all of the heroes. You're just having trouble really killing anyone.
Oh, and Ace went for the Battle Hunger Armor Multiplier talent.
I mean, yeah,
so
with how much armor
your
that
Battle
you
Hunger
have.
is going to absolutely shred. I don't know if I've ever seen that one. Have you?
No, I have. Like, the call is usually, I mean, kind of the choice
That
you go
one
for.
was nerfed recently.
Yeah. But like this way, your Battle Hunger deals like 120 bonus DPS just from your armor alone.
That's so crazy.
Because he's sitting on 65. They're trying Quinn
All
here.
right. Quinn versus the world. Who prevails?
People die.
The world has won! Yatoro with the kill. And what can they do after?
Well, it is a big kill because it does give them Bloodthorn. They need to be able to like, they need to be able to kill heroes. Because currently they're not doing so, so they want to go for more. This is a good old Spirit classic. Get something, look for an opening, and try to like really push it to the limit.
There we can see Gaimin are keeping spread a bit as Ace thinking about showing here. Yeah, they should know that this smoke is happening.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, one of the problems is even with this Bloodthorn, you already have at least, you have 2 Lotus Orbs on Gaimin. So if Malady and Ace are around to like just save the guy that they go on, they will dispel Bloodthorn, Reality Rift, and Corrosive Haze. So then you kind of go back to the drawing board where you have nothing to kind of kill them through it. So Spirit, they need to come up with a good plan. They did get some good wards out during the smoke, which is a big upside for them. 2 very deep wards when it comes to some high grounds.
Another shard trying to dodge the... Okay, well Rasta gets it. Wait, who? Oh, everybody else has one, actually, for Spirit, so it was a guarantee.
Yep, they make sure that Rue will be able to use some items.
Is under attack.
So you still have an Aegis available on Gaimin, not for long, about 20 seconds.
Ace, okay, can they kill him?
Bloodthorn.
They will try. They're
They
doing
get him.
so much damage. Ace actually evaporates. Has the buyback if he wants his Quinn. Gonna focus on Rue for the time being, so it's a 1-for-1 in favor of Spirit for once this game. Crush from Collapse though, now he's stuck in a precarious spot. Watson with the ult unleashed destroys him.
Huge kill for Spirit. Like this is the one way that they can kill heroes. You need to do it quickly, right away, with the Bloodthorn on one guy without a Lotus Orb being around. Gaimin did have to use all of their TPs and the Exorcism, so it does give more breathing room to Team Spirit. And Yatoro, he was injected a bunch of gold from that kill, as he did get the last hit on Ace.
Dire's top tower is under
Oh, and
attack.
Laurel, only 1,500 for finishing the best ags in
the game, of course.
Number 1.
It is pretty damn good this game, especially paired up with the Shard.
Oh, interesting. So Yatoro is going for Scotty as one of his final items.
Okay.
Anti-heal.
Yeah, anti-heal, kind of good against like both the Marcy and the Ags.
Ridiculous stats, obviously.
They are getting to good stuff, I'm not gonna lie. They did get the Bloodthorn like we saw. There's some good talents coming out as well. You're getting towards the Nullifier, so even if people are around, you will take off the Solar Crest, the Ghost Scepter, the Crimson Guard buff as well. Because I believe that this is one of the strongest timings, like the last 10 minutes and like the next 5 to 10 minutes that Gaimin have in this game. As we'll have to talk about the Greedy Enchantment on the Warlock. Didn't realize he didn't have it.
38 minutes in the game is your latest for mentioning Greed.
That's true, but look at the gold. He might get the Ags, maybe Malady. He could carry it up.
All right.
I want him to not take a tier 4 neutral item, to keep the enchantment.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Keep the gold coming, brother. I like it.
I'm sure you'll mention that at least 2 more times this game.
I will. If the game lasts
This
long
could
enough.
Be a big fight. Rue.
Oh, Rue's gone.
Gets initiated on. And they're just going to leave him all like they
step.
did. He's
Free
dead.
chop. Yeah, don't worry. Let's give more armor to Ace.
I mean, finding 1 kill on Yatoro, who's not saving for buyback, could just be the end of the game.
I mean, the moment Gaimin kill any hero without buyback, Spirit's lineup just falls apart. Especially when you're down 20k gold. So Gaiman, I mean, let's see. Do they want to wait?
Pretty close to this Nully.
It will be. It's absolutely a big deal. As Ace running out of item slots, wants to get an Arcane Blink, can't really fault him for that.
He's showing himself though. He's so close. See if Gaiman want to try to pursue. Yatoro in the area as well. Oh, this could be a big fight. Rasta up in 10 seconds. There's the nullifier. And for Yatoro, his Scotty is super close as well. Only a few hundred gold away.
I mean, I could, yeah.
It's another minute and he'll have it.
Gaiman are going for a smoke. It's kind of good. You want to take over the side of the map, especially when Roche is about to respawn. Respawn is about to start.
Go to the spot where he will die. Or not.
Quite. And he will make sure to leave a ward behind, of course, because Roche could be spawning in the next 40 seconds, but it's not. Which means he will move back into the little daytime pit.
Okay. And Ace going to lead the way. Collapse. Not spotted yet.
The Collapse does not have buyback. If he gets caught out of position and dies, this is going to be a big deal. So we'll have to respect that.
Yeah, still 400 gold to finish this Scotty. I'm not even sure how big of a power spike that is. I mean, it's nice.
I don't think it's that big.
It's not a game changer, though, I don't think.
Yeah. No, the bigger items were absolutely both the Bloodthorn and the Nullifier, as we have a DD rune.
And the Ags for Ember.
Of course, can't forget that one. Just like the greedy enchantment on the Warlock.
The difference is I mention it every game, even when there's no Ember.
That's true. I at least speak truth, you know, I wait for it to come out. As the Croaker, why did we give up the Croaker here, Watson? Come on, brother. Once the Minotaur, once a bonus little stun.
Yeah, what is the call from Ace? All alone for the time being, Yatoro. They're gonna put everything right on top of him, and Ace just feeds. Chaotic Offering comes out as well, but really no follow-up, just in a defensive measure, it seems.
That's
the
a golem
will
god.
be cleaned up as well. Spirit, is this an opening for them? 90 seconds of no axe.
It is. So he does have buyback, but Phantasm is still available. That was only a little Manta style from CK, where he can, of course, have a lucky draw to get a bonus illusion. Quinn on the high ground.
Okay, Phantasm from Yatoro, gonna scout things out.
I do like what Gaiman are doing. You want to hold the area because Ace has buyback. You cannot just fully give it up and allow Spirit to take it back.
Yeah, now these illusions being dead. That's a lot of the power from Yatoro gone. He's gonna still fight though. There's the buyback though instantly from Ace, and now the pressure's being applied to Yatoro, lassoed up and killed. No buyback for the carry. Looks like Collapse and Maposhka able to get the hell out. But this is going to set up a free Roche for Gaiman. Well, I say free, it did cost the buyback, I suppose.
Yeah, it's still pretty good for them. As I mean, Yatoro also dies without buyback there. They tried to clutch Watson out of the game, but he got the Manta off, didn't get stunned by the CK, and then Yatoro, I'm not sure if that was like the best move that, you know, that you should be going for in terms of highest percentage play, but Gaiman, very, very happy with that one. Aegis, Cheese, Roche Banner, Refresher Shard as well.
Oh yeah, all the goodies. And now it's about game extending and delaying from the Spirit side. Taking fights will be that much more difficult.
I mean, you're getting...
Ace called up.
Laurel?
Is there the follow-up, though? Gets the slight into Remnant.
Will live.
Oh, they're going to continue to pursue, though. They're going to run into... Oh, Maposhka.
He doesn't have
tree
TP.
line.
He's
dead.
spotted. Not a free dunk for Ace?
I think this is technically a... No, okay.
What? Say it.
I was going to say dieback because he bought back.
He didn't. He has buyback.
Didn't he buy back, like, it must have been 7 minutes then, right?
Did he buy back
I thought
earlier?
He bought back Globaled. Maybe he just respawned.
No, I feel like you just talked about that one. You said in one fight you can do this.
That's
Listen
possible.
to me, guys.
Oh, Quinn actually pops the refresher. They put the Roche banner. They want to do this now.
He's sick and tired of this shit.
Watson with the Unleash as well. Exo popped. They do have the buyback global, as we talked about many a time. Faked you guys out the first time, of course. Rue jumps in, Yatoro as well. Focusing everything on the Marcy, and Watson's dead! Right off the bat, 100 seconds. Can they get more? Quinn still has the shield rune, will be able to blink to safety, as the Exo's going to be running out shortly. All it cost him was a silencer buyback.
Who globaled?
He did global as well.
I mean, Spirit keep finding these ways, but I'm not gonna lie, Gaiman, they need to start respecting some of these things that can come out. Like the hero that doesn't have, you can get bursted, like straight up. They have Nullifier, they have Corrosive Haze, lots of minus armor, and the Bloodthorn. And one of the strongest level 25 talents, not something we've talked about that often, is Slardar. Like when stuff becomes undispellable, basically there's no counterplay, it's absolutely huge. So when Collapse get this, all these Lotus Orbs, he doesn't care about them. The haze is just going to stay straight on you.
Yeah, that's a good point. The fact that he's out-leveling Yotoro at this point is kind of crazy.
Yeah, all it takes is to get a couple of kills, especially on these high-level heroes, because Gaben, I mean, they have levels on all of them. The Ace is even level 27. As the snakes are dropped on the tier 2.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, perhaps Quinn regretting the refresher shard being used that early as Collapse. Well, he has the BKB TP.
They got lasso,
They do
so
have ways to cancel it, so it's just a matter of time. We'll lose about 400 gold, and he's working on the Ags for himself as well. That'll give him a ton of tankiness.
And so let's see, that's 80 seconds where Gaiman should look to force something. I mean, the best play that Spirit have, again, they need to burst a hero and then kind of kite. But they have a lot of ways to like look for
at this play.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is
Just
under
fishing for a bounty rune enjoyer. Ace is shown. Phantasm, Hex. It breaks.
He's just
and
dead.
Destroyed. Man.
That's one life.
I didn't even realize they gave the Aegis to Ace. All right. And now the TP is out for Spirit. Aegis gone.
It did make sense, of course, because he expanded his buyback earlier for them to get that Aegis. Let's see. 50 seconds on Collapse's buyback here, where they do want to push. I mean, I got my eyes on Tofu. He's got an Axe on the bat as well.
Nice Hex.
What?
Canceling out the lasso attempt from Tofu. He's dead, but they jump right on top of Laurel. Stunlock gets the Yules off.
Yes,
Can
no
he get out
remnant.
in time? No. Dead. Buyback from Collapse. They have another one available for Laurel if they want to use it. Root going to stay alive for the time being. They get their Nullifier applied to the Axe. He's getting surrounded. It's going to be a dieback if he's not careful. Ace is going to drop. Huge kill for Spirit. Can they get any more, though? They're going to save their barracks as well. And they know this is a long cooldown here for Ace, who fought back in that last fight.
How have Spirit not lost more than one Rax in this game?
I feel like every other team would have lost 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, they would have been talking about game 2. Yatoro is top net worth now. I don't think Gaiman have much more of the... I don't know if I dare call it throws, but I feel like they are definitely giving away a lot of... A place maybe a little too easy.
Talked about the late game.
Yeah.
The Marcian.
Yeah, of course. It's good old Watson's hero. Let's see. They did get level 25 talent. They're about to get Mr. Alaras. They're hitting a lot of good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Gaiman are losing a lot of power when it comes to their draft. Of course, you're still up 20k gold. You have everything it takes to still make it work, but they need to get it together.
Snakes on the high ground. Now Spirit want to play. Yatoro going to force out the Blink and the Shivas. That's going to be a dead tower. Fortification comes out. Remember, a full minute without Axe, who has been such a pivotal part of this game for Gaiman. I think this is just a set of racks completely.
It is. You absolutely
They're still
need
tier
Ace.
2s mid and bottom, so giving this up, you're not going to be giving up much more.
No, you need Ace to stay alive. Gaiman need to find a good way to start the fight themselves.
You have to worry about their base, though.
They will be forced back from the quadruple range creeps plus the double siege wave. Because they have a lot of ways to start the fight. You have the Axe Call, you can jump in, you have the Warlock to back you up. It's been a while since we've seen a good start of the fight with an Axe Call or a Lasso. And mind you, Tofu has an Aghanims. If he finds a good start to the fight, heroes will just straight up die.
It does feel that Nullifier has had a huge impact on this game.
It did, and they're about to get like more and more tanky also on Spirit. You have an Axe coming out onto Collapse. I like Miposhka's itemization a lot as well. You have 3 cores that rely on like, you know, damaging and staying alive. You have Vlad Solar Crest to buff them up.
Okay, there's the Axe for Collapse. Will not have buyback, so that's at the cost of it. Absolutely has to stay alive if they want to have a chance to win this game. It does feel like Spirit are the team that would come back.
It's not easy to kill Collapse if he's in one of his puddles. Like he has bonus status resistance, bonus armor, bonus HP regen. I will tell you that game, and they know that they're still ahead, but the type of pressure, it definitely creeps up on you.
Yeah, Spirit are just daring them to come high ground. Yatoro still not level 25. Both Laurel and Collapse are, though. As there is the Aghanim Scepter coming out from Malady.
No, will help, of course, get a little double golem into the game. Also, they won't be as strong as maybe in some other games. Of course, you have a lot of like minus armor, just Slaughter crushing them once might just get them out of the game shortly after.
Looks looks like Silver Edge is actually coming up.
It's on. I like this itemization. All that Spirit need to do is if they need to find one hero and take him out of the game. And if Yatoro can do it himself, like Blink, Stun, Bloodthorn, or scouting anyone out of a Silver Edge, I like it a lot.
Does that replace the treads then, I assume?
I think so.
I mean, you do have mobility with Reality Rift.
You have good move speed from Manta. Silver Edge also, like, it has a lot of uptime. You move faster. Keep the armlet. Get the treads out.
I actually went for the neutral that gives you that extended range as well. We've seen that before in a CK.
Yeah.
As a counter nullifier now for the side of Gaiman on Watson.
Yeah, it also gives him attack range, which is also nice for both him and his illusions. Yeah, so nullifier on Watson, like you said. It's the A on this, you can kind of pop through. There's the Yules on the Ember. It's not too bad.
Feels like it's... If Spirit gets the jump they want, they win the fight.
Yeah, and at this point, if they win one or two more fights, the game is going to start being in their hands, really. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a respawn timer here for the Roche. Let's see Gaiman. So it will be another daytime Roshan. They are fully smoked up. Gaiman, they do have map control, which is nice for them. They're currently controlling the middle of the map.
Yeah, Rush is already up, by the way. It was a
what
super
the hell?
fast spawn.
Oh, I guess.
That was like a sub 8-second spawn.
I was giga blind.
Okay.
Smoke on smoke action.
Reading that clock is difficult.
Yeah, it
Go
really
to
is.
school for that. You have to get a degree.
Never did any of those things.
Smoke on both sides. This could be the game.
That's a big rune on Laurel. He has a shield rune if he wants to go in front and body it up. But do mind you, I believe he does not have buyback.
Another smoke for Gaiman. They're going to show the battle hunger. Wrapping around, Yatoro does pop the smoke. Outside, is Tofu's going to be spotted out, pops the BKB. Quinn gets off the exorcism, going to focus on the Rasta first. Meanwhile, Yatoro focusing the Warlock.
Laurel has no
Look at
buyback.
ton of damage, he's dead. But Laurel being dead without buyback is huge, as Spirit now attempting to retreat, but the dispose catches Yatoro. And he's going to be caught without buyback as well. Actually, he does have it now, 100 seconds.
They're killing Quinn on the side.
Quinn, completely isolated, is going to hide for the time being, but does fall. Has buyback in addition. A nice dodge from Rue, but dies instantly after. Maposhka spotted.
High ground.
On the high ground. That's only going to work to his advantage.
No!
Attempting to TP out. He's fine. That is hilarious. But Laurel not having the buyback is the biggest story in this engagement.
Okay, let's see. What do Gaiman want to do about it? It should give them an absolute free Roche. So you can just wait for Quinn to respawn. I guess it's at least not... It's not easy for Gaiman to abuse this buyback being not available for Spirit, but they will get the entire Roche and all of its goodies. So they do get another Refresher Shard on the board and an Aegis for Watson.
All right, let's see if they hold the Refresher Shard a little longer.
I mean, you could just give it to Malady, right? Or even to Ace, like either of them. Just having 2 rounds of spells on either is so strong.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to use them back to back as opposed to the Exo, which is just cutting off the cooldown essentially.
Yeah, maybe
still have to wait.
I would like the double golem quite a bit. You could also maybe drop the Crimson on Mr. Ace because they have a nullifier to go through it, but I just like if they give it to Malady, he stays behind. When Spirit go, golem number 1, there's a global, you load this yourself, you refresh, global number 2. It's a little haste rune for Tofu. It's not like he really needs it, he's a speedy little fire bat. I mean, he's stacking up the cheeses. He's got 2 of them.
Oh yeah.
Cheese for days.
Make those blocks of cheese. Another item. Oh yeah, Arcane Blink. You love to see it. So extended range gives you a little HP and mana each time.
Yeah, and lower cooldown, which is kind of nice.
Super nice.
Let's see.
I feel like that's one of the most underutilized items in the game.
I kind of
like it's really good.
I agree, but it's also hard because I feel like not that many heroes use it that well. Or like a lot of the other heroes want like Overwhelming Blink or maybe Swift Blink, but
when coupled with Octarine, it feels really
yeah, then it's
strong.
Giga. Then it's Giga. And on heroes like Axe, it is super strong. But let's see what Team Spirit's best choice of like defense is here. If Maposhka wants to, he could buy out an entire Refresher Orb. It will mean he does not have buyback gold, but I kind of wouldn't mind it. I feel like you play in the back anyway. You just want to pop your auras.
Yeah, just stay in the fountain.
Yeah.
You need to be with your team at that point.
Yeah, it's good old gameplay. Very high skill gameplay.
All right, so Aegis for another 3 minutes. This is Roche number 4, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Gaming are going to relocate to that bot side as Yotoro. He's going to run into Ace potentially. Has the silver edge. Ace. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, Yotoro's got some quick fingers still.
Good little blink out there.
His old age of what? How old is he? Like early?
He's really young. It's even like I was looking at Collapse earlier. He won TI twice. This guy's 23.
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible.
As Gaimin having, let's see what they can do, because they would like to end up getting to the enemy base. Like if they find a good way to go to the base, BKB, Blink, Lasso, Force out, that's just a free kill where you force Spirit to cycle a buyback. Because at least for now, Spirit, they are holding really well to the map, and it is one of the reasons why this team is so damn good. They don't bleed too many kills around here and there, especially even when behind, and there is the refresher on the Poshka. Cannot underestimate that. He can really put a stop. Like if they find a good jump, he's double globaling those supports.
Yeah. When does the second global come out in that instance? Do you use it the instant a Lotus is used, like the Lotus Orb?
I guess.
Or do you wait until the global is finished?
It depends on who is, I guess, who isn't jumped on. You kind of want to stop Malady from not kind of counterplaying. Okay.
All right, high ground attempt for Gaimin. The Tomato leading the way. They get the Reality Rift onto Watson. Actually blink out using the chaotic offering. Watson's taking a ton of damage. This will be life number 1, but the barracks are going to fall in favor of Gaming Gladiators. It's a second set now for them as Roche's banner helping them out. Collapse. Staying at a distance for the time being, sharing chance on several heroes from so far away.
Tofu again with the pre-axe.
Tofu with the nullifier applied. Has the BKB to run away. There's a global though. It means Spirit are going to want to fight here. Oh, Reality Rift is going to be canceled twice by Watson. Into the fog he goes as the kill on the Tofu is successful. 2 minutes on the deck. Abyssal Blade though. They have the stun lock. Onto Laurel, it's going to be super close, he's dead. Has the buyback, of course. Ace on the other side, attempting to go on top of Yotoro, who is now chasing the Marcy. Gets the Reality Rift, gets the kill. Double kill for Rue, in fact. And now Spirit, with a couple buybacks expended, they'll take out Ace, who's left to his own devices.
They're losing a lot.
They have 2 of their 3 buybacks for the members that are dead. And Spirit, in the meantime, 1 step closer to the power spike, which is getting mega creeped into playing unbelievable Dota.
They're doing the second part already. I don't even know how they're holding on.
I have no clue.
So the only thing they use is Lara's buyback. But during this like downtime now, where Gaimin are dead, they're gonna push back this the deficit quite a bit. They pick up an amplified damage. They already have 1 Rax themselves. Tofu has not been finding the jumps. Rue is kind of having his number with the pre-hexes.
Octarine Core on Rue, okay.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's got an A on this and Lotuses as well. And even when you pop his innate, he can use the Lotus, he can use the OD staff, maybe blink out.
Full backdoor protection, not a problem. Now onto the high ground to try to equalize this game in terms of barracks. Let's see if they can force out the buybacks. Of course, you're going to be without the Bat Rider regardless, so maybe you just give this up.
You have to give it.
And just like that, this game is pretty damn even.
Absolutely,
it might poke at the tier 4s a bit. We'll see if they stick around. Quinn, gonna pop the Shivas. Yotoro does not flinch at all. BKB now for Laurel.
They're looking to force, but they should back off soon here on Spirit.
Yeah, they're going to back up now. As Serpent Ward's placed, okay, it's going to try to at least get 1 of these towers.
Unhealable damage.
Yep, very true.
And very important as well.
It will not go down, but a ton of damage taken by Gaimin's base. 7k lead now only, which means nothing.
But Poshka about to have Octarine Core himself as well, if he again wants to skip the buyback.
All right.
Which he does not need. Oh, Spirit are feeling, they're feeling good.
Man, this game is delivering.
All right, Refresher Orb on Quinn. Yeah, we're having some big we're getting tier 5s. We've got Refreshers
2 minutes. You're going to jinx it, man. 2 minutes.
No. We're getting it. Don't worry about it.
Assault Kyros for Collapse. All right, well, he started off not very far in this game, but hey, if you can hold on for 58 minutes, you can catch up.
Okay, so let's see. Everyone basically has like their Overthrow 3.0 inventory. Like you get to choose everything that you want.
And he's going Disperser.
Wait, who?
Was that Yotoro?
It's a really good late game item. Like, because it
what do you replace?
The full movement speed. That should be your armlet at this point.
Okay.
Like, you get to take off Fatal Bonds, you get to take off Sticky Napalms, which is quite annoying as well, especially in the late game with all the Bad Rider talents. It gives you move speed as well, because you have no boots, so that's kind of nice.
Yep, still saving for the buyback, of course, because it's not that big of a power spike.
Alright, so we're getting... Refresher is queued up on Larl, Refresher is queued up on Rue. You're going to have Refresher on a lot of other heroes coming out this game as well, for the ones who don't already have it. These wards are going to be very strong. Like, bonus one attack. If Rue gets a refresh... Like, we've seen this before. Late game Rasta who gets to somehow sneak up to the throne. It's scary. There's going to be a lot of cool things coming out.
There's a dispersal. Oh, yeah. He's not saving for buyback? Oh, he still has a ton of money.
I mean, it is Yatoro. He's spawning like 400 illusions everywhere here with the Manta.
Where's the Ags, bro? Come on. We need to see that Maposhka illusion.
How good is Phantasm Axe?
Pretty bad.
A very good streamer rates it very highly.
Oh, really?
George Cow. Yeah, he thinks he invented this one.
I mean, game dependent, it could be incredible for sure.
True.
I mean, this game is trash.
Yeah, kind of true. Your illusions are pretty worthless. I mean, could help you with the map push, so of course he will get it later. And you do get one bonus illusion yourself.
All right, 60 minutes. We have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Tier 5 items. Who's getting the Helm of the Undying to make casting literally impossible?
We're getting 2.
Okay.
Also,
on each side?
I think 2 and 1. We're getting 3 total.
All right, so I think the way I've learned to cast this is when they die with the Helm of the Undying,
you just keep going?
You just pretend they haven't died.
Yeah, of course, they're still up.
And I made that mistake, and they stayed alive for 20 seconds. Okay.
A Book of the Dead, I guess.
Book of the Dead's definitely worse.
Take the Regalia,
they
brother.
Always take the Regalia.
Take the Regalia.
That is what I've found from pro players. Okay, that's Slardar.
That's one. Oh, he did it.
Dying.
That's he got Stygian Desolator on Larl. This is by far the best item he could get.
Oh, yeah.
13 AoE bonus armor in late game.
Nice. That is nice. It was the Divine Regalia for Yatoro. So
with the primary attributes.
If he dies, basically his neutral, well, not basically, literally his neutral breaks.
Yep.
Until, I think it's 10 minutes down the road where he can make a new one.
All right, let's see what Gaming can get, because they need some good tier 5s. Did they not get any yet?
Not yet, and this could be a really good timing for Spirit to just pounce them.
Oh, he can get his own Stygian or Helm.
I think Helm is the way to go, surely.
I guess so.
I mean, Helm has got to be the best.
Helm is... I think it's a double S double plus tier.
S double plus?
That's definitely a S double plus.
This one, I mean, the 2-second BKB feels very underwhelming for a tier 5. I don't know how you feel.
The one way I feel like it's a slightly better is because he has Refresher. So it refreshes that and you can get 2. But yeah, I still feel like it's not the best.
Spotted.
Uh-oh.
They're going to pursue. Overwhelming Blink right after evaporates. 2-shot by the side of Spirit. Has the buyback, though. And now that they've seen the tier 5s are up, Gaiman very scared. We need to get on the same level. They only have
2. They need more tier 5s, guys.
Into the pit. Spirit goes potentially. They make sure Roche is there. Roche is not happy.
Well, Gaiman are happy if this delays a bit because they want the tier 5s as Quinn snatches the Arcane Rune. This damage output on Yatoro with the Regalia, plus a Stygian Desolator and a Corrosive Haze, you are dying before you cast about whatever the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
Minotaur Horn. Ooh.
Oh, these are not.
No, these are not it.
I mean, Fallen Sky? You could get rid of Blink, maybe.
I mean, he might just
or
get...
have the double Blink.
I think he's going to get Minotaur Horn, probably. But he didn't get the debuff duration, which would have been nice on Axe, where you can call them longer. Well,
he's really thinking about it. Do I keep Outworld Staff? I don't think so.
No, you don't. Fallen Sky on Bat is
Book
probably
of the Dead
pretty good.
He goes for. Interesting.
Okay.
Not a great building hitter anymore as Spirit hiding in Gaiman's base as Rue going for the Serpent play. Gets one down.
That's your tier 4 dying.
Tier 4 dropping. Might be both. It's going to be close.
That's a big deal. It's going to allow Spirit to take over the map.
They find a crush on top of Ace. The first global sign has come. Lotus applied with a nullifier on top of it. He's going to get hexed on top of that. He's dead. He is absolutely dead. 100 seconds with the buyback. Those the chaotic offering now onto the BKB collapse. Trying to pursue a little bit further. He's so tanky though. Able to sprint away as the Searing Chains will hold everybody on Gaiman's side in place. Buyback already expended from Ace. Looking for a fight, but if you're Spirit, you wait out this EXO and force out the refresher usage.
Yeah, let's see what gaming can get done here. I feel like Spirit are doing a lot of good things when it comes to the map. You go top, you drop the wards, you force a TP back, and then you attack somewhere else. Can they get this
already
Roach?
half health here. Do Spirit even want to contest? They're kind of far away.
Lara giving vision.
It's going to show there. They get the Hex. Roche is taken out. Ace takes the Aegis. There's still more goodies to play. And they're going to get a stun lock onto Laurel. He's in a lot of trouble. Yatoro with the Silver Edge trying to get away. A lot of damage from the sideline from Rue outside of the pit. As the first to fall is the Marcy, along with the Warlock to follow. 2 dead for Gaiman. The Aegis still intact, of course, as Quinn pops that garbage BKB as the Helm of the Dying. The green heroes are all over the place now.
What's happening?
Into the pit as Tofu gets destroyed by Laurel. Aegis is already gone. Yatoro with all the illusions inside of the pit as Ace does get the blink out in time. Quindo now completely isolated from his team. The reality rift applied. Dead. Burst down to the ground. And now the Warlock is going to drop as well. Die back for Mr. Malady.
They're
Onto the
losing
high
so
ground, they're
much.
continuing. They already bought back onto Ace. He's going to pop the BK or the refresher, try to get the double call. But a lot of members of Spirit are here to take out Ace easily.
That's a double
back from him. Now Yatoro finally does drop, but he still had his buyback this whole time. Meanwhile, the creeps are continuing to the top lane. And Marcy's just getting evaporated with the minus armor. Quinn will follow suit. GG for Spirit in game 1. How?
Dude, this team is so freaking insane.
Oh my god, what a game.
If you're gaming, you know that you had this game. Like, your first 50 minutes were like near flawless. You're so far ahead, you have everything, they can't touch you. Spirit somehow find a way to keep themselves in the game. They hit their item timings. And Gaiman, they mess up a couple of high ground pushes and back-to-back fights with Spirit. Kind of just some macro outplay, good itemization, the way they play the map. I feel like no other team in this tournament would have won this game.
I mean, do have to mention they did pick a carry Marcy.
Of course, they were destined to lose this game.
I have never cast a game. It's cursed. I don't know what it is. The hero just doesn't do it in the end.
Gaiman, they had this game, and they should kind of feel like that. So you don't want to lose too much hope and like faith in what you're doing. But yeah, it will shake you up a little bit because you understand that Spirit, even from this deficit, can put on such a show and performance.
Yeah, that has to hurt if you're gaming Gladiators. And again, just reiterating for the audience, this is a single elimination best of 3. Yeah, I'm a little flustered after that game.
Me too, I don't blame you.
But yeah, they will have to come back and try to get 2 straight to continue on. And like you said, after being up, I don't know if they're sure how. Let's go to Sheep.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Kezu. I think, first of all, what an awesome game to start our playoff bracket with. Like, oh my gosh, this was insane and incredible. Second, Team Spirit just proved, just in case anybody forgot, they are the best team, Jenkins, to come back when they look like they're about to lose a game.
Yeah, this is a generationally good team at late game team fighting, at late game decision making. We saw it there at the end with Rue using the Serpent Wards on the throne, and then immediately every other player of Team Spirit is looking to take a kill at the triangle area. Just these little plays like that. I don't know why it has to get to the late game for all of a sudden something to click for Team Spirit where they can make these sort of decisions. But you know what I love to see? Rue has not played a TI or an EWC with Team Spirit. This is his first massive marquee tournament, and the question is, does he have that energy of being able to clutch in the late game? It was all his pre-hexes on Tofu that led to this. It was his Serpent Wards on the throne that led to the fight that basically led to the downfall of Game and Gladiators. So it's really nice to see him integrating into the exact style that Spirit is able to win, TIs and EWCs with.
And Spirit must be so exhausting to play against. Like, you play so well if you're Game & Gladiators. On the early game, you outdraft them because this was an outdraft. Their draft could do nothing versus Game's 5-man. They could do nothing versus the Auras for so long in that game. They had no damage. It took them to somehow clutch a few pickoffs, get to the late game where they could get the Nullifier, get the Scotty, be able to kill through all of this. And that's when these, big clutch pickoffs were coming through. But before that, Game were owning. But you just get caught off guard once or twice, and Spirit, with all of their experience, are suddenly smoking up and finding more picks. They're taking them up. They're finding you in places that you don't think you'd play.
I just can't imagine this won't be a morale killer for Gladiators, because what they did in the early and mid game was so powerful. They grouped, they took mid tower, they got the Helm of the Dominator, which allowed them to apply pressure on the map successfully with the Troll Warlord creep. He used it to jump off of it to get those like triple hits. So he's basically farming with his ulti with the Helm that's always available. He's going from camp to camp faster because he can move it between camp and basically like leap between like an anti-mage. And then they just put all this pressure on the map. They get a 2 racks and then all of a sudden they just start losing fights. Like it must feel like we won the game, but Team Spirit did their thing.
Yeah, this is where I would always go back to the support staff of the team, because you are completely right. Not only was Gaimin playing the early game flawlessly, they also did something that was completely new, completely fresh. We've never seen Helmdom Marcy carry before. Nobody was expecting this when it came out in the game. Everybody in the green room was completely shocked, and it was working. Their experiment was a success. But unfortunately, they're playing against the single greatest comeback team in the history of the game.
Wow, I'm still.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of unfortunate for Gaming Gladiators. I will say, though, it's very fortunate for us because this was so close. And I actually think that for Gaming Gladiators, this was also some experience they needed to be reminded of. Because it is very easy to forget how dominant Team Spirit can be in the later stage of the game, and at least this is not the game they go out on, you know?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. In this tournament bracket, you get a single humbling. That's it.
This is it. For Gaming, they gotta step up.
And I suppose the argument is it's probably going to happen in a Spirit series anyway at some point. It's the most likely to happen there. So if they can get it together and you know, win out the series, it bodes well for the rest of the tournament. But after that, it would take it's going to take quite the speech, I think, to recover from that.
Yeah, I would imagine that they got what it takes to recover, though. They did do very well at the start, but then there was a little bit of a turnaround, Effie. I believe you got something to show us for that one.
Yeah, I mean, if we can pull the clip up here, we're going to see kind of the beginning of the end for Gaming Gladiators. What you don't see here is that basically Ace was kind of unkillable the entire game, but at that point, that's when they hit their nullifier timing. Then they get the blink with the nullifier, and they managed to burst on the axe that so many times before they tried to kill, and it either took way too long in the early game or it just didn't happen at all. I believe we're going to see the same thing happen here. Like a minute later, that nullifier timing, it's going to come in clutch. We're going to see a triple chain from Laurel here into the follow-up instantly by Team Spirit, into boom, bam, Marcy's dead. That's how quickly the damage was being dealt in that late game, and that is ultimately what took Spirit to victory.
It's very hard to counterplay that. I was trying to think, like, okay, what do you do? Eon Disc, I guess, but then you're also playing into Nullifier. I mean, it all comes together for us where we get to see that that's why they had no auras in the draft. They did go for a Vlad's Maposhka, by the way. He did go for a casual Vlad, so they kind of had auras. But it's because they were confident playing around that burst. Now, if I was on Team Spirit, I would say, like, guys, is there a way we could just... Do we have to go to 70 minutes for our strategy to come together? But if it works, it works.
I don't think they're happy with that one for sure. Like, they are definitely taking lessons away from that draft because that was a very small window of opportunity for victory.
Yeah. I would say both teams take lessons away, but I do want to talk about those lessons. Purge, which team do you want to break down? Which of the two teams? Because both in a way lost and both in a way won in this first game.
I mean, we got to see the benefits of the Slardar plus CK in the late game scenarios that gave them those opportunities to actually burst the enemy heroes within 2 to 3 seconds. That was a benefit. The downside was that their laning stage didn't go so good, and if your laning stage goes bad and you get put in that position, you don't really want to be there either. So yeah, I feel conflicted in my head because, okay, they had the heroes that they needed to do Team Spirit stuff, but they also, like Gaming Gladiators, have a firm advantage. Even in the case of some of their fights going well, Gaming Gladiators still had like a 3 to 5k advantage really early. Axe had a stupidly fast Blink Blade Mail Vanguard as well. So, and they got Crimson Guard, which basically meant that they just can't fight anymore because Crimson hard counters minus armor strats. So they could do this again. It's a Slardar if they want to, but they need their lanes to go better.
Yeah.
That way the Crimson Guard timing gets delayed, and then they actually have a chance to fight in the mid game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're looking at that and thinking, wow, great draft by us. That is not happening. They ran into damage issues. That was the problem that game. It was very hard to put the Slardar on CK's lane in those first 15 minutes. They have to play separate parts of the map. Slardar is playing for his timings, so is CK. There was this one moment where we saw Axe being chased for 15 seconds. I kid you not. Minute 9, it took 4 heroes 15 seconds to kill Axe. And that really did feel like the story of the game. So my issue is that just find some ways to account for damage in that early game, because if you're looking at Ember Spirit, for example, he plays on chains, he needs follow-up damage from his supports usually. Like usually his typical combos are like a Mirana Arrow or, you know, something like a Sky with all of that magic damage. That didn't exist. His support duo was Silencer and Shaman. They don't give him damage.
I'm going to say something kind of vague here, but I feel like this is just the nature of Dota, where there are these little things that can happen in the laning phase where, like, you lose a trade. Because of that, you don't get, like, a D-ward on a camp, enemy support gets a pull, something like that. I don't see, in terms of the draft, that these lanes are, like, totally awful for Spirit. There's no reason they should have been devastated so hard in the early game. Like, there probably was some situation like that where there are these little micro things that, like, they can go back into the replay and winning, which is great, right? They can look back at the replay and say, okay, we screwed up early. Like, I don't see this as the type of team to make the same mistakes in a second game. So if this game was hard for Gaimin, I see the next one being even harder because Spirit is more than capable of making those little adjustments.
They are going to judge. This time that the teams are getting right now is incredibly important because this is when the coaches will have, like, this is the only time the coaches will have to try and get the teams on the right track for the next game. And speaking of coaches, I think it's about time we learn a little bit more about them and one in particular in getting to know CY.
I'm here with Coach CY from Gaming Gladiators behind the scenes. CY, how are you feeling about coming into this Esports World Cup? Are you confident?
I'm pretty confident, like especially after our group stage. I think it's been going pretty well in scrims. So, and yeah, it's nice to play a tournament again.
Absolutely. And what's the vibe like here at the Boulevard?
Vibes are pretty good. It's pretty warm, you know, but like we're staying cold anyways.
Perfect. And are you? What's a good sellout question? What are your opinions on the Club Championship? Do you think Gaimin stand a chance?
I have no idea. I don't know how it works. I mean, I just know that we are trying to win it for Dota team, of course, like as always. But like, I have no idea about the points.
Perfect. All right. What do you think about the meta then? Do you think that the heroes are going to remain the same in the playoffs, or do you think people have more up their sleeves?
I think people have more up their sleeves. I think we're starting to see the effects of like no pro tracker being like available, and people kind of have to come up with their own stuff. Like teams are diversing a bit into their own like little ideas and like lanes and stuff like that. So I think we're going to see new stuff for sure.
And who do you think has the most up their sleeve? Who's cooking the most?
I think our kitchen has been burning a little bit. So I think we might have something. Let's see.
All right, awesome stuff. And finally, how big would it be for you guys to win this event and take home that prize money?
Would be nice. Not gonna lie, would be nice.
All right, defending champions, Gaming Gladiators, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cool.
It would, of course, be quite epic if the defending champion can win 2 times in a row. That would be insanely good. But I do... Actually, Cengiz, you predicted that Gaimin would win this series quite easily.
Yeah, I did. And I want to go ahead and do a formal apology out to Dr. Sulman Al Habib, as well as to Team Spirit. I was wrong. I will be going to the doctors after this. I love how CY says, oh yeah, there's going to be some crazy picks coming out. It's like, brother, you just picked Carrie Marcy with the Dominator. It's like, I can understand why he's saying that. It's like, this guy's cooking.
That was so cool, though.
It was cool. Maybe next time around it will work, but will he do it 2 times around? We're going to find out game 2 after break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
We are getting ready for game number 2 between Team Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. The defending champions are on the chopping block because it was Team Spirit taking that first game in typical Team Spirit fashion. So you could say that yes, Gaming almost won. And there's a lot for Team Spirit to learn from that game 1 because they almost lost. But at the end of the day, it was Team Spirit and their late game prowess that was able to push through and get that first game under their belt, and that puts Gaming in a very tough spot. For this game 2, we're going to have Spirit on the Dire side this time around, Gaming on the Radiant side, and we have got a change-up, I believe, for first pick, last pick.
Shiva, I have a question for you.
What's the question?
Do you know Napoleon Bonaparte?
Sure.
Napoleon Bonaparte, he did some wars.
Yeah, he was very short.
And then instead of putting him in jail, he got exiled.
Yeah, on an island.
On an island.
Yeah.
And guess what? He came back.
I watched
and he
the movie too.
He did an even worse war. And here's where I'm going with this, okay? Team Spirit, you talk about the defending champions, Gaming. Who won it the year before? Spirit is Napoleon Bonaparte. They're back. They've been exiled.
No.
They're put on an island.
Which island?
And they want the throne back, Shiver.
Oh.
And that is clear to me today. And Gaming needs to show more respect to Napoleon Bonaparte.
This is quite the analogy.
I don't know if I like this analogy.
No, I don't like it either. I thought Napoleon wasn't a very friendly dude. And to be honest, have you seen the faces of Team Spirit? They're very friendly dudes.
Right? They're like anime protagonists.
Maposhka is the Napoleon Bonaparte of Dota.
You know, he would actually laugh at that and say,
like
yes,
that.
I am.
He would
Even if he's not.
He's always laughing.
Let's focus our attention on the draft. We've got first pick for Team Spirit. They went for the Monkey King this time around. The Bat Rider was beaten, but did get banned, just like the Queen of Pain and Nature's Prophet. And other than that, we don't have many surprises in terms of the banning side. It is Puck that gets traded for the Monkey King.
I really do like that they tried giving the Batrider. They didn't necessarily have an idea against it. They just thought that maybe they could pick Silencer, win the lane against it, and that would go differently. And they changed their minds. I mean, this hero is so high win rate for a reason. I believe that was the second game at EWC that it's lost.
Yeah.
But it's won 8 games before that, and Tofu did show us why in that early game, right? He was just owning the lane, getting Lotuses, going mid, pressuring, taking the runes. And then when there was Lasso, there was no counterplay.
I'd almost say that it won last game too, in some ways. That's
It
like one of
kinda
those
won,
games
yeah.
where my
Not
brain, I'm
getting
like, they kind of won, but on the paper they lost it.
Yeah, it was a bit much. You know, the crazy thing is with these 2 picks coming out is that, like, just a few months ago, we would say, they picked Puck into Monkey King? That's insane. Like, you would pick Monkey King to hard counter Puck in the mid lane. But this is one of those, like, contentious matchups now where I think it's very skill dependent. Puck has the curveball facet, which has definitely improved the gameplay in general, as well as the laning, where you do a lot better into matchups that otherwise were pretty bad before. And then Monkey King, the Jingu healing, particularly, as well as some other nerfs, has been nerfed, so you're not able to just get a full Jingu stack and heal to full from the creep wave.
I really like the popularity of Curveball. I think it's allowed Pucks to be a lot more expressive in how they play the hero, and it looks like more of a high-skilled hero than it used to be, because now you can do cool little tricks with your orb. In the past, when you'd use orb to get a last hit, that's when people would initiate their gank on you, because now you can't use orb to retreat.
Right, it is just generally better to... I realized this guy. I played it for the first time because I was like Quinn, which maybe we'll see. I hope he goes Curveball in this one. It could be Tofu, by the way. He does play it. But I went for Curveball for the first time like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh, I get it. I get it. Because it makes your orb last longer, too.
Yeah.
So it is just strictly better.
Because you could jump any of the time that it is alive, you have an option to go somewhere
jump
else.
to it. Yeah, so you
really
can, like, if you run into a fight and there's a guy that's right in front of you that you want to orb, you can use the orb to do damage and then orb it backwards, and depending on what happens in the fight, you can choose to disengage or to stay there, and you like couldn't do that before.
So you don't have to be on top of them to orb to safety. You could be close to them, orb through them, the orb comes back, you jump to a retreat position. So
there's so many options.
Gives you more... It looks like somebody who's playing jazz instead of just like playing the music notes they're supposed to play. That's what it feels like. It's a lot more fun
Playing
to watch.
Guitar Hero, maybe.
With all of that
probably.
being said, I want to express skepticism, and I've been trying to. I think there are 2 good supports while Bane gets banned. There is Bane and Shaman. They can only have their pick of one, so they take out the Bane, but there are really popular counters to Puck in the meta, and while, yes, the nature of the matchup did change, I still think it's Monkey King favored, because I've seen a couple of games where people picked Puck after Monkey King and they regretted it. I think this is the one team, though, that can get away with it, because when it comes to skill-based matchups, Quinn has mastered them all. So he can definitely win. But I do think that sometimes we've seen people counterpick themselves this tournament, and it's gone as expected. Another one that comes to mind is picking, it was actually Spirit. They picked Ember Spirit into Extreme Gaming's Shadow Fiend. Then they just flexed Shadow Fiend mid and they beat him up.
And my skepticism comes from Quinn hasn't been going for the curveball facet. He refuses to budge on that. Yeah, he goes for the old one, and I think it's just strictly worse. But he's also the type of player that's very meticulous at studying like every matchup and why it's winning. So I would take a wild guess and say that if you could look at a lot of his pubs, he's probably been playing a lot of Puck and putting in the reps for curveball, because it is weird for the first few times, and then you get the hang of it.
If the other one is the Waning Rift positioning thing, can you pull a monkey off of a tree?
Yes, but it doesn't stun him.
Sure, but
He
at
just
least
comes
he's
off
off
the
the
tree.
tree, so he can't continue jumping, hypothetically.
Yep.
That's like one
true.
upside.
Yeah. Force movement, decent against Monkey King. Absolutely true.
I mean, it's also just, like, in terms of laning mechanics, if you are someone like No One and Quinn, we've seen them win Puck matchups that should be lost. So it's understood. But the Shaman comes out, like, you get the instant Hex versus the Puck. Maybe Gaiman thought that by picking Muerta, they'd have an answer to the Shaman that was going to inevitably come out. You can just drop the calling on his shackles, and he can't really comfortably cast spells or hold people on.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, the ground-targeted silence, Shaman and Bane, which of course is banned out, but they both just don't like playing into it because you're literally standing in one place using your stun.
And it's cool with Puck as well. I mean, you could dead shot break coil hypothetically, and you can also put the calling where the dream coil is. So if they're forced in that position, here's another great thing to add to that is a macro pyre and some AoE spells. Jakiro has not been popular for quite a bit here. But having some like range stun that he can play behind his teammates and protect them from Monkey King sounds pretty good. Or he can interrupt the shackles too.
Do we think this is a carry Marcy again? Sorry, go.
I think so, yes. I mean, it looked great last game. Maybe they thought that that wasn't the issue. I mean, I don't think that was the issue either. They probably should have just ended that game earlier by not getting picked off. But if you look at it versus Warlock and Shaman, it doesn't... Like, those heroes don't defend themselves against Marcy, especially if she's going to play with the Helm Dom again.
And you could also escape from like Wukong's command. You could initiate on Monkey, find him in trees, potentially with the jump. It looks alright.
Well, a little bit more team fight coming the way from Team Spirit this game around versus last game with the Warlock and the Tidehunter now as well. As we are probably looking at a hero on the side of Gaming for Ace and for Yatoro on Team Spirit.
Team Spirit have already corrected for issues they had last game. They have mixed damage, which they didn't have last game, right? They're going to have magical damage coming out of Fatal Bonds and Warlock, and they're going to have physical damage coming out of Monkey King. Last game, all they had was physical, but they also just didn't have proper team fight. This time around, they've got Golem, they've got Ravage, so they've got a means to play into Marcy's early game aggression, but also, you have Tidehunter in lane versus Marcy. If Collapse has a read that Tide just lanes easily into Marcy, that's also why they go for it.
I actually think you should carry Muerta and run Marcy as a 4 here. Like, I genuinely think, like, Marcy, cool. The Monkey King matchup into Muerta is terrible for Monkey King. You walk in, physically immune, tons of magic damage, scaling against Monkey, who gets armor in the ult. You can deadshot him out of the ult. It owns Tide in lane. Like, we saw for a lot of tournaments, people picking Muerta in general against Tide because the ground target is silence. Of course, you can't crack and shell that. So, and of course, Tofu can play Marcy. Like, this was a 4 other than in this game. I mean, we'll see.
Or a 5.
Or
It
5.
is an option.
Yeah, the Muerta plus Marcy sounds pretty good, actually.
Keep in mind, it is Gaming with the overall last pick. So this is a question that even Team Spirit is not going to have an answer to until they have already picked.
Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. Normally, if you're playing Kara Muerta, you're a little bit more worried about not having much mobility on your hero, but the rest of the heroes on Spirit, with the exception of Monkey King, are not very mobile themselves. So it might be passable if they go for the Kara Muerta.
Yeah, surely they're considering it as an option on Spirit, though. Like, there's no way that they blunder thinking that they could not do this in the draft, so perhaps they pick to account for it.
Does anyone else feel the Toro troll coming out here? I feel like every playoff series, one troll warlord has to come out from Yatoro.
It doesn't look too bad.
Because you're blind picking your carry.
If they
right?
troll, there's a 0% chance you can run carry Marcy. It's just so giga countered. I feel like that would be a mistake from them, though, because it would be not respecting the Muerta. Like, Muerta versus Troll is devastation of the highest degree for Troll.
For the Troll, yeah.
You could also play Lifestealer and then Infest if it is a carry Muerta. You could think about that build in terms of countering her.
Well, for Team Spirit, they do only ban offlaners for the moment, so there don't seem to be any other heroes they're worried about.
But I think it's slightly indicative of them worrying about Marcy Flex if they ban a Darkseer, though. Because then it could be Darkseer 3, Marcy 4. So they're definitely thinking about the flex.
I mean, Centaur as well. Centaur, Marcy. I feel like Marcy 4 loves playing with any of these heroes that just want to be on top of you.
Oh, there's the TA.
TA makes it all the way through.
Okay,
was first phase ban previous game by Spirit themselves.
I'm sure you're supposed to just put Jakiro against TA, Marcy as the 5, Muerta carry, and then pick an offlaner here that like dumpsters TA with a Jakiro.
Sounds decent. Damage over time. However, Warlock paired with it is going to offset a lot of that.
I agree. I think if you're putting your Jakiro 4 just to shut down TA and she's playing with a Warlock, it might not do the trick, and then you just have a Jakiro 4 who's going to be slower to runes and slower to connecting to his teammates in the early game.
God forbid you get behind, then the monkey's going to start punishing you.
Well, Gaiman has a pretty luxurious position. They have still over a minute left to think about their choice here.
Tide TA gives you everything. What can you do if you're gaming?
Classic.
No, it is cool though, because conceptually, what they had last game was Slardar CK was similar to Tide TA. You got the minus armor for like a heavy burst physical damage carry, but what happens with a Tide compared to what a Slardar gives you is you also have a Ravage team fight, but you also have a guy who can buy you pipe and can buy you Crimson Guard.
I just realized Dawnbreaker is still in the pool too.
Yep.
That would be like the other option for who has a 4D or who has a 3D you want to play with Marcy potentially. I'm really banking on this narrative. It feels like against TA especially, all physical damage. Like, Muerta should own this. It's just a question to me, does Watson feel like playing it?
Maybe
Brewmaster.
Okay, that's the solution to the Tide, potentially, too. If you don't really have a means to take him out in the fights, you can just throw him up in the air and try to deal with the TA before she gets the Ravage back up.
Watson Marcy, by the way.
Yeah, their disable outside of Shadow Shaman is not strong. It's not like Chain Stunning is going to be super easy, so Brewmaster getting split off is great. Radiance is fantastic against Monkey King, against TA, even against the other heroes, so the mischance is going to be good. So him plus Auras, I think, makes a lot of sense, and it gives us some anti-team fight. Throw somebody in the air, AoE Dispel, the Fatal Bonds, like it's a good Brew pick for sure.
I mean, Brew Muerta is a very strong lane as well. That's definitely a kill lane. If Warlock steps like a little bit out of position, there can be feed central, and I know that, like, of course, Marcy into Tide feels kind of bad, but also with the Jakiro and like the kill threat of Marcy, I feel like you can win almost any lane. Like, I think in both of these side lanes for Gaimin, they're just going to focus on killing the supports and then pressuring the cores after they've gotten a couple of kills on the subs.
Yeah, the thing is, Gaimin have less snowball potential than they did last game because they're playing into also a strong teamfight lineup and also an Aura carrying lineup. So they want to bide the time for the Brew Radiance and play off of that and hopefully not give too much away because that Radiance timing will be strong for them. Otherwise, I like what Spirit's got going for late game.
Okay, we're going to find out what's going to happen. It is tournament lives on the line for Gaming Gladiators. Can they force out a third game to this series? We're going to find out together with our commentary duo. But first, we are going to head over to the stage where Nomad is talking to Coach CY.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, CY, I mean, difficult first game here, I will say. What was the conversation like between you and the team in this little break?
So I think it's important to like not overthink it too much. Like, we kind of won the game, I think, and we had some bad devs. Like, you get caught off a few times. Like, this is like what Spirit is typically good at, you know, playing from behind and like finding small openings. I think like we were in a really good position. We like did very well in lanes. I think the drive was like good overall. So I think it was just our game, and it just happens sometimes you throw the game or like you make some mistakes and you mess up, but it's okay. You just go next game.
All right, round two then. Let's see what you can do on this one. I wanted to ask as well, was there any conversation about flexing the Muerta and the Marcy, or were you always like, this Marcy's our carry?
There was conversations about that, but like in the end we just ended up doing it the way we do. So.
All right, let's hope it works out for you, and let's hope we get a game 3 as we jump into Gaming Gladiators versus Team Spirit game number 2.
Greetings! Gaimin versus Spirit, game 2 of this best of 3 elimination series, because remember, it's single elimination, Kazu.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a big one. I will say I like what I heard here in the interview from CY, because I agree. Like, they did good in the first game. I mean, they did throw it away. Spirit had their number, got some pickups here. I think they ruined some of their own timings on Gaimin's side, so it's good that they stick to similar stuff, but I will say I preferred their draft in game 1 compared to this. I feel like this time around, I would say that Spirit have the upper hand. I really like the Tide in this game, especially laning into the Marcy Jakiro. You have like the Kraken Shell, it blocks twice against the Jakiro. First of all, Marcy not the highest damage hero, so if they can get through the lane there, I feel like Spirit have an incredible ball later if Gaimin don't get off to an incredible start.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Analysis. Just incredible.
Thank you. Can I have some of yours?
Marcy was picked.
Yeah, that's really good. Keep it up.
Marcy carry again. Will it break the Suns fan curse, apparently? I have literally not cast a single game where it's won.
I will say that
I should have won that last game.
The Helm of Dominator build was really cool. I did like it a lot. Like, just to change up, you can play even faster. You can kind of become like a threat on yourself. Because also, not only do you farm more because of your facet, it also means that like when you farm alone, you keep proccing the ult charges like in the jungle when you jump off of your creep. It's kind of cool.
As Ace playing the Brewmaster, we'll talk about all these heroes.
It is one of his classics. I will say that it was last year when they played Brew a lot with the barrel. He was one of the only people that took the other facet. And Quinn kept telling me about that Ace knows some secret tech on this hero that no one else knows about. But obviously, being a pro player and being a wuss, he didn't want to tell me what it was. So
yeah,
he knows something on Brew that apparently no one else knows.
That's because he'd be spilling it right here, right now.
I wouldn't. Maybe. I probably would.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, what do you think this Brew brings to this game for
It is incredibly good against the two heroes that we see here on the screen, the TA and the Warlock. So he's good in a team fight against Warlock. You can dispel the Golem, like deal a lot of damage. You can take off the Fatal Bonds. You lane well. And you're good against the TA in the game. You buy Radiance, which is great. Most importantly, though, TA hates to be collapsed on. Brewmaster as a hero makes it very easy when you have split. You take over the lane. People can come to you. And it gives them the team fight. It gives them, it gives Ace the freedom to buy the items that he wants. So he should be very happy on the Brewmaster in this game.
How much damage does the Dispel do to the Golem?
It should be usually summon. It's like 400 base and then like 2 or 2.5x to golems. I think it should be like 800 or 1k damage.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty
Which is
good.
a lot.
It is, absolutely.
But we'll have to see. Early on, I would say that Collapse should struggle in the lane because you need to get level 3. You get level 3 with a 0-2-1 build, 2 levels in the Kraken Shell, and then you should be kind of chilling.
A lot of denies there, too.
Yeah, the one problem I see, and that's one of the big upsides that Gaiman had last game, is that you had DP mid on Quinn against the Ember. This time around, you have Monkey King versus Puck, and Larl, he's dumpstering Quinn right now. 10-5 to 1-1.
Oh, wow. That is actually absurd. I didn't realize that. As Rue is going to be spotted by Malady. We'll go to the other side of the gate as the creep wave is being held, of course, by Collapse on the other side. So kind of a weird laning stage to start things out, but you're right. This middle lane, 10-5 versus, well, now it's 5-1, so a little bit closer than it was.
It is a very...
I mean, how big a favor should Monkey King have?
Monkey King is definitely... We'll see how it goes throughout the next levels, because it is an incredible... it's a skill matchup, straight up. You need to do good things on the Pog, you need to not give him 20 Jingles, you need to curveball nicely, get your runes and whatnot, because, Monkey, he's definitely favored 60-40, maybe even 65-35.
From miles away.
As Rue is doing some chilling.
Yeah, interesting.
We have a Water Rune trade in the mid. Looks like Malady also. I kind of like that he went for the facet where you deal more right-click damage, so you don't have the secondary Ice Path later, but Gaiman, they are a team, they want to do well on lanes. Take it further, use this lead, open up the map. So
right, I'm going to try to take you seriously, but I genuinely want to know, what do they see in the Marcy carry? How is it good this game versus last game?
I think for them, so what did they see? They saw Monkey and the 2 supports. I mean, when you play Rasa, you hate playing against heroes that want to go in and stay on top of you. I think Marcy absolutely can do that. But I think most importantly for them, they want to play the pace of tempo. So I think it's more about the archetype of the hero. Whereas you can see that Collapse, he already doesn't care about...
Malady literally does no damage.
Yeah. And this is why, first of all, I like this matchup, but also what they're doing. Like the XP management, Rue can say level 1. All you need in this lane is for Collapse to get this timing, and he should be fine. He should not get pressured.
Yeah. Does that mean you can just leave him?
It means you can stack, you can play for the 4-minute Water Rune.
Dual Breath to follow.
Kraken Shell activate.
Kraken Shell. They're going to try to turn this around a bit onto Watson. Yeah, not much needed, as Collapse still extremely healthy on the HP department.
Especially if Watson goes for the dot. There are some ways that you can overcome the tankiness, maybe if you rush your Orb of Corrosion, but it seems like that's not how Marcy is played anymore. You go he's gonna go for the Helm, which means he will free farm, but so will Collapse as well, which we talked about gives Rue some space. And now look at the 4-minute Water Rune. You have Larl already, who's on the top rune. You have Rue on the bottom, so Quinn, no refill for you, my little brother bear.
That's true. Having the luxury of being able to just leave an off-laner to his own devices in 1v2 and just not be scared of dying.
The dream of a +4 player.
Indeed, and he's also farming. I mean, Collapse did extremely well in the late game, in game number 1, but we saw that his laning stage and really the first 30 minutes of the game had basically nothing. So having a tie that's off to a good start, you can get some stacks for him, could really catapult Collapse here in this game.
I will still say, even with the laning stage, I think Gaiman they have the upper hand when it comes to early moves. You have still a very good lane with the Brew Muerta. Tofu very good on this hero. We don't see it as often, but still very, very good. And when they have Brew Split, it's not that easy for Spirit to kind of answer it.
All right, attempt number 3 onto Collapse. Dispose with the Dual Breath. Try to turn this around with the Gush into the Anchor Smash. Watson uses the rebound, but Malady going to take the Blood Grenade to the back of the head. It looks like he will be able to get away as a Dual Breath again, this time onto Rue. Malady is going to get first blooded, though, as Rue follows suit shortly after. Definite favor for Spirit, although Collapse in a bit of trouble. Now we'll pop the Lotus and the Anchor Smash, and that means Watson can do literally nothing.
So 1-for-1 trade. Collapse, actually, he did have the opportunity to Lotus Rue, but I guess he doesn't care about his +4 because he could have saved him. Let's see, Quinn definitely, he did get some comeback in the mid lane, but still not great. Need to remember that his 4-minute Water Rune got stolen.
Yeah.
Rue is around, but Quinn sees it.
Yes, he does. Meanwhile, the calling
That's
place.
a good move.
Nice silence onto Yotaro. Gets put back into place as well thanks to the dead shot. So that is a huge kill for Ace and company. Gaiman desperately needed that, it felt like.
I like the timing a lot. Like this, before the active rune is happening, like Spirit supports have already left, so you use this timing, you get your Toro before he's ready with a little 3 versus 1 play. Let's see, 6-minute rune. I don't think Gaiman can contest this. You need to play for 50-50 here.
And it will be top Illusions. Not anything crazy.
No, not really. We'll have to see if Spirit want to make an aggressive move on the Wisdom Shrine. So like TA doesn't help you contest it like with her own body, but she helps you push in the lane. So we'll see if like do they want to bring Larl over with his ult to like make a move there. We'll have to see, because it is an option.
Larl level 6 right now. Coil about to be ready for Quinn. Another creeper too.
He will have it, and he did spot it also. Of course, he sees how you're strafing on the Monkey King, which is why I like Gaiman's like positioning on the supports. They're trying to like body this Monkey King, so you at least spot him as Ace. Only level 5.
Yeah, Rue trying to close the distance, gets the Hex into the Shackle, and there's the Wukong's command coming out of Laurel. A lot of damage, and that should be the kill of Ace. Indeed it is. Yotaro gets the last hit.
He didn't get Cinder Brew off. With all this evasion, he could have maybe lived, but nice stun locking there from Spirit. It will be a 1-for-1 Wisdom Shrine trade, as Rue does TP into the bottom lane. To be fair, he deserves it. He's given his entire early game to his offlaner.
Yeah, like, indeed. And collapse. I mean, what's the itemization this game? Is this a pipe game?
This should be a pipe game.
This is a Vlad's first, I assume, is collapse. Getting gone on now as Watson does hit level 6. The Kraken Shell activated, and TPs are coming. Rue in the vicinity as well. Has the Shackle, and Collapse will live as a result. They're going to try to turn this around, and they will be able to get him as Collapse actually gets the Ravage off first, and actually the Rasta lives thanks to the Innate, and Watson now left all alone as the Golem even placed by Miposhka brings down the carry for Gaiman. They get nothing.
This is so many bad news, as they are trying to go on Yotaro, who is playing around in the tower. Oh, you try to go for the kill, but
That foul play Innate is insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You pop the Kraken Shell. Marcy deals like so little damage. You can Anchor Smash him as well. They turn around with the Fatal Bond's Ravage. Because of the first kill, Miposhka gets another charge on the Grimoire. He eats it, uses the Golem, and then they also kill Marcy. And now your snowballing carry has lost her safe lane tier 1.
All right, well, Miposhka is going to pay the price. It was well worth it, though, as he's also going to get the tower, thanks to the Golem.
Well, Watson will be happy about the trade kill, at least, because that's much needed. So yeah, 4 collapse. Looks like it's just going to be a Vlad's. I would like a pipe a lot in this game. Like, if you look at Gaiman's draft, what they need to do in the mid-game is to, like, go on you, have the split running, kill you within the split and, like, within the Marcy ult. But if you can just stand your ground with Anchor Smash, you have a pipe, you have the Golem, you have the Monkey Ring, it will absolutely break Gaiman's draft.
They're going to try to get right on top of Quinn. They have the perma hex. Oh, no. The silence comes out just in time onto Rue. The calling placement, very good for Tofu, saves Quinn.
Absolutely necessary here. It is a very annoying matchup for Rue on the roster. Did hear them also talk about it. Of course, you have 2 separate ways of canceling those shackles and ruining his combo. Watson's net worth is still very, very high. Like, especially with what happened. He did get that 1 kill on Miposhka, which helped a lot. And his Dominator. Yeah, like, I'm paying close attention to him. He farms really fast on his Marcy. Just rebound around. You get your little charges on the Unleash after bouncing around. It's good.
Yep, level 8 right now. What was his itemization last game again?
It was Dom, Armlet, Dom, Phase Boots, Armlet, BKB, Basher.
And then Basher, yeah.
See, Active Rune coming up here on the minute 10 mark. They do have a split available on Gaiman, so you have a lot of your spells that are coming up. It's probably nice if you can take over the enemy safe lane tier 1, but I mean, I talk about Spirit's map movement a lot, but I love how they have their heroes positioned on the map right now. Putting your Tide in this top tier 1 means that Gaiman can't really take over this lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Ace move to mid to kind of attack here. But the thing is that Collapse, he didn't TP top, he gated, so he has his TP available again to also protect.
Is Quinn shadowed by a couple supports at the moment? Ace is now starting to work on his Radiance. Already has the Talisman and 500 into the eventual Sacred Relic, so not too bad in terms of farm overall. I mean, really, it's Quinn that struggled a bit with that laning start against the Monkey King, but
he did get through it.
Super far away. His Collapse is the one they find. Coil is there. Laurel's gonna be able to get the Wukong's command and the double Boundless Strike. They're gonna delete the Jakiro. Tofu is next as well. And Ace does get off the Primal Split as Quinn was being pursued initially. As the Primal Split Brewlings are already pretty low. As you see Watson to the north. Quinn gonna get gone on Boundless Strike, deletes him. My goodness, the minus armor from that Gush was enough. So 3 dead for Gaiman as Spirit off to an extremely good start, and now they can pressure this tier 1 top.
Yeah, they are, at least when it comes to this early game, they are in trouble, because this is not where you want to be with your draft. Yeah, I will say this is a nasty Tidehunter game, as Ace taking some pressure. So this is a secondary tier 1 that you are losing. Wherever you go, if Collapse is there, I don't think you can do anything.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this is bad.
If he can take this decent stack to be able to take with the team.
Are they sure they can fight this?
Yeah, Quinn might want to fight. Gets the Waning Rift. Doesn't have the coil to use. As Collapse, again, just all alone. Has the Kraken Shell available to activate if need be. He's at half health right now. Continue to Anchor Smash with all these melee targets. Attempted TP, the calling, but the Ice Path does cancel it out. It looks like he'll activate the Kraken Shell. It'll take them a while, but eventually they will get the Watermelon.
No, much needed kill. It's absolutely good. I wasn't sure if they could do it, but it's absolutely good that they do. Because that is a lot of gold and XP, just making sure that Collapse is out of the game for a bit, and you get to protect your triangle.
Now pressuring the tier 1 is, I mean, Gaiman right now walking around as 4. Rue actually somehow avoids being seen in the trees.
Yeah, he would kind of like to get his level 6. He's very close to it on the roster. But Yatoro hasn't really been pressured yet. And whenever Bruce Split is on cooldown, I wouldn't say he has a free game, but it becomes a lot easier for him to maneuver around. Because they have teamfight for days on the Spirit side. Like, if you go on them and you don't immediately like kill one, there's a Golem, there's a Ravage, there's a Monkey Ring. So you have to be very careful if you're gaming here.
Yeah, mid lane, Coil was expended. And nice dead shot to bring Laurel back into the fray. So Gaiman get a very valuable kill and a tier 1 tower to boot.
Yeah, this is big. This is the easiest core they can kill with Laurel. You just get the coil him and other stuff, and killing this mid tier 1, absolutely big. It's gonna open up the map for them. Let's see, 40-minute Wisdom Shrine. I don't know if you can really invade if you're Gaiman. They might toy around with the idea. I think Ace will be very happy to just continue farming his Radiance.
Yep, as looking at Collapse, does have the Vlads, and it will be the Pipes, so nothing too crazy, but I mean, looking at their lineup, other than the Marcy, it's all magic.
Yep. And then, if you just Anchor Smash the Marcy, he loses so much damage as well, so
yeah.
Theoretically, Collapse could deal with the entire draft of Gaiman, at least for the time being.
And it's a really good shard game.
Oh yeah.
Dead in the water.
Anchor.
Yeah, dead in the water.
It's so strong.
He gets dead in the water.
Yeah, dead in the water. It will come out later.
Maposhka in the cover of the smoke as the 14-minute shrines will be traded.
Very deep ward, but I mean, this one will nearly never get dewarded. I don't know how you find this one, especially when placed out of smoke. But let's see, because for Gaiman, they will have a timing on this Radiance where I don't think Spirit, they're going to have a little bit of trouble fighting into it, because until you have the pipe, obviously this Radiance will do a lot to you. Also, the miss chance against Monkey and TA. So I will say that when this comes out, Gaiman should look to be very aggressive and punch back.
There's Yatoro. Actually coupled up with Laurel at the moment. He's only 100 away from finishing Deso, which is going to be a big power spike for him.
Yeah, it looks like they want to make sure that if, in case there's a smoke popped or some pressure on Yatoro, that they're around, because yeah, they're here with many people. Watson has to be quite careful.
Wukongs will be started out with the Golem. Actually does get the rebound off. That looked really weird.
He barely got that off. I mean, the Golem, of course, has a bit of time before the stun kicks in, so Watson does make it out. Which is big. That's Wukong's and Golem expanded here.
Yeah. See if Gaiman try to fight as a result of this. Diffusal was the choice, by the way, for Laurel, so we'll be getting that into the shard to give him extra mobility.
Yeah, it's very good. He just has to
Collapse runs into Ace. If they can get Ace, this would be pretty big. He's 2,900 into the Sacred Relic. They force out the Primal Split, and he'll get away as a result.
Okay, so just, you know, trading some stuff here and there. Sure, you do TP top, but you do get the Brew Split out of Ace. So both teams did have to use some of their ults.
Koshka showing himself as Rue.
Yeah, they're not going to do too much here. I think they're just annoying. One of the things that Spirit are super good at is, like, ever since the gates got introduced, mid lane, like, the control of mid lane doesn't matter as much. You want to control the two side lanes, because if you control them, you can gate from one side to the other. And they're really good in the terms of pairs that they play with. But at least Quinn, with the mid control, did get himself the Arcane Rune.
And Collapse just a ring away from finishing that pipe. Tofu spotted out, diffused, as a tier 1 tower will likely die.
Yeah, they don't.
Collapses.
They don't have splits. You have to give it up.
Front and personal. So Armlet picked up by Watson, and there is the Radiant. So big power spike. It's a side of game.
It's a really good game because you see a lot of back and forth. You bait out the split, it immediately allows you to take the mid tower. Now that Radiance is up on Brew and you have Deso on TA, it's going to be a lot about the next fight and also Roche. But I feel like if you're Spirit, you would be happy to delay this until you finish the pipe. Whereas if you're Gaimin, you want to push this fight onto Spirit. Force him into it before the pipe is ready. Especially knowing that you now see that Yatoro TP'd into his own offlane.
Yeah, Watson going to take some Ancients, though, instead for the time being. Let's see if they smoke after the fact.
Looks like they want to deal with the map first.
So Quinn on the puck. I mean, not a huge surprise in terms of itemization. Witchblade into an eventual Blink Dagger.
The problem, like they are running into a couple of problems because this TA with Blink, it's not easy to catch Yatoro unless you coil him and his refraction is up. I don't really see him getting caught unless you have a good way around. And I do think that the pipe timing is quite annoying. You have a Pavis as well on the Poshka, so more tankiness. So I want to see how Gaimin go about this. Maybe they just want to chill, try to get to this Atos, and then like take a nice fight together. But I do feel like they are very strong right now.
Ice Path just connects on Maposhka. They're going to use Koshka. They're going to use Coil as well as the Macro Pyre on top of the Calling. He's going to pop the Essence Ring. Will fall as Rue attempting to help out. He's going to be able to live.
Look at
Monkey King is he's just stuck getting perpetually silenced. On the trees he goes.
He got lucky they didn't see him. He was just straight up dead.
Imagine if the Calling gave vision.
Yeah, it would be one hell of a spell. All right, so they do get a kill, and now they're smoking. The problem for them, they don't know yet that he has Blink unless they're clicking on him about right now. So not the easiest catch. No coil available. Let's see.
Continue to scan out. He is going for the creeps as Watson. Rebound is avoided.
Links into him.
Onto the high ground. They pop the dust thinking that he might be in that area. He's in the tree line. Tofu. He's not going to be able to find out. In the trees. The fog of war. Too strong. This doesn't have the sentry in place. Actually, the sentry is so close as well. Is it going to find a Hex? No, this is a Brewmaster with a shield rune now, as it looks like Rue will be the sacrifice. Collapse going to run through the call and get silenced. Yes, he is. Still melded up. Will blink after the fact. Kind of a weird engagement overall.
It's I like that Ace at least, he's like just chatting up. You have 4-man shield, you have Radiance, you have shield rune. But yeah, like the last 50 seconds of Yatoro was hilarious.
And they're sticking around, though. The roster's up in 5 seconds.
Yeah, it is the good old Torment time in 30 seconds, so controlling this bottom half of the map right now is very good for Gaimin. Allows him to go through the gate and set it all up. So if you're Spirit, if you want to fight this Storm, you need to smoke from mid to top, but right about now, otherwise you'll be too late and you have to give it up. Let's see if
it will be a tier 1 for Gaimin, and yeah, they're probably sticking around for that Tormentor. The question is, does Spirit try to contest?
I think
they're
too
far away now.
Yeah, you're just gonna trade the map for it.
Could they go Roche? I mean, they do have Deso.
They could, but then...
And Gush.
Yeah, then Mr. Yatoro has to move right about now, so I think they're a bit too late for that.
Right, so Tofu will be rewarded with a shard. Not the best.
No, I mean, it gets better later, I guess, the longer the game goes, but for now, kind of whatever. Yeah, you're gonna see Gaimin, like they know that this is a possibility. Like if we could see what they're seeing, they see nothing. They don't see any Spirit Hero on the map. They know that there's a high chance of this happening.
Yep, Serpent Ward's placed as well to ensure.
You are not giving this, are you?
Yeah, it's too late already. This is a minus armor strat onto Roche. So it will be the trade. Tormentor, which was not the greatest in terms of what hero you get it on, is Laurel. Get the Wukong's command onto Malady. We'll eventually find him as he turns into the soldier, although Wukong's command ends early as he steps outside. Not able to finish the job, it seems.
Okay, at least he does have the Arcane Rune, but Malady, he will live. He's got a good old Ghost Scepter, absolutely incredible item in this game. Monkey King, TA, and also the Tidehunter. But Gaimin, they did get a lot out of the map. Yeah, you did give up the Aegis, but when it comes to the net worth, like Spirit had an okay lead earlier. So at least that one went down. Rue slightly off the mark. Another
Quinn working on a Octarine? Third item, Octarine?
Yeah, he just wants a lot of spells to be mobile on the map. If you get away with it, it's pretty good.
That's
like,
cool.
If you don't play into like Orchids or Globals, you don't really need a super defensive item. And this is at least another thing that Brewmaster also gives you against the TA. Not only do you collapse on the hero, the items you buy are super annoying. You buy Radiance, you buy Shivas, very likely an AC as well, so you just make everyone more tanky.
Yeah, Yatoro, though, as expected on a TA, top net worth by a pretty long shot at the moment. The thing that's keeping them kind of in the game is it feels like Laurel has kind of dropped off a bit.
Yeah.
He's still working on the second item, BKB.
It's like this mid Monkey King, right? You make a lot of space early, you go Diffusal, so you don't scale as much, but of course he did help both Collapse and Yatoro a lot so far in this game. As Watson, they want this Marcy BKB before they start looking too aggressively here on the map, it looks like.
Yeah, very different game from Gaimin, isn't it? First game, which they lost, should have won. Very push-oriented, very aggressive early. This game, it seems like they're kind of find a farm.
Yeah, it is a bit different just by nature. Last game they had DP, this game you have Puck. Obviously those heroes play quite different. But it also goes to show that they must think that they're pretty happy when it comes to scaling. I will say Marcy, apart from the Tide as hold that.
Atos hits him, dead shot off the trees, but Rue is here. Wukong's command on top of him as Ace gonna use the Primal Split. It's actually in a lot of trouble as Yatoro deletes Tofu off the face of the map. Ace, his Brewlings are extremely low. Gonna try to go for the Earth Brewling. They get him. They get the purple as well. Never remember that one. Void, of course.
Void Spirit.
The Storm does survive.
Oh, they're getting
Malady now
well.
getting chased down. Pops that Ghost Scepter. Attempted TP. And a Hex to cancel. So ends up being two supports in the end in favor of Spirit. As Collapse now will have a Blink Dagger at his disposal.
They have a TA trap onto Quinn, so they do see that he's there as well. But it was... Okay, let's see. Should be fine. I mean, you have to Tumbler Toy in and get the Hex. As Quinn, he sniffs it out.
Rue's gonna try for it. Ooh. Oh, there's the Hex.
Gets him.
Into the Shackle. Big kill for Spirit. Very good patience from Rue, reading the map.
Tumbler Toy. Also to note, the Greedy Enchantment did a huge deal there in that kill.
Very nice.
Now, this is why like small itemization and choices like that, they matter a lot. Tumbler's Toy absolutely changing the game for him there to get that catch with the Aether Lens as well. Still, only a 1k lead for Spirit.
Is under attack.
And you have the BKB completed on Watson, so what can he kind of get done with the fresh BKB?
It's a 1k lead, and the entire lead. I mean, look at the TA net worth discrepancy. A lot of it on the back right now of Yatoro. See how much he can do with it.
Well, if you could choose one player to stack a bunch of net worth on, I would choose him.
Yeah, probably. I think Satanic would have some other opinions.
Self-proclaimed best carry players are not the best carry players.
I see.
I will have to
Is that how it works?
I will have to call them out on that one.
Okay.
I don't see Yatoro going around saying, I'm the best carry
So
player.
you're saying LeBron James is not the greatest of
I
all
don't
time.
care about basketball. He's a basketball player, right?
Yeah, that's very good. You're learning. Spirit, only 45 seconds on the Aegis. Not in too big of a hurry to use it as Collapse will tank up the tier 2. Serpent Ward's placed as well. Looks like Gaimin want to fight.
Yeah, they are looking
Silence
for
initiation onto Collapse, just a little collateral damage. They get the rebound as well. He's going to pop the pipe along with the macro fire. Gets disposed back into the fray as Watson popping the BKB. But Poshka looking for a target, gets the golem off. There's the coil. Is it not quite enough to take out the Tide yet? The boundless strike keeping him alive onto 2. Finally, Collapse is dead. And Spirit didn't look like they wanted to fully commit. The dead shot actually hits Laurel, not able to get the full rebound that he wanted. Gets disposed, gets destroyed. No, he gets the BKB and the Wukong's command. Trying to turn this around now onto the Marcy. Down goes Watson. A huge turnaround for Spirit. They still have the Aegis intact for Yatoro.
Aegis is dying now.
Able to tree dance away, and Yatoro and the BKB will blink. Looks like that'll end the fight as Rue will be the last to fall.
That without split. That was close to even Laurel going down, but the Solar Crest like helping him out.
Without Ravage as well, didn't pop it in the end.
No, that was really good from Gaiman. Collapse absolutely overplaying his hand. Like they poke him behind the tier 2. You force out their early Kraken Shell, their early pipe as well. Because Gaiman, they can still look to play pretty aggressive. That was also Yatoro's BKB, I believe, in that fight.
Yeah.
Because here, like, Undead Thatcher, I thought this was going to seal the deal in this fight.
Yeah, that was sick.
Even with this dispel, but he gets healed, Solar, and does stay alive.
I believe that was the Congregations of the Deep, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
From the old Crepe.
As Rue coming off the good old sucking channel.
All right, so after all that, it's still a 1K net worth lead for Spirit.
Let's see, we got
But they do have Ravage here. I mean, they are missing Wukongs and Chaotic Offering, so maybe they don't want to take a fight, but...
Yeah, it's still not, like, that super straightforward for Spirit to play the map, especially there's not any, like, greater objectives. You don't just want to, like, go ram your head into them and, like, oh, I have Blink Ravage. So it's more about what can you get done on the map. Maybe there's some TA traps you can abuse when it comes to vision. I guess they want to set up the top area plus the 28-minute Wisdom Shrine.
The BKB we saw already used for Laurel as his next item of choice is going to be the MKB to deal with the Radiance, to deal with the Brew in general.
Yeah, it's going to be, that's obviously a lot of damage, but I like the itemization. You have the Shivas complete onto Ace as Tofu takes a little bit of a gush to the face.
There is Dead in the Water available, by the way. Oh, Atos, or
that shot.
Leipnir, in fact. Laurel in a lot of trouble. Shiva's going to hit on him. He's going to pop the BKB in retreat, but that's still a big item down.
Can they cancel?
Attempted TP, coil cancellation. Miposhka will be the sacrifice.
All right, Gaiman, very nice. Feeling good, feeling strong. Spirit, the moment they lose Miposhka, instantly go to the side lane. Yatoro's like, don't worry, brothers, gonna put the map in a good state. Might just be about next Roshan here in this game. As Spirit, of course, having TA, have the advantage. They will know immediately when it will respawn. Greedy Psychic Headband on Miposhka.
Are you drinking? What? I could hear the slurp on the straw.
Are you sure? I apologize.
Like, was that an in-game emote or something?
The thing, I was enjoying the coffee, but then I read the greedy enchantment and I had to talk about it.
That's awesome.
We will keep tabs onto Miposhka's net worth, of course, and the GPM. Watch it tick up higher because of the GPM enchantment.
Ace, we've seen the Shivas, of course. AC is next. He is so tanky right now. Feels like an impossibility that they can get rid of his main body before the Primal Split comes off. Yeah, the Brewlings are way easier to kill.
Yeah, his split is not that strong. Once you have AC, of course, it's a lot better, but yeah, TA definitely can shred through those. But, I mean, I will say Ace had a very good performance in the last game until, like, the last, like, 20 minutes-ish. Then
there was
I think
a couple deaths that were... I mean, one of them felt like it was just a miscommunication with the team and not necessarily him.
Yeah.
But yeah, then there was a dieback afterwards, and that was kind of the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, because we did hear CY, of course, also talk about it. They know that, you know, they did good in game one, just a couple of mistakes. The way you go high ground, you get picked off alone. Need to pay some respect to Spirit. I like that Gaiman are picking up a gem. When you play against TA, you need it in the mid game. Like all these traps on the map, they just show you here once, this once, and it's like Dota in mid game is all about information. What wards do you have? What do you see on the map? Can you use it for like a good smoke around?
A slight variation to Watson's build. He went for a Crystallis. Not going to turn that into anything immediately.
He wants higher damage. I feel like when you play into this Tide that's in front of you, it's a good way to go about it. You don't need to bash the Tide that doesn't do anything. You need to kill him. So he has the Shiv when it comes to the neutral item. Very good. You pair it up with the Crystallis as well. Very good. Crystallis. I don't know why I called it Crystallis.
Yeah, people like to do that sometimes.
Keep it up.
Looks like an Aghanim Scepter is on the horizon for Tofu. Only 2,000 away from that.
That's a very good one.
It's such a sick Ags.
Probably a top 10 post 4 support Ags. The double dead shot.
Yeah, it's very good.
You can also use it to break the coil, which is kind of nice. And I will say, Quinn, he's getting stuff together. You got the full Octarine. He has an amplified damage rune currently in the bottle, and he's close to the Parasma.
Yeah. Well, Tomato gets spotted. That was the smoke reveal, and they also got scanned, so the smoke won't turn into much.
Yatoro does it again. Sniffs out a little the smoke. To be fair, you can kind of feel it coming. Again, you didn't see much on the map, and the game is about Roche. So Gaimin, also they know this, of course, so the top half of the map, fairly useless for them. As they're doing some little tower action here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is one of the funniest pushes I've seen.
Ace. Min-maxing to the highest degree.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So Gaimin do claim the tier 1. You can still see the net worth though, man. Yatoro is just separating from the pack even more.
Both teams are getting a lot of big items. You have a double MKB timing on Spirit against this Radiance. Really, really big.
Oh, yeah, that's huge.
We're going to have to pay attention to buybacks here also. If the fight is around the Roche Pit or the Outpost, Spirit will have the advantage, of course, as it is a daytime Roche. This is a big one.
Oh, yeah. Both sides smoked up. There's the double MKB that you talked about. Because I was listening.
Yeah, keep it up.
Time.
This is an amplified damage haste rune puck, not to be disrespected here. Mr. Quinn Callahan.
I think both sides now know that they're smoked. The only question is, where are they? And in terms of scans?
Well, neither are available. I mean, the thing is, Spirit could play the clock, because you can just put a trap in there, you know that they're not hitting it, but Gaimin don't have the best Roshan scout.
Quinn TPs as the Roche attempt for Spirit. Surely the contest is coming for Gaimin. They're going to put the Serpent Wards down as well. Roche belches. There's the coil only onto the Warlock. Glimmers away. He's going to be fine. He'll be able to cast his spells easily. Wukong's command from the south. They get the Hex on top of the Brewmaster. Very tank with the MKBs coming. There's a Ravage to follow. Down goes Ace. As Rue is the only one that falls so far. Very close to falling, at least for Team Spirit. Guitar using the Hurricane Pike, destroying everybody. Rue finally does drop. As now onto the high ground attempt as Watson attempting to get up, but he gets dead in the water. Surely that makes sense. Attempted TP is going to be successful for the Jakiro, but Quinn? Yeah, you see the Monkey King extremely low. Quinn is not going to go for it, knowing that it'll likely be his death. Ooh. The trap upon him.
Oh no, he didn't orb.
Orb away, Boundless Strike into the Melt Strike. The puck drops 70 seconds on the deck, and that means Roche is served for Team Spirit.
Oh, absolutely free Roche. Did Quinn get mini silenced by a trap or something? Because he messed up the orb out there. Well, let's see, because here, I think Ace did not expect a double MKB, because you're not running in this into a TA Monkey King.
100%.
Oh, Rue gets the Hex, backs off. Just look at his damage. Ravage, even if you live, you have no mana. And then Watson, he needs the backup. Him just going in alone against these heroes is just not going to cut it.
Yeah, he just can't stand there and fight against the entirety.
And the dead in the water.
Yeah, it is really,
it's a super good shot.
It is a, Watson,
dead in the water.
Yep, dead in the water again, onto the double-headed dragon. Will fall. The Marcy is one good hero against dead in the water, though, I will say.
I mean, that is one of the reasons why Marcy is not good against Tide. Marcy doesn't want a long fight. You don't want to keep fighting after your BKB is over. You get anchor smash, you're going to get ravaged. Even just the anchor, you are stuck. And that's not where Marcy really thrives. Larl also nearly finishing up an entire basher off of the last fight.
Yeah, and with that last fight, Spirit now in pretty decent control of the game, which means Gaimin on the back foot, potential elimination. If they were to lose this, they would be out of the tournament in this single elim format. Oh, the Hex initiation from Rue. Shackle here. Immediately canceled thanks to the calling. Gleipnir on top is collapsed. He gets dead in the water onto the puck. Quinn, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. They're going to try to turn this around. They get the minus armor. Lots of damage coming from Victoria. They do kill off the anchor eventually. But now Jakiro ult plays just to try to get away. And little to no damage dealt to the Spirit side.
Game, and at least they do get to hold off any potential base push. I mean, if you're gaming, you need to wait for a couple of stuff. You are very close to the AC, huge timing. You're also 500 gold away from Tofu's Aghanim Scepter, which again is huge. I mean, even Malady, he's dreaming big. He wants to go for an Aghanim Scepter in this game. I think he will get it. He has 2 parts. Did lose the point booster, and with the Gradient Champion, absolutely will get towards the Aghanims.
You have to look at me every time you say that.
I do.
Good.
It's so good. It is really good. I can't understate it. Everyone, if you play support, you have a good axe, you get that GPM, brothers.
That's right.
That's damn right. And the tier 1 item, Cobalt Cup.
All right. Yeah, keep it up. Get your tier list out there.
I'm keeping it up.
Yatoro will be able to get this tier 2, although Ace is trying to create some distance. Swift Blink now online for Yatoro, getting to late game itemization. Tier 2 tower easily claimed from the Spirit side. Aegis still for another 2 minutes on Yatoro. And you can see Tofu just about to finish his Ags, and that's, you talked about the double dead shot. It's also the width of the dead, the girth, some would say.
The girth.
Just incredible. This is certainly one of the best Ags.
That's because, of course, like, Gaiman are down in goal, but honestly, at this level, like, of Dota, you can make anything happen. It's about execution, planning, knowing what you want to do with your spells, trying to bait Spirit into a bad spot. They have the Aegis for 2 minutes, so there will be a high ground push. So for Gaiman, it's about how do you stall. You have good spam, of course, with Tofu's Axe. You've got lots of puck orbs, you have ice paths, dual breaths and whatnot.
Yeah, Roche's banner though, Serpent Wards as well, along with a couple Siege. They jump in, they're trying to take out the Muerta, but pops the ult instantly. Collapsing Company, they do get the tower. And of course, the Creep's invulnerable for the time being.
This is annoying. This is a double Siege wave with the banner.
I don't know how you get to it. The Hex on top of the Brew, already at half health. The Coil onto 3 heroes though.
Rue?
As Rue will snap it, gonna survive for the time being. Getting extremely low. Yatoro and company still have the 2 siege units. He's gonna get dead shot. Very annoying to deal with, but obviously with that second life, not too worried. 1 minute left on the clock. They're gonna jump in immediately. A big Ravage comes out onto 3, but the BKB in time for Watson. Trying to turn it around. He's gonna be able to claim life number 1 on Yatoro. The buyback now into the Jakiro. As Watson to the south he goes, looking to re-engage. Range racks was taken. Fortification comes out, so Gaiman might be able to hold this, although the Siege is still alive, both of them. Ice Path just clips Yatoro. This collapse, very little mana to speak of. Yatoro with the Swift Link, able to find the connection he was looking for. Should be able to get the melee. Question is, can they get out without any casualties? Or they're going to try to go any further. They're going to shackle. They're going to try to destroy the Brewmaster. Ace is really low. Does drop. No longer with the ult available. 2 dead for Gaiman. They're going to snap the coil immediately. That was the second coil of the fight. They're going to try to turn that into Quinn. Was bashed up. Phase shift into the blink. Will survive. Question is, the Spirits stick around here.
I mean, absolutely. You just keep healing each other with the Warlock. You have Soul Aggressor, you have Glimmer. There's no Brew available. There's also no Marcio.
Yeah, 50 seconds of no Ace. As Brew with the Hex, jump in from Yatoro. Lots of damage on the Quinn. He's going to survive the onslaught, at least for now. BKB pop from Yatoro. He's going to try to be pursued by the Marcy. There's the Dead in the Water with the Boundless Strike to follow. And now the Hurricane Pike. Watson killed from afar. 2 cores dead for Gaiman. And now Spirit in firm control, and Quinn will be the 3rd core dead, and that should surely do it here as Spirit, the GGs come out, and they will eliminate Gaiman in the playoffs here at EWC.
Man, Spirit are just such a insane team. When they have to put it on, they really show up every single time. They play so cleanly from start to finish, the way you're moving your heroes, what Collapse is doing on the map, making the space, their itemization back and forth. And Gaiman, they're gonna be kicking themselves for this first game, which they had. And this second game, they did put up a fight for like, what, 20, 25 minutes, but this Roche fight, it just exploded this entire game for Spirit.
I hate to...
You're gonna talk about, I mean...
The Marcy carry in the first game did look a lot better. They had better synergy. This time, it felt like Watson just couldn't stick on anyone, ever.
It's so hard.
It was so hard to play for him.
There's that, even like later in the game, like Yatoro, he has meld bash. Like even when you run at him, he just stands his ground on a TA, which is not something you really want to be doing. So
yeah. See the disappointment in the Gaming Gladiators side. Obviously, winners last year here at EWC. So the first round of the final elimination playoffs. And Ace, apparently not interested, just chilling.
It might just be in his own thoughts. Let's not read maybe too much into it. It's all right, it happens.
Yep, it does. But Gaiman, of course, played extremely well up until this point, and that game 1 is gonna feel like it just will haunt them.
Yeah, because I will say again, I think they really had that one. It goes to show like how good Spirit are and what they do. You know, they're gonna pick you off on the side lanes. If you give them the time, they will get the items to deal with what you have, which they did, the Nullifier, the Bloodthorn in this game too. I like that draft a lot. We haven't seen much Tidehunter. This was the second time of this tournament.
That's true, yeah.
He's now 2-0. I think that was like a banger pick and an absolute banger performance from Spirit.
Yeah, Collapse just took off from the laning stage and just never looked back. And of course, just any space that you can give for Yatoro to farm away. If he's top net worth in the game, he has a good chance of just carrying the... In fact, his net worth was almost double of everybody in the game by the end of it. That's kind of absurd,
it's just
even
classic,
for a TA.
Yeah, it's just classic Yatoro style. And if you try to smoke on him, he knows exactly. He scans, he gets out. So yeah, Team Spirit, absolutely impressive performance.
Yeah, really impressive, as they will move on to face the winners of the next series, which is P-Vision and Aurora Game. And of course, Gaimin have been unfortunately eliminated, which was not expecting them to be eliminated this early based on the fact that they won last year. I know they have some new members, but they have looked exceptional as of late. I mean, Spirit, they're the play. I mean, this is the lower bracket for them.
Yeah,
so they're powering up.
I thought Gaimin would do better, but that's just how it goes. It's single limb. You play against Team Spirit, you know, you mess up one game, you don't do so well in the other, and that's all, you know, that's it.
Yeah, let's hear more from Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Rue of Team Spirit, where you guys have managed to do it. You are surviving so far in our bracket, but that game one did not seem like it was going to go your way. Now, I've talked to your teammates before, and every time I talk to them about a comeback, they're like, yeah, no, we knew that. We knew it was going to happen. But you're the latest newcomer to Spirit. Whenever you're in those comeback situations, do you get nervous? Do you get stressed? Or are you just like your teammates and you're completely calm?
Maybe in first hard games it was a little bit hard for me, but now it's like everyday comebacks, so it's not a problem. And it's not a problem. Yep.
Yeah, because during Wallachia, we saw you guys do a bunch of comebacks. So when did you start feeling like, oh, this is like natural for me? Because, I mean, you have not been on this team for more than like a year at this point. So it's nice to see that it's becoming natural for you, but when did that start happening?
Yeah, it's just, you just know at every game you can win, like any situation, any situation on map, you just can win. So we play till our thrown down.
And it works out very well. Now, Rue, as a result of that, you are getting the privilege of crushing the current reigning champion. So I'll let you take your position with your teammates, join them down the stairs. Go ahead, and you guys are going to be able to crush Gaimin Gladiators Key.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Spirit. They get the honor of not just crushing any key, but crushing the key of the defending championship. Champions.
I thought Rue was going to do it, but Collapse is like, nope, I'm the key crusher. I am the hydraulic press
He's
guy.
the 3, Rue's the 4. Rue's just there supporting him in lane, making sure that he gets his last hit on the key.
That's true. He just hands it to him. Hang on, he solo zone the support.
The key is gold. It's the gold creep, so they all get gold bounty for that.
Yeah, that definitely is how that works.
That one feels special though, because that had like that champion little logo on the front of it.
Yeah,
it like moved the machine a little bit when it finally went through. And they have a cover on it this year. It's been upgraded. I like it.
I love how with all the players, like you can see that their eyes light up when they get to do the crushing thing.
Heavy machinery. Yeah. Don't mind if I do.
They're like, what does this have to do with gaming? Oh, I get to crush a key? Oh, cool. Like everybody loves a good hydraulic press.
That is very true. I will say, I think Effie, your prediction kind of came true here in game 2, where we talked about how the teams would adjust and how when gaming won the draft, they still lost, and so Team Spirit was going to adjust, and it was going to be a harder game for Gaimin. But this was like harder than I even thought.
It absolutely was. I mean, the difference between Game 2 and Game 1 in terms of draft for Spirit was night and day. They had the 5-man, they had the objective taking, they had the lanes, and they had the aura. Like, they got the early pipe, and that definitely helped them a lot. Whereas for Gaimin, I mean, it's very hard to recover from the Game 1 loss that they just had, because Spirit are a very momentum-based team, and potentially if they hadn't clutched that comeback, maybe Game 2, they wouldn't have played as confidently, and we could have seen a 3-game series on our hand. So sometimes it's just a matter of letting your guard down for 10 seconds against this team, and they find the window, and then they find the next 10-second window in an hour-long game, and they just keep doing that over and over again, Jenkins.
I think even, Spirit is very good at coming back in games. Like, this is what they're known for. This is the narrative. But another thing that they're really good at is adjusting in the middle of a series. And that's kind of the scary thing about the team, is that if you give them a win in a game where essentially they lost, you're giving them the ammunition to be resilient and fix their problems while also only having 1 life against them instead of 2. Because even if Team Spirit loses the first game, I still think that they make the exact same adjustment that they did and then win game 2, and we go to game 3, and who knows how that goes. So this is arguably the worst team in Dota. Liquid maybe is up there as well to lose a game like that. Yeah. I think looking back, everyone will look at that first game.
Yeah.
And just speaking about this game in its own little bubble as a game, I think that the carry Marcy just did not look as good as in that game 1. And a big reason was the carry-to-carry matchup for Marcy versus TA is just not that good. But also, Marcy's playing against so much stuff on the ground compared to last game.
Yes.
Right? There's golems on the ground, there's upheavals, there's a Wukong's arena, there's serpent wards, so even if you're expending BKB, committing your unleash onto a target, you're getting hit by so much stuff on the ground and just not doing enough damage in the meanwhile.
Yeah, I think also that Tidehunter should be talked about more. We heard our commentary team say it already. This was only the second Tide this entire EWC, and it looked very good.
Yeah, it was a really good game for it. It wasn't just the fact that he got 2 points Kraken Shell, basically takes 0 damage from Marcy in the lane. It was also the fact that he couldn't be disabled. He could anchor smash the Brewlings. TA could AoE deal damage to the Brewlings as well. How many Brew splits do we see where he just ran away? It felt like at least half of the fights that hero was not as impactful just because of the AoE damage. So the Tide pick was excellent. The Fast Vlads also amps up his team. The Monkey's going to lifesteal from it and do more damage. The TA's going to lifesteal and do more damage. It was just a really good pick.
And I feel like there's the elephant in the room we have to address as well. We saw the opening. It was Team Spirit that had first pick, Gaming had second pick, and Team Spirit is like, we're going to get the Monkey King. And then Game's like, well, how about the puck? Didn't work out very well.
This is not the first time in this tournament that a team has had a read that regardless of Monkey King winning that matchup on paper, they can play the puck. I think the one exception to this that we were talking about in the green room is GPK, who picked puck into Monkey King and owned.
Yeah.
But every other mid player who has picked puck into Monkey King has not won the lane. And maybe their concept is that when they get the coil, that'll stop Monkey King's movement and they can follow up with damage from their supports, or maybe they think that the way that puck pushes side lanes negates a lot of Monkey King's side lane pressure too. But ultimately, you do want to start with the lanes, and Quinn did not get off to the start that he needed to win this game.
Yeah, there's 100% some idea there. I actually feel like that this is a big impact from GPK on this tournament that is very good for BB team going forward, is that he has, I want to say, tricked a lot of teams and a lot of mid laners into thinking that Puck does win some of these really hard matchups for Puck. I was talking to XM and he said the same thing. He said, I asked him, do you think Puck has any losing matchups on the current patch? Because it looks like it just doesn't lose. And XM said, no, it doesn't. Puck will do fine against Tiny, Monkey King, DK. But I feel like this is because everybody watched GPK have one of the best tournaments of his life, which was the previous major tournament. So I don't know. We'll see if BB team does the same thing going forward, or if looking at a game like this, they think okay, maybe it was just GPK.
I think they will have to experience it once, as in BB team will have to experience once that they can still do it. But I do think that maybe GPK is just on a different level. That might just be the conclusion that we are gonna have to take from this. But of course, there's a downside to every victory. If Team Spirit move forward, but we are going to have to close the book on our defending champions, Gaming Gladiators, and for that, we are going to head over to Nomad, who will get some final words from the team. Oh. Yeah, sorry, this is not the final words.
Can you give us some final words on the team?
Nomad, you look very different today.
What can I say? And was my mic? Yeah, it was working. I do look different today.
Yeah.
Nomad. Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ready. Okay, sick. All right. I want to look at some of the team fights that they performed here. Here's 10 minutes into the game, trying to kill Tide so that they could push the tower. He ends up ravaging. They use Monkey ulti at the same time. Huge team fight for momentum because Team Spirit was already a little bit ahead at this point of the game, and that's what I wanted to focus on, just because team fights were something that they really lacked in the previous match. So the fact that they took a lot of good team fights on their side gave them some really, really nice advantage. Here's basically a similar setup here. Team Spirit is looking for team fight setup. They land the Monkey ulti, the stun, the golem comes, but unfortunately he ends up getting the jump off. So this is basically the battle that ends up progressing throughout this game, is that they are looking for the right circumstances to take a good team fight against both of their opponents. And Gaming Gladiators even end up re-engaging, I think, after that one, but I missed it. Here's another example of a team fight jump here where they're hunting each other. They end up finding Tofu. He ends up being almost an easy kill. Here's one of those Bruce splits, for example, that ends up doing nothing but running away. He ends up disengaging here, and then they decide to try to defend Maledictus as well, and that doesn't work out so well for them. So the jump, not so great for Gaming Gladiators. Here was their better example though. Still only 2k behind, which is really not that bad. Gaming Gladiators put the damage into Collapse. He's quite deep behind the tower. They put a great macro power down. They keep him longer. They end up committing the Dream Coil as well, because it looks like he's about to get away here due to having the pipe and the heal from the Warlock. He does end up falling, and they're going to end up using this opportunity to look for a chase, because it looks good, right? A lot of resources were spent. They even land the stun on Laurel, but his BKB, the Wukong's command, the Marcy, who didn't have a BKB anymore, ends up falling, and this ends up being another lost fight here that gives Team Secret a nice little advantage as the game continues. So the name of the game was truly just pick off team fights, and despite Gaming Gladiators being able to neutralize the net worth at this point of the game, it ended up not being enough as the game continued.
My question here, Purge, is I could see that adjustment that Spirit made with the team fight that they brought. I mean, they got the Warlock, they add the Tidehunter to that as well. Did Gaming, do they even, if on an even playing field, is there about a team fight with the Jakiro and the Brew, and I guess the Muerta in there as well? Is that team fight matching up to the team fight of Spirit?
It could be, but it's difficult, right? TA is a very far-ranged hero. She's not going to want to be up in the front. They're going to put Tide. Tide's extremely good frontliner.
Yeah.
So he's very deep. Monkey's going to be sitting on trees. The Warlock's going to be hiding. Like, if you know where your opponents are, yeah, Brew could be good. You get in there, you get the Brew split, you're throwing stuns at the supports, you're lifting some core in there. But the fights weren't able to start that way because it's Tide at being such a good frontliner. So actually taking the team fights in a straightforward way was going to be hard for them. Maybe Puck had to find somebody, but he also could get hexed by the Shadow Shaman. So they had solutions against what the Gladiators needed to find the backline heroes.
Yeah, they kind of. I feel like then in that case, Gaming might just miss a vision hero as well. So if you do go for team
something
like
to give
that,
backline jumping, right? It's like I agree. Like the answer is like Quinn trying to find the Warlock who's hiding and find the backliners, but
that's a lot of pressure.
There's a hero that's got to go in first to do that. And it's hard against Shadow Shaman. Like this is one of the reasons low key the hero's busted. It always gets through. Like he has Hex, no matter how farmed you are, like he can always Hex you, and he has a Hex breaks talent at level 15. So a lot of these heroes that are otherwise like unkillable because of a passive are not anymore.
Mm-hmm. And another thing is the supports on Gaming couldn't really comfortably navigate the team fights because, as Purge illustrated, there were so many, back and forths, looking for the opportunity, dodge the Wukong's arena, wait for the engagement. But when it came down to it, when it came down to the make and break fight near Roshan, there's Serpent Wards on the ground, there's a Golem on the ground. If you're a support trying to walk up and spellcast versus Serpent Wards and Golem, you're just getting zoned by the ground targeted abilities and these summons. You can't really get rounds of your spells out comfortably. You have to take weird angles or just die.
Yeah, it was a rough fight or rough attempt to fight for Gaming Gladiators. They could not pull everything together, and now it is time for the final words coming from Tofu.
I'm here with Tofu from Gaming Gladiators to talk about this match. Tofu, obviously not the result you wanted. What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, kind of just processing and a bit of disappointment also. Generally, I thought we're the better team coming into this and playing these games. We also threw the first game real hard at multiple points. I wouldn't say that negative energy or anything from that carried into the second game. We were able to reset pretty well. Also kept the game very even throughout this whole series until they're pushing high ground later. There's some, I don't know, like things we could have done better on draft, which I think made this game unnecessarily hard. But overall, I think still a winnable game. And I think, I mean, we could have done it, I don't know, towards the later half of the game. It like just kept feeling harder and harder. So like in that sense, bit sad. Like I thought we can win this tourney overall. Like I think we're in really good shape. It's like a bit weird on format with like breaks everywhere. So it's hard to keep momentum, but like it is what it is.
It is what it is, of course. But yeah, you mentioned the breaks there. I mean, how do you think that affected you having so many days off before playing?
I mean, there's also not too many games, right? With like very small group stage and no lower bracket plus break days. So it's hard to really build momentum. Like I think we still came well prepared into the series. But yeah, I couldn't get the ball rolling, I guess.
It's how it goes sometimes. And of course, I do want to talk about that game one a little bit more as well, because, you know, it was a long game. You guys were ahead for a really long time, but you couldn't quite close it out. Why was that? Was that a communication issue, or was it something else? You know, what was happening there, in your opinion?
I mean, game was very long with like some engages where not everyone is ready, or like we got picked off, especially when he had his Bloodthorn. We didn't really have a good counterplay or save, so you could kind of just blow up one guy and we need to take the fight from there, which is a bit hard into global also, but like manageable. We also had a very big lead, but we approached a high grounds fight rather poorly, I would say. And yeah, I don't know. They just like played it out pretty well in the end.
All right, well, obviously not the result you wanted here at EWC as the defending champions. You will go down to Team Spirit. However, you know, there's more to come, and I think you've learned a lot here to bring forward. So how are you feeling about the future of gaming and the, obviously, next big tournament coming up?
I mean, we're just going to keep on playing. There's a lot still to come. It's like, it's kind of just one tourney. So, I don't know. Life goes on.
Life goes on indeed. Tofu, thank you very, very much. Loved watching you here at EWC. Unfortunate to see you go, but thanks for coming.
It's okay. See you guys. Sorry for the fans and if anyone is coming, but we'll see you soon at another tourney.
Life goes on. It's very realistic at that point indeed. Gaming Gladiators will be left behind on 7th, 8th place. Top 8 still here at EWC is not a bad result here, Jenkins. It's not what they were hoping for, and we did think that they were coming in with a lot of momentum, but overall, it's a stacked crowd. Also, our tier list is saved.
That's true. We did get a personal victory with the defeat of Gaming Gladiator, Shiver. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, no, I want to say, number one, Tofu is like the chillest gamer on the face of Earth. I don't know what his parents are like, but congratulations. You have raised the most chill child in the universe after losing to game one like that. Like, that is a tilting series. This man is absolutely zen. I agree that coming into the tournament, they looked really strong, but top 8 here is, I mean, these are some good teams.
Stacked field.
It's like teams that have won TIs and won tournaments for the entire last couple of years, and then a team like Aurora and P-Vision, these like new teams that are like the most dominant teams in the last few months. Like, we have a incredibly competitive top 8 in Dota right now.
We do indeed, and as you can see, Team Spirit moving to the semi-finals as the first team to do so. They're gonna need an opponent. Effie, you want to make some quick hot take predictions for Aurora P-Vision?
Doctor's notes. The doctor orders it.
The doctor's notes?
The doctor. You know the doctor.
I think that Aurora has looked incredible this tournament and P-Vision have looked weaker, but I think that they've had enough time to kind of think things through, and we've seen some of their cheese as well with the last pick Meepo coming out. So I'll say 2-1 for P-Vision here.
Heard.
I agree with that. I think Aurora has still more potential to grow, but I feel like P-Vision's going to recover, and I just think they're the better team. They have way more winning experience at this point. I just think they're going to pull something out. They're going to do some crazy stuff, and it's going to get them at least one win.
I'm gonna say this so that way when they win, it will be clipped and played in the documentary next year. Aurora Gaming is the best team in the history of Dota. They are going to smash through and win the grand finals of this entire tournament, ESWC 2025.
Do you want to say the opposite one as well,
Dota.
Just in case?
That's a good strat, actually. That's not a bad strat.
Go ahead, take the camera.
No, I'm gonna stick with my boys.
Okay. We're gonna have to find out. Of course, that is the next series here. There will be a fresh panel to take you through Aurora and P-Vision, and it will be coming your way after a break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
I'm not gonna ask who's better at Dota because I don't want to create problems.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Alright, hello everyone, this is Seb. I'm here with two legends, Yatora and Collapse. For now we're gonna play minigames, the minigame World Cup, as we call it here. So guys, we're gonna play up to 5 games. It's the best of 5 between you guys. What matters is the score, okay, in each of the games. Have you played these games a little bit before? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have experts. Let's see. So we're gonna start with Bat Racer.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Okay,
Nice.
pressure is on. Okay, 5.3 on my left. No pressure.
No pressure.
5.3, no pressure.
Okay, I'm on.
Oh, you didn't want to continue?
No,
You
no,
just wanted. You're just here for the win.
Yes.
Okay, so 1-0. 1-0 on my right, Yatora 1, Collapse 0. Second one we're gonna go for is Zog's Lair.
Oh no.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more technical, I guess. And I think to maximize the score, you need to collect some of the stuff, no? Or
Yeah.
there's something like that. So who's better at games in general between you two? You think?
I think Magomed.
You better?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask who's better at Dota because I don't want to create problems. He's the last one. But he's- Somehow he has much more score than you.
Сколько? Okay, I'm done.
You're actually speedrunning this. We did this with other players. Like this is the fastest it's won. Wait, that's it? Or you give up?
Yeah, I don't. He's killing me.
Okay. Anyway, it's a clear win. So what we're sitting at 1-1. Now we're gonna do something a little bit more tactical. It's called Spoonman. We have 2 different styles. Yatora is dropping bombs everywhere. And Collapse, you're like being more chill with it, you know? Which one of you can multitask? Can you do like 2 things at the same time?
I try hard.
If you try hard.
Okay, what? Aha. Okay, now I know.
Okay, just
more.
You were sitting at 1,780. What killed you in this one? The flying thing? Oh, your own mind.
Вместе с ним играй.
Anyways, 2 for Collapse, 1 for Yatora. Now we're gonna go for the 4th one, which is a Spleen Sweeper.
I hate this one.
You hate this?
Oh no.
Oh no.
GG.
Okay, both of you are calling GG at the beginning.
I already lost.
You already lost?
Man, I won. Nice.
That was not impressive from both sides, but it's okay. We're just playing for the win. So the last one we're gonna do is sand fishing. There you go.
Golden. Nice.
Table. Oh, okay. Actually, not bad this one. Easier or harder than last hitting in Dota? Okay.
Something.
How much you get for this? Okay, you're ahead now. It depends what whatever you're gonna catch last is gonna define who wins for each. That's a pretty good one, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, 2.3. You need to get more than 2K for this one. You got it.
Yeah.
Great games, guys. I'm very impressed, very inspired. Thanks for being with us today. And thank you for watching. Bye bye.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. I hope you guys are excited for some more Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup. We've got a little bit of a change over here. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. I'm Nat T, and joining me on the panel is none other than BSJ, Lacoste, and Fear. Fear, I'll start with you because I haven't worked with you yet here at the Esports World Cup.
True. I mean, how am I doing? Is that the question?
Yeah, that. And are you excited to work with me?
Yes, absolutely. I had to think there for a second. No, I like working with everyone. Everyone's great, and I think as these games,
I noticed how you locked eyes with me when you said that.
I mean,
yeah, they're all really great.
So basically, last time we're here, Lacoste was my partner. Now this time, BSJ
2 years in a row. Don't forget
2
that.
2 years in a row, and now I don't know. You hosted me last time, so we're good.
That's true.
We're back in square.
That's right. We're back in business there. Lacoste, I've seen you a couple of times, but how is the vibe so far for you today?
Really good. You know, we are having some elimination series as well. We're seeing some of the comebacks as well, some massive comebacks from Team Spirit, and I think the next series we might be seeing the same thing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole year, the top 8 teams have been very competitive. So I'm super excited to have some crazy back and forth. Even though that last series was 2-0, it was still probably the most exciting, the game 1 was the most exciting game of the tournament for me.
Yeah, I like that you say that, we have this top 8. Maybe some people might be able to argue a top 6 as well, where it's very interchangeable. Who's going to win? Who's even going to make it to the grand finals? It's not as clear cut. That previous Spirit Gaming Gladiators series, we saw it right then, just how easy it is for anything to change at any moment. And of course, we can expect very similar for our upcoming elimination series. It's Aurora against P-Vision. That's right, a lot of fun there. Similar colored logos, but Aurora, ever since making the change for their org and what region they're representing and player-wise, upward trajectory. It's looked really good for them.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very interesting narrative for this series because P-Vision's had Aurora Gaming's number pretty much all year, but P-Vision's been on the seemingly downtrend for the recent past, while Aurora's been on the uptick. So the time to find out if they've eclipsed them in regards to finally reaching that gap.
Yeah, ever since the new Aurora team did form, they never managed to beat P-Vision in 2025. So they are definitely looking to, maybe get an upset here. And I gotta agree with Brian. I'd say that P-Vision, they are a bit on a downward trajectory compared to the Aurora, who is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, really strong, but they're definitely looking a little bit more mortal. So that's always good to see.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing our team here, Aurora, thanks to Jamil Motorsports, arriving at the venue at the Amazon Arena. With this roster, we've already said it, they're on that upward trajectory, but what exactly has helped them in that upward trajectory? What is it about them that we're seeing it?
I feel like this team's dichotomy of Nightfall being the most stable carry while Kiyotaka being the most insane mid laner. I think they've kind of learned, maybe both of them have balanced it out a little bit. We don't see as many Nightfalls, BKB TPs as we did before, and we also don't see as many crazy plays from Kiyotaka. I think both players toning down what they do a little bit too much has been instrumental in their success, not taking away anything from the other 3 players, but those were the 2 play styles that I felt like clashed throughout the course of the year.
Nightfall has some insane numbers in this tournament. He is the one who has the least average deaths of the tournament, sitting at 2 per game, which is pretty insane to think about. And also the highest KDA, over 9 KDA with every single game. And you can also see the Toronto-Tokyo in the top 5 when we're talking about the least amount of deaths. And this guy, I mean, he is playing Undying. He did call himself the best Undying player in the world.
What a claim.
Yeah. I mean, we have the other claim. We have the claim on the other side as well.
Can you just prove it, Fio?
I mean, the thing is, like, being the best at Undying isn't really something to brag about typically, but it's fine. I think Toronto-Tokyo is a player who has matured a lot in his position in the offlane, and I think Kiyotaka's Kiyotaka. You don't want him to play any other way than the way he plays, and I think that fits really well for the team, and his successes are generally why they win. So, and why they lose is usually on him too. So he takes like the whole team, and kind of his performance dictates how they're going to do.
I do like that you guys did bring up Toronto-Tokyo for a moment there, because yeah, he likes to say a lot of things. He loves to have those self-proclaimed best Undyings in the world, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more insight on just how Aurora have been over the last few days as we have an interview with them.
I'm here behind the scenes with Toronto-Tokyo from Aurora. Toronto-Tokyo, how are you doing? How's Riyadh?
Good. What can I say? Good, pretty good. Enjoying the tournament.
Good stuff. I mean, what do you think of like the Boulevard? You know, have you got to see up and down on all the different venues and all the different things that are going on?
Yeah, one time we went to local McDonald's. It was the burger was good. I liked it, and by the time I was looking around and it was good. I wanted to go there like in our break, but I was too lazy. Yeah.
Want to check out the venues, but a little too lazy. That's okay. You got some Dota to play. Let's talk about the Dota. I mean, why have we seen so much domination coming out from the Western EU and Eastern Europe squads and nobody else really being able to hold their own?
I don't know. Maybe because the politics of our other countries or something like that. For example, I heard, like, maybe I'm wrong, like China, like young kids cannot play too much computer, so maybe it's because that, and also like Dota in Western and Eastern Europe is super popular, So you have more and more players coming, but other regions, like it's nobody new is coming here. That's why.
Absolutely, yeah. But, you guys looking great. And, I mean, it's so close amongst the top 8. Like, I mean, why is it so close? Out of these 8 teams, and who do you think is going to be able to come out on top?
Yeah, like all 8 teams are strong. Like anybody can win against anybody. Like it depends on what day, what form in this day will be the team. What was your question? Who is gonna win or what?
Who do you think is going to come out on top? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna say it's, of course, us, and maybe second team will be BB, and it will be hype match in finals.
All right, EU finals then, is that what it's going to be? Cool. And what do you think it takes to be the top here? What's going to be the big factor which helps a team win? What do they need to do better than anybody else?
Eat chicken and rice, maybe. Yeah.
Is that a secret meal?
Yeah. It's like secret.
I see. All right. Well, Toronto, Tokyo, you better stock up on your chicken and rice and get ready for your games. Thank you very much and good luck.
I'm hoping this man at least had chicken and rice before his series, because he's going to have to switch it on. He's already, made the bold claim of the best undying. He's going to say, of course, he has belief in himself and his roster that they're going to win it, but it's going to be a grand final between them and BB team. That's it, just straight up. He's already called it, Lacoste.
I could see that happening. For sure, considering how well they're playing, but they need to go through a very tough opponent. They're going to need to playing against P-Vision, who I'd say is the best team that utilizes auras in the game. We saw it multiple times. DM just straight up playing these auras from the offlane. We're talking about Undying, we're talking about Ogre, and I think these two heroes are going to be heavily contested coming into this series, because he's buying Crimson, he's buying Pipe, and then you have Satanic buying Vlads from the safe lane. You have them playing Chen, which they're undefeated with, and then you have another Aura. So one of the best teams to utilize this early strength. Like, they want to be able to close out the game 25-30 minutes in.
I want to see if 9 class brings something new to the table. I feel like his hero pool has been very mellow, right, for him as a player. So I'm curious, over this little bit of break they had, did he find a new hero that he can bring out? Because if you always look at the P-Vision from the past, there's always 9 class doing something unique or having some type of flex pick that really caught teams off guard.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because of the fact that these are single elimination games. These teams have had 3 days to plan it. We did see the carry Marcy coming out from game, and it didn't work, but it was something we had not seen, the Helm of the Dominator helping his farm. So this is the time where the value bang for your buck of spending all that time theory crafting to win one game is going to matter the most, and that's why I generally only see this type of stuff rear its head at TI as well as EWC.
Yeah, it's those big tournaments, everything on the line for themselves. And we heard a little bit from Aurora already, so I think it's only fair that we hear from P-Vision themselves.
I'm here behind the scenes with no one from P-Vision. No one, how are you doing and how are you enjoying your time in Riyadh so far?
I'm doing great, trying to enjoying Riyadh as much as possible.
Absolutely. And what do you think of the Boulevard, the Esports World Cup area and all the stuff going on? Have you got a chance to check it out?
No, I don't check it out because it's too hot outside and I just don't want to go on the street, honestly. It's like 50 degrees or something, so I'm enjoying the hotel.
Very, very reasonable. All right, let's talk about the Dota then. I mean, we've got 8 teams at the moment, could be a few less by this point, but why is it so close amongst these top 8 teams? Everybody is so evenly matched at the moment.
I mean, I think everybody just understands that they need to, put so much effort right now, and they're doing it. So that's why is it close right now, I believe. And the meta as well. Nobody exactly knows how to beat everybody in without chance. So everybody just play really close games.
Yeah, they have been close. They've been very entertaining as well. What do you think it's going to take for a team to get to that top position, to stand out from this crowd? What factors will be the difference maker? Is it creativity, hard work? What's it going to come down to, do you reckon?
You mean for our team?
For any team to come out ahead?
I think stability in first place and really good ideas and execution.
Excellent stuff. So compared to, for obviously yourself, you were, you've been a tier 1 player for probably the longest here maybe, in your days of VP. How does this compare to your VP days?
It's really different right now because like cybersport became like really big thing, and back then you could like not, I would say not waste or like not so much time through the year, but now you playing like non-stop tournaments all the year so far, and you need to be in the shape like basically like 9 months, and that's the difference because back then I would say we was like playing some qualifiers without even preparation as VP, and some tournaments we could not bootcamp or like because like Dota was so different, and I believe whole cybersport scene was really different. Right now it's just like sport, a real sport.
Just like the real thing. Alrighty. Well, finally, what would it mean for you to win this tournament, to win a major title after all this time?
I mean, it would mean a lot to me. I don't know how to describe it like other words, but it would mean really a lot.
No one, thank you very much, and good luck here at EWC.
Thank you. Bye.
Of course, it would mean a lot to a variety of different players to be able to get a win here, to win EWC overall, for no one even more so. But, you know, it's got to start now. Playoffs begin, and we want to head on down to our arena to welcome the teams to the stage.
Welcome back to the stage. Yes, indeed, panel. We're ready for more. Our first matchup ended only a few minutes ago when we were getting ready for our second and final quarterfinal for our first day competition here at the playoffs. Tsunami, game one was still a banger. We have two ex-champions here in Riyadh that are playing in this first opening game, and yet match one looking cool. Unfortunately, a complete flip halfway through it.
It's a terrifying nature of single elimination to think that just 2 games was all it took to get your champion's key crushed. But Gaming Gladiators are out of the tournament now, and Spirit need to find an opponent because they have moved forward in our bracket, but we've got 2 more teams ready for that next step.
And we should absolutely be introducing them right now, starting off with Aurora Gaming. Now, they topped Group B with only Tundra forming a small bump on the road. A little bit of a tie and a map loss in the tie breaks in that group. We already said EWC is meant to be their biggest test. And from now on, with this single elimination bracket format, there are no second chances. A loss means your key gets crushed and you're out of the running.
We had mentioned it earlier, this team had come by as a Southeast Asian club last year, but this roster has now been finding their footing here in the latter half of the season, and now we'll have to see if they're able to conquer their opponents. So why not bring them out? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome P-Vision! These guys have been terrifying on the entire circuit. Lands have been no issue for them whatsoever. Sure, maybe you look at the group stage and you think that they'll have some demons in the form of Liquid, but they won't have to worry about that right now. These guys are incredibly intimidating whenever they're in the booth and able to stare their opponents in the face, which they can do here on this stage in just a matter of a few inches here and there. Now we'll be able to see if they're able to do it here. Gentlemen, please place your keys in the slots and get some Dota on our screens.
Yes, I cannot wait to see what these two teams are going to draft for themselves because, as mentioned there by both our handsome stage hosts, there were tiebreakers. Obviously not between Aurora and P-Vision themselves, but they both had to go towards that tiebreaker. For Aurora, they did come out on top and were able to top their group. They missed that first elimination phase. They didn't have to worry about it. For P-Vision, though, of course, that win was still important for them. However, it wasn't to top their group. They still had that little bit extra of going into another best of 3.
Yeah, I think the manner in which these teams took 2 games out of 3 was really interesting because for P-Vision, their 2 wins were in Game 1 and Game 3, and they both had the same opening of Chen Willow. While on the other hand, for Aurora Gaming, they picked 4 of the 5 same heroes in Game 3 as they did in Game 2 after losing it. So they, against Tundra, in effectively a best of 5 between the group stage and the tiebreaker, they effectively did a run it back situation where you were like, we just need to tweak 1 hero in this draft and we can take it down. So seeing that, it feels like Aurora's much more, I guess, like they're strategies are diverse. Like game 1 to game 3 was a very different strategy, but they were fine to run it back with the confidence, even if it didn't work in game 2.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of contest for these offlaners that we did mention. This Undying, I think, is becoming kind of a key hero. I would say even off the tournament, people realizing that it is a super strong offlaner that can build. Like, the value that you get from Crimson Guard is much more higher compared to the other offlaners. That's why we see Ogre, we see Centaur as well later when you pick up the Shard, get that extra strength, and then be able to turn that into higher barrier shield. But also, I would say that the P-Vision, they did run one of the best strategies I've seen so far in the tournament when they were playing against Extreme Gaming. The double saving support with Oracle and a Ringmaster with the Meepo on 24. There was like literally nothing that Extreme Gaming could have done that game.
Yeah, I mean, can I move on to Aurora, I guess, since we said
Yeah, I feel like it's only fair. Please, Pio.
Sure, I mean, I think for Aurora, like, the one thing that they've done very consistently is, well, Kiyotaka is playing a flashy hero where it's either Puck or the Shadow Fiend making plays on the map. That's what he does best. But I think you do need to target Nightfall more. He likes that safe approach. He likes playing these Lifestealers, Abad, and Ursa heroes. Pretty much having a get out of jail free button type of hero is what he really likes. It was punished one game when he did play like the Abaddon. We saw like the Hex Breaks talent. So we'll see what you can do to Nightfall, but I think he is a key player to keep an eye on because he is the rock of the team.
Yeah, oddly enough, he has a pretty small hero pool, like you've mentioned, and he's also almost always given last pick. So I'm curious how P-Vision's going to go into this draft knowing this. Are you going to respect ban effectively Nightfall, even if you don't think his heroes are good in the particular match against yours? Or are you going to allow them to go through and basically call the bluff?
Nightfall is the best carry of this tournament. You know why? Because he's the only guy that managed to get a dub with Phantom Lancer. Everybody else, he's been played 7 times so far, and only Nightfall did get that
absolutely
dub.
Terrible hero.
What percentage of that win was because of Phantom Lancer?
0%. He just had to survive, and he did.
Okay, well then maybe not 0, at least 5%. He didn't keep dying, so...
I know we joke about, him BKB tipping out, but I legit think you need to be able to have a BKB piercing tools when you play against, at least one. I think Beastmaster, Bane, these type of heroes are going to be contested on side of P-Vision just to be able to stop him, because when he plays Lifestealer, he builds into a BKB, so he Rage, BKB, then another Rage, and then maybe he can TP out with the third one if necessary.
This is why he's uncounterable, right? Like, you're going to build all these BKB piercing heroes against his hero pool. Then he's going to Phantom Lancer last pick. Doesn't build a BKB.
That is true. I don't know.
Figured it all out.
I thought you were going to say, like, Kiyotaka's going to pop off, because you're too worried about Nightfall.
That might happen, too.
Is that how many layers actually go into these drafts? I know you're memeing a little bit, but at the end of the day, you have to imagine they know what you're going to do, so you assume that they're going to prep for that. So then are you going to prep for what they prepped for what you prepped?
I mean, yeah, it's classic in like a pub, right? Like, you spam a hero, but if someone takes that hero from you, you just play the counter to that hero. You only need a 2 hero pool.
And have in mind, Aurora, their last game that they did play was 5 days ago. So they had plenty of time to figure out what P-Vision is doing with these early game-oriented strats with the 24 picks that could potentially come out.
I mean, I wanted to mention that as well, because like all these teams, they wanted to go into like that last chance gauntlet, right? They really wanted to because they didn't want to have that 4-day break. But we saw Spirit. Didn't really matter too much for them. They looked good. I'm curious how much preparation there was for Aurora during that time and how much P-Vision like evolved in that last chance.
And there's also one thing I want to talk about, because this is something no one did mention in an interview about stability. And I think we're seeing 2 opposites from the mid lane, where we're seeing no one being super stable as a player. And then on the other side, you have this chaotic, very explosive player that is going to be pushing the limits. Kiyotaka, sometimes he is a flip of the coin. Like, let's just be real, because he will overextend. Sometimes he's going to be super duper. We're talking about him getting godlikes and stuff. He's undefeated on Shadow Fiend. These type of heroes, he will take control of the game, but if he's playing into unfavorable matchup, he makes one of these 2 more mistakes. I think going back to Valakia, when he's playing some Pango into unfavorable matchup into Queen of Pain, he goes for Hand of Midas. He wants to recover, so need to be careful about that one.
Yeah, it's interesting when you consider Shadow Fiend, because he's been a flex pick throughout this entire tournament. Both these teams have utilized it, but on the side of Aurora, it's purely been for Kiyotaka, and on the side of P-Vision, it's purely been for Satanic. So both of the teams utilize the hero very differently. And I will say, I think Shadow Fiend basically embodies everything that Kiyotaka represents, because we've seen some He likes to make these solo plays on the map with whatever hero he's playing. We've seen him feed Divine Rapier 65, 70 minutes into the game in seemingly free games. We've seen him solo kill people for the win at 45 minutes plus when most teams are running around as 5. I've seen his Shadow Fiend. He'll make these random Requiem plays, juking with illusion runes, effectively just BKB TPing out afterwards. And every time I watch this guy, I just think to myself, the other team must be thinking to themselves, what the heck was that? And I just love that aspect of his game, and I'm looking for Shadow Fiend to be potentially coming out here.
I mean, Aurora is like completely aware of that as well. If you kind of look like their past drafts, like there was a game where they had a Dawnbreaker, a Tusk, a Bane, and a Baden, and then Kiyotaka. And then all they do is just like make sure when Kiyotaka goes in, they can follow up. I think this is probably the best Dawnbreaker team at the tournament for that reason, because you can't be afraid to go in and use that Dawn ult. And Kiyotaka is not a player that is afraid to go in. I didn't even see that they picked Dawn there, but this is a team that will utilize this hero. Toronto Tokyo is great at it, but it super enables Kiyotaka's playstyle.
It definitely does. And we also seen good amount, I would say, of carry Dawnbreakers as well. So this is potentially a flex, most likely
Nightfall.
For Aurora. Nightfall, I mean, it is a easy way to get out of the fight as well. So you have a shard. It is a BKB as well. It gives you debuff immunity, but most likely this is going to be played from the offlane. So far, P-Vision, they haven't played Dazzle at all. This is DM's hero. If before the tournament, if we haven't seen too much of a Dazzle coming into this meta, becoming a position 5, we mostly seen, like, I would say this is DM's hero, without a doubt, because this is something that he plays really well, but for now keeping it as a flex, but we'll see where it's going to end up.
The hero I'm really curious if we're going to see is Silencer, potentially, from either team, banned or picked, because it's the only hero in the game that can silence Dazzle's ulti, and then it's the only hero in the game that can reliably cancel Dawnbreaker ulti, so even though I don't think Silencer is exactly a meta pick, I am wondering if the hero's on both of these teams' minds, because it's the literal hard counter to both of the heroes we've seen so far. But the Dawnbreaker, you know, we mentioned the meta heroes of the patch, or at least we heard a lot from Jenkins last panel, which is these spirit heroes, these mobile guys. A lot of them pair very well with Dawnbreaker. I'm thinking of the Storm Spirits, the Pucks. So I'm wondering if we're going to... I'm predicting we're going to see a Storm versus Ember matchup in this game. I'm just wondering which team's going to pick which.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. The other hero that's still in the pool would be, like, Queen of Pain. If you ban a Puck and you want Quap, that is something you could possibly look at. Shadow Fiend's still in the pool too, right? So there's a lot of routes they could go, but I'm curious as well on, like, if they're going to do the Silencer approach, or if they're going to stick to picking more saves, maybe pick a Bane, something like that they like to run as well. A lot of options, and I like how P-Vision also banned out the Baden and the Tusk. This is heroes that previously Aurora did play.
Yeah, they played from the safe lane. You did mention Nightfall kind of playing these, not cheesy heroes, but heroes that can't die as easily, playing Life Stealers, Abaddon. Like, you're not going to be able to kill these heroes from 100 to 0. And also removing Tusk. We've seen the combination with the Dawnbreaker being way too powerful. I could see Silencer for Aurora, but I don't think P-Vision is going to be picking up Silencer and Dazzle as a support duo unless this Dazzle goes to the offlane. And I'm also a big fan, you did mention Queen of Pain, big fan of Dawnbreaker plus Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain with Bondage, she blinks in, she has a Blade Mail, nobody wants to focus her, then on another blink you could get that Dawn ulti, so pretty much being invincible in most of these fights.
I think it also depends on what the damage type is coming out from the opponent team. Earlier on in the tournament, yeah, we were seeing Quaps first rounded by some of the teams in the early stages of the group stage, and I would then see Pango, SF, Dazzle, Tusk, you know, literally 4 physical damage heroes in response. So Queen of Pain for me is almost a cheese pick nowadays, because she has that element of she will reflect and lifesteal off of magic and pure damage, and if you're predominantly reliant on that, then she is nearly unkillable. So I'm curious, like, if there's a hero like Queen of Pain that's effectively considered in every one of these drafts, even if it's like never seen. Marcy again.
Yep, we'll have to see. And I think the Morph ban makes a lot of sense. It really just shows you that's their lane. They want Bat, Dawn to lane, and Satanic Morphling. Don't need to say any more there. He's really good at it. And there's going to be a lot of mind games, as we're talking about, I think, with this mid matchup. There's a lot of options you can go. Puck is still in the pool, too. This hero's really popular. You're not going to pick Quap versus Puck. Shadow Fiend's in the pool. As you mentioned, Storm, Ember. There's like a huge mid pool right now. Nothing got banned.
This is a lot of healing. This is a lot of sustain. We're going to be seeing some longer fights as well. You have Dawnbreaker to break the fight on one side. You have Chen, which they are undefeated with, picked 4 out of 4 games. Dookie looks very, very good every single time on the hero. Brings in all these auras. I think he did go for every single time did go for drums into like Solar Crest or drums into something that is needed for the game, but pretty much bringing in all these auras, and now you have also this Dazzle, which is most likely just going to be their offlane duo with the Marcy, but also keeping this Marcy as a flex.
What's a good carry here, Brian, against the heroes you see? Anything pop to your mind?
I was thinking that you might pick a stable laner that deals with summons like Gyrocopter. That's the only one that I would feel super comfortable picking blind if I had to pick right.
But is there another hero that's really shaping up here?
Are you talking about PL?
Yeah, we are.
Are you really baiting me this?
Right
I thought that was a genuine question, Fear.
No.
I see what's happened. Okay, so they go for the Pugna. That's
Leave it open though, right? Maybe. Because if you're last pick and you
it is a very good PL game.
Heroes, it's really because like you're showing Dazzles probably off lane in this situation, maybe mid. So,
and if it's off lane, it'll farm because of the Shadow Wave, but the Poison Touch is effectively useless against any hero with a built-in Dispel, like PL.
Yeah, so just pick your puck here. You have your initiation. Last pick, maybe you get it, maybe you don't, but there's a couple of good options you can go for.
Well, there isn't much control on both of these sides. For now, it's very difficult to start a fight. You have P-Vision who can group up, get all these auras up and try to, force a fight with all the sustain that they do have. But I do like this puck on 17. It does allow them to maybe skip some of the heroes, blocks Storm Spirit, blocks Queen of Pain, even though I've seen Queen of Pain's also getting picked into puck if there's not enough follow-up.
I think Queen of Pain's honestly pretty nice here just because of the fact that almost all of Aurora Gaming's damage right now is magical. So with the Blade Mail plus any lifesteal item later on, you might get lassoed with Blade Mail on and just not die.
I mean, I would love to see the confidence of that, but unfortunately this tournament, most mid laners have not wanted to play the mid matchup, right?
Yes.
So like do you have the confidence to pick it in the puck? Is like the question.
I'm down for some Kunkka or I'm down for some Void Spirit here on 18. Monkey's still in the pool. Maybe not the greatest against
I like the Void,
Batrider, but this is the matchup that kind of has risen over the last month, I would say, ever since the changes to Void Spirit, even though people will still blame, Void Spirit innate ability whenever they lose the matchup, but if he gets off to a good start, you have heroes who can rotate to the 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, even give him the upper hand in this matchup as well, give him that Aghanim Scepter timing as fast as possible.
So what was the exact change to Void Spirit that makes it better? Because I remember back all the way in like Arlington Major, people thought Void beat Puck in lane, and the stats just never showed that. Void was consistently losing to Puck. That then became the normal and the expected, and now it's back to the inverse.
Yeah, just in my experience, it usually comes down to numbers. They buffed, I believe, I know they buffed at least the damage on 2 of his nukes, maybe 3.
He wasn't universal back then either,
and I don't think he was universal either.
And
but
the build
then
was like Yules
and there was a period of time where, because when he got initially changed to universal, that you would go like Echo Saber Manta, like all stat items, and then it felt like the matchup no longer favored Puck because Void Spirit wouldn't die in a coil, and then he gets the second or third item Ags and kills you. In this case, I was wondering if either team was going to buy a Spirit Vessel because you're looking at a bunch of heal. One side you have Chen plus Dazzle, the other side you have Pugna plus Dawnbreaker, and not only is it an Ags hero, but it's also a Spirit Vessel hero in the Void Spirit that could help you burst these single targets.
Even though there's like so many times that I've seen, it's a good Spirit Vessel game, seems like mid laners, they don't really want to go for it, except for TI qualifiers in China. I've seen good amount of Void Spirit going for Spirit Vessel because it's an item that does give you good stats. Now you have Diadem, and you being Universal Hero, you actually benefit a lot from it.
Okay, well now we're looking at our last few phases, and because both teams have opted to just have that mid matchup as their last picks coming out of that second phase, it leaves a lot of bands open for the carry pool. Something you guys said you weren't confident on, who has the bigger pool when it comes down to Satanic or Nightfall, and who's going to have the advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, Satanic might already have a serial, to be honest with you. We don't know where this Marcy's going.
No, that is true.
So, I mean, we saw in the last series, it was picked twice as a carry, so I mean, it didn't win, but it's on the up and up. People are thinking about it, scrimming with it. But I did want to talk one last time about this matchup mid, because Kiyotaka did play this, right, in the tiebreaker.
I feel like it's going to be a funny story.
Yeah, I mean, he got absolutely exposed game 1, and he was just, like, fed 5 times in, like, 5 minutes, right? It was really bad.
He was the Puck.
He was the Puck, yes. And then in the next game, he was also Puck against the Void Spirit. And then he won the game and had a much better performance. So I think this is a matchup he is now, he did his runs on it. He's very confident in it now. So I think he's not too sad to play this matchup. And I'm looking at the bans here, and like Nightfall's hero pool other than PL is gone now. So, and he banned one of them.
And they covered it with Sven.
You kind of cover it with the Sven. And those are actually really good bans if you want Sven.
What about good old Troll?
It's banned.
Okay.
Yep.
That's why I said those two bans are really good. Lifestealer's banned as well. So some of like the best counters to Sven are gone. I mean, do you go for it anyway? Maybe. I don't know. It's good versus everything else potentially, because you know this is an offlane Dazzle now. You kind of have to address that. That's a problem.
I think you could also lean towards TB as like a safer pick. I don't love the hero. It hasn't had the most success this tournament, but it is a good carry matchup against Sven. And even though you don't have a Dispel in lane, you do have the Pugna 5, which I think partially was picked because they did anticipate the Dazzle 3 to decrypt. Oh my goodness, that's a hero I was not expecting.
Well, that kind of like, no matter what, like my Weaver senses were tingling. I was like, is it a good Weaver game? Like, you want some mobility hero? Because like when you play versus Dazzle offlane, if you don't have this kind of like jump or disengage, you can feed very hard, especially against a Marcy. So they were definitely looking for that type of hero. And, you know, PA we haven't seen in a long time just because she no longer has, like, you have
her
to
shard
level.
is Ags.
I mean, her innate is now an ability you have to level, essentially. And that's kind of like really bad for the hero on how it plays.
It's not only that you can't level stats anymore, but you also have 15 to 20% evasion level 1 just built into your innate, and now your innate is blur. So in the laning stage itself, like against heroes like Dazzle and Marcy who do anticipate right-clicking you a lot, especially to keep that poison touch applied, it may significantly alter the favorability of this matchup for PA. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to play it very defensively, just throw daggers and save the Blink Strike for either sure kills or disengages.
Both of the teams opted to go for like more explosive damage, so you're not going to be able to get the saves with Pugna. Maybe Dazzle, you get those big crits out, but I do like what P-Vision drafted for themselves. I think this type of a lineup comes online super quickly. Satanic on Sven as well. These Eastern European carries, they know how to make this hero work, and you might not be like Dawnbreaker ulti, you might not get the value out of it when Sven gets to his like 3rd and 4th item.
And what about yourself, Fear? Is there one team that you're leaning slightly more towards, that you think the conditions are more favorable?
I mean, Nightfall PA is a classic. It is one of his better heroes when it was popular, so I still believe it if it can get there, but it really depends on the mid matchup for me.
All right, very quickly, Brian.
I'm going to go for P-Vision in this one.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you guys are siding with P-Vision because just luckily enough, we have their coach with an interview.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, I'm here with Astini from P-Vision. Astini, what do Aurora do really, really well at Dota, and how did you answer that with this draft?
I don't know. I don't learn anything with them in this sense. Like, I try to focus in our best. It's not that I don't respect them. I have full respect. It's just I try to focus on my strengths. It's not just focus like on inner self instead of looking to the opponent.
Excellent. I mean, that's a great mentality. It's taken you so far. But what do you think about this game? I mean, what have you given yourself here to take them down? What's the strongest thing that your draft does?
They don't ban Chen because they can counter it. We pick Chen. Game 2, they'll ban Chen because they cannot counter it. That's what I think.
Excellent stuff. All right, so a high-paced Deathball draft. That's what we've got going on here?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right, let's see if it works out for you. Thank you very much, Astini. Good luck in game number 1, as we'll send it over to our casters for Aurora versus P-Vision.
The Golden Boys of P-Vision. They have had a very successful year. They have had the most first places of any team this season. They have a slew of podium finishes and have never placed outside of the top 8 this year. But it really doesn't matter, Avery, unless you get the gold at the end of the season. And that's what we're here for the Esports World Cup. And their matchup against Aurora, kind of the exact opposite story, right? This is a team that has just been consistently 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th the entire way.
That said, they're on the up and up. I think anybody who's been watching this team, particularly in this tournament, they are on the rise. They have improved the team gameplay a lot. They've shortened the amount of games that have been thrown. They've increased the amount of games that they've been able to consistently pull out. I think the panel's discussion about balancing the consistency of Nightfall with the inconsistency of Kiyotaka is a big factor in this squad. And you should not underestimate him. We saw in the interview with Astini, he wanted to focus on his team, not try and counter what Aurora were doing. I think that's a fine approach, but at the same time, if you're not looking at what Aurora are doing right now, it's going to catch you off guard because this is not the same team that they were 6 months ago, a year ago. They didn't even exist. So, yeah, there's a lot to deal with here. And it's a team that can play really fast with their timings if they get to them. This is a game, though, it's going to be a challenge to get there because they did give P-Vision the Chen. This is not a hero they've lost on. It is incredibly strong in their hands, not only because of the individual player skill and playing with it and around it, particularly for Ducalis, but These guys know how to hit that mid-game timing really hard, punch together, use all the sustain to just pump up that timing. Even if you're a little behind off one lane or someone else is having a rough game, it brings everybody together. You get the Roshan, you get the objectives. You just close that out at that 35-minute mark, and no one can even hit late game against it.
I like that you pointed out that Aurora have been looking better over time, and so have their results. While they have placed 5th, 6th pretty much the entire year, their most recent result at Dream League, where they got top 4, that was a change of fate. Now them coming into this tournament and topping out the groups. Like, we saw them consistently get better over the year, but the results weren't changing much until right at this moment. And hell, I mean, that's the perfect time to be peaking, right?
That said, Kiyotaka is going to face his inner demons here as he gets a little too aggressive on the rune. Pays a big price. That's a first blood into Void Spirit in this matchup. And I like how we brought up the fact that he has played this matchup twice before in this event during that tiebreaker.
Yep. We
casted some of those games. Game 2 did not work out for him at all. Game 3, he ran it back. He showed up. He dropped, I think, like 9-1, 9-0 in that game. Was an absolute beast. He went the early BKB build both games for this matchup to deal with the Void Spirit Ags timing. It's a give and take, right? The 50-50 lives on in this man, and giving first blood to no one of all players in this matchup, not going to help him try and get to that timing first. See if he can make it up elsewhere as this game goes on.
Yeah, that's the part that is particularly concerning for me, is it's about the player you just gave that first blood, you know? I feel like no one is the scariest mid laner in the world right now.
Well, I think there's some mid laners who would argue with that, but
yeah,
you know, every mid player's got a little bit of an ego, so until you're eliminated, you can argue it anyway.
Nightfall tossed back into the Dazzle. Rough matchup so far. Dazzle always known to you know, take it to these melee safe laners. They were talking about the matchup of, like, you know, the PA, you know, innate, having some evasion. Do you think that's possible that Nightfall can ever win this lane?
Unlikely. You can get through it with dagger spam. You have a Pugna support. You can definitely just commit for the range creeps with the blast daggers, play for the pulls. This is a lane you can survive. You're not going to stop DM farming up here, though, and that is a concern. Really hard to stop the Dazzle farming in this laning phase.
Burst it down. Just that's too much damage coming out of that Shadow Wave. The combination of the repositioning of Disposed with the poison and the heal, putting him back into the creep wave, that's nasty.
It is a really tough lane to deal with for a melee carry. I would not be surprised to see Aurora give up on this lane earlier than maybe they want to, particularly with the early kill here. Going straight in onto Panto. He's still level 1, no Decrep available.
And that means he's like, oh, got the level 2 off the creeps dying, so he does get out the Decrepify. He'll live as a result. Damage still done, though, by P-Vision.
Yeah, no glyph to put out there because we're still too early in the game.
So. Aurora need to equalize a little bit, and it's a good thing that Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira are on the case. They bring down Satanic, keep the pressure on the safe lanes.
That is a really nice find. This Bat Dawnbreaker lane has a lot of all-in potential. You really have to be careful when you're far up in the lane like this. Ducalis not able to get pulls off early. It's been blocked up. He did get the D-ward, but this Equilibrium not doing that Sven any favors, and that is a kill Aurora desperately needed here. They were falling behind on 3 lanes. Not a recipe for success against the Chet. Again, you have to at least go even in this early 10-15 minutes so you don't get snowballed.
Fighting for Lotus Orbs. Tough fight, trying to toss Nightfall out of the AoE. Nightclass is getting low, and they might be able to pick up that kill. Panto with the Decrepify, just trying to make sure that Nightfall's okay. Doesn't take too much damage from the Dazzle, as they do claim the life of Nineclass.
Nightfall looked for the last hit, but underestimating the base damage on the Skelly Boy.
Kiyotaka getting dangerously low. Looks like he, I think he was trying to do a little tower play there. You know, get some of his HP and mana back through the phase shift off of tanking tower aggro. And I think no one caught him with an Aether Remnant. That's a crafty little play.
He's definitely winning this lane hard off that first blood, winning the regen trades. He's even going to buy a raindrop here, just boost up his tank ability, win all the trades. You get the level 6 first, you rotate a support here. Could be an easy gank. This puck is low and doesn't have full resources up. Feels like Aurora just trying to survive this laning phase right now. They do have some rotation potential with the Batrider if they want to bring Mira into any of these other lanes. And definitely some potential before some of the big ults come out. I mean, ideally you'd love to get a kill on no one if you can get the coil going.
Sure.
You shut this hero down early. you get a lot more momentum going to that mid game because there's going to be a lot of EHP in this lineup. I mean, you look at the amount of heals they have, the amount of saves they have, the amount of repositioning. There's so much to back up this Void Spirit when we go into this mid game that if you don't get 1 or 2 kills on him early, you might never kill him this game. This could easily be a 0-death game for no one. I would say for Satanic too, though. He had that lane death, so minor setback for him.
Same time, Aurora been making this lane really difficult for Satanic. Toronto Tokyo was tanking the creep wave, trying to keep the creep equilibrium on their side as much as possible, which would enable the Bat Rider to chase down the Sven like they're doing now.
Amir's done a nice job blocking up a lot of these camps. Is this ward? It's a self-blocking ward from Ducalis? No, it's spawn. Never mind. He'll get it here. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was on the edge or not, but gotta give him benefit of the doubt here. Mira's just done a decent job body blocking that camp. That's like the first small camp spawn at 5 minutes. Pretty rough for a Chen.
Satanic getting low again.
It's going to be a rough matchup for the Chen against this Bat Rider. It's not a support you trade well against. You can get some mana burn creeps going. You can maybe get a purge creep. But in this example, you got the ice armor. Not too useful here, even though that spell is always broken in the early game.
Yeah, I would have thought the Mind Stealer would have won this lane for them over time, just because they're all so mana dependent on the side of Aurora.
He also just never took the purge creep.
Couldn't quite get him. No one taking a lot of damage. Flame break back into the tower, and he's dead. Ooh. An overextension from no one. He had the advantage. He had the first blood. He was winning the lane, but he tried to get too greedy with it. Attempting to kill on a Kiyotaka under tower goes wrong. Now fighting for the power runes, ends up being bottom. Kiyotaka living the high life now.
He forced that a lot. He took 800 damage from the tower. That is a lot to take with a puck who has no coil.
Yeah.
Just a bad overextension from no one. We don't see it often, but he gave away a decent amount of his lead there. Go straight back into it, of course. Still in absolutely a fine position, but that's going to give a little bit of extra XP to the supports here, who could definitely use it as we head into these Wisdom Shrines. You're also not afraid of this Void Spirit Wisdom Shrine rotation if it was ever in the cards anymore. And this gives Puck a coil. A coil he didn't even have to use on the Void Spirit kill. So now you have it available on the map for some counterplay or maybe an aggressive move of your own to one of these side lanes. Could definitely see Kiyotaka go bottom off the TP out of Fountain.
Panto, as he's running around the map, it does leave Nightfall alone in lane. He's just having a dagger spam largely to get CS. So probably means our Phantom Assassin is going to be a bit under farm coming out of this laning phase, though that was to be expected considering the lane matchup.
I think it's okay. You didn't pick this PA to snowball the game or come out guns blazing. You just picked them to scale, carry the late game. Classic Nightfall position. This Sven PA matchup can go either way. It's super dependent on who jumps who. If the Sven can land a couple hits on that PA, you can just absolutely delete him later on, especially if you have Bloodthorn/MKB. At the same time, this PA can kite you around. The evasion can be really annoying for a long time. You're both heroes that can farm massive ancient stacks, so I would not be surprised to see these two teams prioritize the stacking in the next 10 minutes or so here. Particularly for Satanic. I think you want it for the Sven here. Accelerate his game. Get him into a position where he can join these fights early. I would love an early Blink Dagger on Sven this game.
What about Silver Edge for the break?
Another route he can go, for sure.
Kind of have to choose one or the other, right, in some ways. Mira does get caught trying to take the power rune, but it is lucky days for Kiyotaka. Once again, spawns to his favor, and it's a haste rune top lane. So he's going to use this positioning, see if there's an opportunity at the top area of the map.
Yeah, throws a little curveball in there, and DM not too happy about this position being taken away.
They're going to spot Nightclass hiding in the corner here. The curveball follows him all the way through, trying to use the rebound, but now it's just going to be double coil into the Toronto Tokyo ultimate. Over the top, no one. He doesn't break the coil, now freed from it, gets on the offensive, tries to go after this Toronto Tokyo kill, but Grepify, it bails him out for a little bit. DM does what damage he can, but most of it has already been dodged thanks to the save from the Pugna. Panto coming in very nicely with these Decrepifies. He's doing a great job so far.
Really strong spell this game for Aurora to play around. If you can Decrepify the jump from any of these cores and just put some healing into them, really stalls out the fight for P-Vision.
Where's Satanic off to? Is he actually here to take some stacks?
Oh,
he
yeah.
is.
He's got ice armor backup. This is a tanky Sven in the early game.
Yeah, and he's got no one, after that team fight, or little skirmish, I guess, in the mid lane, he was pretty healthy, so they knew they had the advantage on resources. Very nice. Take a little, 4-stack?
Have to think about stacking this game on both sides, because both these carries just won it so bad.
Well, apparently Aurora needs to maybe rethink their stacking. Maybe these stacks aren't safe on their side of the map.
Already posturing around this river. 20 seconds for the rune. Generally not the best place for the Marcy to fight, especially against the Bat Rider. You get kited out in this river, it's going to be a rough time. They're going to try and take the rune fight anyway. They want something for no one in this early game.
Kiyotaka having used his orb. Got another one coming up. He does manage to jump away. No catch from the Aether Remnant.
He got another rune.
And another power rune. Man, 3 in a row for Kiyotaka. An arcane rune to boot. This one, the most powerful of them all for a puck early on.
Yeah, he's got some good runes here early, and when he needed them to refill the resources, these are completely salvaging his early game after that bad first blood. Got a threat and DM up here, but this guy is tanky, man. He's already got Ogre Club, Treads, Burn, Full Wand. This is a almost 2,000 effective HP Dazzle.
You get some rotations out. No one. Seeing if he could actually get a kill out of this rotation. Goes after Panto. Not good enough. Now the puck comes back into place, gearing them back underneath the tower.
He just wants an Arcane Rune Coil. But we're already seeing some of the difficulty Aurora are going to run into this game, which is, where does the damage come from to bring these heroes down? Puck is generally a mediocre damage hero on his own compared to something like the Storm.
Yeah, and all this attention up to top lane means Satanic is freely farming this bottom lane. Mask Madness is up, and one of the nice things about Sven, you've got that Ancient Camp. As long as you keep your safe lane tower, keep this side of the map. So it's very efficient for this guy.
If I'm Aurora, this is the guy I wanted to attack in the early game. That's Sven. I just think it's awkward because that's also the lane where the Dawnbreaker's in, who's kind of your global damage follower.
Right, yeah.
And she would prefer you attack somewhere else so she can come into that play. But I think the smoke had to come down here if it existed. It's just so hard. I mean, again, you look at this guy sitting in the safe lane. 1,500 HP, he's got Warcry, he's got extra armor from the Chen, he's got potential heals and counterplay from Dazzle TPing in. Diving behind this tier 1 sounds impossible. I think you have to just play this game straight up in the early game if you're Aurora and
the
bang
smoke's going to come too late from Panto and Nightfall. The Ancient stack already cleared through.
This is too late in the game for this play. This had to happen 2 or 3 minutes earlier. It will get them this tier 1. So this is why I still think the smoke play is good, because you are going to kick Satanic out.
Oh, that's awkward. The smoke, it's applied on Kiyotaka, but they'll still find an opening here. Toronto Tokyo, a little unnecessary, it feels like, with that ultimate.
Did have Hand of God, Lotus, but yep. Yeah, get the job done, I guess. Use both your ults, get a Chen off the map, slow his game down. Aren't getting damage on that bottom tier 1. It's kind of the downside of committing all these heroes into that jungle.
Yeah.
However, if Nightfall gets to take it for free down here off the PA rotating bottom, that'll be a big win for Aurora. This is incredibly efficient for him, because there's nobody going into top tier 1 for P-Vision right now. They're just all clumped around mid. Did get a power rune, though.
They did. They finally got one.
No one on the board.
We heard from Astini talking about the Chen. They think they can counter the Chen. They're going to find out that's not the case, and they're just going to have to ban it out in game 2. Feels like laning phase-wise, Aurora did pretty all right for themselves, but there's more to Chen than just laning phase, right? What's the next step of all this?
The second the auras start coming up, the second your tier 1s start falling, and then to me, it's that first Roshan into tier 2s into second Roshan. That period, you have to contest something for what this hero brings to the team.
Mira, he'll die in the top lane through a gank, and Nightfall has now abdicated his bottom lane spot, going top and not
here.
wanting to be here.
I'm surprised he came back up here. I don't think this was a power you were ever defending in this game, unless you were already planted here with Puck with Solar Guardian to defend it, which I just don't think Kiyotaka is ever going to go up here and do that.
No Puck, no Solar Guardian, so
exactly.
Both options were off the table there.
You rather just attack. I mean, one of the things you can do against Chen is when he pushes you, you just trade objectives on the map. Because he generally is bad at attacking one place and defending in response. He can't move him and his army that freely around the map.
Sure. So this is where some of the counter is coming from Aurora with the Pugna trying to pressure this mid tower.
Yeah, exactly. Panto can even it out, right? He pushes pretty fast on this support Pugna with 4 points in Blast already done. And you're seeing that the chip damage going to these tier 1s. Like, mid and bottom tower for P-Vision is already under a third. That doesn't take much to just put these towers over the edge, and then you at least feel like you're evening out the map control against the Chen. You relieve some of that mental pressure.
Yeah.
Another big factor is having supports that can match the farm rate, which in theory is where this Bat Rider comes in. Because Chen just out-farms a lot of support duos. This hero gobbles extra net worth off the map. The map's so big now that he can freely do it without taking it away from his cores, and he just outscales you.
I mean, as much as we say, oh, got the deny, 9 class popping the ultimate to quickly snatch that away from Panto. As much as we were saying Aurora could push this tower, they could do, they've only just now, in near 15 minutes, taken their first tier 1. Can't feel the greatest. And meanwhile, there is just a steady flow of gold coming in for P-Vision.
Oh God, no one's courier. That's a decent amount of gold. No one not too happy about that as he was trying to finish up the Ags off it, so might delay that item a little bit.
Mira?
That's a lot of creeps to feed away here.
To call us nothing. He's paying more attention to his creeps.
Yeah.
He got ganked by Roshan there in the river.
Not the finest moment of micro for him.
It's a good thing he didn't get thrown into the tower area. Otherwise, certainly would have died. Aurora, we're sweeping in. Defend their tower for now.
They don't want to deny it. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I almost feel like Mira should deny it. He's so close to his Blink Dagger.
Oh, you also have Panto just blasting mid. This does get killed in that Blast plus Catapult, so no chance to deny that one. They actually get the tier 1 mid first.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Dazzle. Aghanim Scepter almost done for the Void Spirit. Big timing coming in for P-Vision soon.
Yeah, this is when the damage is going to start to pick up. The control against the Puck in particular. You have these double silences going out into the Hex from the Dazzle, stun from Sven, an extra stun from the Marcy. That is more than enough lockdown to catch and burst this Puck in the fight. You need a really clutch save on him, either from the Decrep or Solar Guardian is maybe enough to bail him out once the Ags is done. That part will be nice for Aurora, the fact you can just get this Ag Solar Guardian, and if the Sven jumps in, you counterplay with the Solar Guardian, instant jump in, stun him even through a BKB. Not much Satanic can do to itemize through that.
Sure.
Can absolutely bail the Puck or the PA later on out from that Sven burst if you're quick enough.
Well, that mid tower that was not denied will be taken now.
I cannot believe they didn't deny that.
Yeah, that was crazy. You're matched up against a Chen. You know he's going to take it. It's just a matter of time, really.
Kiyotaka, he's going to show in mid, all these heroes off the map.
He's got to be careful. He might get caught here. Got silenced up. There's that Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit. The counter, though, from Mira. Got the lasso. Now they're Toronto Tokyo. The ult's coming in. It hits the stun. There's a Shao Great, though. Too much sustain coming out of P-Vision. As good as Aurora played it, they're just simply not strong enough to be able to take this. A toss back away. Nightfall came in, quickly got the Chen killed. Night Class tried to get a little punish there, but they got to beware of the Dazzle ultimate. And what a stun from Satanic in from the right side. Gets a 2-man stun. Kills Kiyotaka, and now no one to clean up the rest. He'll run the rest down rather easily. Him and Satanic, a 2-pronged attack that just tears into Aurora.
Why stop? Just get them all here. You had an amp damage on no one. You had an effective amp damage on Satanic with the God Strength. You're fighting with more damage, more sustain, and you couldn't ask for more here if you're Aurora. You got a lasso on the Void Spirit to save the Puck. You get a 3-man coil into the Solar Guardian. Into what? That's the big question, right? Nightfall, he's trying to contribute here. He's trying to pick up the backline, but he's a Battle Fury PA. This is not the timing in this game where the hero shines.
Yeah.
I think you had to kind of get out here at this point if you're Aurora, and you linger too long. Satanic shows up. I talked about the early Blink Dagger. This is why it's so good, because you can just come in these fights and turn these plays so easily. When Aurora overextend, you can find the backline, you can clean these saving supports up like the Pugna, and man, that just blows this game open. You can't afford to give these kind of team fights away to the Chen lineup.
Yep, we heard about the philosophy of just focusing on your own draft. P-Vision clearly focusing on their own timings here. Double Ags, Blink Dagger. They just were so strong in that fight, and now they've got a net worth lead. Now they're going to take Roshan. This is the kind of thing that begins to snowball a bit. Building up pressure like a dam.
They're going to have BKB on Sven by the next fight as well. And you have the Solar Guardian, you have Lasso to throw into him, you have Decrep. But all these cores are going to scale, and they're going to scale really, really well into this early mid game.
Aegis for no one.
This could be a scary period for Aurora.
Satanic spotting Mira. Who's jumping who there? Panto, what are you up to? Just running down lane, trying to collect some creeps. Unfortunately, there's a Marcy nearby, stopping the TP.
Yeah, throw the Chen on his head. Goomba stomping back to the fountain. There is a risk that P-Vision feel they get ratted in this period because their lineup is pretty ball heavy. Their catch is not the their catch / map mobility is not the greatest with this lineup.
Yeah,
especially compared to what we normally see out of them, where they have some Darkseers, Nagas, whatever it is. There is a decent shot Aurora can rat this game and keep the net worth fairly even if their base doesn't just get straight up pushed.
And you combine that with a little single target pickoff of like coil lasso, pull them out of the coil, snap that.
Yep.
Right, you get that, it's always a dangerous combo.
I think that is one of the biggest strengths of Puck compared to a lot of the other Spirits mid is you feel more comfortable and confident ratting these maps out. You have an incredible scaling core going into the ultra late if you can get there.
Yeah.
The later Parasma Ags nonsense this hero does, and the level 25 talent as well with the coil piercing debuff immunity. These things add up in the very late game, and Puck is a hero that can usually get you there because his rat action is incredibly consistent. Chen just overrides that though because he just goes high ground.
Yes.
And you have Dazzle for extra sustain. So P-Vision, if they feel like they're getting rat in this game, they are not going to try and catch you. They are going to force your base, and they're going to do it quite early here.
Add one more aura or buff to the mix. Got a, because of the shard from the Chen, we now have a Thunderhide, so he's going to be using that Frenzy on people. We may see at some point the Golem come into play. Just, I mean, this lineup, he gets a Golem. This lineup is, Aurora simply will not have the damage to kill anybody.
Nope. No way. Maybe a high ground base defense with a Lasso Dragon is your best bet, but that's asking for a lot. Do get a God Strength out of Satanic, but I don't think he minds fighting off two heroes for control this mid wave.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's able to do this solo, he's got a BKB if he needs it, clearly does not. Meanwhile, Mira's just trying to get away from 9 class. With the lasso, managed to get a blink away. Back to the river fight, though. Reinforcements coming in to help Satanic. No one gets the extra catch, helping Satanic claim a kill.
This chase is still going on, huh?
Mira's messing with them. I mean, best you could do, I guess, at this point in time. Anything to dissuade P-Vision from a 5-man march down, I think, potentially into the base, right? I feel like they go, Satanic, there goes that BKB, but still got the stun on him. Got a little extra follow-up damage. Can they get the final bit required to get the kill? They simply cannot. Again, not enough damage in the pool. And that was a fight where you took that because there was no Dazzle. If the Dazzle's there, it's not even close.
No, you might even just sit there, fight him back if he has God Strength up as well. We're trying to take advantage of those small openings. The fact your Bat Rider was the one getting chased to create the space hurts you there, because if Mira is in that play, that's a really nice kill on that Sven for sure. But of course, Satanic knows where this bat is, playing his limits pretty well. That was the BKB on the Puck. That was the first pop of it. This is the same build-up we saw from Kiyotaka in those tiebreaker games against the Void Spirit. Pretty much a necessity here.
Yeah, gotta do it.
But
Silence is way too good.
Also helps him rat on the map. There's no BKB piercing stun in this game. Now there's overwhelming damage to just kill you when you try and Nightfall out.
Yeah.
He's playing with him.
Yeah, Kiyotaka has made himself a target. He doesn't have BKB now, so he's got to be careful. Quote gets laid out. He's going to be silenced. He's gone.
This is the downside of delaying the blink. Your escape is not nearly as consistent.
Well, Mira, got him on it. Well played, DM. Using his ultimate to get the disable onto Mira, stopping his TP out. It's funny, they were distracted by Kiyotaka, and Mira's like, oh, this is my opportunity, I'm going to cut that wave. Clearly, Aurora have a game plan here, but they are getting caught around the map. It's not looking great for them as Panto gets cut down on the other side. 3 dead on the side of Aurora. You can cut waves all you want, but these death timers are going to start getting longer and longer, and P-Vision will have a better opportunity and more net worth behind it.
Honestly, it feels like Satanic is the one playing with some global bailout here. He's been playing alone for most of this game, pushing waves out, contesting multiple heroes from the side of Aurora for map control, while the rest of the team just groups, catches rats, takes Tormentor, whatever it is. Incredibly efficient gameplay for him, and he's not getting punished for it. Aurora have to pick something here, right?
Satanic's a little alone. Probably takes too much to kill him, though.
Nightfall's committing a little bit. Gotta find a lasso here soon in this game. You do have Blink Force Staff on this Bat Rider.
Trying to find a way to isolate one person away from this Dazzle. Slowing down these heroes. Mira's chasing. Drops Sentry, gets grab onto Marcy, pulling it back. No one at the same time. He jumps in, and this is not a pickoff. This is a fight, and Satanic and no one had just routed you entirely. They caught you from behind, straight to the back, and now they'll run down the front line. It's Nightfall in the front. They'll die, and in Toronto, Tokyo, and Kiyotaka on the high grounds trying to chase after DM. It's just not going to work for you. P-Vision, they lure Aurora outside of their base. They lure them into thinking that this is just going to be a one-off, but no. Instead, it's going to be a team wipe, perhaps, as Kiyotaka trying to outrun 5 different heroes. Satanic will close the gap, they got the stun, and that's it.
I do not think Aurora should be trying to take any straight-up fight at this point in the game. Your window to win this game is like 35, 40 minutes plus. You had to rat this out. You had to negate the net worth advantage. You had to maybe contest a Roshan if it came down to it, but these fights, there's no chance. We saw the entire backside of the fight with Dawnbreaker Puck trying to kill a Dazzle, and they got him to half HP.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
Like, there is no way to combat this timing on the Chen right now. And when you take that fight, you lose it. The door is wide open for P-Vision to use their strength.
Yeah. You also, there's like, I think literally zero way they can kill DM because he has his shard. So they've got the silence of the puck, and that's kind of it. You know? Like, it's just not going to work.
They don't have the big damage items yet.
And it's Blink Dagger and Silver Edge. Satanic will go back for the Silver Edge in the matchup against the PA. Also great for hunting the rats around the map.
Oh, yeah. I like you went for the Blink and the Silver Edge here. Why not? Especially when he's snowballing this hard. You don't need more survivability. You need catch, jump, damage. Close this game out before it goes ultra late. If you're Aurora, you need to split them up. Like, that is your best chance to find a teamfight victory, is when you can start with a lasso on a group that is not together on the map. Find an isolated target, particularly this Fen, who again has been the guy who's playing alone most of the game. If you can make a quick smoke into him, pop Satanic off a lasso jump, you have the capability to do that, but you cannot kill P-Vision when they're grouped up on the map. He just continues to find isolated targets.
Trying to get out with the Ags ult.
Man.
It's not fast enough.
You're just getting routed.
Yeah.
Game accelerated way too fast for what Aurora were expecting.
Well, what do you think, Avery? They gonna ban the Chen in game 2?
Yeah, I think even if they win this game, they will ban the Chen. I don't think we're gonna see it again. It's too fast. These teams are not ready for the pace it brings.
Yeah, I feel like the Chen wasn't some incredibly overwhelming force, but it is just kind of a sign of what Aurora can't seem to play against, which is, as you said, the speed, the tempo that they're bringing with this lineup. That's going to be tier 3 gone.
I mean, I will say this Dazzle is offering this lineup similar things and has also been a major problem. Like,
yes.
He got an early shard plus Locket, and the amount of sustain that comes out of this Locket Ags build, you're going to have Octarine soon as well. It's insane. You have guaranteed Grave. There's no real way to power through it. I think Aurora just thought they would have more time to get the damage online in this game. Maybe they thought the lanes are going to go better. But either way, now you're stuck in P-Vision's world. And it's not a fun one for you. Down almost 20K.
One lane of barracks left, so all that's needed for P-Vision. Patience. Wait for the next Roshan, claim that one, march down the top lane. The game's pretty much done. Aurora, I don't really know what they do from here. Like, now cutting waves isn't going to do it for you.
You need AC Dawnbreaker, and you need Satanic into Divine Rapier for Nightfall. And that is your best chance to win a high ground defense.
Yeah.
Ramp the damage as much as possible in the next 1 or 2 items.
Any chance that you forego the Satanic?
He's already.
I don't know if he can get. I don't know if he buys out the Satanic, if he can get to Divine Rapier in time.
Oh.
Okay, this time the Ags ult does manage to go off fast enough, only because Mira with a clutch lasso.
Oh, nice play.
And
not going to stop the progression here.
I was about to say, P-Vision, it's not like this is terribly inefficient for them. They're right outside the Roshan pit.
They got another amp damage for no one as well.
And look at Satanic. He's just leaving the Roshan to the rest of his team. He wants to end it by himself.
There's absolutely no fear for him on this map. He knows he cannot die.
Ridiculous. Well, Panto pays the price for that high ground ward still being there.
This is one of those games where you feel like there's people behind this Sven, even though there isn't.
Yeah.
And you're going to go watch this replay and go, like, what was this guy doing? How did he get away with this? How did we let him get away with this?
It's the arrogance of youth.
That's true. Doesn't know what a decade of playing this game can do to you.
He hasn't been broken like so many other players. Well, very defensive wards that Aurora are trying to play around, hoping that some random hero P-Vision walks underneath the ward, gets lassoed, gets killed. It's not going to come. They're going to have to take matters into their own hands. It's a 4-man smoke to the other side. But Satanic, he's already out. Aurora's too slow.
Just no map pressure to get a move like this to work. Like, P-Vision can group. There's no punish right now. They're waiting for Satanic on Satanic. And no reason not to just push when that item arrives. You have a lot of auras to play with. You have a banner from that Roshan. You have sustain to force the high ground.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Like, he doesn't need the Aegis. It's hard enough to kill him once. You give him the Satanic, he's not impossible to kill. So give yourself 7 lives to close out the game in this next high ground push.
Potentially more if you can just buy back to the outpost.
That's true.
You might not need any of them.
Well,
tanky, you know?
And then you throw in some heals from the Chen, a Shallow Grave from the Dazzle. The sustain itself might end up being a few thousand in HP points just by itself.
And you're just not getting the lanes out aggressively to stall this game.
No.
So that push is coming.
Yeah, it's coming. 3 minutes still left, plenty of time. P-Vision, they're going to strike now, and it's both supports who are going to pay the price perhaps. No more stuns. Okay, so Panto gets out. Mira, not so lucky.
Wave is coming in top. Can definitely just go high ground with the end of this God Strength.
Dire's top tower.
They're not even positioned to defend this. Panto, he teleported back. He survived once, but he won't survive the second go-around.
You should have died the first time. Your respawn timer would have been more favorable.
I mean, they do still have one building left in bottom lane, I guess. They want to play for that instead. Pulling into the Aether Remnant. Kiyotaka does manage to get a coil onto the jump onto the Dazzle. Gets him about half HP. That's about it. Now Toronto Toku hits it stun. Kiyotaka trying to run away from Satanic. Well, Nightfall, they're fighting in the middle of all this. So when they jump back to the Dazzle, trying to get him now with the lasso, still got the Shallow Grave on himself. They just can't kill him, man. The DM's going to live forever. Look at the health going up, and the health is dropping on the side of Aurora. No hope of winning this game one.
No chance, really. This is feeling like a straight out draft. Unless you pulled out some sort of laning miracle. I feel like you were always going to be in this situation where you lack damage to follow up on these coils. It can be a big problem with Puck against these sustain heroes. This is a lineup that P-Vision has played 1,000 times. It's not that uncharacteristic for them. They're extremely comfortable across the heroes on everybody. I honestly think you could have removed 1 or 2 heroes from this game and they might have still won it. Like, they could have been able to maybe play that 3v5. I don't think 9 Class had to do anything, which is not a slight to him. I think he just existed in that game, helped win the Dazzle lane. Satanic is controlling half the map on his own. The Dazzle or the Void Spirit's controlling the other half. Aurora have no easy targets to smoke into, no easy hero to jump. That game just feels impossible.
And a lot of hard questions for Aurora looking back into this game one and looking forward to game two, right? What are they going to do about this? Is Kiyotaka willing to take the Void Spirit again in the matchup? Or the Puck again in the matchup against the Void Spirits? Are they going to ban out the Chen? A lot of questions, and our panel, I'm sure, has many answers.
Well, hopefully they have a lot of answers and a lot of things to say about this game, despite how rough it was for Aurora. You know, there's a lot of lessons to gain from it. You always have to look at the silver lining, but I feel like the biggest props to be P-Vision here to come in and be so dominant, to feel like they win pretty much every matchup, give every call the best game they possibly can, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is another great executed lineup. I think they just won the draft with the lineup that they did have, plus they also executed executed it pretty much perfectly. When they're going for a push, they are getting the pickoffs as well. 2 solo kills happening at the same time. It's just that this team does know how to utilize auras, and they knew how to utilize heal. Seeing that there's nothing to reduce the healing on one side, you have Chen, you have this Dazzle coming out from the offlane with the Holy Locket. There's just way too many things. If the game starts well for them, and it did, they got the first blood, and they just got the ball rolling from there. Another 30-minute game from them.
Yeah, and I think the map awareness this team has is like a step above any other team. Like, they're making plays on Roshan, while Satanic is getting kills on the opposite side of the map. And same with the 9 class. He's getting solo kills on the side of the map. This team doesn't just group up and ball up as 5 like you'd expect. They're also always looking for kills at the same time while doing big objectives. Very scary team to play against when they're ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to highlight going into the series, I wasn't sure how the Nightfall seemingly limited hero pool was going to play out during this series. He's played Ursa or Lifestealer 6 of the last 7 games or so, and those 2 heroes were banned out. You have overall last pick for Nightfall. Despite his limited hero pool, they've been giving him last pick pretty much throughout the entire group stage, and I feel like it fell flat here. It was a reaction to the Dazzle plus the Marcy lane. It made a lot of sense on paper, but there's also, I believe, a reason we're not seeing PA very much. Yeah. And a large part of that is the fact that she's not a carry that can play these 15-20 minute fights, and that seems to be part of the recipe for carries that are viable right now, is that they have like 1 or 2 small items that they can buy and participate in the game, such as with the Sven that we saw there. And overall, like, I just wanted to highlight why I felt like that was a P-Vision draft win, because it felt like they were on the back foot on the side of Aurora with their reaction to the picks, and on paper made sense, but when it actually gets played out, you just see how P-Vision had a really clear understanding of what they were trying to do.
Yeah, the other thing is you're picking this carry, like you just said, doesn't really want to join in the 15 to 20 minute fights. You want to really stall it out. Yes, Aurora, they are playing the side lane. They are trying to play that split push. They're trying to stall that game out. But the Jakalis, Chen, Lacoste, you already pointed out how good it was, and now it's
undefeated. 5 out of 5 games now, and for a good reason. He knows how to utilize the Twin Gate, some of the rotations that he did so far, not just in this game, but also throughout the whole EWC, is just way too good. But I'm also was a little surprised that they did go for this PA on 24, because you're playing into a lot of armor. You're playing into Warcry, you're playing into that Chen that you did mention. Divine Favorite gives you 20 armor on top of that, plus the Warcry. He builds into drums, he builds into Solar Crest. You have Dazzle with the Aghanim Scepter, all that extra bit of a sustain that they get from the Dazzle as well. Plus you're getting the armor from his innate ability as well, and then you're also getting extra bit of a heal because he did pick up the shard. It's just way too much sustain that they don't have enough damage. I saw them trying to go for a couple of these pickoffs with the coil and also Dawnbreaker ulti, but it was not good enough. They were definitely lacking that carry damage that they could pump in.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to agree. I think these lineups where stacking auras are very hard to difficult if you let it get off the ground, and you are playing a PA lineup, and if you're behind, it's going to be really hard. If they can just group up, take every Roche, take every Tormentor like they did in this game, eventually it's going to get to a point where we're just so far down that this PA is not going to come online. There's no hard carry in Dota, unless your draft is really bad, that's going to just 1v9 a game.
Yeah. I think we're going to take it steps further back, right? Because yes, they're taking those objectives that you're saying, the Tormentor, the Roche, but also there's other objectives that your supports can make for you on the map as well, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you referring to the stacks?
I am referring to the stacks.
That was a really good segue. I was just making sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so I had a few clips that I wanted to highlight where P-Vision was able to effectively punish the lack of cooldowns as well as the Nightfall hero being able to participate. So right now we're loading into the game at 8:50, and it's important to note that the Dawnbreaker ulti and Puck ulti are on cooldown from a 5-on-5 mid-game fight, and we see that Satanic has utilized his ulti in the bottom lane to push it already as Mira is stacking this big cam, something that Bat Riders tend to do. And one thing that I'm surprised about is Satanic as a carry invading at a level 6 Sven, but you've got 4 members of P-Vision here helping him take this 5-stack hard camp, which is a huge gold swing at 9 minutes into the game. So then we have to factor in when P-Vision's taking their own stacks, which is going to be at 11:30 into the game, as we get to the bottom half where Ducalis has used his creeps to stack the Ancients of Bunts for Satanic. And I want to point out that they are going to scan their own Tormentor area right now, as you see on the minimap, and the side of Aurora, they have PA and Pugna about to smoke up, going through the Twin Gate to invade this exact stack that we saw in the manner that P-Vision did. But instead, as we see, they complete it because Ducalis helped Satanic out, and they're going to retreat, and Aurora's just a bit late to contest. And now, how does that play into this game is the question. And during this fight breaking out, if you look at the minimap, Satanic is going to be all the way in the bottom lane, and he's going to utilize his Blink Dagger to connect to this fight. A fight that was seemingly even after both teams were utilizing all their ultimates. It's going to come down to which carry has more impact throughout the course of this fight. And now Satanic, he's connected to the fight. His Blink Dagger's off cooldown again. And compared to the PA's impact, you're about to see it here, where he's going to blink in, get a 2-man stun, God Strength going. And this is the fight that basically blew the game wide open. As you see at the net worth, it was about even before this. And I felt like it was just smooth sailing for P-Vision from there.
I was about to say the same thing. Like, this fight pretty much changing how the fight's going to be played out. If somehow Aurora managed to win that fight, maybe they would be able to play another, 15 minutes of the game, but this is a really strong timing for P-Vision. They got Aghanim Scepter on their Dazzle, they got Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit, plus they also got the Blink Dagger on the Sven that you mentioned. So 3 pretty big items, understanding the timings and seeking them up and managing to get pretty much the full team fight, to getting the full team vibe out of it.
Look, Fear, I know that you love to play carry, and if you're a carry that gets your stack stolen, do you immediately go to the team, let's try and invade, let's try and take theirs? Or was that wait and that delay from Aurora the right call, and unfortunately they just weren't ready?
I think if you can see an opportunity where you can get in there and take the stacks, it's really good. You're playing Sven, right? And if your offlaner makes a rotation to help secure the stacks, you're going to be very confident to do so, right? And I think that call had to be made as a team. You're not going to go there solo and try it. That's just incredibly greedy, but they made a team call. They brought their offlaner and it paid off really well.
Okay. And now when we look towards what Aurora kind of need to do, are there any voices amongst the 3 of you that have that faith that we're going to be able to see a comeback for Aurora, a reset?
I really think it boils down to fitting Nightfall's hero into the draft. I think that was the biggest problem in Game 1.
They need to enable him, because he was left in with kind of no options. I don't think any of the carries that were still available in the pool would be able to give them that win condition. They try to go something that we haven't seen in a long time for a good reason, and it didn't work out. So maybe put a slightly more focus on it, not put yourself in a position where you don't have that, where you don't have Nightfall on a hero that's going to be taking control of the game, which he did. This is why they were so successful so far at AWC.
Maybe don't ban your own hero either. If you have a small hero pool, that could solve the issue.
Okay, I like it. I feel like it's 3 different takes. Quickly, Brad, what were we going to say?
I was just going to say that we saw Dazzle Marcy as the first 2 picks on the side of P-Vision, and the fact that they still held on to Nightfall's pick at the very end, and it felt like it was meant to just survive the lane. I'm not really sure what, obviously there's a lot that goes into these drafts. Aurora has so many permutations they have to think about, but there's just something innately wrong with that you're also putting Kiyotaka in an unfavorable mid matchup so that he's struggling a little bit. Even though he got all 3 runes, he was still losing in the net worth to no one. So yeah, I think it's so important in these drafts to respond immediately to what you see. Maybe the Dazzle Flex is what was so powerful, but I believe Fear was the one saying the whole way that it was going to be for DM.
Yeah, I mean, the Marcy could have been a flex too, right? We saw it in the last series, so he wants to see his lane no matter what. So if you can put in a situation where you have a couple flex picks, make him feel uncomfortable, seems to work pretty well.
All right, the mind game's kind of working out for P-Vision at the moment. Let's see if Aurora are able to come back with some mind games of themselves, because after this break, we will have a game 2 in this best of 3 elimination. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. P-Vision, they are one game away for themselves on making it to a top 4. On the other side, Aurora, one game away from elimination here. It is a single elimination in our playoffs for Dota 2. And there's a lot of questions that we had coming out of that draft, going into that game number 1, and it leaves even more open for us for game number 2. We would love to see the priority of Nightfall go up a little bit more for Aurora, but on P-Vision, how do you stay that step ahead? You know there's going to be adjustments, so Brian, what exactly are P-Vision going to be doing to not get too much in their own head?
Well, if I'm P-Vision in this series, I'm thinking that if I get Chen, we're probably going to win.
Okay.
Just based on what's happening. So I'm going to ask myself, are they going to ban Chen? And if that's going to happen, what's the next layer of the draft? Like, what hero is normally banned and taken out against us? That's no longer the case because Chen filled its spot. Or if they leave it in, Aurora better have a plan, because I think that P-Vision has no reason to change the formula that's clearly working.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is something that they've been doing probably the best. We've been saying it ever since the group stage 1, the phase 1, where they were dominating with all of these auras as well. And I also got to point out that 9 class, he is very, very, like, I would say selfless when it comes down to him itemizing. This guy's never, like, he has no items. Like, he's just, like, going around the map being very annoying, builds Glimmer Cape on his position for Marcy. Like, other players were not going to do that. They want to scale. They want to be having that, you know, position for maybe a BKB, maybe some Basher Nullifier. He builds Glimmer. He builds Lads for the team, another aura that he can bring into the fight, just buffing up the damage and sustain for his teammates. And he's always outside of the map. Like, he never plays with the team pretty much. We saw him getting a solo kill while the rest of the team is pushing. And also just being on the other side of the map, collecting some of the information, and being the lowest net worth means that if you kill him, he doesn't care too much about it because you're not getting the gold out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's really held on. He made a new position in Dota, essentially.
Pretty much.
And he's been doing it for a while now with the Slark, the Terrorblade, whatever he plays. He's just a human observer ward. He's just in spots that are really annoying, given vision. And if you kill him, as you mentioned, like, he's so far away from anything happening, it doesn't really matter. You're farming on all your cores. And I think when you do have these players like Satanic as well, who are really good at utilizing the map, they play heroes that farm the entire map, it's really nice to have that pressure off of them and making pressure elsewhere on the map. And it's something he does better than anyone. When it looks good, it looks really good. But if you aren't ahead, sometimes this type of play doesn't look so good.
Alrighty, very quickly with this game 2 draft starting and underway, the first change-up that I could see is Aurora having first pick this time around, but also the fact that they might actually have felt the Dazzle was the bigger issue. There's still one ban left in themselves. It could potentially go to that Chen. It does. So 2 of those heroes that P-Vision had in game 1 are going to be banned out.
Yeah, the heroes that are now in, based on the heroes that have replaced them in the bans, are Magnus, Shadow Shaman, and Axe. I would like to point out that the team that has first pick, like you said, swapped, but both teams with second pick elected to ban the Naga, the Doom, and the Undying. So both these teams are basically saying they never want to see these heroes and expect them to be first picked. But now the question is, Aurora is effectively doing the thing they did in their best of 3 against Tundra, which is, we're going to pick the same hero despite losing to you, which is 1 or 2 different bans, and see how it plays out this time.
Yeah, I will go as far as saying Aurora, they only need to make one change. And it has to be Kiyotaka has to not feed this game. Like, he has
not even the hero, it's just the way they play.
100%. This is how this team functions. Like, he got first blooded at level 1, gave it to Void Spirit, and I've seen this before. Like, he's done this many times before. The game gets ugly really fast, but then he gets into the next game, he just calms down a little bit, has a stable laning stage, the team starts playing around him, and then he pops off. So if you are Aurora, like, last game to me is like not an indicator of much, really. We all know P-Vision, when they're ahead, they're gonna stomp you. But if you do manage to get Kiyotaka in a position where he's gonna pop off, that's how you win as Aurora, and he was not put in that position in that last game.
They did manage to help him out to get back into the game. It wasn't enough. Nice flame break though coming out from Mira to be able to get the kill on no one. We saw no one on camera not being too happy about that one. But you did ask me a question, Nat, about Dookie Chen, how he is able to, you know, secure some of the stuff as well. When they had this exact same matchup, Void Spirit against Puck, they had the Puck against Heroic. They did use Chen creep, so he did put 1 creep in the mid lane, burned the mana on the enemy hero multiple times, did deny the rune as well. So these type of plays are what makes some of these matchups go into the other direction. Like, you get the kill, you secure the rune, you deny the rune, suddenly with the rotation you get the kill, and you make it even out of it.
I'm wondering what the deal with this Pugna ban is. My initial thought is that it's really good against Storm Spirit, who's really good with Dawn. I don't know if there's any other theories you guys have, because for this Pugna pick, it seems kind of random. Maybe it's the idea that it also plays the same way as Chen, like it helps you take these early towers and it's hard to fight into with the ward. Is there anything else for this? Not a hero we've seen too often, not neglected in the meta.
No, both of these teams did play it. I remember one of the interviews, I believe it was Panto, who was talking about, or Ducalis, about playing against Pango, but in this one, it doesn't say too much, because Pango's all about that physical damage. We're seeing quite a lot of physical damage as well coming out from most of these carries, so having a bit of a save in the previous game as well, it looked good on the paper, but if you have the good backline jump, Pugna's not gonna feel that great.
Maybe it is leading up to a Nightfall hero, right? That's something that potentially gets really hard countered if a Pugna is on the other side, being able to use the Decrepify. It could be something about that. They're trying to up his priority. They want to pick it potentially in this phase, and you really just have to cover what you can and ban out some supports.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose that last game, you're definitely looking at these heals and mitigation heroes, and a lot of them are banned. Like, you did ban the Dazzle, might as well ban the Chen, and of course, Marcy has some as well with the Sidekick, and Pugna does it too. But that's not the only hero in the game that can do it. There's still more 2 Gaulless heroes that can do that, but out of what he's played so far versus Dawnbreaker, maybe it's one of the better ones. Like, I don't think Oracle is going to do too much, for an example. I guess you could Warlock. But outside of that, yeah, his hero pool for kind of like the sustain heroes is a bit limited.
I like this a lot. I think I talked about this throughout the whole tournament so far, about using that puck, and then out of the second pick phase, you get Shaman for yourself, which is overall a better version. We saw some of the teams, especially Aurora, try to make Lion work, but this hero is not nowhere close what Shaman brings to the table. So you're kind of taking puck for yourself. You have a band that you can protect some of the stuff with, and then you can also pick out of the phase, which does allow you to pick one of the counters for puck on 9.
Yeah, my only concern about this is Shaman's a bit too normal for 9 class as a hero. I mean, at the end of the day, I think
he's out there on the map on playing his own game with Giga Ward. You can definitely do that.
That's true, actually. I'm wondering, well, you're speaking of healing heroes and popular supports we're discussing. What happened to Nature's Prophet?
Yeah, this hero has like 85+% win rate.
It's been completely ignored so far in these 2 games, and its global presence, it probably plays well with Kiyotaka, it plays well with the Shadow Shaman.
I mean, Liquid hasn't played yet, that's why.
That's true. And that's a hero that, despite being 11-14, I believe Aurora's 3-0 with it for Kiyotaka. Yep, they are 3-0 with it. Yeah, so far they're 3-0. It's been on Kiyotaka all 3 times, and it's likely to be a Kiyotaka hero, not only because of the statistics, but also because we see the puck, the mid matchup on the opponent's side. And I would like to see Nightfall's hero pop out in the 18th overall pick, which is the next pick for Aurora.
Yeah.
So Ursa's banned, Lifestealer and Abaddon are like his number 1 and 2 heroes.
It might just be Abba. I feel like they might just pick Abba on 18. It feels very good against all of these heroes, because you can still protect Abba with the 2 bans, but it's also very good against snapping the coil, great against Shadow Shaman as well. And to go back to your point about Pugna, like, the most success they had so far on Aurora were with these carries that are pretty heavy on physical damage. So Ursa, you have Lifestealer, you have Troll as well. This hero counters it pretty well, so I want to see something, maybe even Lifestealer on 18, depending what P-Vision is going to pick here, but I could definitely see what Brian suggested.
I mean, back to the Shadow Fiend, like, Nightfall's not going to play that hero. It's just, there's a couple of heroes that he just won't play, and Shadow Fiend is, so far from what I've seen, one of them. So I think it is just like Kiyotaka. Every time they just throw it into the draft, whether it's first pick or later on in the draft, he's going to play it. I like the idea of Abaddon, just because Hanto can play it as well. And if they pick it on 18, you don't really know if he's going to play it or not. My only reserve is when you're playing against a team that has such good communication, like P-Vision, that they have this ability to just hex break, and that just destroys the hero in the mid game really hard. And maybe against some of the weaker teams that don't have that great communication, it can work, but you already know P-Vision is going to find those moments, if you are core Abaddon, to really just shut you down.
Here we go again. Ogre. They had a lot of success with the hero. I believe they were the first one to show it from the off lane. Even though he did play it with the learning curve facet, so that level 2 timing is very strong against most of the safe laners as well with Shadow Shaman. Gives you a lot of kill threat. It is still possible that they do run it as position 5, so I want to see if they are going to be able to maybe pick Satanic's hero, but for now it's just going to be Bane. I do like the Bane a lot because Shadow Fiend, especially if it's going to be played from the mid lane, allows you to jump in with the BKB when you're playing against the BKB piercing tool. Yeah, but I also seen like you can grip the Shadow Fiend, of course, but this is also very good against Abba. I do like Bane quite a lot against Abaddon because you can just sleep him during his ulti and then you can grip him afterwards, and they don't have many tools to deal with Bane's grip for now. Like you have Lasso, which is definitely not going to be used. Then you have Dawnbreaker ulti, which kind of is good, but it also depending if you're playing some of the longer fights.
Hey, I'm curious about why they picked Ogre in the way that they did on the side of P-Vision, because you mentioned they've been running it off lane.
Yeah.
And Ignite's the way this hero wins lanes. You get that level 2 Ignite at level 3 traditionally, and Abaddon just removes that.
Yeah, I saw him play in a matchup. Let me just double check that real quick, where he was playing with Dark Willow. They were playing against Abba when they were playing against Heroic, and he did put 2 points in Bloodlust.
I was going to say, that might be the play. Okay, so with this case, Shadow Shaman's a pretty good hero to Bloodlust in lane. Pretty high base damage, trades really well. That's a cool adjustment. I imagine that's why they're thinking Ogre offlane's viable, because you have multiple builds that can deal with your counters. So then the question begs, is this Abaddon almost certainly Nightfall's hero? Because they also just banned out one of his other heroes, Lifestealer. If they don't go for it, what are their options? Because they're banning out supports on the side of P-Vision.
I feel like this Abaddon has to be some type of bait. There's no way you pick like Bane, Ogre, Shaman, and then don't expect this to come out, right? They had to have seen this coming. I do honestly want to see Panto play it, because I feel like your main job in this game is just to dispel. And I'm still very worried about the Hex Break, especially going late game against a team that can use it very well. So if there is something else that Nightfall can play, I'd like it, but they're banning some of the heroes I would want to see him play. So maybe it just will be this Abaddon for him. I'm just not sure what Panto is going to play other than Abaddon that's going to have tons of impact, because I already see a lot of impact from support Abaddon just already.
Yeah, my concern with the Aurora draft is that when I love my Dawnbreaker offlane, I love playing this hero, and I always wonder how do fights start. And right now, the only stun that they have is Batrider, which, yeah, you're against Shaman Hex, you're against Puck with Phase Shift, you're against Bane to sleep the targets. I'm wondering what the recipe for Aurora Gaming's fighting is right now, and whatever hero this is, whether it's for Nightfall, for Panto, I'm hoping that it gives them another avenue to that aspect of the game, because right now, Puck as a hero always presents this problem of being so elusive, and your lineup hasn't really addressed that so far.
That's my issue as well, like them not having a way to start a fight reliable, because Dawnbreaker, she wants to be very active. Starting level 6, get into the fight, get a kill, go back to farming, get your Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. Right now, she doesn't really have a hero to play with. Shadow Fiend, he needs some kind of a setup. If this is going to be Abba carry, oh no. Oh no.
Okay, what do we like about this Rubik pick? Because let's just act like we like it.
Okay. I'll go as a Rubik hater, the biggest one here, probably in the world.
Yeah, I think you should go last.
I'll go last then, Fear, please.
Fear, please start us off.
The things that it does well this game is you can get the big spells, right? Like, all of Shaman's spells are great. Bane, free Fiend's Grip as well, so if you can get those, it's incredibly good. For the bad things, Lacoste, what are the bad things about Rubik?
Bad things are you have Rubik, first of all. Second, you need a very strong laner, which Dawnbreaker is, so that's something. But you also are Rubik at the end of the day. Like, this hero is not a strong laner by any means. For a good reason, you're not reducing the damage. I don't think they're going to be caring too much about their damage being reduced as well. You don't deal well with illusions at all. It's just a very difficult hero to make work with. Sure, you can steal Grip all the time. You can steal anything you steal from Shaman's going to feel nice. But other than that, this hero is probably just going to feed in this game.
Yeah, theoretically, they were lacking initiation and disables. And if you pick a hero that can steal disables when they have a ton of them on the opponent's side, then that's the best initiation you could possibly draft. But you have Batrider, Lasso, and Rubik, and all of the spells that he can steal are single target, and you're dealing with a PL. So you've not only got a Puck, who's super hard to lock down and focus, but you've also got the elusivity of the PL, a hero that Fear has been raving about all tournament. I was really skeptical, but
I have a very specific build I like on him too.
What's the build? Go for it.
Like
Tell us.
Ags Rush, it has to be Ags Rush, right?
If I were
That's
hypothetically
the
going to like a
specific
build.
Yeah, last time he played it, they
There's some
tried.
variants, but it starts with Ags first, always.
He did go for Ags, and he did try to push a fight in the mid lane to hit that big timing. They lost that fight because they dove tier 2 tower past tier 1 tower.
Great.
I don't want to see this happen again, and I also think this is a statement saying that we can also win with PL because Nightfall's the only guy who managed to win with PL so far.
Yeah, this is it, Fear. As the certified PL enjoy here on the panel, that's you. Is this going to be the game that PL wins and actually has impact?
It might win, but impact, I'm not sure
The
about that
double
one.
whammy, you need both.
Well, you can't always get both, Nat. Like, sometimes you have to pick.
Okay, so it's either the win or the impact. Ryan?
I haven't talked about PL much this tournament, but hypothetically, I would love to see like an Ags, maybe like a Mage Slayer Heart type of build where it's just his job to run in and bait up a bunch of spells, because if they force cooldowns, like I think Aurora's going to be fumbling.
Okay, well, look, the PL, maybe not a lot of us were expecting it. Let's see, though, were Aurora expecting this PL? How do they feel about that draft going into Game 2?
Thank you very much, Nat. Yep, I'm here with Coach G. G, I noticed whilst Astini sits down, he likes to chill out. You are standing up, you're walking, you're pacing. Why?
I want to be in good shape.
Ah, I see you getting your daily steps in.
Yep. So I make 10 and it's okay, then I can sit.
Excellent. All right, so talk to me about the PL. I mean, this Phantom Lancer hero hasn't had the best win rate. Are you scared of it?
No, I strongly believe that only Nightfall can win on this meme hero.
Meme hero, all right, strong words. So are we heading for a 1-1?
Maybe. Like first game was like kind of unfortunate because there was like a lot of heal amplification numbers and I'm bad at maths, so like no, not enough damage. GG. But now I think it can be a bit easier.
Alrighty, G has done the math. Let's see how it goes. Game number 2 of P-Vision versus Aurora, starting right now with Cap at SVG.
Crunching the numbers, it does not look good for the Phantom Lancer. A terrible win rate for this hero at this tournament. As they have repeatedly said, only Nightfall seemingly can win on this hero. Satanic specifically can't seem to win on this hero. It's played it 2 times since the time he's joined P-Vision, 2 times at this tournament, and both have been losses, one against Liquid, one against Heroic, and both times he had a full kitted build. He had the opportunity in both games, Avery, to actually win the game with a Phantom Lancer.
The issue is this hero does not win a lot of ultra late games, and I think that's how a lot of teams have been playing him. They just want to scale, they want to get really fat, they feel like the game inevitably goes their way. I think this hero is a mid-game carry. You need to get the Ags, you need to farm really fast, you need to hit this Diffusal, Manta, Heart timing, and just run the game over and never give your opponents a chance to get to late-game items, because items do deal with this hero. The extra HP and everything from stats makes it harder to all-in supports. His damage doesn't infinitely scale, right? It's pretty dependent on Diffusal and how many illusions you get up. So the tankier your opponents get, the more Glimmer Capes they get, the more Ghost Scepters, the random Shadow Blades, all this nonsense. His impact in fights really falls off. That said, this is a very good last pick Phantom Lancer. There's no direct AoE counter to him in this game. The best thing you're looking at is the Radiance on the Abaddon and maybe a Requiem.
Yeah, I think Requiem, we saw it at this tournament,
It's okay.
right? I feel like Requiem actually does pretty well against this hero with the Axe.
I would consider more of a deterrent than a direct counter. You're not going to kill this PL straight up with it, but they have Solar Guardian, they have Requiem, they have a Lasso that can maybe find him, they have Rubik that can potentially steal Coil in this game. You have some stuff to throw in him. I'll also say this Phantom Lancer Ogre synergy, I never liked it.
Yeah, you don't like revealing the real Phantom Lancer with Bloodlust?
I never enjoyed Bloodlusting this hero. Obviously, you can play around it a little because you get multi-cast, and like you get Bloodlust illusions to mess with them.
Sure.
A lot of the time, you're Bloodlusting him to increase the jungle speed.
Right.
So I logically understand that the synergy is there, but emotionally,
it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, I don't go in the fight and I'm like, I want to be able to Bloodlust my carry and he goes ham. And whenever I played with PL, it's like, I don't know if I want to Bloodlust this guy as he runs in the middle of the fight, right? So, you have a little bit there to think about. That said, this offlane Ogre goes back into the hands of DM. You know my opinions on this. I'm not a fan of offlane Ogre. I think it works best when you hit that Crimson timing and you can just abuse it and end the game. Okay. So we could see a similar style of from what we saw Game 1 for P-Vision, where they try and get this, either it's Midas, Crimson, or whatever. Like, you're almost always going to go Midas on the offlane Ogre, but the second that Crimson comes out, ideally you have your Ags, Diffuser, or something done, and you just go. Like, you just try and take the map over, end the game, get an early Roshan, maybe go high ground. The one downside for P-Vision this game in trying to do that is all the sustain heroes got banned.
Panto is he's out of control, man. He's got a Fairy Fire.
He's chilling. It's Ogre level 1. He has no spell.
I mean, no doubt, but it's just crazy how aggressively he's playing this. Did manage to pull the creep wave directly into the range creep, so double deny right off the bat. That's going to feel really nice.
I think this lane is absolutely free for Nightfall.
Yeah.
You picked offlane Ogre, you gave them the Abaddon. This is basically the worst carry to play into because he has low cooldown Dispel against your Ignite, so you have to put more points in the Bloodlust and just try and smack him and outtrade CS, but this hero has an incredibly good passive for trading. Nightfall's going to free farm this lane, no doubt about it here. And I think the laning phase looks pretty strong for Aurora overall.
Oh, Dakalis, he's going to be smashed by Toronto Tokyo. Throughout the Nightmare, trying to push him into the tower, but Mira quick with it. Wakes up his ally to get the finishing blow. And once again, Toronto Tokyo and Mira, they may not have laned together on Team Spirit, but their time on Aurora seems to be doing pretty well for them. Their lanes go well.
They've looked good. I think Mira, honestly, he looked the best of everybody last game. I think he was doing work that game with that. That game was just impossible to win draft-wise. This time around, I like their draft a lot more. They have more damage, they have better lanes, and they have more ways to output early aggression and not let P-Vision get into this unstoppable ball timing. Particularly this mid lane. Already going pretty nice here for Kiyotaka as he tries to ramp up his control, going into that level 3 to 5 timing where SF can sometimes get out of hand. And this is a hero that has worked really well for him. It's a hero that has good synergy with the Abaddon as well. That's another part of this draft I like. You have this Abaddon to bail the SF out of a lot of spells this game, right?
Yeah.
The Grip, the Sleeps, some of the Shaman Shackles, Ogre spells, even a Coil Snap. Like, Abaddon Shield can do a lot of work for Aurora this game. So I like Aurora's position a lot more than Game 1. I think we'll see a more competitive Game 2 here. That's my early prediction.
And finally, the last eccentric pickup of this draft, a hero that you actually called, Avery.
Oh, yeah.
You said Rubik. You were calling for a 5-position Rubik. They decided to make it a 4, but
probably a better idea if you can play it on their respective roles.
Sure.
It's a really good Rubik game. Though the reason I was suggesting is because, I was saying, like, if this were an unranked game, someone would pick Rubik here. Because it's too tempting not to take.
That was sick. You see that glyph usage?
Oh, that was pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, Nightmare back at a tower, but nope, glyph.
Well, that's one way to dodge the damage.
That is pretty cool.
A lot of back and forth on this lane, but I don't think Aurora will ever really go down. That's what I was saying. If this were an unranked game, you're picking Rubik 100%.
100%.
Unfortunately, this is not an unranked game. This is an elimination game at EWC, so hopefully
Nightclass so close to death here. They threw the blood grenade on him, but thanks to the shackles, he out-heals it, and they are actually the ones boot. Nightclass has just been toying with Pando this entire time, and now he's going to walk away with a double. A double for DM. Nightclass survives. What a massive win for P-Vision, where the lanes were going the way of Aurora.
It's just such a forced kill, right? Like, even if you kill this Shaman for how much it spends on both of your heroes there, while the enemy is getting stick charges off all these napalms, such a forced play. This is a free farm lane for Nightfall, and you are throwing kills away that you had no business throwing. The P-Vision, they had no business getting up here.
It's something about Nightclass, man. Just between the personality and play, something just always seems to taunt the enemy to going on to him.
He's the CIS Schofield, you just can't resist.
True.
You got to get that extra kill on the lane, and he baits you in every time. Doing work up here. Going to give Arcane Boots to the Ogre, much better time. Still, those stick charges coming out from the bat.
Yeah, that's quite the shame, because the way you were setting up, you were saying P-Vision need a lot of momentum on their side. You're saying Phantom Lancer, you need to play fast. This is a mid-game hero. You're talking about the Ogre, this Crimson Guard timing, mid-game, and hard to hit that mid-game timing when you lose all 3 lanes like they were losing.
Especially in a game 2 where you drafted more for the lane setup and it's going better for you. Like, you just want the mental momentum.
Sure.
You don't want to be coming in here with the mindset this is a free farm lane for Nightfall, and then you're losing kills. It just does not feel good.
Again, Nightfall overly aggressive, bad trades.
And now he's going to get ignited after the shield. They just need to get this lane back. It should be pulls for Panto. It should be tough for 9 Class to contest that far up against this dual lane that can chase him down. The equilibrium has not been controlled well in this safe lane for Aurora. And I mean, P-Vision are taking it all the way to the bank. This Ogre is just hitting creeps under tower with Bloodlust. He's happy, man. Look at him go. Living the life.
He really is. Kiyotako's also continued his lucky streak. Gets Power Rune once again on his side. Not the best Power Rune for it, Invis, but who knows? Maybe he makes a TP play to a side lane. Invis is down the lane for a Requiem kill.
He already used it.
All right,
away,
well,
so.
there goes that.
Good try there, Austin.
That's where Invis runes belong, in the trash.
I guess so. He did not want to do anything with that.
Ooh, 9 Panto. You don't want to go up that high ground. You do not want to go up that high ground. He's got a scan on him, but he's still going to try.
Why didn't he napalm it?
Well, he's going to take a lot of damage. Possibility maybe fire flying. Nah, he's done. He's done. Meanwhile, no one makes a play to bottom lane. So it's the Puck who makes the first rotation out of the mid lane and finds a kill. Both supports die on Aurora. And the lane's continuing to trickle away from Aurora into
what a weird
P-Vision
Weird
side.
exchange on this lane. Like, you scanned them up there, you could have been throwing napalms, and at least if they're sitting there, you get some stacks or something. Maybe bring the Abaddon over and contest it. Instead, you just throw the life away again. This lane has not gone Aurora's way.
No, certainly not. And they're trying to force it again. They won kills out of this lane so badly. They brought Miro into it, and it looks like 9 Class, I think he's living.
This is brutal. I mean, at this point, just leave the lane.
Oh my God, Kiyotaka came over.
It's an Ogre. This isn't even the lane you want to put the pressure into, right? You want to put it into the PL, kick him off. You want to maybe gank the Puck if you feel like you have the stuns or the rune to do it. You kill an Ogre, who cares? He's an Ogre.
You got to slow down his hand of Midas timing.
You really don't. You really don't, man. Like, it's not doing that much, so.
Kiyotaka gets another. Regen rune. No one's like, what is going on?
They're going back top. They're bringing 3 heroes top again.
Please.
And this got scouted on the ward.
I mean, they have Toronto Token. They have 5 heroes that are being pulled up to this top lane potentially.
Yeah, Solar Guardian can connect. This is a lot of commitment to get something out of this.
Aurora, you need help, man. Stop this.
You're not even gonna. This is.
You're not even gonna hit the tower. The creep wave pushes it out. Oh my goodness.
Not a fan of what's going up top here for Aurora. As they really want to force the issue. Yeah, I think this should have been the lane where you could have left the core alone very early.
Sure.
This was a free farm lane for Nightfall. You could have left him here. You could have rotated supports to mid, fight around the runes. You could have put him bottom, just casually gank this PL once or get wards on his jungle to set up for later. Some very forced action. That said, I mean, you're still doing fine in this early game. It's not like it's throwing stuff away, but you're losing potential.
Yeah.
That's how it feels. Like, you could even just be stacking for the Shadow Fiend, right?
Yes. You could be stacking for the Shadow Fiend. The Bat Rider would appreciate the extra experience, and Network certainly. Another attempt on 9 Class.
Round
Another
6.
fail.
Back. We got to retreat again. And to me, this is a game where if you look at both sides, they clearly have a hero that the draft is built around. On the side of P-Vision, you have this Phantom Lancer that is designed to be your big damage outputter, your big timing hero. You want him to get involved at some point in that mid-game. And on the side of Aurora, it's a similar case with this Shadow Fiend. Probably comes online a little bit earlier, but this draft is built to support the SF with the Solar Guardian, with the shields. Both cores can fight around him, and he's your big DPSer that they kind of lacked in that game 1. Yeah. So I wouldn't have even minded if they had just prioritized stacking for the SF here, because the fatter Kiyotaka gets, the whole lineup comes online behind him.
This time, you're not getting the Power Rune. No one makes the call. He's like, all right, guys, I need a Power Rune out of this one. And he got a fantastic one. Both supports the mid lane, got an amp damage.
That is a really nice one to snag here because it puts a lot of potential pressure on this tower as the catapults arrive. It's a really deadly 10-minute rune because of that catapult.
Oh, with Giga Ward 2, he's level 6. Toss it away, no one. TP comes in from Panto. Kiyotaka shows up as well. Can they deal with this ward, though? It's kind of hard to hit it.
Looks like P-Vision giving this
the
up a
Ruby's
little.
really out of position from that Nightmare. Get a 3-man coil, deal with the ward, but the damage is done to Mira.
I mean, that's an okay trade for Aurora.
Sure.
particularly since they committed early. Like, you don't want this tower taking a bunch of damage off that play, and then you give up that trade. If you just go and trade Rubik for the ward, you save your tower damage off the amp damage plus the ward push, I think you're okay with that. That was a very well-timed play from P-Vision. You defended. That said, you're taking a lot of attention away from the rest of the map, which means Satanic has gone through this early game pretty unscathed. Phantom Lancer not getting abused too hard on the lane. He's pretty much just jungling the big camp to his heart's content, and he's in a solid position. This is the start you want with this hero when you go into this Aghanims build, because the sooner you get it up, your farm speed picks up. You can even join fights as the last hero in if they present themselves, which could absolutely happen this game with like an Ogre Puck lineup that can just force action.
Little damage thrown Nightfall's way. He's holding on to a point though for his ultimate, so P-Vision, no, there's no real chance of threatening Nightfall here. Let him farm away. Let DM do the same. Hannah Minus versus the Radiants. We will have a lot of early game AoE. The SF Requiem is going to be great for the mid to late game for sure, but we'll have Radiants and we'll have the Aghanim Scepter of the Dawnbreaker ult as well, right? So it's not bad.
I think they have a couple sources of AoE damage. I'm just worried they don't have enough AoE control to kind of isolate this guy at some point in the fight.
Sure.
Or control the illusions. Okay, round 7 on the Ogre.
We got him, boys. We got him.
They sent a message. I like DM's just like, what is going on in this game, man? I've been ganked 5 times.
No one dodges Aurora's gank 7 times in a row.
Well, the Ogre has been slowed. To be fair, that gank was actually at a very good time because he was about 150 off his Midas, so they delayed that quite well, if that was their goal. And if you take this tower, it might open up that Wisdom Shrine contest at 14.
Yeah.
Since there's not going to be the symmetrical tower taken on the other side of the map here. PL is just not going to do the same job as this Abaddon can do in this game. But no one, he defends it. And maybe that was the call. Like, we don't want to give up this tower. Lose Wisdom Shrine control down the road. Even if no one doesn't get anything off this play. Should get the Ogre to the Midas, and that's another reason I like the Rubik this game. The Bloodlust steal.
Yeah.
You almost always get it off this guy because when he waddles in the fight, that's going to be the last spell he casts 99% of the time. And they have good targets for the Bloodlust. We're going to see Panto go down. I honestly thought maybe some of the reason that P-Vision took this Ogre in that second phase was to take it away from Aurora, so they don't get this Ogre
SF combo.
Yeah. But then you can Rubik them, and you get it anyway.
They have to have a...
And then they have Ogre.
It's like Lacan said, well, they have Rubik. Well, the counter is they have Ogre.
And, I mean, Rubik is just better Ogre this game, in a sense, because now he gets the Bloodlust better targets. I think the SF and the Abaddon, and even the Dawnbreaker, overall, is a better Bloodlust lineup than what DM has to work with.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Hand of Midas.
That is true. He does not have multicast Hand of Midas. And that is very powerful.
That's cool.
It is very fun, yes. It's not so fun if you get eliminated off.
Well, the good thing is for P-Vision, they're not the ones in danger of elimination, being 1 game up in this best of 3. It's Aurora who riding that line and currently in danger of giving up both Wisdom Shrines. Meanwhile, call on 2 in the mid lane. Puck should be able to get away from that one. Nightmare to push him off the Wisdom Shrine. They steal both. Maybe even get a kill for it. Mira getting dangerously low here.
Those are just Ag's illusion. Not having fun against the PL already. Diffusal's not even up yet. That's a nice steal from P-Vision. I did not expect them to get both shrines here. Particularly with that offlane tower going down for them first. But the Ogre just sat up there, no one could test it, and no concentrated move here from Aurora to defend their own. There's a lot of stuns in this P-Vision lineup. You can't be lackluster on these objectives or how fights start. You're going to get Slept Walk in, you're going to get Hex Shackled. A lot of control to play with.
Yeah, both these supports are not super happy with the Dawnbreaker's ultimate coming in to save heroes, but they do. Flame Break, toss back, telekinesis, lots of damage. No more Doppelganger. He tries to run away to the side, spotting a creep to run to, but it's not good enough. That Phantom Rush will not outrun Aurora. Now an aggressive ward laid down to try and catch 9 class still. Did not get a disable for it, so they give up on it, but they can keep the push going here.
Should get the D-ward as well. Then Mira showing up big again. Right place, right time. You get this massive PL kill in the early game. Just off a casual lift back into that Kayasha Shadow Fiend. A lot more damage to play with this time around. He's just going to go straight Ags, Blink. You can definitely outpace the Phantom Lancer here in terms of him being able to join those mid-game fights if you get the items on the SF up fast enough. Much better position for Aurora in this game too. They have a lot more time to play with here. The auras are going to come online a bit slower for P-Vision. That said, they're going to try the old Shaman Roche Giga Ward steal. Not a play Aurora are probably expecting right now.
They're not in position to really contest even if they knew about it. So it's looking like P-Vision.
Of course, this is incredibly fast with the Ogre.
Right, the Ignite just so powerful here.
This is what's really accelerating this objective here. The offlane Ogre contributing as always.
Radiant's top tower is under
16 minutes for that first one, so you got to think about that, you know, approximate 25-minute mark or whatever. Yeah. When that second one's coming out, that's going to be the big Roshan in this game, especially for Aurora to contest. I don't think they care too much about this first one, but that second one means a lot for the SF.
Ooh, an Aegis and an Arcane Rune in the bottle. I mean, P-Vision are tough to fight. This is going to slow down Aurora a decent amount, unless they risk taking a team fight into all this. Nightfall.
He's got
an early use of the ultimate, and he may still be in trouble here. Being run down by Satanic. Oh, now the Toronto Tokyo ultimate. It comes out, but they've already jumped away. Reset a little bit. Full heals out for Nightfall. He's good for now. No one fighting it out, though. Will be able to pick up the Rubik kill. Got a lasso under the Shadow Shaman. Pulls him back into Kiyotaka. Gets that kill, but now Nightfall with the Fiend's Grip from the high ground of Ducalis. Nice blink forward from Kiyotaka. Hits a Fiend's Grip. Trying to go for the kill onto Ducalis. Hits one raise. Needs another follow-up, and they need to do it fast, because now Satanic and no one, they're done killing the supports, and now they run back to the Shadow Fiend.
Very aggressive play from Kiyotaka. If his Abaddon is alive while that sequence is going off, that long fight could go Aurora's way, but the second you use Requiem on supports, the PL still up. Satanic is just cleaning up the backline, and again, it is a fight before he has Diffusal, where the real damage spike is going to come. That was a very welcome engagement from P-Vision. The whole way that starts out, like you mentioned, Arcane Rune Puck with Aegis. It's going to be tough no matter what. And then you basically burn the first life of your Radiance Abaddon for nothing.
I have no idea why Nightfall was being so aggro there.
I mean, he had his Radiance timing. I think he was trying to just kind of poke them and maybe soft force a little skirmish, but P-Vision were ready. They just punished him hardcore.
Yeah.
And then you can't stay around. Like, you have to use the Solar Guardian to bail him out. You don't get to use it on the SF. Again, you want the fight to be centered around Kiyotaka on the Shadow Fiend. You don't want to have to expend spells to help the Abaddon, who should be self-sufficient. Costly move for Aurora. Didn't even get anything on this tier 1 mid, which is still 1500 HP here.
This support duo of P-Vision is just bullying Aurora's support duo constantly. When it comes to these little fights on you know, around the jungle area, around the runes, not much they can do. Nightfall, his ult is back up, and he'll get a decent amount out of that.
Early Plasma for no one. Should not underestimate the damage from this lineup, especially single target.
Yeah, it really amps up the Fire Blast damage from DM.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Still working towards his first item in the game, by the way. We'll keep check of that. Does get the 3x multi, though. That's a pro Ogre player right there. Don't try that out.
Wait, were there 3 creeps, though?
Yeah, it was the little Boglet cannon.
Yeah, okay. I didn't see the little guy. Coming through the gate. Panto might get spotted in the trees by the orb. Yep, spotted, coiled. And he is going to be killed. Well, he still has Lotus, maybe. He actually has a chance. Nah, okay.
Just save it for the better fight. Close to that blink, but not there yet. Getting picked off around the map as Aurora. They are keeping the game even, but you'd like to be pulling ahead right now because you know that Phantom Lancer is, he's coming.
Yep.
He's coming for you in this mid game. He's already got the Diffusal up. Having a very nice timing here.
Yeah, if you're not really winning fights with the Radiance plus Ags Dawnbreaker timing, then you're going to have to kind of go back to the full Shadow Fiend, Blink, Ags, Kaya, Yasha build.
Well, they got the Ogre.
He did indeed.
And I mean, don't commit ults for that. That's your offlaner. Just reminding
that's not a fight position?
Just reminding you that is your offlaner. P-Vision have other plans.
Oh no, he's going to die!
Sacrificing their support for a Bane Shard.
For AoE Brain Sap. Mid tower will go down. No one almost snipes a deny there.
Not gonna lie, I feel like that sequence probably not that bad for Aurora. Get a core kill. Support dies on Tormentor. You get mid tower in exchange for that shard, which is not the best shard here because the Bane's investing in Enfeeble over that Brain Sap. So you don't get a lot of extra farm rate from it. This Enfeeble can be really annoying in this game, though. It is worth noting. Like, you land a later Enfeeble on the SF or the Abaddon and just reduce their damage output. It doesn't get dispelled. You're going to feel that impact in the fight. So I don't mind the skills here from Ducalis, as we still have an even game. Look at that.
You think it's actually even?
Honestly, yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Okay. I feel like Aurora needed to get a little bit more out of the first 15-20 minutes of the game. I feel like P-Vision is about to, you know, hit their window. You talked about their mid-game window.
Missed another wisdom. This smoke is just too late.
Way too late. 30 seconds behind.
I'll get it though.
Still get the pick onto the Bane.
Yeah, and he has 4-point Waning Rift on this Rubik.
That's
one of the best spells he can get in this game. Not only is it good against almost all their lineup in terms of silence, debilitating, the spell casting plus the puck mobility. Nice spell to have against the Phantom Lancer in the fight.
Mira is not going to be able to catch the puck here. You could have gotten a telekinesis maybe into that Waning Rift silence. Uh-oh. Coil, and here comes the Phantom Lancer. Dawnbreaker Ultimate is going to bail out Mira a little bit. He tries to go for a Waning Rift. He hits some supports, but he's just going to get himself killed there. Aurora resetting, backing out, backing away from this Phantom Lancer.
Another awkward situation with this Abaddon up on the front line. Doesn't get punished that time, but then you lose your support with that really nice spell steal, and it's P-Vision taking map control against another one of your Aura timings. This was the pipe done for Toronto Tokyo. He has Ag's pipe. He's pretty farmed. Unable to use it to win a fight because this PL is such a large deterrent right now. I would agree that if you're Aurora, you would have liked to have been at least, 4 to 6K ahead right now off of a lane win into maybe some more snowball action with the Shadow Fiend. But this is still an okay spot to continue to scale in this game.
Sure, there's still plenty more to go for Aurora.
Yes.
More timings ahead.
You are worried about this next Roche fight though, because your ability to directly fight the PL in a 5-on-5 looks not that great. Unless you find him first. If you somehow manage to find him first with single target disable, of course, a lot of this assessment goes out the window. Your ability to do that should be pretty low.
Yeah. Somehow you catch that, then Kiyotaka can take full advantage of this situation. Puck's going to come in from the side here. Support for support, perhaps. Kiyotaka. No, they're actually used the Dawnbreaker Ultimate, heal up the Rubik, but it does leave Panto a little high and dry here on the other side of the map as the Phantom Lancer continues to be a menace. Satanic, I mean, this series, he's just been a solo menace to Aurora.
He's playing really aggressive on the map.
Yeah.
It usually works out for you on land. People play a little scared and you play a little aggressive. You can take advantage of a lot of extra space. You can usually get a lot more farm on average. This mana burn's going to be annoying in this game too. Like, that's the thing, Satanic doesn't have to commit his hero. What makes a good PL game is just being able to create confusion, chaos in the fight, and be a nuisance, even if you're not a direct threat. He is definitely going to be a nuisance this game. These cores do not like having their mana pool burn.
Nice little kill squad between Mira and Kiyotaka going on here.
This SF is doing some work around the map.
He is.
He is absolutely massive.
Panto, he's going to find Satanic. Oh, okay. I thought he was actually going to go for that lasso. They had Requiem up, so I thought maybe they were making a play here, but the Shadow Fiend has already been escorted to the other side of the map via the gate.
Oh, he is almost level 20. This is an insane level timing for Kiyotaka.
That is insane. Wow. And
he's well ahead of the pack and
in position to defend Roshan. It's only 25 minutes in, but our second Roshan has spawned, and it's about to work its way to the top side of the map, probably why Aurora is playing up here.
Have to get a good Ags Requiem here. This is the backbone of Aurora's team fight right now is this ult on Kiyotaka. If he whiffs it, that fight is wide open for the Phantom Lancer. If he holds it, if he plays it well, he can force Satanic to think about when he commits to the fight. And that's what you want as P-Vision forcing the issue.
No one's going to make things a little difficult for them. Got the Giga Ward out onto the Rubik. Kiyotaka is, he tries to go up the Requiem, but DM spots him, and now Kiyotaka's in a really bad position. He has to defensively Requiem TP out. That's the only option. Meanwhile, Lasso onto no one. Got him. Panto picks one up as no one gets a little too aggro.
Both mids on the opposite end of the fight. And somehow it works out for Kiyotaka. I don't think anyone would have taken that back.
I don't know. And what a massive killing spree they got for that. It did cost Mira his buyback. And P-Vision, he's going to leave this alone. No Requiem. What are they going to do to stop this Phantom Lancer now?
He's going to harass him with illusions. I don't think you can force this Roche, even with 30 seconds on the clock for no one. There's just no way to do this with the Phantom.
Wait a minute, Nightfall, they're actually going to go aggro with it. Nightfall, he gets right on top of two heroes, and with the Dawnbreaker ultimate landing onto the two of them to cause an DM fall.
What a find right there. Going in, setting it up. Mir with the buyback, still getting aggressive. Well, that's one way to stop the Phantom Lancer span. Just take the whole area. No vision available. It's straight into the pit.
Yeah, and deprive him of all his allies. You can't do it alone. Nice read by Nightfall.
Yeah, really nice sequence here. And an Aegis onto this Shadow Fiend is going to go a long way in this game. No one wants the banner?
They probably forgot its second Roshan already. Amp damages bottom lane, and 9 class will spot it, pick it up.
This is a far more comfortable position for Aurora than it was a few minutes ago. Sigh of relief that you took this Aegis away from the PL in this game. You even got to your BKB on the Kiyotaka SF here. Level 20 Aegis BKB Ags already done. This is an incredibly solid position for him. A lot of damage coming out from this Requiem, almost guaranteed unless you can somehow put a grip into him. But of course the Abaddon can bail him out in this situation. You gotta start hunting now though.
Coming down the borders of the map, yeah. P-Vision, they're clearly going to be trying to dodge things here. And Aurora, now it's their turn to try and catch the rats around the map.
We saw the Lincolns pick up on the puck. No one's going to be hard to catch. This PL is going to be hard to catch. But these are the big targets to take off the map if you want to gain some map control here. So you got to get aggressive. Just start looking for stuff with the Bat Rider.
P-Vision just playing really defensively. Ward. High ground ward on both sides, but it's going to be Lasso into Requiem. They didn't stop the Requiem, and that's a one-team fight for Kiyotaka. Quick pick on a DM. Maybe it's not done yet, though. No one wants to go for more, but the rest of P-Vision are unsure about the situation. They call back. They take the ward. That's all they'll get for it.
Pretty hard to re-engage there when Aurora have everything up. Once more, this Ogre pays the price on the front line. He's your aura buyer. He goes down first. Takes a lot of HP out of the fight. Aurora just continuing to scale. They have a full refresher done on this Dawnbreaker, by the way, as we look over the items. That is a lot of healing going into the fight.
And he's almost level 20 as well, so get that extra AoE.
I was going to say, you know, the two items I always talk about versus the Phantom Lancer, the Radiance and the Shivas.
Yep.
Radiance was always going to be really good in this game. The Shivas is going to be a little slower, but Toronto Tokyo, if he picks it up fourth here with this build, not only does it fit really well giving him the extra mana for all these spells, but he's going to have 2 Shivas blasts in the fight, a lot of extra spell amp, a lot of extra control for the Phantom Lancer illusions, and he's a tanky target to bring down in this game. This is where you can scale versus PL. Like, this hero is not an end-all be-all like he used to be.
The next window for P-Vision, in turn, I thought was going to be Heart, but it looks like Satanic opting for more damage. Notice that about his Phantom Lancer. He opted for that one game. The first time he played it, he did the Revenant's Brooch build, and then now he's going Bloodthorn, just all in for single target damage. Thinking about Scotty next.
If you're not worried about dying to attrition, the higher damage is better, because you're just going to bring targets down incredibly fast. Bloodthorn is insane on this hero.
Negative 40. I don't know if it's that cold out on the stages, but
everybody's got hand warmers.
Yeah. Things heating up in this game too.
I mean,
nobody
packed their jacket for Riyadh, you know.
That's true. That's a foolish mistake. Oh, 9 class did.
It's a TI jacket.
That's right. Repping the colors. With a 4,000 net worth lead on Aurora, what do you get their chances here? Because you have said repeatedly that Phantom Lancer is just not that late game menace that he used to be. It feels like even if P-Vision do make a comeback at this point, we're probably pushing the game 40, 50 minutes.
Well, what
do you think he can win this one?
What do I think their chances to win are, or what do I rationally give their chances?
What do the numbers tell me, analyst man?
I think rationally they're probably sitting around like a 65%.
Okay.
Probably 60, 65.
Now, what does your heart tell me?
This game was lost when they picked Offlane Ogre, but I'm not biased at all, Austin. I swear I'm not biased against them.
It's okay to be biased against heroes.
No, I genuinely think Aurora is sitting in a pretty comfortable position right now. Like, I think they are confident to scale against this PL. I think most teams are. Obviously, some weird stuff can happen in that ultra late, but going back to the fact they have an offlane Ogre, this offlaner is not scaling on his own. He's a little more dependent on the two other cores. Puck could be an X factor, though. Like, we've seen some crazy late game pucks, particularly from this man, No One. That, I think, is the real X factor in the late game that Aurora have to deal with, right? The puck just gets out of control.
Nightfall leading the charge, trying to find an opening for Kiyotaka. P-Vision clearly playing around another high ground ward. P-Vision have an MO here. We saw them earlier playing around a high ground ward, stacked as 5. Now they're doing the same around their triangle high ground ward. They're just waiting for Aurora to walk into them. And they're just playing full team spirit at this point. Oh, got through the Lincolns.
That was really greedy.
Got the lasso.
Really greedy.
Now the chain stuns, they're coming through. The Requiem gonna get dropped on him. There's no way out.
I can't believe he went for that rune.
Yeah.
And there's level 4 Shackle on Mira right now. This is another really good spell for him to have with the extra cast range. They can play aggressive. They can go ham. There's a reason Nightfall is forcing that. I think that's why this Rubik pick is good. It helps shut down that puck scale really well because he can just play in the back line. He has the instant lift, and he's likely going to get another instant stun out of this game.
Yeah, Fiend's Grip, Nightmare, Shackles, Hex, like the enemy supports offer him a wide variety of options against this puck.
Now we got to fly. It's too cold. What's going on up here, man?
Circumstances out of their control, it seems. The game rapidly going out of control for P-Vision.
Yeah, they are losing grasp of the map right now, and the thing is, Aurora can play the map really nicely because they have this global ability from the Dawnbreaker. Like a lot of these plays, they've been grouping up at 4. It's Toronto Tokyo just farming to his delight in the jungle.
30-second set on the puck. P-Vision.
That is a
high ground push coming in.
Not lasting long here.
And their chances of closing this out 2-0 swirling the drain at this point.
You're gonna abandon the banner just like that?
Yeah, it's
feels bad, man. Traded banner for a snake, but one of those is harder to come by. The crazy thing is you still have a refresher to get on this SF in this game.
Yep.
And that's the scary part because you can go in, use single target lockdown, find this puck, blow a Requiem, or even just use a Requiem, openly at the start of a fight, catch multiple supports, and then if you have a refresher, just hold another one for some PL control. He's gonna have to fight into Shivas, double Solar Guardian, Radiance, double Requiem. That is a lot for the PL to just run into. If this were the old PL Ags, where you were like throwing out lances and playing the fight on the edge, it's a little different, but this one kind of has to get in there to deal with the deeps.
The Bloodthorn is done, and P-Vision make a smoke around it. The single target damage that they offer is pretty intense. But will they get that chance to deliver that damage into the important targets of Aurora? With the refresher done on the Shadow Fiend, a ton of AoE control. It's pretty much, I feel like they have to go Kiyotaka or bust at this point.
You have to land a grip on him at some point in the fight because he's going to have double BKB to work with.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And the problem is he can get bailed out of the grip. Like, they have multiple ways to bail it out here.
Yeah.
This guy is a tough man to bring down. This is where you look at these two traps.
An Arcane Rune too?
Oh man, he's cooking right now.
Oh, you shouldn't have. Happy birthday, Kiyotaka.
Charging in.
This man might just find something beautiful. Double support kills, and the puck is on the run.
And guess what? That Requiem, it's up again in 40 seconds because that was an Arcane Rune. It's level 3, so you're not even going to need to pop the refresher here if you had to.
Another poke at the high ground, perhaps? Just
why not?
A little one.
I wouldn't mind it.
Just a little bit chip damage. Back out once the supports are about to be up. Oh, Kiyotaka really wants to. Thought maybe they just let Nightfall have at it, but Kiyotaka's saying, no, I want this tower now. Doppelganger for the Rubik. Not the most inspiring spell steal I've ever seen. But I guess he can dodge these ignites.
I'm also still looking for these PL players to pick up the shard. I feel like the shard on this hero is pretty good. And I think they always want to get it, but there's just more important items to try and acquire timing-wise. But
Yeah,
then it just gets delayed and delayed, and some of these games you just never get it.
It helps with what you were talking about, right? Which is with this Aghanim Scepter, it's more so like in order to create the chaos, you do kind of need to go in, you need to commit. And one way to help you not fully commit is to be able to have an out, and the shard gives you that.
It's a lot of confusion. It can create some chaos. It can help you go in, reset, look for another go on a support later on in the fight. I feel like it's pretty cheap. There are bigger items to get here as we see Satanic eyeing up some sort of survivability. Your choices are usually Scotty, Butterfly, or Heart. He's opting for Scotty in this game. That's a lot of gold to get there, so I understand not wanting to spend the 1,400, particularly if you can ever get it off Tormentor later. But man, it does feel like you're missing a little component of this hero in a lot of these engagements. It's that mental factor, right, of like, if you ever isolate the real PL, you just go on it. Whereas if you have this shard, there's always this little second guess. Oh, did he go in biz?
Yeah.
Aurora, comfortable with their position in this game, farming up the map and looking towards that next Roche. Potential spawn within the next 2 minutes guaranteed. No reason to force the high ground now with that third one spawning. That's a big Roche to get in this game.
And that Chivas is almost on its way.
That's prime territory here.
This always feels so good because like his team can suffocate parts of the map, take neutrals on P-Vision's side. And then Toronto Tokyo can play their side of the map.
Yep.
Still be able to join, makes it super efficient. As a result, 12,000 net worth lead for Aurora.
That's what's really ballooning this lead right now.
Yeah.
You're able to control where P-Vision are going, and Toronto Tokyo just farms up half the map on his own. He is going to be fat when he comes into this fight. I mean, you almost have all 3 cores above the Phantom Lancer here. That is usually a recipe for success against this hero. P-Vision smoked up here, looking for some sort of initiation around the mid lane that would lead them into stealing away this third Roche from a dominant Aurora right now. But I don't think Aurora are going to give him the opening. I mean, no reason to play too aggressive right now. You just play as 4, Toronto Tokyo on his own. Don't give up a pick-off, and you can try and force the Roshan. Make P-Vision fight into you. Almost level 25 on this Shadow Fiend already. Whew. Very clean game from Kiyotaka.
A Scythe. There's just so many options here for Aurora. How did P-Vision win a fight? Break it down for me. They're sitting on Vision the entire time, so let's say that fight does come to them on this high ground ward.
It's got to be Puck probably going in, getting a coil, creating some confusion. There's PL illusions going in, and then at some point you're able to land a Hex on the Bat Rider as a counterplay and a Grip on this SF as a counterplay. Like, those are kind of the 2 focal points you're looking to get in all this confusion.
So the supports have to come up clutch.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're looking at 9 class and you're looking at Ducalis, like, the big control spells have to land here.
And that's why they're so adamant about if the fight comes, it has to be on a high ground ward because they need every bit of helping hand for these supports. Yes. They need as much information 100%. As possible. But do they know what's wrapping around behind them right now? They're just about to, they're going in! And Aurora, they make the jump! Kiyotaka is a massive Requiem! A Titanic explosion ×2 that easily wins the fight. But the second part of it, the buybacks onto the outpost, this is still dangerous. The Dawnbreaker ultimate, it's going to stop that Shadow Shaman. They go for the Shadow Shaman, but meanwhile, oh no, he got the Scythe on him, and Satanic's gone! And he doesn't have the buyback. One fight is all it takes, and it looks like P-Vision are just out of here as they're going to get run down by Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo, and failing that, Aurora still have 5 to go high ground.
No buyback on this Phantom Lancer. He was 80 gold short. He has it now. There's a bounty rune picked up from no one, but it's not going to be in time to help you win that fight. even if he comes back there, I don't know if you're cleaning up.
No.
Just so much in the tank for Aurora, and those Requiems demolished them clumped on that hill. A perfect aggressive go there from Kiyotaka, not able to grip him in time. That's all she wrote. Even landed the clutch hex on the PL later.
Yeah, that was nasty.
That PL got hexed into Bloodthorn Nullifier. Like, you're gone, son. There's nothing you're doing there.
Aurora just basically kind of looked at that Phantom Lancer and he fell over.
They're going to get another lasso.
Just pick off after pick off. I mean, you're already limited on heroes for the next minute.
That might be the game. They're going throne.
Yeah.
Give another Requiem up. The cooldown's so low on this spell.
I think Satanic was making the call that he needs 2 lives to be able to defend this, but at this rate, the throne's going to explode before he's up the first time.
Gotta buy the PL
He has
here.
to use the buyback on 12 seconds. Even if you somehow pull a rabbit out of the hat, pull some sort of miracle, gets hexed again, Bloodthorn, Nullifier, now the Requiem over the top. And Aurora. I mean, that's just very clean play from this time around for them in this game too. You could see the draft difference. They just felt so much more comfortable in this one.
1000%. I think both teams I felt had the draft advantage ended up winning this game. So if you're going into this game 3, you really need to be on point with these picks and bans. You really need to make sure you get something you're comfortable with and is built tight. Because in this game, Aurora are just all around this Shadow Fiend. You can't use your control against them because of the Abaddon pick. I think that pick was just way too brutal for P-Vision to deal with. And they kind of like, we got you with the Ultra last pick PL. You know, you don't have some big AoE clear. But this hero is not what he used to be. He needs more openings in that mid game to take it over. You can't just farm and get in these stalemate wars where heroes outscale you. Items win Dota 2 right now, and this hero just doesn't use them as well as a lot of the other cores in the meta. So for me, P-Vision, they might try and go back to getting some of these sustain heroes earlier in the draft before they all get banned out, right? We saw like 4 or 5 sustain hero bans from Aurora, and I think that was a really big component in slowing P-Vision's game down. And they got forced into this position where they had to go for some ultra cheese carry to try and even out that draft. I don't think we're going to see the offlane Ogre again. I meme about it a lot, but I'm telling you, like, this hero is incredibly difficult to make work in a professional setting. I don't care what its scrim win rate is. I don't care what its pub win rate is. It's a tough hero to make work.
And it fails to work again in this game too, which means we are going to game 3.
Yeah, I'm very excited. At game number 3 here. It's been a while since we've been able to see it go the distance at the Esports World Cup, but Aurora and P-Vision, they're doing it for this series. Aurora having a great one. It wasn't a fantastic start to it, right? It wasn't that seamless, flawless play that we would have loved to see from them here, but it still was an amazing game when they were able to get online and have much more of an impact with their heroes.
Yeah, everyone got their signature hero, right? Like, you had the Shadow Fiend for Kiyotaka. He has to pop off for them to win, and he popped off this game. The Dawnbreaker, I never really questioned it. Sure, it lost game 1, but Toronto Tokyo is incredibly comfortable on it. And Nightfall, we talked about him playing the PA game 1. We weren't sold. He went back to his Abaddon, one of the 3 heroes that he likes to play. So, yeah, very much a comfort draft from Aurora, where P-Vision, they kind of wanted to try something that they've done before, but all these heroes together just didn't look like they meshed very well. You have a lot of single target with the Ogre, the Shadow Shaman, the Bane. Like, how do you team fight with this lineup?
Yeah, that offlane Ogre, right? We saw it 3 times already from the side of P-Vision. Those 3 times, Brian, had great success. However, it was against the same opponent each and every time. It was against Heroic. So was it just a little bit, they already had answers here on the side of Aurora to Ogre, or it's not really a hero that fits into the archetype of what the game state needed?
I feel like the Ogre did look lackluster, but I also think that both teams had a clear win condition in their draft, and you have Puck PL on one side, elusive poke damage heroes. Ogre kind of fits that bill, where you have the Ignite and the Fire Blast, where you're just spamming it on them. And the way that I felt like Aurora Gaming's win condition was to burst targets, and once that's the case, where they're able to do that with their Batrider, with their SF ulti. When you look at Ogre's items, they're all AoE defensive items. You have the Crimson Guard, the Pipe. So it really boiled down to, can Aurora Gaming pick them apart or not? And when Ogre builds all of these AoE items and they're just blowing no one up at the start of the fight, or sometimes there's the supports all at once, then the hero is going to look absolutely atrocious. And I personally don't know enough about the hero to exactly say why it fell short, but for me, it makes sense why it looked pretty useless in this game, and I can see why in other games it might be far more impactful.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like Ogre, like if we compare the offlaners, what they were able to bring to the table, you don't have enough damage to initiate it. Counters the coil with the Dawnbreaker ulti. He also did go for the pie just to make sure that he is not going to pop off on no one. And also, he had the refresher Aghanim Scepter pipe 28 minutes into the game. So playing into double ulti is very, very difficult, and I'm just gonna throw it out there. I think Aurora Gaming might be the best team in the world. They did manage to win with PL, the only team, and this is the second team other than Extreme Gaming that did manage to get a dub with Rubik as well.
Are you ready to talk about the Rubik Lacoste?
Yes,
because when you saw it in the draft, you did not want to say any kind words
about it.
about
Not gonna change my mind in 100 years probably, unless Rubik gets some really big buffs. But like, he didn't steal any of the big spells. He didn't, steal the shackles, steal Giga Ward in multiple situations. He was pretty much, I'm gonna lift this puck when he goes in just enough time so Dawnbreaker ulti can come through, maybe we get the Requiem off, and that was enough a couple of times to be able to kill no one on that puck, who was very slippery. They were lacking that bit of a lockdown, and with him lifting it, he got the job done.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the last two bans from the supports on the side of P-Vision, they knew that they banned Disruptor and Lion for Aurora, which screams, we know they lack initiation, we're afraid of that. And Rubik effectively filled that poor man's Lion, poor man's Shadow Shaman. So I will highlight that all of the Rubiks I personally saw on the group stage just seemed like a casual Rubik. It was like third, fourth pick in the draft, decent lane duo, didn't have any impactful spells, but whenever you pick a hero, even if it's off meta, if it has a very clear role in the game, and he did accomplish that role on Mira, and it's also a specialty hero for him, and he's Grandmaster tier on it, that's when it makes sense to me. And so that, if you compare that to like Ogre, for instance, which was kind of a generic pick and maybe just something they've been utilizing this tournament, it's much easier for me to analyze, oh, that made a lot of sense after seeing the game play out and utilizing it accordingly.
Fia, I got to ask you a little bit more about this PL as well, right? Because you said you either get one or the other. You either get a win or you have impact.
Well, you actually get one of those two. You either get a win or you lose. The impact usually isn't there one way or another. I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately. So I want to revise that a little bit. So, I mean, it didn't get the win. The impact also wasn't there, unfortunately. This hero is just really hard to make work. I think you are a little bit greedy in this game picking it too, because you're playing for Shadow Fiend. I feel like this hero has the most AoE in the game by far. Like, maybe if you get a perfect doppelganger, you can survive it, but we saw in that last fight that didn't really happen. But there's a lot of things to look at. I think this is Aurora and their comfort zone. They looked amazing there. But P-Vision, maybe 9 class on Shadow Shaman, as you mentioned, a little too normal for him. Ogre, a little too wild. PL, maybe not the best hero, not their best draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one. I think, because PL, he wants to play the longer fights. He wants to go in and out multiple times, but Dawnbreaker, Shadow Fiend, especially when they get to their refresher timings, they're not allowed to do that. And a couple of times we did see Abaddon blanking in and then followed by a Dawnbreaker ulti just to be able to break that fight, kind of showing that they trust each other, and this is what I want to see from a team.
Okay. And Brian, last game, you had some specific areas that you wanted to point out for us. Is there anything similar in this game too that you can point out that Aurora really had that one-up over P-Vision?
Yeah, I was talking about the win conditions for both these teams, and I wanted to highlight basically the use of the Dawnbreaker ulti and the targeting coming out from Aurora. So this is early on where they do have the advantage, but what's going to happen here is you're going to see no one pick up the Arcane Rune before a fight breaks out. Nightfall is actually going to get sleptwalked into the enemy tier 1 tower, and then what's going to happen is Aurora is going to have to utilize their Dawnbreaker ulti to help Nightfall escape, because he's going to get coiled by no one here. And during this Dawnbreaker ulti, you're going to notice PL's just going to exit to the north side, or sorry, to the south side, and Puck's going to exit to the north side, effectively accomplishing nothing. And when they're not getting these single target lockdowns at the start of the fight, you're going to see what happens. Despite having a 2k lead on the side of Aurora, they're going to get slowly poked down. They're going to get slowly chased down by Satanic and no one, because these type of chaotic fights are absolutely in favor of P-Vision's draft. And we're going to see them effectively wipe them 4 for 2 and turn the game in favor of P-Vision. Now, if we look at the later clips in the game, once Aurora's got those Blink Daggers online, and we're actually going to see the initiation this time around, the one that Lacoste was highlighting, we are concerned learned where is it coming from. Nightfall, the hero on his team without a stun, is going to be the one that says, I'm going to do it for us, as Puck has already been bursted previously about 30 seconds ago. It looks like the fight's just going to be over, but no, Nightfall blinks straight in, allowing for the Dawnbreaker ulti to be used aggressively, much more in line with what Aurora was originally intending with this draft. And if we go later in the game, we're going to see the same thing at the Rune, where no one goes for a, I would say, courageous snatch of that bottom shield rune, and Aurora sees this, so they're going to try to contest it themselves. Nightfall is playing kind of that distraction game rather than the hard initiation, and when they manage to land any single stun on this Puck, he's going to get followed up by the Dawnbreaker ulti, by the SF ulti. He's got a shield rune for this. That's why he went there in the first place, and as we can see, no one's not too happy with this one, as we're going to have to get that Scowl. Where is it, buddy? Oh, there it is. That's what it looks like when you burst no one's Puck full to 0. And last but not least, this is when they now have the AK lead, so all of them have not been quite this smooth up until this point, but Aurora sees the supports from P-Vision walking up. They're smoked up, and if this is not the most convincing one-sided engagement ever, with the lasso into the Requiem, into the Dawnbreaker ulti, every time they managed to land this simple combo, the fights were just completely one-sided, and we see like what they were going for with the PL pick, what they were going for with this Puck pick, or not like with the Puck pick, but they're playing into a specific archetype of a draft, which is elusive, hard to target, with all of the single target stuns coming out from Aurora. But once that part of their draft fell apart on P-Vision, you see like every team fight just complete wipe by Aurora.
The first clip that we saw there was obviously that great fight from P-Vision, and it felt like Nightfall had a really rough lane, right? Obviously, this Ogre had a good start, got a double kill. Nightfall just really struggled, and then even at the start of that fight, popping his ultimate early. How on the side of P-Vision, Lacoste, with the power of hindsight, could they have transitioned that into more momentum? Was there too much space on the map that they were giving for Aurora? Overconfidence?
P-Vision played first 10 minutes of the game really well. They managed to get the double kill on Ogre relatively early on, really outplaying them pretty heavily. And also, these 7.5 minutes in, you will see 4 guys from Aurora trying to make a move to kill Shadow Shaman, to maybe kill Ogre. They failed to do so. A minute later, they will go for another attempt with a 3-man rotation to kill Shadow Shaman. Nothing happens. So at that point of a time, they were doing really well. They kind of got lost on the map, but with the draft that they had, this global presence, because you can always have Dawnbreaker on one side of the map farming, and she can always connect with the rest of the team, and they managed to find those openings. I like how Nightfall was like, you guys want to initiate on me? I'm fine with that, because I'm not going to be dying. Even if I do die, the rest of the team is still going to be able to clean up.
I'm loving the insight that we're getting here, but of course, there is one way we can get a little bit more insight from these players, and it's having a listen with their team comms.
I'll break SF. I break SF cast.
Yeah.
He's fucked up here.
I kill bad.
SF is here. He wanted to out.
I'm running, guys. I'm here.
He is stuck. Oh.
I fucked up.
The O. I think that was no one getting caught by the lasso. I mean, that's one of those situations on Puck where you're either going to die full to 0 every single fight, or you're never going to die. And the one fight that we saw that they didn't initiate onto him at that 16-minute mark, and he had the Arcane Rune going, he wreaked absolute havoc in those fights. And going into Game 3, what I'm thinking is, yes, P-Vision's win condition was clear, but arguably Aurora's was much simpler to execute, and once the factors line up, the stars align, it's just going to play itself out. And I do think ease of execution is something worth considering, and why, for a fact, like Nightfall's hero pool has been Ursa, Lifestealer, and Abaddon. Like, these are heroes that just have room for forgiveness, and I think that's going to play a pivotal role in Game 3.
Yeah, when Nightfall gets these heroes impactful, that was it. Aurora, whilst they did lose that Game 1, they brought it back for a Game number 2, which means a Game 3 is on the cards for us here. It's elimination. Either team could go home. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see exactly who it is.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It is our final series of the day, and after 9 best of 3s, all going 2-0, it's finally arrived. We finally have a game number 3. We're seeing a competitive series. P-Vision, they took game 1. Aurora, very quick to bounce back, had a great mid to late game in that game number 2. Feels like the team that is getting the draft advantage is able to close out the game for themselves. So in a game 3, single elimination, everything on the line, I feel like you just can't put your faith in Phantom Lancer anymore.
Yeah, Fear, just give it up already.
Yeah, I mean,
it's dead.
Stop trying to make it happen, bro.
Seriously.
We've been trying many times. It hasn't worked. However, what we have been trying that has been working is the Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend. A lot of teams will pick this early. You don't know where it's going. It's a flex pick. Nope, that's Kiyotaka. He's going to play it from the mid lane. And so far, every time he's played it, it's looked like his absolute best hero, bar none. However, I do like the approach that Vision is taking here. They are going for more of the, let's shut down Toronto, Tokyo type of style. Get rid of these Dawnbreaker, potentially Undying. This is one of his favorite heroes when he played POS 5. He moved it to the off lane. He's still incredibly good at it.
I don't know if you know, but he's actually the best.
The best.
He is the best, self-proclaimed.
Put some respect on his name, come on.
I'm respecting it, but giving someone the title as the best is too much respect for now.
Gotta agree with that one. One of these two teams, so far we have Kiyotaka winning 4 out of 4 games on Shadow Fiend, and we have Ducalis winning all of his games on Chen. That's 5 out of 5. So one of them will have to lose, and whoever loses is going to be eliminated from Esports World Cup. So I think Fear had a really good point about the previous one, where Aurora did play their heroes that they feel comfortable playing, even though they did run this Dawnbreaker in game number 1. In game number 2, it looked so much better, and they realized that was the issue, not allowing them to go for this for the 3rd time in a row, so swapping things around, which does leave some of the other heroes in the pool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool when you end up in these single elimination playoffs and both teams have a reason that they've made it to the final 8. They've had their successful heroes, not PL on the side of P-Vision, because that hero's 0-3 for them. But for Aurora, like you mentioned, undefeated SF, undefeated Chen, something's got to bend and something's got to break. I love this type of crunch time, end of the year, crunch tournaments, or clutch tournaments, excuse me.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, whoever wins this game has the potential to win the entire thing, and whoever loses is just completely out. And for me, it's always hard to just fathom how much goes into like maybe individual plays that go on in the game that tilt the tides one favor or the other. But yeah, I'm just excited for this game is what I'm trying to say, but I'm doing it in a very long, drawn out. Go ahead, Nat.
No, I was going to wait to see how you finish that one. I actually wanted more absolutes from you. You're like, oh, whoever wins this series has the potential to win the Esports World Cup. I want absolutes. Will they or won't they, Brian? You got to put it all out on the line.
I think this is the best Aurora has looked all year. So I think P-Vision will get knocked out next round if they win this, but Aurora will win it all.
That's what I like to hear, Fia. You're going to go on the same bandwagon as Brian?
No, I have no opinion on these teams winning or losing the tournament.
You're the least opinionated person I've ever met.
I think these teams are both good, but they have a lot to prove. I think P-Vision was on... after looking at Game 1, you feel a little jebaited, like they're back, right? They're back to that form where they're the best, and then Game 2 happens, you're like, nah, they're not there yet. Where Aurora, you know, flip a coin, you don't know what you're getting, and that's always been their issue, and hopefully they land on the right side this game.
They do. And also in the previous game, they had Bane, who was kind of a counter to Shadow Fiend when he blinks in with the BKB Requiem. With Yashikai, it doesn't, like, you need to be ready immediately, but there's also Dawnbreaker that can break the combo. So I think this time around, it's going to be a lot on 9 class to be able to try to pull that off, whether he gets the blink initiation immediately or he needs to be ready once Shadow Fiend blinks in. There is Tusk, which doesn't save you against the snowball, so that's a bit of a downside, but this hero pretty much gives you everything else.
Wait, what do you mean? Can you not snowball people out of lasso?
No.
Oh. I didn't know that. I learned something today.
No, you can't. And also to go back, you know, I'm pretty much all out because I literally said Gaming Gladiators are going to win this tournament.
Oh, you had already put your absolutes on someone else.
So I'm all out of this one.
Okay. Lacoste, who's yours then?
Sorry, what? I zoned out for a second.
Who's
going to win the tournament? I did say, I believe, P-Vision to win the whole thing.
Okay.
But Aurora, they're powering up, so I'm a little afraid. I think we have seen enough of PL. I don't think we're going to be seeing this hero for the rest of the tournament. These teams, no. There's going to be a situation where somebody's going to be like, yep, this is it. This is the one.
Both of these teams will pick it. Last pick again. It will happen.
It is inevitable.
It will, yes.
I'm curious if we're going to get the Ursa or the Lifestealer for Nightfall on 18. I will say last draft, Fear, you called it out. They must have had a plan for that at Batten because they picked 3 heroes with single target lockdown with dispellable abilities in the laning stage, and they allowed it to be picked anyways. So I hope they've given a little bit more credit to Nightfall's hero puddle that he has been having immense success with. It's going to be the Ursa or the Lifestealer. They've got the Disruptor with
it. That's
no, because it's not overall last pick, right? So
true.
I also do think Aurora functions better with first pick overall, because by the time you get to last pick overall for Nightfall, there's a lot more heroes banned or picked in the pool. But when you get to 18, which is where they're going to probably pick Nightfall's hero here, you've still got the Ursas and the Lifestealers.
Right.
Well,
yeah, but they're prepping for it.
Yeah.
This is what I wanted to see coming into the series where we're talking about having enough BKB piercing tools, having double for now. You're playing into Shadow Fiend, which is what you want to have, and potentially also shutting down some of the heroes that you guys were mentioning, especially the Lifestealer.
But what about the Ags Ursa?
That
to
works.
deal with this?
I mean, wasn't Troll always a pretty big
Troll's
counter
very
hero?
good here,
That's another hero he plays. And I don't think his hero pool, like, he has a massive hero pool. He just has a small hero pool that they're picking for him. And I think there's a good reason for that. It fits with their playstyle. So while they could pick a lot of different heroes potentially for Nightfall, it's even whether they know it or not, it's probably best they don't. Right?
I have a theory on this. If I'm a carry player, I've played pubs with Kiyotaka before. You really never know what you're going to get, and I think it would just mess with your sanity over time, and that you have to have a very stable hero pool
for sure.
to work with this player. Like, I think there's a reason that Nightfall is now sticking to the Abaddons, the Lifestealers, the Ursas, even going for like Omni Knights in previous tournaments. I'm not even kidding, to the point that I think his hero needs to offer stability to the draft and overall basically allowing his team to play around the other heroes, because even when he was initiating last game, so Gyrocopter, a very standard counter to Beastmaster in lane, mentioning that the Snowball does not save from Lasso, I was a bit concerned for going for like a ranged frontliner, effectively, that should present himself as an easy target. So now it's going to boil down to the classic gyro play, I believe Fear always illuminates, which is he going to stand in there and kill everybody, or is he going to not be able to man fight and effectively be useless?
And now those two heroes that you did mention, these Ursas and Lifestealers, they do look good to be counterpicked against this Gyrocopter.
I do wonder, though, last game, that felt like kind of their game plan, is that Nightfall would be willing to be the one that takes it. He kind of takes a lot of the attention so that Kiyotaka can have better positioning. He's able to get off these Requiems because everyone's so focused on Nightfall. Maybe the Gyro is a little bit of a play into that. The only difference is they had the Dawn last time in the off lane. That offers a lot of sustain, a lot of backup as well. Is that really going to be able to come out in the last pick?
I'm thinking based on what you just said, maybe they get like a Centaur or a Vengeful Spirit, perhaps, in the offlane as a good way to pair with, the Tusk. I think if you give some way to break this combo on the Gyrocopter, then it's going to enable Nightfall to play the way that he likes to play. I just don't know what Toronto Tokyo has cooking. What has he been practicing in his pubs? Does he feel comfortable on this type of role in the game? It's a little less straightforward than the Dawnbreaker.
I did mention Lifestealer, Ursa potentially for Aurora, but also there's a very good game for Morphling. Like, you're playing into Gyrocopter, Static Storm can cause you some of the issues, Shadowfit as well if he gets on top of you, but you also have a good amount of sustain as well, providing that you have a Chen. They're going to be building into these auras as well. This is offlane Beastmaster, so he gives you another creep that you can play early on, so the tempo from them is very, very good, and so far I've seen them play very well whenever they have Morphling with this Vlad's, paired up with other auras, paired up with the Chen. They just don't seem to be losing the games with it.
I mean, it's really good. They just have to see the lane first. That's going to be the big determining factor for wanting to pick Morph. I do, however, like the direction they're going to Aurora here, because you are playing into this Chen Zoo strategy again. He hasn't played Gyro yet, his first time playing it, but this is the type of games that Aurora need to win if they're going to progress further into this tournament. You're not going to win this tournament by forcing heroes on Nightfall that aren't good for the game, right? So I like to see that adaptation. And Toronto Tokyo, some of his best heroes are going to be removed, and I think what they're really respecting right now is the fact that you are going to play against a Death Ball like Game 1 at some point. You need to come prepared for it. I do want to see some auras on Toronto Tokyo, whatever he does play. Ideally, some team fight on top of it. That's why you do see heroes like Tide and Mag get banned, or team fight, but they really need like an aura type of hero. Like Centaur could work. I think it's okay, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough. Like, maybe these Underlords and stuff like that, something that can allow them to get these mid-game timings versus this Chen Beast, they're very brutal.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you don't give yourself an answer to the lasso at some point, that just feels really scary. So that's why I was suggesting Centaur, because it gives you the cart. It's a nice save for the Gyrocopter. Yeah. It's an amazing hero to be dropped down to 10% HP, carted, pop Satanic, heals to full.
You buy auras too, which is nice.
Yeah, the Crimson, the Pipe. You're going to go for that early Blade Mail. I would honestly love to see him potentially delay his Blink, play around the playmaking potential of the Disruptor Tusk, and know that your job in the game is to just be a durable frontliner, because Gyrocopter doesn't do that for the first maybe 25, 30 minutes of the game.
How early could we see Centaur be left alone in lane as well? Like, when do Aurora want to break the lanes with this lineup?
Depends on what they pick here for their carry, right? Like, you have quite a few options on what you feel comfortable playing against. You're going to want the win condition, but it's not so simple. Like, Centaur is a very strong laner, or at least he can be, and you're playing for Shadow Fiend, so you probably want a BKB hero. And ideally you want to outscare you. I mean, you could Morph, but Morph is scary.
He's slamming the table with the papers, these Dota buff printouts.
Yeah.
Serving a good purpose.
I mean, Morph is fine, but it's not the perfect pick, I don't think.
So you're thinking of like a first item BKB type hero because of the nature of
maybe
this
not
game?
first item, but it's got to be like a natural progression. I mean, this hero can do it, but like it can be exploited very easily by this Disruptor as well as the Tusk with rotations from Shadow Fiend. Like the build up on Morph is typically Vlad's, Manta, and then Butterfly BKB. That might be a bit too slow. So there is a timing here where if you can survive the early game from Aurora, you can actually put some pressure on, especially some gate rotations from the Gyrocopter. It's going to be all about Kiyotaka. At some point, you can get like this Hex with Requiem combo on the Morph. You have a lot of options against this Morphling, so I don't think it's completely free, but it is very strong, especially when Satanic plays it.
Yeah, stacking the auras one more time. You have Ducalis on Chen, Beastmaster with the Helm of the Dom, Vlad's on Morphling. If they get the ball rolling, like this is pretty similar thing that can happen as it did happen in game number 1. They get that one big fight between 15 and 20. They turn it into Roche and then they take over the whole map. But if Aurora manages to survive in this fight, I feel like this is the type of a game where Aurora is going to be able to punch back, especially if they're bringing these auras, if they're bringing the numbers to the fight. But slight advantage for me on P-Vision in this one.
Okay. I want to ask the question again, then Brian. How early on Aurora do you break the lanes, try and be more proactive, rather than just trying to survive and putting yourself in survival mode for the first 20 minutes?
What I actually think benefits Aurora in this game is they win all the 1v1s in terms of just nobody really kills Centaur. Like Morphling doesn't threaten Centaur, Gyrocopter counters Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend's a great 1v1er, so it's gonna. I actually think they should leave their 3 cores on their respective parts of the map as long as possible and play around the support playmaking potential of the Tusk and the Disruptor, and I think they can quite realistically get a 3 to 4K lead by 15 minutes on the side of Aurora. Wow. And I think the skills, like the hero skills on the side of Aurora or on the side of P-Vision naturally scale better. But I'm thinking that there might just be this period of time where you have 3 of the top 4 net worths on the side of Aurora, then they just ball up and you don't have the damage to bring down an Aegis Gyrocopter, and that's going to be straightforward from there. So I'm actually going for Aurora here.
Okay, I like it. It's a game 3. It's a single elimination. One of these teams advancing, the other one unfortunately going home, having to be content with just simply a top 8 performance for themselves. But either way, let's get on into it. Let's head on over to Cap and SBG.
The first game 3 of the playoffs, and it sounds like our draft is very even. Panelists being split on both sides, whether they're backing P-Vision or Aurora, both sides sounded like they weren't like all in on a team. Avery, you break the tie. Who you backing here draft-wise?
Well, I know who Astini was backing.
Oh, yeah.
And not because he's on their team. He was in disbelief that they got given the Chen in this game 3. I kind of agree with him. Like, why did you need to ban Queen of Pain over Chen? To me, that's a whatever. I don't think it changes it too much. I'm going to give a slight edge to P-Vision just because they got the Chen again, and I think this Morphling looks pretty scary to me. Unless you land some big spell casting between the Disruptor, Tusk Punch, and the Requiem going into him before he potentially goes for BKB timing, looks tough to bring him down, and we've seen what Satanic can do on this hero. That said, Aurora have a lot of confidence in this Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend, and for good reason. Like, these are 2 undefeated heroes going up against each other. They built around it a little bit again with the Tusk Snowball save, Stampede, Cart later on, plus some of the buffs that the Tusk can give you with the tag team going in. There's a lot of DPS coming out of this SF once again. The Gyro's there to help him a little bit, and I think they have more damage to play with this time around into the Chen than they did in that game 1.
Yes, that was a big problem, for sure.
Also, their laning looks good. Like, I think they are poised to potentially win 2.5 lanes on average across the 3, and that's a good setup for them against a Chen lineup if they can pull that out. So I think there's a lot of potential for Aurora to even out this slight draft advantage to P-Vision if they step up their laning, step up the playmaking, and continue to play aggressive like they did in that game too.
Do you feel like P-Vision have answered the Shadow Fiend better? If you feel like Aurora deals with the Chen better, what about the other side of the table?
I think they did. They absolutely knew it was going to come out. Both these teams basically gave the other team their signature hero for this event and tried to deal with it. And I do think P-Vision dealt with the SF better than Aurora dealt with the Chen. They got really solid BKB Pierce, which is really important against this hero. You do not want to give him free BKB channel Requiems or entryways into the fight. And you just need some initiation disable on him so that when he goes in the fight, you can grab him or you can start the fights on him. I think Batrider's really good at that. The Beastmaster Roar is really good at it. And ultimately, you have Morphling as a hero that can go in with his own BK meter.
What is this move? They are chasing each other around the map right now. DM does not want to be in this matchup against the Gyrocopter, so we are just having gate rotations all around while we saw that bit of action from the mid lane. I mean, one thing they're doing to answer the Chen is apparently the Satyr Mind Stealer early on, draining the Shadow Fiend of all of his mana. So his puck matchup is not exactly a fair matchup.
That did some work against Kiyotaka. I mean, he'll be able to get some water runes later. He still has Mangos to play with, but this thing is really annoying. Does make itself weaker, and Aurora did force the matchups. But this matchup for the Gyro is a lot worse in the offlane because you're pushing the lane in with Flak. So Beast just gets to sit under his tower, potentially play with pulls, and you're way happier than getting forced out of that offlane where the 5 position can pull forward the Gyro and you can maybe get some extra farm off stacking or Ancients later or whatever.
Yeah.
So even though you get this lane matchup, I think P-Vision are still happy with this outcome. Like, you're just going to sit DM down here, he's going to farm. As long as you don't feed too many boars away.
And Flat Cannon's going to do significantly less if you're sitting underneath tower. You get that 3 armor on you.
Plus some Divine Favor armor. Yeah. It adds up. Downside is you had to put your Morphling in the offlane. And this is maybe where Aurora can re-even out that advantage because, man, Morphling in the offlane feels bad. He's one of the carries who really wants that tower or who wants to sit under there, be hard to pressure, free farm. When this lane goes deep up here for Satanic, you're a little worried about getting run down the lane. There is a glimpse set up on this lane as well if the roam comes through with the Tusk, for example, later on.
Yeah.
And you're not a carry that contests pulls very well either, so if the small camp ever gets opened up and Panto can go in and abuse it, Satanic is going to feel the pain. So far, though, he's doing very well CS-wise and taking advantage over the Centaur in the one-on-one.
So it's downsides for both carries, but it sounds like to me it overall favors P-Vision a bit more, this whole lane swap scenario.
The way it happened, yes. I mean, a lot of it's dependent on the execution, and so far they're getting a lot more CS on the Morphling early, who just hasn't been pressured. He basically bypassed level 1 and 2, is always nice on his hero, and now he's cruising. You should get the Lotus up here as well. Yep, so Lotus delivery for Satanic could be huge on this wave. We'll get the glimpse back. I mean, this is where the Morphling kind of gets out-traded, but it's a Morphling, so the man just don't care.
Is the one to die instead as the trades come through, not even requiring the Lotus. Aurora, just complete misread of the situation. Don't really get that good of a glimpse back, not that much added extra damage, and the burst wasn't anywhere close to killing Satanic. And now he's going to be back up to near full off of this little Lotus play.
He's cruising up here. If they ever get the lane back, they're going to be super happy with this outcome. And then you just have a safe lane Beastmaster who's basically free farming down here and dodge this bad Gyro matchup. Nice lane swap for P-Vision. They're definitely getting the better of this exchange. And negating a big advantage for Aurora in this draft, which was in theory the solid lane setup. This is kind of throwing it askew. You're left wondering where that advantage is going to come from, and the only other place is Kiyotaka on the mid lane, who, by the way, is just straight up losing this lane to no one early.
A lot of damage back on a DM, blocked in by the shards, but they're able to stand their ground. Nightfall is the one pushed away as the combination of creeps between the Chen and the Beastmaster is a bit too much to fight into. Panto, he's going to try and get a neutral deny. He does not get it. And now that leaves Toronto Tokyo in a 1v2, which he's not going to be terribly happy with against a Bat Rider in a long lane.
And 9 Class doing work up here. Securing Satanic free farm, 1v2ing on the side. Out-trading this Disruptor. Not a hero you want losing early fights. Nightfall finds himself behind the tower into a Ghost Creep. Not the trade-off you were looking for here either.
Yeah, Mira being really slowed down between the Hawk and the Boar and the Ghost. It slows on a little entangle. It's too much.
This is a rough laning phase start for Aurora as the question mark from Ducalis comes out. There are not going to be a lot of people who like that, I will say.
Ducalis has been a little loud in this tournament. Kiyotaka, he's got bottle charges. Is that enough to keep him alive? It is not. Oh,
wow.
I can't believe he actually died there.
Died to the smoldering resin. Forget about that little innate debuff.
Was he not able to get any? He activated 2 bottle charges. He'll get the kill on Night Class.
Yeah, he had another bottle charge stick. He could have lived. Either way, he's sent back, and 9 Class doing mad work in this early game.
I guess the one upside is he has been so successful, he had a killing spree when they killed him. So, bit of extra gold.
I don't think Kiyotaka minds getting the refill and coming back. It's not the worst for his game considering how mid was going, but you're going to have to contest this puck.
Snowball to try and control the power rune. Good idea from Mira. No one dodges it. Now it's going to be Mira's death for it.
P-Vision are playing really fast this game. Supports are just getting so much done right now. This is a concern. You gave him the Chen. You set up a strong laning phase. You got a little outmaneuvered on the lane setup. Had to adjust. It cost you a lot of early CS. Now you're falling behind with the cores. The supports are out-rotating you around the map. This lead isn't crazy, but it feels like there's a lot of momentum going P-Vision's way. We're not even to the Wisdom Shrines yet, and this Chen is level 4.5. That is an insane start for Ducalis here.
Yeah, that's a good question. What are we going to do with these Wisdom Shrines? Any invasions? Since we've got level 6 on both the mids here. Looks like both lanes are pushed in too much.
See, Panther rotating bottom. They're looking for anything with this Disruptor in the early game. I don't know if this is the place to find it. This Beast has already got Wand Charges plus Lotus plus Helm.
Yeah, and this is a 3-on-3. 9 class followed him through the game. He's going to go for the Wisdom Shrine. Oh!
There's no
okay, Mira, he's going to go there. It should be fine.
This isn't really a 1v1 the Tusk wins, though.
But can he just survive long enough for the rotations to come through?
He can. You should get this in the end. It doesn't feel great, though.
Snowball towards the end of it. He might die in the flames here. He's going to be stuck in it. Takes a little bit of extra damage. Flame break for an extra bit of ticks. And 9 class TP's away. Glimpse got him. 9 class still goes to the kill on Mira. Mira, blood grenaded.
He's fine.
Will not die. Stick charge is still up to.
At least they get some trade in this early game with the supports. They needed it. Secure the Wisdom Shrine. Level 5 for the Tusk. Important point for this tag team as you try and scale it up early. But a nice laning phase for P-Vision overall. I mean, they got what they wanted here. Farm on the cores, levels on the supports, and some nice early skirmishing going their way.
8-minute power rune. It is bottom lane. Kiyotaka's luck on these power runes is just out of control, man.
It has been insane this tournament. He's gotten good ones too. These aren't like random Invis illusion runes a lot of the time. These are timely power runes. That haste could go a long way on this map. You can run down a good core target with it, or get some Chen creeps. That's a nice little pickup. Some revenge for the mana burn. Okay, he's really wants some
where's that Chen at? Show me your leader.
You're not going to find him down here.
No.
What a waste of a haste rune.
It is.
And the Beast straight to top. Helm already done. Time to put the summons to work.
Toronto Tokyo has a Vanguard, a lot of HP. But he may not even get caught by this rotation.
Wise move to back off. If you just trade towers here again, like game 1, I don't think a lot of that... I think there were parts of that early game in game 1 that weren't that bad for Aurora in trying to trade with the Chen. They just got out momentum.
Yes.
Which could very well happen here again. You know, it's always a risk when you get this team this hero. But I think the concept of trading here is completely fine as long as you get away with it. 9 class just gonna be annoying as usual.
Yes,
the wave.
He pulls the wave off the tower and that slows down the push.
Super annoying right here. I mean, this is where you want to run at him and chase him down with Glimpse and abuse this matchup.
Yeah, they gotta stop him. There's no, man, I can't believe they're not running at him with Glimpse.
Yeah, this feels really bad for your map control. Oof. I mean, just where's Nightfall supposed to go?
Yeah, I mean, they just took that tower so long ago. I think they're afraid of P-Vision coming back through the gate.
Well, they should be worried about the flank coming mid, because this is the natural progression for the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you get a kill on SF into this tower, it's going to break the game open.
Oh, he seems totally unaware of what's coming his way. Mira's going to run in, try and snowball save him. Can he get it? Coil goes off. They're both going to die for this, perhaps. Nightfall TP's in, and that'll prevent any aggression onto Mira. Throw a little damage out with flat cannons all around. A successful go here from P-Vision, and it's not done yet. Satanic is now joining in. They're going to cut the wave and take the tower.
Just not ready for that move. I think that should have been a move you fully expect. You should ward for it. You should protect for it. You should have someone tanking that for the SF worst case scenario. Aggressive waveform, and they punish it.
No one jumps right in the middle of a big AoE damage out from him. Stampede goes out, doesn't hit the stomp, and they have to retreat. Aurora cannot win this fight. No one, just too powerful for them right now.
This is looking more like game 1 as we progress here.
It is.
The aura's coming online. The sustain. Morphling abuses these heals so well when you can't all in him. you're never going to finish him off. Vlad's already done for Satanic. This Roche is completely open in this game when it comes down to it. And the ball is starting to pick up some steam. You had to be disciplined around these early moves from the Beastmaster if you were Aurora. You just didn't get it. You didn't match that pace. The vision wasn't there. Now you're on the back foot. Top 3 core positions, the P-Vision here. This is where I think that Centaur pick, it could stand on the front line with this Vanguard. Maybe that's a type of fight where if he gets forward in front of that tower, you can maybe take that fight with your 2 other damage dealers.
Yeah.
But now that you lost these early skirmishes, big question mark around Toronto Tokyo and what he's going to be able to do around the map. Because Centaur is not the greatest at pushing the lanes out and stalling the game. He's not Underlord, he's not Tide.
Yeah, and your other cores are pretty bad at it too. Glimpse back, no one. He'll let himself be taken away.
Needs Static Storm here too. It's your best lockdown spell in this lineup. Every minute that goes by that you don't have it, potentially a kill you've lost. Got to find Pantho some XP here.
They got to give credit to Aurora. They are very set on not giving no one a bunch of free power runes, which, considering what no one has done for P-Vision all season long, seems like not a bad idea. You have routinely said, you know, you got to shut down no one if you want to be able to beat P-Vision.
I mean, they're not shutting him down this game. The man's
They're not.
3-0, 100 CS lead in the chart.
I'm just saying it could be worse. Well. imagine a couple arcane runes or haste runes in his pocket.
I mean, yeah, you can tell yourself that, you know, if you lose this game, you can go, well, if we hadn't played as well as we did, he would have dropped 20 kills on us instead of, you know, instead of only 10.
Oh, I'm fairly certain I know what the conversation is going to be if they lose this game.
Yeah, I think it starts with Chen.
Yeah.
It ends with Chen.
Yeah, ends with the disband.
There might be another, well, I wouldn't go that far. There's still a lot to play for.
That's true, that's true.
Well, at least nothing's happening right now. That's probably good for Aurora.
Yeah. Okay, 9 class, he finally dies. But, like, man, it feels like overall it's been worth it for him.
Yeah, he did a lot of work down here. He should have been punished earlier. It's just you were a little behind on this disruptor to make it happen. That said, you will get a blink on the Centaur here. Be earlier for Toronto Tokyo, looking for some play action.
This is a bold move right here.
Oh, look at the smoke through the gate.
Yes.
This could be really nice, though.
It could. Or it could go terribly wrong. All just depends on where the smoke breaks, what is seen on the break.
If you can get a glimpse on Beast, it would go so far in this game.
Can they get anything at all? They're going to stampede to try and get the disruptor close enough. They got the glimpse on.
That was so
straight
close.
to the Static Storm. Burst down the Beastmaster. P-Vision say, you can have him. It's fine. 5 heroes to take down DM. Still a win for Aurora.
Didn't get the amp damage in the river, but they'll absolutely take it. That slows down so much of P-Vision's pace, because he was just closing in on this Helm of the Overlord. You get that, you go straight in Roche. That's a tough contest.
Toronto Tokyo, he's trying to pull the neutrals over for Mira to get a snowball, but no. Too much coming from P-Vision.
That play was as close as it gets. So that was a level 3 glimpse. I was hovering on the range of that. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he should have got that off. That was one of those spells you look at the radius, you're like, But Stampede definitely helps you push it over the edge. That synergy was nice. There's the blink for the bat. All that time on bottom lane. And 9 class has had a early game here. He's like 1,500 back from almost Centaur.
Yeah. At Nightfall, he's going to be the victim of that rotation. Amp damage. Whoa, Panto, that is not a TP you wanted to complete, my friend.
That is insane. That is an amp damage puck with Blink Witchblade. That is a Morphling on full Agi with an Alpha Wolf to back both of them up.
Oh, Snowball. It's going to pull Mira out of position, and the puck quick to punish. There's that lasso. And a 3rd kill for no one.
They're getting routed on the map right now.
They are.
You had one good play top, and then you lost so much on the backside as this map collapses.
And is it just time for Roche?
Yeah. Why not? I mean, you have Helm of the Overlord. You have Drum on the Chen. You have the Alpha Wolf Aura. You have Vlad's on the Morphling. ball's already online. I mean, it's 15 minutes in this game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Avery. I almost feel like Aurora had a better chance in game one because at least they had the heroes to split push. Aurora this time around built to take the team fights into P-Vision, but that seems a nigh impossibility at the rate that they have grown. 6,000 net worth lead. Oh, Requiem hits on 2. Kiyotaka, okay, Stampede goes out and does manage to get far enough away from the coil. And into the gate he goes. So he's out. He's good.
Something. Some wasted time. I would agree, though. This is a draft that needed the lanes to go better. So you could take those fights around the tier 1 and slow this game down. You just never got that action going. The lane dodge plus some of the laning mechanics really shut that game plan down. And you just don't have a lot of outspam in this game. It's generally one of the things you can go back to versus Chen. Like these classic heroes like the Underlord you can park in places and kind of rally behind. Or split push the map with some global ability, but Centaur is just dead weight around this map right now, unless you're fighting.
And Mira just continues to be the victim of 9 class and his
top.
movements around the map. There you are.
Want a glimpse here on a big core target, but they need vision.
They need vision. They're just not going to get it. In fact, if anything, my turn. Okay, they got the Beastmaster. Are they going to turn around and fight this at all? The Beast isn't dead yet. P-Vision say, all right. You can have your glimpse.
That was a fast move off of this Tusk Bat weird shenanigans going on bottom. They just made the call, send everybody top, get a glimpse. There's no way we can allow them to push this tower and take this area.
And that kill was worth the bonus, right? They also got the Helm of the Overlord creep for an extra 250.
That's a nice kill. Really nice kill. These are the type of kills that are going to keep you in this game. I think you'd rather get the Beast than the Morphling there because he had the Aegis. That was the biggest prize on the map. A lot of work to be done to stabilize this game, but Aurora holding on. It's worth something here.
Well, no one didn't get any of the early power runes, but map control in their favor. Mid tower of Aurora is gone. PV still have their own, which means no one has been collecting power rune after power rune, and each one of these represents an opportunity for a team fight. They're going to smoke up with Shield Rune, back up Satanic in his push to the top lane, see if Aurora want to try and stop him. They do not. Aurora will just gift this tier 2 to Satanic, and in exchange, take the other lanes on the map.
You can go high ground here, though. I don't see why you wouldn't at least poke it and bring somebody back, unless you're worried about leaving the area versus the glimpse, as we saw earlier.
Sure.
Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. Surprised they didn't at least test it there. But a lot of farm to clean up on the map, of course. More power runes to get, more map control to be had. You can also keep taking more tier 2s.
Yeah, why not? Take the tier 2s maybe before you go for that high ground chip. Still have 2 minutes left on the Aegis after all.
Maybe I'm just too old school, man. I mean, I would like these high ground chips because I think it does translate to a decent amount of map control. You don't have to make them with everybody. Like, you can just send the Morph there with the Chen and smoke 2 or 3 heroes across to somewhere else. And kind of read the fact that Aurora don't want to bring everybody back for that play.
Is there a difference, that much of a difference, between going high ground on the tier 2 top and then just pushing in the tier 2 mid and then going high ground there?
Less time on the Aegis to work with. Also, that smoke play doesn't really work as well from this position. Do you want to look for the next move after this?
Yeah, I mean, this mid push, it's a little bit more telegraphed than the top lane push, and we see the result. Aurora, they catch the mid wave. They caught that. Now, there's still this top lane push.
Okay, you just go back. I mean, yeah, this sequence works too. Still have a minute 30.
And while they've cut the mid wave, what do they do about top? They have to teleport some heroes back. Now let's see if they get that glimpse play you're talking about. They've been spotted. Good orb from no one. He sees Panto in position, so they say, all right, reset a little bit. You got what we wanted, which was rotations back from 4 of Aurora's heroes.
That was actually pretty dangerous for Aurora. They did not have a sentry on that base ward spot. Could have easily been a smoke play there with a base ward into lasso as you drag heroes back, so they got away with a little bit there. The ward just wasn't available for P-Vision. Nonetheless, no harm, no foul, straight into Tormentor. The objectives keep flowing here. Net worth is staying flat. And experience is actually going Aurora's way in this game.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that much considering the 5-manning that P-Vision is doing right now.
You would expect it a little bit.
There's the Aghanim Scepter, there's the Blink Dagger. So maybe Mira can be a bit more effective in this matchup between him and the Tusk. More opportunities to get snowball saves. And he needs to get some 6 snowball saves because in the Shadow Fiend game before, we had tons of saves for the Shadow Fiend, right? We had the Abaddon, we had the Dawnbreaker Ultimate. There was lots going on there. But here, it's Tusk or bust.
Is the Centaur later?
Oh, yeah. We can get an Aghanim Scepter
the draft
later.
concept, but obviously Toronto Tokyo's not at the fastest game here. Is slowly recovering.
Yeah, and he's right now focusing on auras, pipe Shivas.
I mean, if Aurora want to fight in this game, they have to be the initiators. That's just what it boils down to. Like, you cannot ever win a fight in this game when you're getting jumped. You have to jump a core target, lock them down with Static Storm, all in them with the SF going in with the Tusk Punch tag team. That's kind of what your team fight depends on here. And they have the items to do it now. They're just kind of missing SF Blink, I would say, would be the big one for Kiyotaka.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the BKB's already done for the puck. Your BKB for the Morph is the next item here for Satanic, which I agree with. Like, just get your defensive capability up, prevent being all in. And these are really tough for Aurora to punch through. They are going to smoke and look for this play. Pipe done on the Centaur prompts the 5v5 fight.
It's just a little bit too late to make it go on to no one. He has BKB after all, so a punch into Static Storm wouldn't be good enough, but a punch onto the Bat Rider is certainly enough.
Look for the glimpse.
Can Aurora get more? Not going to get the vision on the heroes. They do not see a glimpse opportunity.
Oh man, they almost... If they had a ward to plant behind this tower. Satanic running behind.
Coil on 2. The Shadow Fiend, is he going to be able to get off a Requiem? There goes the Static Storm. Response BKB from no one. The Requiem finally goes out as Kiyotaka was in a bit of trouble. They stampede themselves away with a pushback on P-Vision and a hasty retreat on Aurora. Distance is made. Aurora will not lose any heroes here, but they also don't gain anything. They didn't get that mid-tower they were hoping for.
And no follow-up glimpse kills or anything. An okay smoke. But like you said, they didn't get the big prize. To get the BKB out of no one, not insignificant in this game if you can wear it down a little bit. But we're going to see like the problems with dealing with this puck in this game. He has 0 deaths.
Oh, lasso find on the Shadow Fiend. No Requiem, so nothing to stop Satanic from full-on committing.
That's a massive pickup.
You might wish to retract your last move.
9 class continuing to output a reign of terror around the map.
Yeah.
No real good answers for this Bat Rider, just playing the sides. There's not a lot of heroes that are going to hunt him back. Like, Disruptor is a hero that can kind of take the pace to him if you do okay on the lanes, but that got shot down. So he just has free reign to run around, look for pickoffs. Any +1 is probably enough damage to kill. And they're scaling, man. They are just playing to scale. Puck is getting big. This Morphline's getting big. They're going to have multiple BKBs. You're not going to have the control for it. Tough position for Aurora. They need to find some more action. Man, it's one of those instances where no one didn't have BKB yet. It's on cooldown for 2 seconds, but
yeah, it's going to be up in time.
Couldn't take advantage of it.
No. Now another BKB they're going to have to worry about. It's the Morphling.
And these BKBs are here to get you the next Roshan.
Yeah.
Like, the timing's going to be good here. Aurora has to find a way to match it in terms of survivability. Extend the fight, survive, go as long as possible, and abuse the fact that in theory you have 2 carries between the SF and the Gyro who can both output some nice physical damage. Satanic for Nightfall could go a long way in doing that. Though I do wonder if he's just going to get bursted down by the single target focus here, particularly if he gets roared or lassoed. You might never get that Satanic off. Really important Roche fight here. You got to position well for the vision. Take advantage of any summons or illusions you have to get the waves out. There's Blink for the Shadow Fiend.
More opportunity to make that initiation happen. Is there a chance that you can get around the BKBs with just a punch into Requiem?
Yes, especially with Stampede to help you position. But the execution's very tight.
Yeah.
Like, it has to be exactly on point going in with the punch, SF blinking at the same time. But you can go for this play. And in theory, there's no bailout other than the SF getting stunned. And if you want to contest this Roche, it might be what you have to go for. Oh, you got
No, that's going to be delayed.
That's big for Aurora.
That actually gives them a few seconds here. So they're just playing for off the roar into median smoke play. Knowing Aurora is going to try and contest, they run to the puck, smoke breaks, and no one gets information on them. They get punched, they go for the Requiem, they don't get it, the lasso goes off, the Static Storm responds, but it's too late. Kiyotaka gets cut down as 9 class is just too damn fast.
What a reaction. The exact target you want. He knew the play that was coming. He knew how to break it up, and he is there at the perfect time.
And just the cherry on top, he tips Kiyotaka, says, I've got your number. And P-Vision don't even have to worry about Roshan. They'll go for a high ground push. Maximum punishment coming in. They'll take as much building damage as they can and then back off and do the Roche.
Man, that's such a tough go. In hindsight, if that Static Storm goes down earlier to cover the play, you might not get that lasso. That Requiem might go off.
Yeah.
But it wasn't there in time. Of course, there is some other interrupts from the puck that can come in anyway under that BKB. That's a tough fight, especially when the puck breaks your smoke in the river like that. But 9 class on point delivering this game. That's a big win for P-Vision. Getting a Rax into the Roshan, which is going to put them into the next Morphling item. Just outpacing Aurora here. And they're going to feel pressured to go fight this again.
Yeah, they kind of Hail Mary. You got to go for it again. Sad thing is, you're too late.
Don't Requiem to take the fight if you think you can. But oh man, now you've used another smoke. You're not going to have to play the map. It's just not the same kind of Shadow Fiend game as it was game 2. Don't have that crazy item and level timing. You don't have BKB for that fight. Static Storm can't cover you fast enough, and well, there's a Rax into a Roche into the next Morphling item, which is going to be the Butterfly here. That is going to be a difficult one to contest, because there's no shot you're getting Evasion Pierce by the time they decide to push with this Aegis Butterfly timing.
Dire are scanning.
Well, Aurora, it pretty much comes down to a hold of a lifetime. All the auras for DM. The carry has all the items he needs to win fights. You've got the extra life for it just to back it up. 0-0-11 for Dakalis' Chen. A perfect game for a fine position Chen.
Well, he dropped the question mark early. He's backing it up. Can't argue with that. This game is going according to plan for P-Vision right now. They still have a lot of room to scale. That's the scary part. Like, you're still looking at multiple slots on these late game carries. You're looking at an Ags on the Bat Rider. You've got about every aura under the sun. But the thing is, when you already have all the auras built, all these extra scaling items you get are just that much better.
Yeah. Nice try with the ward. But I believe that has been spotted.
Feels like Aurora are waiting for the push to come in. P-Vision are not in a rush.
Yeah, what are they waiting for at this point?
Just done with the Morphling timing here.
That Butterfly.
Yeah, Butterfly is very close, and I think they'll march down a lane.
Blink on DM might help a little bit for this high ground assault.
Sure, Blink Beastmaster. It was going to be an Ags for the bat, but 9 class switched it up to BKB. I think he wants to guarantee he can go in against Static Storm and lasso this SF.
Yes.
I kind of agree with that. That seems more impactful than double lasso. Like, you don't need double lasso to win this.
And Panto, in turn, is going to try and stop that potentially with an Aghanim Static Storm, but he's only halfway there.
I mean, good luck getting there this game. That's a tough one.
They'll need to win one of these high ground holds, and it'll require Panto to be the one to take some of these last hits, which is highly unlikely.
Butterfly done. BKB in the backpack. See what P-Vision decided to do with the last 2 minutes here on this Aegis. Trying to wait for a couple more small items on these other heroes, but yeah, they're going to smoke it up. Look for the pickoff into the high ground, then you don't have to take some weird high ground fight that could go wrong. They'll take anybody in a lasso outside the base. Could also go for that base ward into the lasso. Feel like that option's open.
Mira, sadly, Tusk doesn't even like kill the wave.
Nope.
So when you make that play, the risk is you get caught like he does, but the payoff isn't even there. The creep wave's still gonna push in, and P-Vision have a free opening.
He also didn't tank that lasso, so that threat is still available.
Yeah.
Try and come up here and outspam this.
Which means it's a second lane of barracks. It's Aurora, this is uncontestable. But what about Satanic just going straight to the tier 4s?
No one's home. I'm knocking. Your outspam is incredibly limited. The lasso threat's really high when you come into this area without smokes, which you used earlier.
The teleport's back, one tier 4 is already gone, and now all of Aurora are here, and unless they get a glimpse play, no punishment.
Did get MKB on the gyro. Nice itemization from Nightfall to deal with this butterfly timing.
Yeah, he read the timing that was coming up and preempted it.
One switching across the map, abusing the Arcane Rune, looking for Toronto Tokyo. Wisely escapes.
Panto, he's 1,000 gold away. What are the chances you start selling some of these items? He sold his wand just now.
You can sell Arcanes plus Windlace here.
Yeah, just one all-in play.
I just don't even. The problem is, like, you sell boots to get it. How do you even position? I mean, you're all in on
That's the Stampede is for.
I guess. I don't know, man. It just sounds hard.
He sold it. There go the Arcane boots. It's a Windlace and an Ags. A dream.
Probably the correct play here. Like, your odds of winning are incredibly dependent on you getting a massive Static Storm that P-Vision are not ready for, especially with this Aegis expiring on the Morphling. But they're not going to push. What if they never push?
Do they have any smokes? Can they go out there and hunt down some kill? You're right. No smokes available. P-Vision will just take their time. Build up that lead.
This feels so bad. All those smokes used earlier trying to contest that Roche.
The longer this goes, the less likely that surprise factor is there.
Still hiding it for now, though. I mean, it might just take one catch to try and turn the momentum in this game. It's a very powerful axe, to be fair. Like, there's nothing to bail it out. But you are bleeding a lot of net worth while you're waiting for this.
Yeah, they're going to get BKB on every hero. DM's going to go back for it. You got the BKB on 9 class. DeCaulus, obviously, he doesn't need it. They'll have 4 BKBs for the fight.
Might even just wait for the next Roche here to try and go the last lane.
Well,
not a reason not to.
P-Vision really wet the bed, then maybe Aurora can get a Static Storm in that Roshan pit.
And you get a smoke back up. So you have one aggressive option available if you're Aurora. You have a ward to work with, 2 wards to work with as well, actually. Can you get the lanes out to make this play not as obvious, however? That's another big problem. Got to continually show somebody top here. The other issue is, even if you smoke now and get kills, the Roche isn't spawning, so it's just not a good time to try and swing the overall game. Yeah, I think you have to be patient here. You just have to wait. It's not going to feel good. It's not going to feel pretty, but I don't know about this timing, man. Like, again, even if you find the pickoff, what are you going to get off this?
Yeah, you're not. There's no chance that you can do Roshan after this.
You'd have to get a full team wipe here and the instant Roche spawn.
P-Vision's on amp damage, so of course they're like, well, this is an opportunity. Smoke is going to break on the low ground. Not great for Aurora.
Well,
time to slowly walk away. If you're Toronto Tokyo, being harried all the way by the boars. Mira's already been caught off. DM tries to go for the ward. Kiyotaka got off the Requiem, but the BKB's already gone down. The Static Storm is laid out, but Satanic got his own BKB off. They threw everything they had for one play, one Hail Mary, and it's gone. And that means Aurora is out. And P-Vision will move on to the semifinals.
Wow, what a series from them. I mean, they got the Chen twice. It might not be a hero they get deeper into this event, but they put it to use in this series, and Aurora just couldn't adjust enough for Game 3. Like, they did not answer this hero as well as P-Vision answered that Shadow Feed. They had a lot of answers for him in the fight. That last fight, the Roar went into the Lincolns, he gets Requiem off, but you have triple BKB.
Yeah.
Everybody ignores the damage, everybody ignores the Static Storm, which comes out too late, because again, the fight starts on them, right? Like, this game had to go in a way where Aurora is able to start fights on their terms, initiating with the Centaur or the Glimpses, and a little laning mechanics, a little finesse from 9 class, playing on that bottom lane, stalling the game up, getting a couple picks, slowed this game down enough for Aurora that they never got that ball rolling, and man, the Auras just start to build. It's terrifying to go up into it. There's not a lot of heroes that output enough damage at that like 35-minute window where the game just ends.
Yeah.
And you're left wondering, why did we give them the Chen?
It's a good question. Question that they'll have plenty of time to think about, I suppose. Aurora, in this game 3, just did not get the momentum. They started off with a 250 gold lead off of the bounty runes. And then ever since then, by 30 seconds into the game, they were behind. They stayed behind, got worse and worse, until it was just an insurmountable lead that P-Vision had.
I think for this team, it's going to sting a little because they've been trying to get over this like 7th, 8th, 6th place hurdle so much this year, and it felt like they were improving. They did well in the group stage.
They got first in the groups. Yeah, it's like, this is your moment. We hit our stride, but unfortunately for them, they run into a P-Vision squad that even if they get second in the groups, they are still one of the favorites for this whole thing. This team has just been incredibly good the entire year, and they stay good. They're in the semifinals now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by DM of P-Vision, where that was a very fun Game 3 to watch. I was wondering if you could walk me through all the lane swapping that was going on at the beginning.
I mean, lane swapping idea is kind of thing we were using recently in like our practice matches, so this game was actually a good one for it, and we just decided, yeah, that's how we gonna make enemies confused.
So it seemed very much according to plan even from the draft, because you guys got the Morphling, they got the Gyrocopter, and then you were like, oh, my Beastmaster, he's probably going to be in trouble. So even before the game began, you were like, guys, I'm not playing this lane against the Gyrocopter. I don't want to.
It was not like this. It was like I say, I can go like 60 to 40 against them still. And Alan said, no, I'm going to go full free farm against them. Let me go there. We destroy them. You destroy them bottom. And then I just, yeah, sure, brother. As you wish. Your game is fine. He's like, yeah, my game is Gucci. Go.
And it looked that way in the game also. And it seemed that maybe Estini was planning that even from the first few picks. What was going on with his maybe excited remarks to the other side? I saw him screaming at Aurora a little bit.
He said like, is this guy's out of their mind? They're giving us Chen? What is that? Is he out of mind? Bro, I'm getting Chen! See ya!
And he got it 2 games. I see the smile as confirmation, and you got it 2 games in a row, and that means that you're going to be moving forward in this bracket, and you also get to do a little key crushing as well, so I'll let you do that while we send it back to the panel.
Thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic interview. A little bit insight. I mean, we were all baffled about letting the Chen through. It showed again. We didn't know who was going to come out on top. Lacoste. You said the Chen 5-0, now 6-0. But at the time, Kiyotaka's SF was also undefeated. And yeah, it felt like a coin toss of which one was going to show up. Very clearly, this Chen is more powerful.
Yeah, they did have 5 days to figure out what P-Vision is going to play and somehow managed to give them Chen twice, which is not ideal considering how well they are playing with that Chen. But yeah, we can take a look at the key crush right now happening, crushing some of their dreams as well.
It's a whole team affair. I know that we saw Spirit crushing the game in Gladiators one earlier. That was like 3 of the teammates, but they're all there. They're all standing around it watching them crush the key.
Yeah, not really surprised
Aurora.
that Ducalis is in the first row.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one that looks actually
very excited.
A bit of a smile. Oh,
they all
oh my goodness.
This is the only thing that can scare this team.
Clearly. I mean, no one had a real reaction there. He was like, saw his life flash before his eyes. Right.
Most of them don't do that, do they? Where they like break apart like that? Usually it just...
No, I thought it like bent a little bit.
Yeah, usually it just bends, and I feel like there was like a combustion in there.
It was the stubbornness of Aurora in their drop.
It's
really
at the same speed that they crushed them in this game 3.
That was actually an SF Requiem was what it was.
It was just shattered everywhere. That was good. It was nice to see that, a little bit of fun action. Like I said, getting to see the whole team getting in on that, because of course it was a team affair on how they won this best of 3, how they were able to bring it together for game 3, get the Chen, get everything else that fell into place, and also that last pick, Morph, Satanic having a great game.
Yeah, I feel like after watching that game play out, it just felt like P-Vision had a better understanding of how to make their lineup work at every stage of the game, and I always hate to chop up any professional match to one factor, but I do think the first 10 minutes just dictated the victor of this game, and P-Vision just did something we don't see very often, which is that lane swap, and for good reason, because it's difficult to know, like, the mechanics of playing offlane compared to safe lane are quite different. The creep aggro you use, the lane equilibrium you're going for, the pull camps, and Satanic, DM saying that Satanic had the confidence to know he can play that hero offlane is just, I don't know, as a carry player, that's very impressive, because that's something you just don't see nowadays. Most of the time, carry players will always prioritize themselves, and they also, how much experience do you get doing that, like in pubs or scrims or anything? So I'm also wondering where the confidence comes from.
I mean, I think the confidence personally is coming from being a morph specialist. I think he has a really good idea of like knowing what will be an easy lane and a hard lane. And you're looking at Disruptor and Gyro. There's no stun or burst damage, right? So he's always going to get a shift off. So I think that confidence does come from just him being really good at one hero and knowing exactly how it can lane, while also kind of just helping out his buddies there too. But I think in this particular game, this is a real test for Aurora if they could change things up and still win. But unfortunately for them, that was not the case. I mean, their draft was fine, I guess, but the early game was a bit of a disaster. I would have liked something a little more hard hitting than the Centaur on that last pick there. But, you know, the Gyro is something Nightfall has not played yet. They didn't win with it, and it didn't have the impact that most of his heroes do have.
Yeah. You ask where does that confidence come from? It comes from him being, or at least in the interview that he did have, saying that he is the best carry player in the world right now.
Now best offlaner.
Now the best offlaner as well. Here we go. No, but if you want to like be the best, you actually have to think that you are the best, that's for sure. And it definitely shows, especially in this game. They gave him another last pick overall, 24 pick Morphling. We did see that coming relatively early into the draft. They did set things up for it, but also making sure that he's having a good time. And again, to Kali's Chen, like 1.5 minutes in, he's sending in a creep to the mid lane, making sure that he's burning mana on Shadow Fiend, helping no one out as well, but also securing the other lane, securing the safe lane for DM, who did play safe lane in that one, then going through the twin gates, making sure that he's also securing the lane as well for his carry offlane Morphling.
Yeah, a lot of proficient heroes given to the players on the side of P-Vision, and there's always that fine line, that balance that you have to have between ego as well as knowing just what is within your realm. Of course, this Morph offlane worked really well. Offlane, we say offlane, worked really well, but Ryan, there was a lot more to a lane swap other than just trying to ignore that unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, this is the implications of Gyrocopter being in the bottom lane and Centaur being in the top lane, which is what Aurora did in response to this P-Vision lane swap. I wanted to highlight how that plays out outside of the actual laning stage itself, because I had talked about the favorable matchups of the core-to-core matchups for Aurora, but then it required the playmaking potential of the support. So I want to go and show these two clips real quick, where basically Aurora is going to try to pressure the bottom tower, and that's not going to work for them because of the fact that they have a Gyrocopter. If we can go ahead and pull up those clips. Okay.
Hopefully the clips can be pulled up here.
Looks like we're having some technical difficulties.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, oh, here we go. So this is where usually a lot of times around this point in the game is when supports start making rotations to take towers. And if you think this Gyrocopter and replace him with a Centaur, Centaur is going to be like over here, cutting the creeps, which is going to allow the Disruptor to come through the Twin Gate and effectively creating like a sandwich situation. But instead, it's a Gyrocopter playing the lane as normal, pushing it in. And P-Vision, excuse me, is just going to be basically sitting underneath their tower defending, where this catapult push, which is supposed to create pressure, is effectively nothing's going to happen, and Aurora's just sitting there, two supports, not able to make anything happen because those are the two playmakers. But then we go where P-Vision has rotated top to take the tower, and the same thing's happening where instead of being able to flank anybody, Nine Class has just gone through the Twin Gate, used his Flame Break to pull the creeps off, And this is something that I guarantee you would not be happening if there's a Centaur in the bottom lane as opposed to a Gyro. And they get the free tower top, and a solo support in this case, because there's a Gyrocopter dragging the creep wave instead of a Centaur cutting, is able to just defend this tower. And you see this 2K net worth lead that's already been built up for P-Vision at this stage of the game. And now the map just looks really good for them, and there's no obvious plays for Aurora to be making. So when I look at the bigger picture of this laning stage, not only is it playing into the first 5 minutes and having DM have a better start than he otherwise would have, but Aurora, how many games have you played this year where you've had to think about how do we pressure this offlane tower with our carry there as opposed to our offlaner? And as a support, you're automatically thinking, if we flank these guys, if we sandwich them, we're going to be able to take that tower, and then it doesn't play out that way. So being able to throw a team off of this caliber, both these teams obviously world-class, being able to throw them off with a move like this and basically make them look, I would almost say, clueless in this exact circumstance because of so much of Dota's experience. I'm just tipping my hat effectively to P-Vision in the strategical chess match of a win.
I mean, I miss this, honestly. It's been a while since tri-laning or lane swapping has been a thing. I mean, back in my day, we used to do it all the time, and you have to sit down and watch the replays and see all these small things you can do better, but nobody does it anymore, so I'm glad to see resurgence.
Sometimes you just kind of get in your own head, right? Sometimes it's your opponent getting into your head. Unfortunately, Aurora, despite having a great best of 3, they're not able to get the job done. It is the end of the road for them here at Esports World Cup, but let's very quickly have a couple last words from them.
I'm here with Panto from Aurora, unfortunately. I mean, Panto, it's always tough against this team. You know, P-Vision, they just got the better of you this time. How's that been?
I didn't feel like they really stronger. They just a little bit outsmarted us on last map because they swapped lanes, and also Chen used Mana Burn Creep at the mid lane, so this matchup was kind of not fair for our mid laner, and we had nothing to do with this. So they just tricked us, I think, on last map, but I didn't feel like they're stronger.
Not an outskill then, at least, but we have to look at the Chen, you know, like how do you feel about letting the Chen through twice in this series and losing to it twice?
I think if they don't swap lanes, their Chen pick is not that good that they think, but he win 2 games as Chen, so we have a feeling that maybe Chen is really a problem, but maybe we should ban it, but we were ready to play against it, and maybe if they don't swap lanes, this hero not that strong, because we wanted to pick melee hero against it and just drag waves, and we don't care about it.
Absolutely. Well, what about for yourself? You know, do you feel like you've shown your best here at EWC, or was there still more to come?
It's first for me in my life to compete in such big tournament, and if I just watch behind, and I can tell that this is my best performance, like in entire life. But anyway, when you're losing, you feel empty, and you always think that you could go higher, only if you don't get first place. So yeah, it's kind of bad, but. It is what it is, and we're gonna be preparing for next big tournament, and I really believe that we can achieve a higher place. But today just was not that lucky day.
Not lucky today. Well, Panto, thank you very much for coming to talk to me. I'm sorry that your road has to end here. You've been an excellent competitor here at EWC, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Thanks for inviting. Thanks, fans who watch this. Sometimes you lose. I'm sorry.
Some lovely words from Panther there, not just to the fans, but also anyone believing that there is a bright future. Obviously, still quite early on in his career. I'm sure there's many more big international tournaments that he'll be able to have a showing at. Same with that Aurora roster. We will be seeing them in the future. And whilst this wasn't their series, it's single elimination. It's a do or die. Maybe if there was that lower bracket, it could be different. But today wasn't that day. They said that. And yeah, I look forward to seeing what is to come for them.
Yeah, could have been. I mean, this team did top their group. They had to go through another tiebreaker as well. They did beat Tundra in it as well. Very tough opponent to beat, but the couple of days off that they did have maybe didn't favor them. Maybe this would be better if they, kept that momentum going, but unfortunately for them, it ended getting that 5th to 8th place so far at EWC, and I could see this team do better in the future because this team has a lot to offer. They sometimes are stubborn, I would say, to a point where they don't want to do certain things, as we could see in this series, not banning out Chen twice. They seem to have an idea how to deal with it, but it did fall flat.
I just wanted to highlight that not every player has like the team spirit narrative where nobody's really heard of them. They've been off radar and suddenly they win TI, right? In the case of Ponto, this guy was on Chimera Esports like 3-4 months ago, a team that barely qualified for Dream League and then effectively disbanded at the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
And then his performance there was what landed him a spot on this roster of Aurora Gaming. And suddenly, we see him up on the loser's interview where he was 1 game away from potentially making top 4 at EWC. And so from his perspective, it's just, I have a lot of respect for that. He's been on quite a journey this year. I look forward to following his progression and journey throughout the course of his professional career. And yeah, even though it's an 8th place and I'm sure they're going to be beating themselves up a bit, I think someone like himself is probably very happy to be here and feels like it's quite a lucky part of his experience in life.
Yeah, and it's competition at the end of the day. There are going to be people we have to unfortunately say goodbye to. On the other side, though, there are people that we're going to have to sing their praises, right? You say not everyone gets to do a team spirit, come in, win a big tournament, but someone who's looking to be that trajectory is today's Sony MVP. That's right, Satanic is the player that we're choosing, and he's one of those players that has the potential to have that story. He hasn't played at a big international event just yet. He only came into the Pro Dota scene at the end of last year. Had a couple of move arounds of world rosters, but today he really shone for you.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely shaking things up when he was on Team Spirit, right? And then over time, after that roster went back to its normal roster, he found his way onto P-Vision. And ever since he's been on this squad, they've been like the team to beat. And he is probably just the player, him and Yatoro are the 2 carry players most carry players look up to try and get better, and it's because of performances like these. He has a very wide hero pool. He's shown he can play Kunkka on the safe lane, his Morphling, his Sven. He can either hard farm if he wants to, or he can get very active, and his progression as a carry player has been pretty beautiful to watch. It's been a while since we've seen someone just blow up in this position.
Yeah, definitely. This is a very interesting player, very young player overall. I like to see the new blood coming into the scene because he kind of came out of nowhere. Like, he was playing on the Yellow Submarine for a while, and now you see him, like as Fear said, in Team Spirit, which I think he learned a lot. Like, whoever gets to play on Team Spirit, even for like a week, I would say, would still learn a lot about Dota, and you can see that he's feeling much more comfortable. He's that like 1v9 type of a carry as well, that you can put all your faith into him, that he's going to be able to carry the games. And today he showed some really good performances. In the game number 1, he did play Sven, died only 1 time. Game number 3, he's the one who gets the last pick overall, gets that Morphling, doesn't die a single time, carries the game with all these friends around him, building into auras, building, a lot of times you will see him go for the high ground siege, and everybody else, they're ready. Like, whatever he says, that they have a lot of faith in him, that he's going to be getting that shift off, that he's going to be getting or clicking that BKB, and that's what I want to see in a team.
Yeah, you're talking about the 1v9 aspect of being trusting him to do that every single game. I would just like to highlight, as Sven, at 7 or 8 minutes in game 1, he's invading the enemy triangle in order to steal a stack. And then in game 3, he's apparently the one that created the lane swap that led to them. I would argue saying that would won them game 3, and it seemed like Pontos agreed. And for me, that's the kind of stuff that separates the top tier carries from the next level down, is not only their reliability in the late game, but these early game winning decisions in place.
Him being a young player and doing that thing, I would expect that from somebody who has been in a scene for a long time, because this has been done in the past. But him thinking about it and him being the vocal point of it, saying that he wants to do it, gives me also a lot of faith coming into the future matches that this guy is going to be able to adjust to whatever problem is thrown at him.
Well, it feels like we could sing his praises all day, right? He was was our today's Sony MVP. There's so much more that we could say about him and the P-Vision roster as well. And luckily for us, they are still continuing. We're going to have a little bit more of a journey for them. But right now, taking a look at the playoffs bracket. We had 2 series played today. Team Spirit came in 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. And then, yeah, our series just then, Aurora up against P-Vision. Whilst it was all 3 games, it does mean that P-Vision taking a step back. They're going to have to look at what they're going to bring when it comes to Spirit. They blundered a little bit in that game number 2. Are you able to make those mistakes over again when you do eventually get that? They won't be playing tomorrow. They're going to have a day break, and that might be just exactly what they need, Brian.
Yeah, that Team Spirit today looked terrifying. That game 1 that they took against Gaming Gladiators, I absolutely did not believe they had any chance to win that. I was questioning the CK pick through and through from the green room, and
so was our coach. It's 0 out of 10 drafts.
If you're winning with 0 out of 10 drafts, their execution on the side of Team Spirit is up on par with the 2-time TI winning that they've had. Their team fight late game, I think P-Vision is in for a run for their money, where I trust that these Chen-type lineups that are allowed to group up, if they're able to get their hands on that, will be good for them. But if the game goes past 30 minutes, I think they're up against quite the formidable opponent.
Yeah, well, the first 2 days here at playoffs, it's not just eliminating 2 teams, it's eliminating 4 teams. Whilst we have already said goodbye to Aurora and Gaming Gladiators, tomorrow we're going to say goodbye to 2 more teams. We can take a look at the schedule to see exactly which 4 are playing and the potential of who we might be saying goodbye to. BB Team up against Tundra Esports will start our day off, and then the second series will be Team Liquid against Team Falcons. Fear, opinionated man as always, put it all out there.
What do you want to know?
Whatever you're willing to give me.
I mean, I think both these matches are going to be really good. They're here for a reason. I think this is going to be a big test for Falcons. I think going into this one, they've been a little bit shaky. They're going against Liquid, who don't look shaky at all. So I'm going to have my eyes on that series in particular, just to see, like, it'll be a good test for Falcons. I want to see them do well, but it's going to be hard for them for sure.
Yeah, for me, it's a BB Team against Tundra. Tundra didn't lose a single series when they played against BB Team in 2025. So this is going to be the big test for me, whether BB can overcome this gigantic opponent that they needed to beat throughout the whole year. And they managed to get like 1 draw at ESL 1 Rally, but other than that, not very successful.
Okay. And Brian, yourself?
I mean, honestly, I just want to highlight that the top 8 teams this year, I think this is the closest competition we've had, but amongst all 8 of them, I firmly believe that any of these 8 teams could take this entire championship, and all of them have been consistently performing throughout the course of this year, and that's why we keep having these narratives that Aurora hasn't taken a single series off P-Vision all year, and that, as you just mentioned, that BB Team hasn't taken a series off of Tundra, and at the end of the day, you could have lost to them 10 times throughout the course of the year, but the only series that's truly going to be remembered by any of these teams is the ones that happen here. So I'm just excited for the narratives that have been crafted by all of these teams consistently performing throughout the year.
Yeah, before in the past, I want to say 3 years, every competitive season that we've had, there's been that one team that kind of sits on top and we kind of falter a little bit here or there. But right now, any team at any moment could be eliminated out of the Esports World Cup. For now, though, we do have to say goodbye. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, same time, to see some more series of Dota. And of course, to close out our day, we're going to have our Kadir top plays.